Naruto, the Blind Swordsman. Chapter 1, Death Comes First. It was a sunny day in Florida. A perfect day to go out on the beach, a perfect day to have fun with your friends. A perfect day to do whatever you wanted. But not everyone enjoyed that freedom. There were people that had no choice but to sit in a dark room, contemplating their lives. Joseph Knox was one of them. And he wasn't there by choice. No, he had finally been caught. From a young age, he had always loved to see how other living beings bled, to see the light get snuffed out from their eyes. It was a strange thing, and he knew that it wasn't right. But the rush he felt whenever a little bird fell from its nest, or the calmness of mind he gained from seeing rabbits being hunted down by hawks. It was cathartic. His parents could have been described as uninvolved, as they had abandoned him not long after his birth. He was an orphan, and no one truly wanted to give him a home. Maybe it was due to his gaze that sometimes managed to creep out most of the people near him. Or maybe it was simply the vibe he gave off, which made people behave strangely around him. But a foster house wasn't all that bad. No one cared about him, and he cared about no one else besides himself. That was how he was brought up. And day after day, his desires grew, more and more out of control. There was no one there to help him deal with that, he had no one near him that could understand his thoughts. So, at some point, he stopped holding back. Like most killers, the need to escalate his actions became more and more pronounced as time passed. His usual vices no longer being enough to satisfy his mind. He went from killing small animals to killing slightly larger animals. It wasn't difficult, and it wasn't hard to get away with it. Then he eventually upgraded to humans, whenever even that couldn't quite scratch the itch. He went on a killing spree that completely shocked the world. Starting small, but ending up not quite as small, some would even say that he went global. Traveling all around the world and killing a lot of politicians, he always aimed high, not satisfied with just killing prostitutes or regular people. Although he did kill plenty of those as well. No, he wanted to kill people that could make a difference in the world. For a few years, he was believed to be the deadliest assassin in the world, known in the underworld simply as Joseph. He never bothered hiding his identity as he had never bothered living a normal life after he flew off the handle. He spent most of his time in the lawless zones of the world, traveling undercover and even getting cosmetic surgery a few times. Although he was simply called Joseph, people had another name for him. His epithet that he earned after killing so many people and escaping so many times. The Faceless Ghost. He worked with such efficiency that he only needed weeks to do something that would otherwise take months for an entire assassin organization. But that was because he never cared about cleanup, he didn't care about witnesses, he simply took his shot, or slit a throat, and left. No one could stop him, and Joseph was racking up bounty after bounty, with little to no regard for his own safety. He was a rabid dog, biting at everything that he could and ripping apart as many people as possible. But, in the end, his recklessness caught up to him. He decided to take a mission with a few people he had worked with in the past, others that could roll like him. But, he had made too many enemies with his reputation and his lack of secrecy. Turns out, there was an even larger bounty on his head than the reward of the mission they were doing. Joseph was a bit shocked at first, but he never really cared much about his own safety. Even when changing his face, he only did it for convenience, to keep his spree going for longer. Even when he was caught by the police as he was bleeding out in an alleyway, with knives sticking out of him in numerous places, and with the corpses of his teammates surrounding him, he didn't care. In the end, he was linked to some of his crimes, it was impossible to link him to all of them, but even the ones that were linked to him were enough to make the case blow up worldwide. As one might have guessed, the fact that Joseph was relatively handsome, made him gain quite a following, as many serial killers did. But Joseph didn't really care for the fan letters he received, he simply felt tired. And a bit weirded out by a few of the letters he received. Seriously. Some of the people writing me should probably also be in a cell. He hardly understood why the guards even gave him those letters. Still, he wasn't exactly dissatisfied with his capture, even when being led to his execution. Joseph was also given a last meal. He only asked for a Big Mac and some fries. A regular meal, for a regular day. After all, life wasn't something so precious, that he'd make a big fuss about losing his. After taking so many lives, he had finally had his fill. He felt content. He had seen the worst and the best of humanity. For someone like him, there was no better ending. He had always known that his crimes would catch up to him. But sitting in the electric chair, while surrounded on all sides by armed security, certainly wasn't what he had envisioned. Even while restrained, Joseph was still considered extremely dangerous, as he had ripped out a policeman's throat with his teeth while he was under custody and cuffed. So extra precautions were taken. To the policemen in the room, it was a stressful process. They all detested the man sitting on the electric chair, and they just hoped he'd die faster. To Joseph though, it was just strange, staring death in the face while feeling so many cold gazes on him. In a sense, he felt a sense of regret as the policemen were preparing for his execution. Have I really lived this life? Did I truly throw away everything in order to give in to my desires? What could I have become, in this life, had I stuck to a stronger set of morals? Joseph looked at the light bulb hanging over his head with a strange smile. What's the use in thinking about that now? Someone like me simply was never meant for this world. He looked back at the ground as he heard the policemen finish their preparations. And, with that, without any more courtesy, and without any other formality, the policeman in charge simply pulled the lever. Joseph looked at the one-way window that spectators were supposed to be behind. He was able to see his reflection without any issue, only slightly obstructed by his overgrown black hair. The next thing Joseph felt was pain. He felt as if he was being burnt alive, but he couldn't move. Out of reflex, he struggled against the restraints placed on him. He managed to break the restraints from one of his wrists after putting enough effort into it. But it was already too late. Joseph could feel his heart stop as the officers around him also prepared a firing line, just in case. He simply looked at the ground for a bit, blood dripping out of his mouth and eyes. It was a painful few seconds for Joseph, but it wasn't anything he wasn't used to already. And with that, Joseph Knox was pronounced dead. Executed by electric chair. Chapter 2, Rebirth comes second. Joseph didn't know what to expect when he opened his eyes again. The fact that he could open or feel them was about what he expected though. In the first place, he didn't think that opening his eyes would even be a possibility. Why was he even conscious? Executions were usually the permanent type of change in life. At least that was what Joseph thought. But, this was also somewhat within his expectations, as he tried once more to open his eyes, only to not see anything at all. It wasn't difficult to realize that he had no eyes to open. In complete darkness, he could only make out sounds around him. It felt odd, but he could hear talking. Humans around him were talking, they seemed to be speaking. Is that Japanese? Joseph was able to recognize it rather easily. He was proficient in many languages, as his adventure had him strung around the world repeatedly. He wasn't prone to spending a long time on his missions, but he had multiple missions in some countries, and Japan happened to be one of them. Now, Joseph wasn't exactly fluent in that language, but he could still understand what was being said, to some extent. We can't twins, we have to adoption. Joseph could hear a male voice speaking out with a rather cold tone. The woman wasn't any warmer in her way of speaking. Yes, this child blind can't raise. Joseph, at this point, was able to put the pieces together. Wherever he was now a child. He couldn't speak, only releasing small cries when attempting. And he also couldn't see. Most likely born with a birth defect of some kind. It was also rather easy to tell from what he could pick up in the conversation of his parents, that he wasn't about to be accepted in a loving family. How or why he was now an infant, hardly mattered. Still, Joseph didn't know what to make of the situation at all. He was simply flabbergasted as he waited around and tried to gain his bearings. The world around him wasn't waiting though, as he was eventually carried away and given into adoption. On a mountain. Joseph was rather frustrated at that point. Being helpless wasn't something that he was excited about. Especially the situation he found himself in now, not being able to do anything other than scream and cry, as he felt the cold around him slowly erode his small body. It wasn't hard to guess that he was somewhere on a snowy mountain, the worst type of mountain to abandon a baby on. Joseph almost found it amusing, as his second life was about to end just as quickly as it began. It didn't even feel to him like a full hour had passed between him coming to consciousness and being thrown in the wild. He didn't quite know what to do at this point. So he only resigned himself to his fate, believing that he wasn't deserving of anything more. That was when he heard it. It was faint, in the distance, he could hear it. Footsteps, the sound of marching men, most likely soldiers by their rhythmic and determined strides. There was also the smell of blood, one that he was very familiar with. Joseph could feel the vibrations of their footsteps, he couldn't quite locate them though. So he decided to do the only thing he could do at the moment. He started screaming and crying as loud as his little lungs could allow him to. In truth, Joseph didn't expect much to happen. If anything, he hoped the men would just put him out of his misery. After all, if not even his parents wanted to be burdened with him, a group of soldiers would certainly not want him there. But that wasn't exactly quite what happened. The group of runaway samurai were scared to shit when they heard a child crying in the distance. They were simply looking for shelter, having just done something irreversible. They were deserters, not samurai, and brave warriors like their forefathers had been. They had shamed their lineage, thrown mud on their family names, all of that for refusing to die. They had just fled from a battle, running away was completely against their code, and they knew that returning home would only get them executed. So they planned to simply become mountain nomads. Still, deserters or not, they were samurai at heart. They weren't the type of men that could simply ignore a child's cry. They approached the sounds with caution, as they were afraid of it being a shinobi trick that they had heard so much about. Shinobi didn't interfere with the Land of Iron, but there were exceptions, and the group of runaway Ronin weren't going to start testing faith. Eventually, they reached the source of that sound. Looking down, the 10 of them could see it. A small child crying on the snowy ground. The child was not even wearing a blanket, it was simply unceremoniously thrown out there. The deserters didn't know what to even say when seeing that. One of them quickly acted, picking up the child and using his vest to cover it. To them, the life of such a young child was sacred. Many of them had families that they needed to protect at home, and they would likely never be able to return to those families, but the notion of killing a child in such a brutal way simply made them gag. It wasn't uncommon in their culture for a family to abort unwanted children in this way though. Still, they weren't pleased with what they saw. To see such a sacred thing tarnished made all of the people present angry. Especially when seeing that the child's limbs were frostbitten. They had quite literally gotten there in the nick of time. Were they even 4 or 5 minutes late, the child would have definitely died. All of the men acted quickly. They knew they didn't have the time to build any type of shelter, so they rushed toward a small cave and built a fire somewhat close to the entrance. They quickly started clothing the child with whatever they could, as they holed up from the cold night in that small cave. The former samurai had no idea what to do though. They couldn't simply leave the child in the mountains, as they weren't willing to let an infant die. But they also couldn't return to a city and give him for adoption properly, as they were wanted men by now, and they'd be hunted down everywhere they went. In the end, the group of men decided to just keep the child. They knew that it was going to be rough, they knew that this decision could cause a lot of trouble. But they knew that, at the end of the day, they were making the right choice. Simply hearing the child's satisfied laughter filled them with more warmth than the campfire they had just made. And so, their minds were set. They were going to raise that child to become a great man. And, for Joseph, this was the first time in his life he had ever received help from others. And he was not the ungrateful type, he wasn't going to throw away the chance to live that he had just received. Maybe this life, I can turn it around. Maybe I don't have to spend my whole life running away. With that thought, he let his small body rest, as the former samurai around him did their best to maintain the fire and keep him warm. So, his new life in the mountains started. Chapter 3, 5 Years. The years flew by as I grew up. It didn't take me long to realize that I am not exactly in a modern time. The people that saved me are all samurai, deserters to be exact. At first, I wasn't sure where I am exactly. But after listening to some conversations, I heard names like Shinobi and Cage being dropped. It reminded me of a Japanese cartoon I used to watch when I was in the orphanage. About a kid that dreamed of becoming the Hokage. At first, I thought it was absurd, but that would explain the energy I can feel in my body, and around me. I don't know how, but I was reborn in this world. I don't know where exactly, but it's certainly not in any major city. Shinobi are also not common around these parts. From what I was able to pick up, this country's military only consists of samurai. I am now thankfully able to speak Japanese perfectly. I picked up whatever words I didn't know during the years. My benefactors also did their best to teach me how to talk. It was rather clumsy, but they tried nonetheless, and it did help me in the end. In the end, I even received a name. They decided to call me Kiyoshi Ken, which would literally translate to Silent Blade. I think I'll go with that name from now on, purely out of respect for my saviors. They took inspiration from the fact that I didn't really cry at all as a child, not even when starving for several days. That instance was rather common, although my benefactors did their best, it wasn't all that easy for them. I don't blame them at all though, they were the ones that gave me a second chance at life. I don't know where I would have ended up if I died again, maybe I would have just gone to hell as I deserve. These men, although not innocent angels, gave their best to protect me and preserve my life. Maybe they are, in some way, trying to repent for their sins through me as well? Regardless, the 10 deserting samurai that adopted me all went through so many hardships. 4 of them passed away in these 5 grueling years. The first one to pass away, and someone that I learned the name of later, was Nakata Isamu. He passed away because he wrapped me in his winter clothing. A cold of all things got to him, whatever medicine they had, they used it all on me. The warmth of the fire wasn't enough to cure his ailment. They couldn't afford to go to a settlement, as they'd get hunted down and killed. In the end, Isamu told them to shut the fuck up and let him die. From what the others said, the man went out with a smile. The other 3 were brothers. They only went by Ryu, Jiro, and Ken. They passed away in quick succession, as a group of samurai had managed to find our hideout. Since my saviors were deserters, they were simply treated as criminals. The 3 brothers were the ones to hold back the samurai, while the rest of us fled. Well, I was still a baby, so I was carried. The fact that they had to die made me rather angry, but there was simply nothing I could do as a baby. Now, I've grown quite a bit. I am around 1 meter, 3.2 feet, in height, and I have been doing my best to train my body ever since I could walk around. Well, as much as one can train as a baby. Which is not much, but I at least gained some coordination faster as I got used to my body. As described by Daisuke, the leader of the deserter group that took me in, my appearance is extremely strange. Jarring even, some people would be terrified if they aren't prepared to see it. I have long spiky black hair, that's not the scary part though, obviously. Thing is, it's not that I am blind. I am actually missing the upper half of my face completely. Anything above my mouth is gone, only appearing as swirls of flesh apparently. At least my nostrils are intact. One of the samurai that had some knowledge in medicine did try to see if my eyes were covered by patches of skin. A birth defect that was possible, and they thought/hoped that they'd be able to help me if that was the case. But he only ended up discovering that my skull doesn't even have eye sockets at all. Which makes me feel a bit strange. How much radiation was my mother in this world exposed to for me to end up like this? Well, it was enough to fry her brain and destroy any sense of morals she might have had. I didn't let that discourage me though. Even without eyesight, my other senses seemed to be able to make up for that. Smell, hearing, even feeling vibrations through the earth. Although I can't see, and I won't ever be able to see, I am able to use my enhanced senses to make up for that. It took actual years of training and acclimating, but now I am able to feel whenever people are nearby. It's odd, but it's likely due to this strange energy inside me. I thought it was chakra, as that was what I remembered being used in the show. But it wasn't as simple as that. Koji, the doctor, was able to confirm that my chakra networks are different than usual, but he wasn't able to tell me much more than that. Apparently, we'd need a diagnosis from a much more skilled medic nin to be able to tell what is actually going on with my body. But, even without that, I can sense what is inside my body. After feeling around a bit more, there seem to be two different energies always present in my body. I assume one of them is chakra. But what is the other one supposed to be? I never paid much attention to important things when I watched that show. I was just a small kid, and I only watched a bit, barely even remembering the names of the main characters. That doesn't matter anymore though. I can pretty much ignore that show, for now. I can focus on survival first, and worry about everything else later. Now, I have reached an adequate enough age to actually start training my body. There is still some baby fat on me, but I can start somewhat developing some strength. Currently, we are just sitting in a wooden hut, built in the middle of the thick forest. Daisuke and Koji are the only two people present for now, the others are out hunting. It won't be easy to convince either of them to train me, but I do need to try to persuade them. Daisuke. I could sense the leader turn his head towards me in surprise. I guess I don't talk a lot. What's wrong, Ken? He asked as he patted the snow off his lap. He just came from outside. We're still in a land that seems to have an everlasting winter. I want to become strong. I tried my best to sound as serious as possible, but that is extremely hard to do with a child's voice. I can't really sense Daisuke's expression, but I'd guess it would be looking a bit confused right now. I don't know if that's a good idea. Where did this come from anyway? He asked. The confusion in his tone is rather evident. I can also feel the change in his heartbeat, indicating that he is panicking a bit. I guess it makes sense. I am still blind, and they probably don't want me fighting in the future. Teaching me how to fight would be like putting me in danger to them. At least at first sight. Daisuke, one day I will grow up. And in this world, for people like us, living peacefully isn't a choice. I need your help. Please. I said, bowing my head in his general direction. I've never been against doing things like this. Pride has never meant anything to me anyway. I am also a child now. There is no shame in bowing to someone that took it upon himself to raise me after I was abandoned and left for dead. I could hear Daisuke's breathing become a bit slower. I guess he needs a few seconds to think about it. It might be a bit strange to hear this type of talk from a 5-year-old, but they haven't exactly raised me to think like a regular child. They raised me teaching me that the world isn't a kind place, preparing me for the worst. I guess he just didn't think I'd ask to be trained so soon. To be fair, they did try at first. To raise me like a regular child. But the deaths of Ryu, Jiro, and Ken made them realize that innocence would only get me killed in the future. Especially with my constitution. Still, I get why he's hesitating so much. Not being raised as a naive child and learning to fight are two different things. Very well. Daisuke ended up saying, gaining an odd look from Koji. Can't exactly tell, but I could feel Koji turning his head towards him, so I'm just assuming here. We start tomorrow. I will teach you to the best of my ability. I could feel him nodding his head to Koji. Just like that, I now have a sparring partner. Chapter 4, Sword Training. Daisuke didn't quite know what to make of the child they had been raising. For all the 5 years the child had been alive, Daisuke had never seen him actually cry, besides the time they had found him in the snow. So many months passed by with them doing their best to look after the child. It was strange how easily they got attached to him, but it also made sense. Kiyoshi Ken, the small child, was part of their group. He became one the second they decided to pick him up. Currently, they had nothing left in the world, no one left besides each other. That child, much like them, had nowhere to go, no one to turn to. Without them, the child would have been nothing more than another slowly decomposing corpse in the winter wilderness. Daisuke had spent many nights pondering what would have happened had they not saved Kiyoshi. Would they even have the motivation to survive for as long as they did? In the beginning, they were all defeated by the prospect that they'd never see their loved ones again. Daisuke was also one such example. If they returned, they would be executed. Their families were most likely disassociating from them, in order to avoid punishment, so returning might even put them in danger too. So, all they had now was the bonds they built with each other. Currently, Daisuke stood in the middle of a clearing with a stick, teaching a small Kiyoshi a proper stance. Surprisingly, Ken seemed to at least be a bit of a natural when it came to holding a blade. At least to Daisuke. To Ken, he was just getting used to holding a blade again. It wasn't his first time. He was no master, but he wasn't exactly a novice either. He hadn't exactly been sword-fighting opponents in his past life, but he was somewhat familiar with executions and had used small blades consistently throughout his career. But he had never had a proper teacher, all of what he knew was found out through trial and error. Now he had Daisuke, giving some semblance of balance to a style that would otherwise only shape up to be wild and bloodthirsty. Daisuke was genuinely shocked. Although Ken was weak in body, he seemed to be an extremely fast learner. His lack of sight didn't seem to bother him either, as he slashed away at falling leaves with frightful precision. The only thing that was lacking currently was speed. There was no way for a small child to showcase speed impressive enough to make Daisuke astonished though. Ken's current blade moved at a speed that Daisuke could track with his trained gaze, but it also seemed to whiz a bit in the wind. The more time passed, the faster Ken seemed to get, and the more leaves he seemed to be able to hit with his wooden stick. This training went on for a few months. The other samurai also noticed how determined Ken was. So they all imparted parts of their respective styles to him. There were no such things as secret styles among them, they were all family, and what they had they shared. The sword training then shifted from Ken hitting falling leaves, to Ken sparring with Daisuke or whoever was available. The adults were obviously going easy on the blind child. At least at first. But by the time Ken turned 6, they had no choice but to block his strikes in earnest. At this point, it was rather obvious that Ken could see. Everyone could tell that his sight was likely related to chakra. So they also started trying to teach him how to use it in fights. They taught him a few chakra control exercises, which Ken was able to complete perfectly in very minimal time. Constantly controlling and feeling the energies inside of him since birth had gifted him with a huge advantage when it came to controlling said energies. At this point, the samurai realized that they had a prodigy on their hands. They had no idea just how major their child's accomplishments were, as they were merely samurai. But most children at Ken's age could barely sense their chakra, very few could control it, let alone perfectly. Ken didn't have anywhere to learn jutsu from though, he simply learned the samurai ways. And a samurai's main ability, and their most powerful, was infusing their blades with chakra. After realizing that the small child could already almost perfectly control chakra, Daisuke was quick to try and teach Ken how to perform chakra flow. They didn't have any way of finding out what type of chakra Ken had, but they would as soon as Ken managed to perform it properly. Chakra flow usually required one to know such things, but they simply had no way of gaining those types of training supplied out in the mountains. And, regardless, they bet on the fact that Ken was a prodigy, that the small child would manage to forge his own path. And, the very first day Ken reached the age of 7 years old, was the first time he managed to infuse chakra into his blade. His small tanto sparked with lightning, and a blue coat seemed to cover the edge of the blade perfectly. From this, Daisuke was able to tell that Ken had a lightning attribute, that much was obvious, but he also had the wind attribute, that one was a bit less obvious, but a trained eye could tell. EOV.C. Ken was excited when he had finally achieved the state of chakra flow. He quickly rushed to the nearest tree. The tanto in his hand seemed to be completely covered by a blade of chakra. With a single swipe, Ken was able to cut the tree in half instantly. The wood was cut cleanly, to the point where the wood felt smooth to the palm when Ken touched it. It was around that time that Daisuke and the others realized that they didn't have much else to teach Ken. He had learned everything too quickly. 2 years was all that it took for him to come to that point. It made them feel a bit inadequate. But they had never been especially powerful, they were mere soldiers, cannon fodder born to die and be buried in mass. At least Ken had demonstrated that his talent put him above the rest. The samurai were confident that he would be able to handle himself in the future, but there would still be some time before little Ken would develop an interest in the real world. Until then, at least the samurai could rest easy. Even if some of them were rather salty about the fact that Ken could already beat them in a spar. Chapter 5, Development Plan and Home. Ken was sitting in the common room, his katana resting on his legs as he sat cross-legged. The rags he wore were ripped in many places. Now that his body was somewhat bigger, he was also given pieces of red samurai armor, which he put on underneath his tattered rags. Ken slowly got up, deciding on his activities for the day and also starting to look around their camp for a bit. After walking around the forest, he drew a large map on the ground near the front door of the main building of their hideout, using his senses to draw the tracks and openings that he could feel around him. Daisuke noticed him doing so rather quickly. Ken, what's all of this about? The older samurai was rather confused by Ken's decision to randomly start drawing on the ground. I've mapped our surroundings, I'm just drawing it into the dirt for now. Ken said as he continued dragging the hilt of his katana on the ground while humming in a low voice. Daisuke stopped a bit, blinking a few times as he tried to question himself why the only blind person in the group was suddenly interested in drawing maps. Is there really a need for this? I mean, we are likely just going to move at some point anyway. Daisuke rolled his eyes a bit, still looking at the drawings on the ground with a bit of interest. Are we really going to find a better place than this? I don't think so. I think it's time we settled in one place permanently. Patrols don't come this far into the mountains anyway. Ken spoke without holding much back. They were currently using an abandoned shrine as a base, its walls needed repairing, and it could use some roofing, but Daisuke had made it their temporal base. Many were rather excited about not sleeping in leaf tents and small cabins for once. So Ken decided to start planning out a way to turn the shrine into a permanent home for their wandering group. I get your point, but Ken, we really can't afford to get caught by them. Even if they don't travel this far out, they might spot our hunters' tracks, which will lead them to us eventually. Daisuke's concerns weren't exactly baseless, as that had happened a few times in the past. Each time they were forced to flee. There are ways to avoid detection. With a map, we can start planning out routes for our hunters to take. We need to establish proper boundaries, and with some luck, we won't have any invaders anytime soon. Ken continued to scribble on the ground until it became a clear image, one that he couldn't quite see but could feel. Daisuke was rather surprised at the detail in Ken's map. It seemed to take into account every crevice of the mountain range. It was as if Ken had been living there his whole life. But Daisuke knew that such a thing wasn't possible. They had only found the shrine a few weeks back, so all that exploring was done in a rather short time frame. Daisuke looked a bit at the child in front of him, who had now turned his gazeless face towards him in an odd manner. Ken waited a bit for Daisuke's reaction, until finally, "Fine. Don't give me those eyes." Ken smiled a bit at that joke, grinning as his sharp teeth glinted in the sunlight. Joking about Ken's situation was something that only Daisuke did, and Ken only found it amusing, as he knew it wasn't in poor taste or ill-intentioned. "We'll give this a shot, but we must also have escape routes prepared. Just in case." Daisuke relented in the end, giving Ken's idea a chance. The first thing the two of them decided to do was to draw out some paths for the hunters to take back to camp. The designated hunters were Jura, Isamu, Fumio and Arita. All of them were trained rather extensively and knew their way around a forest. Still, sometimes it was simply difficult to hide their tracks due to different circumstances, like being caught up in storms or patrols attacking them. Ken and Daisuke were quick to draw up different territories for hunting, with each hunting territory having at least 2 different retreat paths in case of emergency, where the hunter group split up and led the pursuers through a planned array of traps and pitfalls that they would need to set up beforehand. The hunting group would eventually meet up again, after which they were to circle around the place for a bit, before heading directly to a pre-planned decoy base, which they also needed to build. After that, they were to come to the shrine, the actual home. Ken already had planned to build a few different decoy bases throughout the mountain. This plan was bound to make hunting a bit more laborious, but they were a group of former samurai, they knew how to deal with complicated tasks. All of them needed exact coordinates at all times, so Daisuke planned to give each of them a copy of that map to keep with them. The plan itself would take a lot of construction work and trap laying, but they were thankfully not a lazy bunch. Ken had also already started planning to repair the old shrine into a more livable place. By the time the hunters got back to base that night, Daisuke had already managed to draw the maps for their new hunting routes. FENVO. But their jobs were far from done. The hunters seemed rather excited at the prospect of having a permanent home, so they quickly got to work designing different traps and sharpening sticks. Ken also went off to build a decoy camp. At this point, he was big/strong enough that the samurai mostly let him do whatever he wanted. And so, their group now had plenty of work to do for the following months. But this time they were building something different. Not a temporary shelter from wind and rain. No, they were finally planning to build an actual home. Something that all of them, even Ken, had been longing for a long time. Their sweat was spilt as the seasons changed. Slowly but surely, the paths they were taking days were filled with traps, all leading to dozens of decoy bases all around the mountain range and even beyond. It was an intricate web that spanned as long as possible. And the shrine became the heart of it all. All of them gathered there at night after a hard day at work and shared more and more stories. Ken told them of his trips in the forests, of how the birds sometimes landed on his head as he was meditating on tree branches. Daisuke told them of how he once had to cut up a wolf pack while carrying wood for one of the decoy strongholds. Jura, the physically strongest of the group, told them of how he was once forced to wrestle a bear in order to protect the meat he had hunted. Isamu and Fumio were mostly together at all times. Most of their stories consisted of dunking on patrols and laughing their asses off while running their pursuers in mazes of traps. Arita had a few stories of getting caught in the nets they had set up. He had always been the less dexterous one among them. Koji, the doctor, unfortunately, didn't have many interesting stories, he mostly kept to himself actually. But he did smile a lot when hearing everyone else speak so openly. It was seemingly enough for him to just listen. He was one of the people that didn't leave the shrine much, only gathering herbs nearby from time to time. He handled making medicine and had rebuilt most of the shrine by himself. He also handled most of the cooking. Everyone cleaned their own shit though, all of them were men and no one had any fun cleaning another man's garments. Even Ken cleaned his own clothes, as the samurai wanted him to grow up to be responsible. Just like that, with their blood, sweat, and tears, they had finally built a home. A place where they could return and rest. Ken was satisfied, finally having a place he could call his own, with people that cared about him and that he could call family. But the world he was in wasn't a peaceful one. How long would his happiness last, I wonder? Chapter 6, Gifts and Surprises. The months flew by quickly, with the samurai and Ken all doing their best to survive in their new environment. Although at this point, they were not just surviving, they were thriving. They were the kings of that mountain range. Slowly but surely, they had received a name from patrols within the Land of Iron. They were known as the Mountain Hyenas. The hunting group was well known for leading patrols into traps in the area. They were called the hyenas due to their propensity to laugh at their pursuers from a distance. A few of the decoys had been raided, but nothing major had happened, and Daisuke was just able to build a few more to replace them. The paths that the hunters took through the mountains also constantly changed. Ken spent some time making more traps for their retreating paths. The authorities were not any closer to finding the shrine as they were when they started hunting them though. The shrine was a lot deeper inside the mountain than the decoys and hunting paths were. So their home was relatively safe. Daisuke had scolded the 4 hunters a few times for their careless attitudes. Getting a reputation was not exactly a good thing for them after all. But it was already done, so there was nothing they could do about it, besides be more careful in the future. The hunts became more and more restrained, as the attention they received also started dying down. During this time, Koji was also able to slip into one of the cities. Enough time had passed for him to be mostly forgotten. He looked completely different to the posters they had of him anyway. It certainly helped that he had never left the base to hunt. This was mostly Daisuke's plan though. To have at least someone capable of going into a city and sometimes buying supplies/spices. Returning to the shrine was done through the same paths that the hunters took, just for added precaution. And, when Ken's 8th birthday came, Koji brought Ken a gift, not one that he had bought, but one that he had made. It was a wooden mask, painted white with a red dot in the center of the face. It was reminiscent of what some Anbu from the shinobi villages wore, but this one didn't have any eye holes. He also had managed to acquire the 3 beginning jutsus that most ninja villages practiced. This was bought off a peddler, and he gave them all to Ken on his birthday. One can guess that Ken was rather pumped with the gifts he received. He especially appreciated the mask, as he now could finally cut off the bangs that he had always been using to hide his deformed face. Unfortunately, it seemed that none of the jutsus were all that useful for Ken. He couldn't use transformation or clones, as he found it difficult to envision how other people looked. He could tell some features with his senses, but details such as clothes and even facial expressions were impossible. The substitution jutsu also required one to use an optical illusion, which once again, Ken turned out to be unable to do. It was rather tragic, but Ken just decided he'd stick to his swords for now. In the first place, Koji had to read him the techniques and teach him the hand signs. As Ken had no chance of understanding a book. His written Japanese was nowhere near his spoken one, and he also couldn't feel the words on a printed book. In the end, Ken ended his birthday with a smile on his face. Even if the techniques turned out to be a bust, the effort was certainly there, and Ken knew that the samurai had likely spent a good portion of their savings on him. So he started planning out a gift to give the other samurai, as thanks for all of the hard work they had put into raising him. The gift he thought about was also a meaningful one. Ken planned to quickly start building a small memorial for all of the people in their group that had fallen. He didn't even wait more than a few more days before deciding to gather all of the materials needed to build a small altar. He hid them somewhere near camp and proceeded to go on with his plan. He wanted this to be a surprise to everyone, so he pretended to be sick, pretending to have a sickness that would he require some herbs from a bit farther away from the shrine. Kenji had read him some medicine books that he had kept around when he had been little. And Ken's memory was extremely good, so all he had to do was imitate some symptoms from that. The herbs weren't far enough for any patrols to appear, but far enough that it would give him enough time to build the memorial place unobstructed. So, Koji and the hunters formed an expedition. Ken needed a bit more to convince Daisuke to go with them. The leader was obviously a bit suspicious, but he ended up going with the herb gathering team as well. He was happy after finally having the entire shrine to himself, so he quickly started building the memorial place using the materials he had gathered and hidden beforehand. He spent around an hour, and the construction was mostly done. Ken was rather proud of himself. He hoped it also looked pleasing to the eye, but he couldn't quite judge it himself when it came to aesthetics. Ken was still satisfied with the work he had done. So, he simply walked over to the front gate, and sat down, waiting for his family to arrive back with the herbs. He simply waited and waited. Another hour passed by, and that was when Ken was starting to think that maybe something bad had happened. But he waved away those thoughts, knowing that it was most likely just that they were having issues finding the herbs. At least that was what he thought at first. The silence didn't last long, unfortunately. Dash boom dash. That was when he heard it. A deafening sound. Ken could feel the trembling ground at his feet. Ken could feel the trees shaking, the snowy mountain trembling as a small avalanche was formed. The sound instantly filled him with concern, as his greatest fears were manifesting quickly. Confusion overwhelmed his senses, as he quickly ran inside and grabbed his blade, a regular katana, and ran into the forest at inhuman speeds. The more he ran, the more concerned he grew. His steps became heavier and heavier, as he eventually could feel people moving in the distance. But with people moving, he could also smell it. The extremely familiar stench of blood wafting through the air. The burning smell of a smoldering cadaver was a thing he had been somewhat used to at some point, but he didn't think he'd sense it in his new life. His senses flared, as the movement died down by the time he got closer. In a small clearing, surrounded by blown-up trees and cut-down bushes, Ken could clearly feel 6 bodies lying on the ground, as the mountain winds flowed over them. They were all missing their heads, but Ken could still tell who they were. He knew them by smell at this point. With steady steps, he reached the clearing and stood right in front of the body pile. The grip of his hand weakened as his blade fell to the ground, and his knees simply buckled as he felt something he hadn't thought he'd ever feel in his life. Rage. Pure and unadulterated rage. The former assassin had never felt that emotion before. Now, he got to experience it in its full glory. Whoever did this? I will find out. Ken started speaking as he placed his hands on the ground, the blood flowing from the bodies coating his gloves directly. I promise that I'll make sure they join you in hell, Ken said as he clutched the hand of a headless corpse whom he had formerly called Daisuke. Chapter 7, Family and Adversity. Ken didn't know what to think, his mind was filled with thoughts of revenge, but he still took a moment to regain his bearings. He stood there for a few seconds, seemingly staring into the abyss. If he had any eyes, they would most certainly be both empty and bloodshot at the same time. The 6 corpses that stood in front of him, the way they were just unceremoniously thrown after being decapitated. It simply didn't sit right with him. They were his family. The only family he had ever had in both of his lives put together. They were the first friends he had made, the first people that he had actually cared about. His mind was simply having a hard time registering the image his senses were describing for him. At the same time, he felt conflicted. For the longest time, he had placed almost no value on any life, human or otherwise. Yet the people in front of him, he couldn't deny their value to his life. The first 4 samurai that died Ken hadn't gotten that attached to, but the 6 before him had been there with him through thick and they had all experienced countless hardships together. All of them had been simply surviving in that cruel world that Ken had ended up in. He had been far more attached to Daisuke and Kiji than the others, but they had all still been his family, and all of them treated him with care. They had been the first ones to ever do so. And now they were gone. Ken knew he now had to cope with that. But, at the same time, he didn't know any healthy ways of dealing with loss, as he had never experienced it to such a degree. So, Ken didn't mourn for long though, getting up from the ground, straightening his back and grabbing his blade. Whatever bastard did this is sure to still be nearby. He had heard the explosion just recently, the blood was still fresh, and the bodies were still warm. All signs pointed Ken towards the obvious reality that the killers were near. Very near. With a deep breath, the young swordsman managed to find the smell of 7 different people besides his family and immediately started dashing into the forest, tracking them down as best he could. The mountain-raised child now had the nose of a wolf, and the agility of a cheetah as he leapt from branch to branch with the grace of a leopard, not making a single sound as he got closer and closer to his prey. The smell of blood that was wafting from behind him got further and further, as he now could feel the culprits clearly within his senses. Stepping from tree branch to tree branch, and eventually landing on the ground. He could now discern some of the features of the men as the air around them fluttered around them. 7 people, all of different heights, all seemed to be carrying strange blades. Ken couldn't tell much else about their appearance, as he couldn't exactly see how they were dressed or discern any facial features. With a leap, he pounced on them like a hungry predator. Just as reckless as he always had been in his last life. His blade was already drawn as he stabbed toward the one dragging behind them all. It was the largest man among them, with a blade large enough to match that seemed to be oddly round in shape. The man in question didn't even turn around, his hands didn't even move as he simply tilted to the side and dodged Ken's stab. Ken was a bit surprised by that, his technique had been flawless and he didn't think he'd be detected. Still, he didn't let that dissuade him, as he quickly turned his blade and slashed at the man. The swordsman in question quickly grabbed at the blade on his back and blocked Ken's sword strike, shocking Ken with his reaction speed and agile movements. Ken immediately used chakra flow, his blade flickering with electricity as he tried to dig into the man's blade. But the second the chakra came in contact with the man's sword, it seemed to be absorbed. At a speed Ken could barely react to, the tall and bulky man kicked toward Ken, aiming right for the young child's stomach. Ken managed to put up his guard, blocking the kick and getting sent flying backwards, smashing into a tree and breaking it. As the air left his lungs quickly. "What the hell is wrong with this brat?" the large man said as all 7 of the swordsmen looked at the young attacker with different expressions. They were none other than the 7 swordsmen of the mist, a group of jonin that had been going around the world in order to make a name for themselves. They had specifically come to the Land of Iron after hearing about a rather elusive bandit group, the Mountain Hyenas, which had somehow racked up a rather high bounty from the daime of the Land of Iron. The swordsmen of the mist had decided to take up that bounty, stalking the mountains for a few days before finally finding a trace of one of the usual routes that the bandits took. It just so happens that 6 people came down the mountain after only a day of waiting, 2 more than what the group was reported to be. But the swordsmen didn't bother much, swiftly killing all 6 of them without much issue. All 7 of them were jonin after all, and they were even stronger than the vast majority of other jonin, so the runaway samurai/mountain bandits didn't even get to react before they died. The strike that sealed the deal had been from Jinpachi Munashi. He was able to use his Shivuki/blast sword, which was quite literally a scroll filled with explosive tags on a handle, to blow up and disorient the samurai, which allowed the others to decapitate them swiftly. They gathered the heads in a sack and started making their way back to the daimyo's palace to collect the bounty. That was when a small child attacked them out of nowhere. More specifically, Ken had tried to kill Fugyuki Sukazan, the current wielder of the same hata. The most monstrous blade of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Ken's assassination techniques were top-notch, the way he had approached them was truly frightening, as not one of the 7 jonin had noticed him in any way. He had made no sound, and they could feel no chakra or bloodlust from him, it was as if they were attacked by a ghost. The only reason Fugyuki managed to survive, was the same hata, the sword had wriggled in panic when sensing Ken's approach, alerting its owner that something was indeed wrong. Had it not been for the sword's sentience, Fugyuki would have most likely been stabbed and killed in an instant. Fugyuki's brow was filled with sweat as he looked at the small brat that had almost just killed him. A little kid just snuck up on us. JZ Biwa, the current wielder of the Kyubikaribch, decapitating carving knife wielded by Zabuza in the future, said as he grasped at the blade on his back. Be cautious. He seems rather dangerous. Kushimaru Kuriareri, the tall blonde swordsman that wielded the Nuiberi, sewing needle, said as he also took out his long, needle-shaped, blade in one hand and his wire in the other. What's all the fuss, it's just some random brat. Jinpachi said as he put his blast sword on his shoulder and started walking toward the kid. Oi, did you get lost? The second he reached in front of Ken, Ken leapt towards him. Ken knew that he wasn't likely to be treated as a child since he had just ambushed them, so he wasn't planning to wait for them to attack first. Jinpachi smiled sadistically as he swung his blast sword towards the child, not showing any mercy as his blade released an explosion large enough to shake the earth underneath them. Ken was sent flying by that explosion, breaking a few more trees with his back as he stabbed his blade into the ground to stop himself. Ken didn't even get the time to breathe, as another swordsman was already on him. This time it was none other than JZ, who had followed Ken at breakneck speeds and swung his sword towards him. Ken barely got to raise his sword in time to meet the incoming strike, shocking JZ with his reaction time. Unfortunately, reaction time couldn't make up for the difference in weapon quality and strength. JZ's blade broke through Ken's small katana rather quickly, slashing the young swordsman across the chest horizontally. The bones in Ken's hands cracked due to his opponent's strength, making the situation even worse. Ken fell backwards, his hand losing its grip on the broken katana as he hit the ground. JZ couldn't help but laugh out loud when seeing the blood spill from Ken's lips. Ha 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 ha. I can't believe this brat. Did you guys see the way he blocked that? JZ said as he turned around and looked at his colleagues. That was a huge mistake on his part. Ken slipped the mask off of his face and Ken quickly jumped onto the man's back, crossing his legs around his torso and instantly biting at his throat with his sharp teeth. JZ was shocked, quickly grabbed onto the child's hair with one hand, and slipped his fingers onto his lower jaw with the other. His fingers bled as he struggled against the rabid child's teeth. He eventually succeeded in what he had planned, breaking Ken's jaw with his superior strength and kicking Ken into a tree once more. JZ was no longer in any mood to laugh, he clutched at his throat as he gasped a few times, spitting some blood as he realized that he had actually been injured rather seriously. I told you to be careful. Kushimaru walked over, he would have stabbed Ken through the head, had JZ not been able to break his jaw. Shut up. JZ said as he still clutched at his bleeding neck. He must have been related to the bandits from earlier. Most likely out for revenge. Another one of the swordsmen walked towards the downed Ken. This time, it was Jinin Akabino, the wielder of the Kabutori, which was technically a hammer and an axe tied together. Such a pathetic little thing. Jinpachi said with his blast sword still slung over his shoulder. No need to ridicule him. Kushimaru said, giving his companion a long look before staring back at the downed child. At this point, all of the swordsmen noticed something. Their opponent, the one that had almost killed two of them and that managed to block so many of their strikes, was completely blind. Not only blind, but completely missing the upper half of his face. It was honestly jarring to look at even for the trained jonin. I think it's better we kill this one here. Kushimaru said as he raised his needle blade and stabbed the child directly in the chest, right through where he knew the heart would be. The other swordsmen also seemed rather weirded out. Ultimately, they all agreed with Kushimaru's decision though, seeing no issue with getting rid of a future powerful enemy out for revenge. Still, their jobs were done, so they went back and collected the sack filled with the heads of the mountain bandits and continued going down the mountain. Ken didn't have any bounty on his head, so they didn't bother with him anymore. Simply leaving the corpse behind. The 7 swordsmen were left a bit humbled by the experience, especially the two that had almost lost their lives in the fight against a blind mountain child. As they were leaving, Ken's fingers twitched a bit. Not one of them had noticed it though. After all, who would think such a thing was possible, right? Chapter 8, Energy and Exhaustion. Ken didn't know what to feel when he recovered his senses. He could smell plenty of his own blood in the air, he could feel the swordsmen departing, but he didn't have the strength to stop them. They didn't turn around either, only kept going until they were completely out of his range. That was the only moment Ken was actually able to calm down momentarily and focus on his own body. He could feel both of his energies. One of them was his chakra, weakened as some of it had been absorbed by the blade of one of the swordsmen. The other energy was now the dominant one, at least briefly. It was revolving around his entire body in a way Ken had never felt before. Ken had never actually managed to control it himself, but it seemed to naturally strengthen his body at all times for some reason. Ken could feel his body mending, slowly. He would surely be immobile for a few hours at the very least. The energy was running rampant in his body by itself, he could feel it clearly. The more it dissipated while healing his wounds, the more of it seemed to be automatically absorbed from his surroundings. Yet, it seemed to automatically balance itself to match his chakra, which now would have technically slowed down his healing if it was not constantly being absorbed from the air around him as he powered through the pain and breathed as much and as deeply as he could. Ken had no clue what that energy was. It seemed to be related to nature from how it was being absorbed from around him, but Ken still had no clue as to what it was. Although, it was pretty clear that it had saved his life. Another thing that had clearly saved his life was the fact that, unlike most people, his heart was actually located slightly more to the right, a bit covered by one of his lungs. It was likely related to his birth, as he was pretty hideously deformed at the end of the day. Kushimaru had only slightly grazed his heart instead of piercing it. Had it been pierced, Ken would have likely died regardless of that energy. Who knew that a human can actually get that strong? Ken pondered on the people that had almost killed him while simply enjoying the wind beating on his broken body. Ken had thought himself relatively powerful. The strange nature-related energy had made him stronger than most adults despite only being 8 years old. He didn't remember or know much about the world he found himself in, but he had felt that cutting down 1 or 2 trees with a sword swing was already powerful. It seemed that he wasn't all that great after all. At least not yet. He had the technique forged in the blood of tens of thousands from back in his world, he had the surprise attack on them, and yet he had still ended up in his current state. From the beginning to the end, Ken had trouble following the movements of his opponents. He could initially tell that they were stronger than him from their strides, and the way they carried themselves, but he thought he would be able to make up for the difference with skill. It seemed that the 7 adults were also plenty skilled. This isn't acceptable. Ken felt clenched one of his broken arms with a frown on his face. He simply felt inadequate, the ones that killed his family were simply able to walk away despite his best efforts. That was when it hit him. No. In the first place, I've just turned 8 this week. These people seem to be talented people that have trained their entire lives. That train of thought managed to raise a different emotion in Ken. A wide, crazed and toothy smile rose on his lips, his sharpened teeth somewhat red from the blood that he had just spit out. 7 swordsmen. All carrying special swords, not exactly a low-key group. Next time we meet, all of them will die. No. I won't just kill them. I'll make sure to get strong enough to crush them. Ken's wide smile didn't disappear at all, not even when wolves had gathered around him, cautiously circling around him as if they were waiting for him to die or pass out. They had likely smelled all of the blood in the area. While they were approaching, Ken was in his own mind, thinking of the ways he would go about killing the swordsman. With those thoughts in mind, he simply let out a small laugh. All the wolves reared back when hearing it. Then the small laugh turned louder and louder, becoming more and more demented by the second. Ken's aura flared up, he released a wave of killing intent so baleful and vile that all of the wolves seemed to freeze up instantly when it passed over them. Ken's laughter resonated throughout the clearing he was in. The wolves instantly turned tail and ran away, not wanting to get any closer to the thing laying on the ground. After all, no matter how wounded it was, a predator would always be dangerous prey to hunt. Ken didn't really bother with the wolves, he merely sat there for the next few hours, running simulations in his mind about how that fight could have gone had he been just a little bit stronger. Eventually, though, his bloodlust had calmed down, as he regained his bearings and painfully sat back up. The bones in his arms were still cracked all over, but they were slowly mending. It seemed that most of his flesh wounds were already healed up. With his hands hanging limply by his sides, he started walking back towards the place where his family was killed, and by extension towards his only home. He stopped by the corpses of his family. He wasn't the type to put an emotional value on corpses, but he still valued their memory greatly, so he used his broken arms to grab onto something important from each of them. He dragged his broken body back to the temple, his home, which was now empty. Ken could feel the air flowing through it, as he realized just how little the house meant without the people living in it. The previously warm enclosure and safe space they had built, was now nothing more than a cold and desolate scenery. The fire that was usually kept alight by Koji had also gone out while Ken was out. Ken at this point realized that he wouldn't be able to live there for long. It was no longer a home, it was just a residence now. And, it was also a graveyard. Ken approached the shrine he had built, the little memorial place he had made for the people that fell before them. Now, 6 more trinkets were placed on it. Daisuke's hairpin. The man had always had long hair, and his hairpin always held it in place, even during training. Koji's favorite kunao, which he also used as a scalpel. It wasn't exactly a sentimental item, but Koji was not the type of person to keep trinkets and to give meaning to items. Jura's necklace, which was made out of wolf fangs, from wolves that he had hunted as a young man. Isamu had his favorite pair of sandals, one that Ken had actually made for him. The samurai had cherished it quite a bit. Fumio had a small tanto, the first blade that Ken had used as a small child. It was a family relic of sorts, and Fumio had given it to Ken for a while to train with a sharp blade. And Arata's cracked glasses. As the less dexterous member, he unfortunately also had some eyesight problems. But that never deterred him. Ken stood there for a bit, carving away at a few pieces of wood with his less broken arm as he made the shrine a bit larger. After spending a bit of time on that, Ken dropped his tools, which were just sharpened stones, and went on inside the temple. Falling asleep on his futon almost instantly as tiredness took over his body and mind. The last thing he thought about brought an honest smile to his lips, as he remembered the recent celebration of his birthday. A warm moment. One that he would no longer have the luxury to experience. And with that, Ken blacked out. Chapter 9, Rat in the Lion's Den. The 7 swordsmen of the mist managed to collect the bounty successfully, but not one of them had forgotten the strange child that had attacked them. Especially not the 2 that had almost died to him. Fuyuki walked forward in a robotic manner, trying to play out a scenario in his mind, where he would have survived that encounter. But had it not been for his good luck, as well as having same hata, he would have died there, instantly. He, a genin and a powerful member of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, would have died to a child had his luck been any worse. Why was he able to hide his presence so perfectly? It was as if he was blended with his surroundings. I couldn't even feel him when he was in front of me. Fuyuki's back was filled with sweat as he remembered the cold feeling he got when that sword came for his head. No sound was made, and no killing intent was leaked for even a second. Those were not the movements of a child. Those were the movements of a highly trained assassin. Not a single academy child would be able to come close to that kind of skill. While Fuyuki was thinking about stealth skills and assassination techniques, JZBwa was thinking about something else entirely. JZ was a person known for his brutality. He had played with his opponents mercilessly before, he took the slightest bit of pleasure in seeing his opponents squirm. He simply couldn't understand it. How could a child be even more brutal than him? Usually, he was playful with his victims, his brutality only extending as far as his actions did, as he preferred to mock his victims. He wasn't against biting an opponent's neck in order to win, but the way it was done this time was simply creepy. He could tell that the child was far from disgusted when biting into his flesh. Rather, the opposite, he still remembered the corners of the child's lips pointing upwards. The muffled giggle as he crunched down tighter on JZ's neck. JZ could only rub his bandaged neck as he remembered that moment with cold sweat on his spine. It was as if he had been attacked by a rabid animal. He hadn't even heard a grunt of pain or a shout of any sort, even when almost ripping off the child's jaw. He refused to believe that a child of all things would be so feral. So he no longer thought of the child as a human being. Good thing it's dead now. None of the swordsmen felt the need to look further into the matter, only sending in the heads and receiving the reward for the bandits. They also told the daimyo the location of the paths that the bandits were taking. Someone had to clean up the mountains after all. And a squad was sent eventually. A few days later a squad of 10 samurai was sent to clean up the mountain of traps and corpses. As they knew that the jonin certainly didn't bother to clean up after themselves. The squad was also led by a high-ranking samurai. A hatamoto, a banner carrier or a guardian of the banner, direct guards of the daimyo and considered vassals that owned mansions of their own. Technically, each hatamoto was just as powerful as a jonin, but they were not experienced in any form of assassination personally. Some could recognize them and protect themselves from them, but none could perform them, as they were considered cowardly tricks. This hatamoto in particular was told to go there personally in order to scout out the situation and find the original hideout of the bandits. The other men with him were nothing more than gate guards, only there to handle the cleanup, as a hatamoto was not to get his hands dirty cleaning up co-pairs. The hatamoto eventually managed to find a thin trail of blood. He followed the trail in one direction, and managed to find a pool of blood in a clearing with cut and exploded trees. A fight definitely happened here. But this was not in the report those jonin provided. Just goes to show that you can never trust shinobi. The hatamoto looked at the pool of dried blood on the ground with a skeptical gaze. No one would survive losing that much blood. Someone else might have dragged the body away. He quickly came to that conclusion and decided to trace the blood in the other direction. He told the gate guards in his squad to keep cleaning up the scene before following him. He was confident in dealing with one bandit. And if there were more, he could always simply escape and inform his lord. Thankfully, the trail of blood had also not been covered up by snow, as there hadn't been any storms on that mountain recently. He followed the trail of blood all the way to the site of what appeared to be a patched-up abandoned temple. This must have been the actual main base of the mountain hyenas. He drew his blade silently as he walked into the compound slowly. He could see the patched-up walls. The building was maintained. But the fire in the yard seemed to have gone out. It's possible that they have moved out. But I need to be cautious. The hatamoto grasped his blade with a serious gaze as he looked at the main building of the temple. He also noticed what seemed to be a small shrine near it. He was able to notice that it hadn't been built all that long ago, and some of the items on there were bloody. This is certainly recent. 10 memorial items, 10 missing deserters. It's been 8 years, but I guess Daisuke didn't make it in the end. The hatamoto remembered Daisuke and his squad. He had been the one to give them the initial order that caused them to become deserters. Their orders had been rather simple. Daisuke himself was a Gokunin at some point, 2 ranks below a hatamoto, but still a vassal with his own land. So he was the squad leader. They were tasked to send a message to the 5 kage of each shinobi village, to force them to end the war. It was basically a suicide mission. They likely wouldn't even make it past the first cage before being killed. That was why Daisuke decided to save the lives of his squad and become nomads. The hatamoto looked at the small shrine with a scowl. I still remember getting scolded by our Lord for his betrayal. He would have slashed the shrine in half from hatred, but dishonoring the dead was in poor taste, so he simply moved on. The Hatamoto couldn't sense anyone inside the building, but he knew that there was a possibility for the one that had built the small shrine to still be inside. So, instead of entering the temple, he simply imbued his katana with his chakra, making it glow in a deep blue light. It was a legendary blade gifted to him by his lord for his extensive service. It was made out of chakra-conductive metals and sharper than any regular blade, said to even be on par with legendary blades such as the Sword of Totsuka. It was officially called the Severing Sword. With an upward motion, he sent a flying slash towards the temple, splitting it in half rather easily. He then swiped his sword a few more times, cutting the temple more and more until it collapsed completely. He then sheathed his blade and looked at the rebel with expectation in his gaze, preparing for a quick draw technique as soon as any assailant showed himself. He stood in that position for a few minutes, then he noticed that there was simply no movement in the temple ruins. He narrowed his eyes as he proceeded to turn around. The Hatamoto walked a few steps, before drawing his blade and slashing behind him at speeds that could barely be followed with the naked eye. Quite a bit of sweat was present on his brow as he looked around, a foreboding feeling simply made him shiver. Something isn't right. He felt as if he was intruding into a lion's den. As if a predator had its gaze locked on him. He was being hunted. That was pure instinct that he had forged through countless battles. In comparison, the 7 swordsmen of the mist were still beginners to him, who had been a Hatamoto for a few decades. His instincts were more honed, even if he was weaker in strength. Show yourself. The fact that his voice trembled a bit only made things worse, and he knew that showing your fear to a predator was a sure way to die. Unfortunately for him, he was not a sensory type. Even if he was, the odds of him sensing Ken were extremely low, unless he was on the level of an actual cage. From behind him, he could suddenly hear movement. He turned around quickly, only to see dozens of senbo and shuriken coming his way. His mind panicked slightly, as his fear materialized, but his body moved as if on instinct. His blade swiped at impressive speeds, protecting his body perfectly from the projectiles in front of him. As he was blocking the projectiles, he felt something strange, as if something cold had slipped into him. Looking down, he could see 2 blades sticking out of his body, one from his stomach and one from his chest. He had already bled quite a lot, so he didn't even know when it had happened exactly. What? He looked forward, where the projectiles had been coming from, only to see a poorly set up spring trap at the entry of the temple. And no. He tried to turn around, to slash his blade behind him, but by now his body had already lost a lot of blood. His slower than usual slash was dogged perfectly as the blades seemed to slip out of him without any issue. In front of him was a short masked figure. Nothing more than a child wearing ill-fitting red armor and tattered black rags around his shoulders. A white mask with a large red dot in the center, with no visible eye holes. That figure seemed to be staring into his soul. The Hatamoto immediately collapsed to the ground, as he felt the strength leave his body by the second. His blade was also dropped at that point. Ken simply picked it up, looking at it with interest, flowing his chakra through it while completely ignoring the dying man at his feet. A great blade. I'll be taking this. The Hatamoto felt more and more horror when hearing the nonchalant and young voice that escaped that mask. I don't appreciate you destroying my house. But I guess it's no longer home when I am alone. He said as he walked over to the Hatamoto, who was currently trying to crawl away. I must warn the others. They need to flee and inform the Lord. The man was concentrated on his duty. He felt it was odd that he unintentionally rolled around on the ground. At least that was what he thought had happened up until he saw his body, a few meters away. Only his head had rolled off. He could see in his last moments, Ken scavenging the scabbard from his corpse. Ken then looked at the path that led down the mountain, as he knew there must have been more people there. I feel the need to blow off some steam now. These are the same people that forced us into the mountains in the first place anyway. Ken then looked at the corpse of the man he had just killed. His opponent had been strong, even able to cut down the large temple with ease. Still, in Ken's eyes, he seemed weaker than the swordsman that had almost killed him. At least he had less awareness when it came to assassination techniques. Maybe he was a great fighter. But Ken wasn't out to fight him, he simply wanted to kill him. And that was much easier. After all, he was an assassin by profession. Even if he was dressed as a samurai. They must be here to clean up after the swordsman from earlier. He then continued down the mountain, to clean up the rodents that had infested his former home. Chapter 10, Hunting Season. Ken walked down the mountain as he ran his hand on his newly acquired blade. It was an extremely sharp sword. Ken touched the razor edge carefully, his senses heightened to an extreme. The katana didn't seem to have a cross guard, so the sword handle connected seamlessly with the sheath. It was a simple blade, not ornate, for it was an object of murder, not a centerpiece over a fireplace. But more importantly, it was a much better blade than what he had previously. With this, I can at least compete with those swordsmen in one department. He still remembered the way his blade had snapped in that fight. The way he was betrayed by his weapon. His body would have kept going, even with broken arms, but the blade falling apart had put him at a huge disadvantage and it led to him receiving a slash across the chest. Even now, Ken could feel the marks of his healed wounds on his body. It seemed that the energy in his body merely enhanced his body's natural regeneration, not magically healed him. The scars would remain, and Ken didn't mind that, he'd keep them as reminders. The blade itself was long, longer than Ken was currently in fact. But it was also surprisingly light. Ken knew that the length could be problematic, as it was a bit awkward to take it out of its sheath in case of an emergency, but he'd get used to it eventually. The fact that the blade was light might have also had to do with the fact that Ken was physically stronger than most adults. Well, the majority of adults and certainly all adults from Earth. The examples Ken had been running into lately had made him rather discouraged. If he had tried to fight that Hatamoto face to face he would have surely died, and that wasn't exactly acceptable. Ken had planned to question him, to find out more about the people that had almost killed him, but seeing him cut down the temple with a few sword swipes made him realize that killing him was the safer option. After all, it was highly unlikely that they had only sent one person for the mission when it likely included the cleanup of all of the traps they had laid out in the mountain range. The chances of these people being stronger than the man he had just killed were also relatively low, so Ken wasn't exactly worried. Although he was still vigilant, refusing to be as reckless as he had been with attacking the 7 swordsmen. After all, if he had stalked them for a while and hadn't just rushed in, he would have managed to kill a few of them at least. It was a shame, but at least he was alive now, and he had plenty of time to try again. With a sigh, Ken strapped the large sword to his back, not having any better way of transportation yet. He kept the 2 smaller katanas that his family had been using at his waist as he also took some supplies like food and water from the collapsed temple. He also filled his backpack and pockets with as many senbos and shuriken as he could. They didn't have all that many to begin with, so he ended up collecting the ones he had used for the improvised spring trap that he had used to assassinate the Hatamoto. And so, with large strides, Ken started dashing down the mountain range, knowing where he'd be able to find more people, the clearing that still held the corpses of his family. By the time Ken got there, the soldiers had already lit up a fire underneath the mound of headless dead bodies. After all, criminals deserved no burial to them. Ken didn't react much to that either. Instead, he quietly waltzed around the clearing from tree branch to tree branch, each step he took masked by the wind as he studied the situation. 9 men, all of them wearing light armor and thick fur coats, their attire was a lot less formal than the man he had killed. Ken judged that they weren't all that strong rather quickly. Not one of them seemed to have anything special about them, the amount of chakra they had even paled in comparison to his, let alone the Jonin-level fighters he had been facing recently. Ken knew a bit about shinobi rankings, Daisuke had made sure to educate him on plenty of things related to the world. At least he now had some assurance that he wasn't all that weak, and had just been competing with tough opponents up to that point. Without feeling the need to extend the situation and wait for assassination opportunities, Ken simply stood up straight on top of the tree he was on. None of the samurai had noticed him yet. Ken felt his weapons for a bit, wondering what he should use in the fight for a few seconds before deciding to use his newest blade. Now, taking it out of the sheath was currently physically impossible for him due to the length of the blade. So Ken simply took it off his back and unsheathed the sword slightly, after which he simply pointed it to the ground, letting the sheath slide off and land on the ground with a small thud. This had finally alarmed the 9 warriors below, as they all looked at the source of the sounds and drew their blades. "Who's there?" one of them asked as he kept a perfect stance despite his panicking mind. Eventually, one of the men looked up, his eyes widening as he saw the blood-smeared figure of small stature. A blood-red samurai armor and a tattered cloak stained with blood all over. In his hands was a long blade, held in an odd stance as it was pointed at the ground slightly to the side. The strangest part of that costume, however, had to be the mask, all white with a blood-red sphere in the center. "Up there!" The warrior that had spotted him instantly shouted out, as all of them got into a formation, preparing for an enemy ambush. Ken then jumped down, his armor and blades clattering a bit, sounding a lot like a wind chime more than anything. "State your business," one of the samurai said, hoping that they wouldn't have to face the person in front of him. "Can you please die silently?" Ken asked as he tilted his head slightly. His young voice startled many of the soldiers. His mannerisms could have even been called cute had the situation been different. As soon as he said that, some of the men reeled back, showing a slight gap in the formation. That was the exact second Ken dashed forward, the wind rolling around him as he brought his long blade around and slashed at the men mercilessly. The blade flared with blue light as electricity seemed to sparkle around it. The first swipe mowed through 3 people and 3 blades before it was stopped by the 4th. The 3 were all split in the middle section, their torsos flying upwards as their swords snapped and fell to the ground. The soldiers instantly panicked when seeing 3 of their own fall so quickly, but they still had training. All of the remaining members still rushed Ken while the one blocking his strike tried to keep his attention. Ken didn't show any reaction to this, as it was the obvious move to make. The remaining 6 warriors seemed to circle around him perfectly, Indiana the second that Ken had given them as breathing room. "I need to give them some leeway. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to test this blade for long." Still, Ken quickly split the 4th sword apart, shocking the samurai that had been holding it as Ken slightly pulled his blade backwards as it passed through the man's torso. Instead of being cut in half, the man was simply gutted alive. Ken instantly twirled around, raising the hilt of the sword to block a sword slash and twisting his body around its blade to block another. His leg raised up and kicked the hand of another warrior, breaking his fingers and making him drop his sword. Ken then kicked the sword while it was still falling, shooting it a bit upwards, and then kicked it again right into the stunned man's throat. More blades were rushing in as Ken decided that blocking all of them was becoming annoying. Instead of bothering to block them, he raised himself on the hilt of his blade, standing on one arm as the thrusts that had been directed towards him all passed by the blade. Ken then twirled around the sword, using it as a pole and kicking 2 of the men backwards. Then, with one hand grabbing the hilt of the sword, he kicked it with his leg, causing it to shoot upwards and throw some dust into the samurai that had been behind him. As the blade was going up, Ken put his other hand on it as well, bringing it down onto the warrior in front of him. The man only had the time to bring up his sword in order to try and block it, but he truly had no chance. This time, Ken didn't even bother with chakra, as his blade simply cut through the katana almost instantly, splitting the man in 2 with a downward slash. A monster! The 2 warriors that Ken had kicked away had already got up. Both of them seemed to have the same idea as they turned around and started running. Ken simply picked up the 2 sides of the blade he had just broken and threw them at their back, hitting them perfectly, feeling them hit the ground with a small thud. At that point, the man he had blinded had also managed to rub the dust and snow out of his eyes, only to see that he was the last man alive. Wait! Please don't kill me! The man instantly got on his knees, knowing that he truly had no chance of fighting whatever the thing in front of him was. Don't worry. I won't kill you. Yet. Ken said with childlike joy in his voice as he once again tilted his head a bit and brought his sword behind him, stabbing it on the ground and leaning on the dull part while crossing his arms a bit. Thank you. Thank you. The warrior instantly banged his head on the ground a few times. All honor was forgotten in the face of death, it seemed. You're welcome. By the way, can you tell me more about your mission? Ken asked as he continued to sense the man's heartbeat quicken with that question. Don't worry. I don't want anything with you or your lord. Can you tell me a bit more about the men that killed the mountain bandits here? Ken decided to rephrase his question, and he could feel the man calm down quite a lot after he had done so. Oh, of course. The man instantly started giving Ken more information regarding the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Ken simply smiled under his mask as he heard more of that information. Chapter 11, Information, New Move, and Training. Ken smiled as he walked, his long blade already sheathed and on his back. Behind him could be seen a headless corpse, a bit further away from 8 other corpses and another pile of burnt corpses. The cleanup crew wasn't going to be having much fun, that much was for sure. It wasn't like Ken felt good killing the soldiers, but to him, none of them was all that innocent anyway. Ken also knew that he needed to kill them in order to keep his identity a secret. There wasn't much else to it. The men had come into his home and destroyed it, and he killed them all in return. The ease with which he had done it was a bit strange. But Ken knew that it was just because he was already extremely used to killing others. He had told himself that he would be different in his new life, that he wouldn't give in to his vices so easily. It wasn't difficult for him to control himself when his family took care of him, but it seemed that he was bound to slip into some of his old habits without them. Ken was well aware of that. But this time things were a bit different. Unlike before, when he killed people without a care in the world, now his mind seemed to wander in different directions. These men. Each and every one of them could have had families. I may have been technically defending myself, but I still willingly tore away someone precious to someone else. It wasn't like Ken was going to stop killing people, not as long as the group called the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist were still alive. But now he knew by experience what effects loss could have on humans. He used to laugh at the people that came after him for revenge at some point in his life, for he simply found it difficult to sympathize with them. It was rather ironic that he was now also out seeking revenge for the lives of his family. So Ken decided to make a promise, a vow, to the corpses of his family before he finally left the mountain range, before he ventured into the wide world. If one day, I find my hands sullied with innocent blood once more, I will plunge my blade into my stomach and gut myself on the spot. Ken knew that not killing others was going to be difficult in the world he had been sent into, but he now vowed to only kill in order to survive, to only kill those that truly deserved to die. Unlike in his past life, where he killed for pleasure and gratification, this time he was doing it with purpose. It didn't matter that he slightly enjoyed it still, as long as he didn't harm anyone other than his enemies. After that vow, Ken proceeded to walk down the mountain. Thanks to the interrogation from the warrior he had decapitated, he now knew the identity of his targets, where they came from, he knew where he would find them. But finding them wasn't going to be the difficult part. The 7 of them seemed to always move as a squad. So in order to chase after them and slaughter them, Ken needed to grow a lot stronger. Thankfully, at 8 years of age, he still had a lot of room for growth, as his growth had only just started. Ken had interrogated the man from earlier about various things, including exactly how powerful shinobi could be and the way to tell them from one another. The warrior didn't seem all that knowledgeable himself, but he still knew a lot more than Ken, as Daisuke had yet to get to teach him much about the power levels of other shinobi. Ken had a benchmark for Jonin, with the Hatamoto and the 7 swordsmen, but the rest of the lower rankings had been a mystery to him. The samurai was able to put things into perspective for Ken. Most people specialized in 1 or 2 areas. And each person was ranked on the degree of mastery or skill in the area they specialized in. The 9 samurai that Ken had killed were all at genin level, capable of taking on chunins as long as they were in groups of 3 thanks to their trained swordsmanship and formations. They couldn't do much against someone both stronger and more skilled than them though. Currently, Ken was physically at the level of a chunin while being more skilled in battle than the majority of jonin out there. His energy reserves were also decent, easily entering the levels of chunin. Being in the higher brackets when it came to density. Ken tried to ask about the second energy within him that was somehow related to nature, but the samurai seemed to have no idea what Ken was talking about. Still, Ken knew that his enhanced physical strength was thanks to that energy. Ken had noticed that he was able to use it to replenish his stamina as well. The energy was recharged automatically as his body absorbed more from the air around him, which would eventually lead to Ken having endless stamina when his chakra reserves were large enough to balance a larger amount of nature energy. Ken had already done a few tests in his travels. He could run and remain energized for a few days on end without even feeling the need to stop. Well, he still stopped to eat or drink a bit of water, but his muscles simply didn't seem tired at all. Ken also found that depleting his chakra reserves was a rather good way of expanding them. It was a slow process, but it seemed rather efficient compared to doing nothing. Unfortunately, Ken didn't have any method of depleting his chakra efficiently. Using chakra flow didn't deplete a lot of it, either, as the technique formed something akin to a closed circuit, flowing the chakra from his body into his blade and back. This was the method that Ken had devised in order to save as much as possible while he was younger. It was the only way he knew how to perform chakra flow. If anyone were to hear about it, they'd be beyond shocked that a child would be able to come up with something like that. But to Ken, it was just normal, as he didn't know how the technique usually went. Ken spent more and more time in between mountain ranges, training like a madman for a while. At least until he was confident enough to venture out in the world, to be prepared for most situations that might arise. Eventually, during the weeks he spent in the forest training, Ken managed to create a move that depleted his chakra rather efficiently. He had been aiming to find a method to increase his chakra depletion rate. He figured creating a new technique wouldn't hurt. Copying the Hatamoto he had assassinated, he coated his blade in a thick coat of lighting, with wind flowing all around it. Slowly but surely, he poured more and more chakra into the blade, making it sparkle with light as the wind bent around it violently. Ken then proceeded to add nature energy into the mix, which seemed to strengthen the technique even more. Then, with both of his hands on the oversized blade, he spun around, arms firmly holding the blade as he released a powerful slash all around him. The forest around him trembled, as trees were blown away. Ken himself was glad he didn't have eyes, as he was sure they would have been filled with dust. The technique name? Dragon Twister. It was simple, and it had everything to do with the state of the forest around him when he performed that attack for the first time. Everything around him was torn apart as if a tornado had gone through. The attack ruined everything around him in a 10 to 20 meter radius. The dragon part in the name came from the fact that he remembered Daisuke reading him legends about mythical animals and such, and he remembered clearly that it was his favorite mythical beast. Ken was satisfied with its strength. But he didn't quite like how slow it was. It had taken him an entire minute to flow chakra into his blade and mix in his nature energy. It wasn't a short process, and it required a lot of concentration. In an actual battle, such a move simply wasn't usable. In terms of depleting chakra, it sure did its job though. It took around half of Ken's reserves to perform it once. So, Ken decided that he would at the very least perfect the technique before heading out into the world. This would in turn only make him stronger, both in body and chakra reserves. Ken was prepared to camp for a while in that place. Good thing he even had a waterfall nearby, underneath which was a large lake, which went rather deep. Ken instantly decided on a training method, submerging himself in the deepest point of the lake, and performing that technique twice, before climbing back up and trying to split open the waterfall with a flying slash. And so, the training began. Chapter 12, Progress and Travel. Ken looked at the lake in front of him with a smile on his face. The cold weather didn't bother him one bit as he took off his clothes, grabbed his large blade and dove into the lake, blade in his mouth as he swam to the bottom of it without any issue. As soon as Ken's feet touched the bottom of the lake, he poured chakra into his blade. A motion he had already been practicing for months. The water around him was electrified, as Ken resisted it without much issue. Then, the next second he added nature energy into the mix, and the water around him started revolving as he started swinging the blade at the greatest speed he could muster. Underneath the weight of the water, his body moved slowly, much slower than usual, but his speed was still comparable to most genin. Ken spun around, his body moving along with the blade, increasing its momentum more and more as the muscles in his arms flexed, veins appearing on every part of them. At that point, the water around Ken started to deform completely, all of it getting blasted away as he continued spinning faster and faster. A small tornado was created that blew away all of the water near him. Ken spun more and more, maintaining the tornado for as long as possible. The water raged on as waves started rampaging the shores of the usually calm lake. The tornado itself seemed to get bigger, but Ken knew he wouldn't be able to maintain it for long, as his chakra was already down to a fourth of his reserves after 10 seconds. Ken then stopped spinning, and the tornado around him raged on a little more. Using the momentum of his spin, he turned sideways, raising his long blade to the sky. Then Ken proceeded to cut the air vertically with all of his strength. A flying slash materialized from his downward swing, cutting forward and splitting the small tornado in half, breaking it apart and continuing forwards. The flying slash cleaved through the waters and created a large gash into the shores of the lake. The tornado dissipated thanks to the flying slash, and the water started trying to fill in that hole in an instant. Ken's location was quickly flooded, as he took a deep breath of air and dove into the water, resisting the pull of the whirlpool that quickly formed in his previous location. This was the training method he had devised after a year spent on that mountain. Ken had thought he would only train for a few months at first, but the more he trained the more he wanted to train. His strength had grown exponentially in that 1 year, to the point where he felt confident in facing a jonin in battle, instead of just assassinating them. Ken had also developed a few more techniques and even improved whatever he had. The tornado creating one was the current version of the Dragon Twister. The flying slash was unnamed, but it was a finisher for Dragon Twister, using the built-up momentum from spinning and the cover of the tornado to send a flying slash at an unsuspecting enemy. Ken had put a lot of thought into using his powers in battle and their practicality. The largest problem he had was actually being underwater, and it was still a huge weakness to him despite training under a lake for a year. While underwater, most of the senses that he could use to feel and track others were basically turned off completely. Underwater, he didn't have a sense of smell, he didn't have hearing as his ears filled with water. He also found it more difficult to feel vibrations in the water than on the ground. Thankfully, he could still feel the energies around him, and he could still somewhat sense movement while within the water. Still, it felt unnatural for him to stand in water for too long. He had made plenty of other discoveries as well though. At this point, after an entire year of training, Ken reached a conclusion. I won't grow much farther if I keep blindly swinging my blade like this. It should have been obvious that he'd reach a roadblock at some point. One would never be able to endlessly grow stronger by doing the same thing over and over again. Ken had already perfected several techniques to use in battle. His control over both chakra and nature energy was perfect, and he could enhance every part of his style with nature energy at this point. He had also managed to notice that whenever his body ran out of chakra, it tried to expel the nature energy at an increased rate, trying to forcefully balance out the powers in his body. During one of those times, when Ken decided to experiment and attract more nature energy while continuing to consume his chakra, something interesting happened. Ken felt scales grow on his body a few seconds after depleting his chakra, and he noticed that his senses and strength sharpened greatly thanks to those mutations, somehow even greater than usual. So, when in a pinch, he could basically use up all of his chakra and enter that second form, where several changes happened to his body. He grew scales that seemed to give him protection against bladed weapons and blunt attacks. It wasn't a lot, but it was a lot better than regular skin. His fingers turned into claws sharp enough to cleave through rock and trees like hot knives through butter, and teeth sharp enough to bite through a normal sword with ease. The best part had to be the tail though. In that form, he grew a long and pointy tail with an extremely sharp end that seemed capable of piercing through rocks like they weren't even there. Ken liked that form quite a lot, as it made him stronger in some aspects and allowed him to use moves that were even harder to predict. But it didn't last for too long, although he could somewhat extend the time by meditating and attracting more nature energy into him. It was also a bit dangerous, as Ken once tested it out and turned into a statue, rendering him completely immobile. Thankfully his form reverted whenever his chakra recharged slightly. But he was basically left helpless there for a few minutes, which wasn't exactly acceptable was he in the middle of a fight. So for now, his scaled form was to be kept for emergency situations only. It was better to keep it as a trump card in the first place. The year he had spent training was extremely fruitful. But Ken knew that he didn't have a lot left to improve on. He already knew what shinobi were supposedly capable of in that world. He knew that some could spit fireballs, some could raise huge steam clouds that completely took away vision from others. So, Ken knew that he had to get his hands on some of those techniques. Especially the ones that took away sight from his opponents, as he knew that if he managed to do that, then he'd most likely be able to assassinate even the toughest of opponents. So, Ken washed his red samurai armor and his tattered rags and left them out to dry in the sun for a few hours, before getting dressed and taking all of his belongings. Strapping his bag on his back, as usual, it was full of supplies, boiled lake water / slightly burnt monster meat, and projectiles, shurikens and senbos. He also strapped his large blade on his back once more, tying it tightly so it wouldn't slide off while he ran at high speeds through the forests. He also had one more katana strapped to his belt, as the other one had been broken during training. He was now standing at a healthy 1.3 meters tall, 4.27 feet, and his body was well defined. Excessive training had gotten rid of any baby fat he might have had left. So, at the age of 9, people would hardly be able to tell whether or not he was a child or a really short adult. Ken was still nowhere near tall enough for his blade though, which was still around 1.6 meters, 5.25 feet, in length. Well, it was around 1.78, 5.84 feet, meters if one counted the hilt as well. But at this point, Ken was able to use it so smoothly that its length was no longer even an issue. So, with confident steps, Ken walked down the mountain as a smile rose on his face, putting on his mask and whistling a cheery tune. He had high hopes for his journey. He knew what he wanted to achieve for now, which was learning some jutsu that he would actually be able to use. He had a long way to go before actually getting to a city though. Chapter 13, Suspicions and Drink. Ken traveled quite a while before getting a scent of other humans. More precisely, he managed to find tracks of quite a few people, leading through the woods in what seemed to be a clearing somewhere. Ken followed the tracks and the smell for a while, all until he started smelling more and more things in the distance. His other senses were also picking up movements and sounds. I must be close to a village of some kind. Ken jumped from tree to tree without any restriction, before eventually stopping himself. This blade on my back will definitely attract attention to me. Ken realized at that point that his crimes would be known if the long blade was recognized by others, and if a wanted poster was made of him, the situation would be a bit more annoying. Ken had thought about taking his revenge on the Land of Iron and its lord, but he wanted first to kill the 7 swordsmen before that. So he wanted to lay low for a while, to avoid alerting any of his enemies of his survival and/or whereabouts. Therefore, Ken quickly decided on a course of action, jumping a bit away from the village and finding a large tree. Ken managed to climb it quickly, needing only a leap to get on top of it. He unsheathed his large blade, letting the sheet fall to the side on some branches as he directed its tip to the bark of the tree. His long blade slipped into the bark of the tree with ease, Ken burying it completely, including its hilt. With one finger touching the hilt of the blade, Ken flowed his chakra into it, widening the hole in the process and slightly burning the inside of the tree. Ken pulled the blade out with a thread of chakra, sheathing it again and sliding it right into the small hole that he had created. With his weapon hidden, Ken proceeded to walk towards the village, keeping his katana strapped to his belt for protection. It wasn't an uncommon thing to do in the Land of Iron. The majority of travelers carried weapons, and it was more uncommon to see one unarmed. He was still alone though, something that travelers used to avoid due to the constant presence of mountain bandits. Which meant people would still look at him weirdly. Ken walked by plenty of people, many of them turning their heads and staring at the strange Ronin coming alone from the wilderness. At first, some thought it was a lost child, and wanted to approach it and ask about its parents and whether or not it was safe. The poor villagers didn't have any means to take care of a child, but they could at least report the appearance of one to the proper authorities, and make sure they are sent to an orphanage. But their thoughts about it being a child dissipated after seeing him walk a few steps into the village. The katana sheathed on his belt said all that they needed to hear. The confident gait and the controlled breathing that not one of them could even feel. The person in front of them was most certainly just an extremely short man. A short man that also happened to be a highly trained samurai/Ronin. His physique was hidden by armor and tattered hides, his hair was overgrown and spiky, reaching all the way to his lower back. His hands were covered in dirt bandages that looked old to anyone that saw them. One phrase could be used to describe the wandering Ronin. And that would be a fine mess. Fine as in, his confidence didn't seem to be hindered by the fact that he looked as if he just come out of a war. But his confidence didn't really change the fact that he needed a new outfit. If it wasn't for his somewhat clean clothes, people would have actually thought he was fleeing a battlefield. But the rags he was wearing were clean, albeit ripped and torn in many places. Ken walked more and more, eventually finding what was essentially the only inn/tavern in that small village. He walked in without anyone stopping him, many already deciding not to get involved with him at first sight. Ken's appearance didn't exactly help him get along well with other people, his mask wasn't exactly a friendly sight, he simply had a troubling presence that prevented others from approaching. The fact that Ken was a wandering samurai meant that he could only bring trouble to a peaceful village, so a lot of the people inside the building went away as soon as they saw him enter, emptying the chairs around him as he took his seat at the bar. "Give me some sake." Ken's voice was raspy, he hadn't used it in a long time, and the last time he had it was to laugh like a madman and/or interrogate a victim. "Right away." The barmaid looked at the Ronin with a raised eyebrow. His voice sounded young, but she couldn't quite put a finger on it. Regardless, child soldiers weren't all that uncommon in their lands anyway. Many families sold away their children to lords in order to get rid of unwanted children. Those children were usually either just used as slaves for labor or turned into child soldiers depending on their talents. The world wasn't a nice place, everyone knew that, but everyone did their best to live a good within their own bubbles. Which was why getting involved with a suspicious-looking stranger wasn't quite ideal. "Oi, you brat! Are you even old enough to drink?" But not everyone was as reserved. Every herd had its black sheep, and drunkards wasting away their health by drowning themselves in alcohol wasn't all that uncommon. Unfortunately, alcohol had the side effect of dampening one's reasoning and thought process. Ken didn't bother replying to the drunk man's grumble, the barmaid placed down a cup in front of him and poured him a full glass of sake. "Ha! Akeno, didn't think you'd actually give it to him. Why'd you refuse to give me?" The drunk man's words were more and more disjointed as the conversation went on. His demeanor seemed to weird out the barmaid, as she took 2 steps back. The drunk man just laughed, extending his hand to drink Ken's cup of sake. Before his fingers could even touch the cup, the hilt of Ken's sword was already shoved into his mouth, making some of his teeth creak as the drunk's gums seemed to bleed visibly. The drunk man's eyes widened as he quickly took 2 steps back and fell on his ass, grabbing at his mouth and screaming in muffled agony. Ken didn't do anything else besides that. He hadn't even moved his head during the altercation, making others think he wasn't even looking at the drunk man. The drunkard was injured and in a lot of pain, but he was also extremely angered by what had just happened. He was going to get up and show that arrogant Ronin his place. Thankfully, his suicide was unsuccessful. As 2 other men intervened and dragged the drunk man off before more problems rose. "Sorry for that," Ken said as he tilted his head a bit. The scared barmaid also bowed a bit and muttered an apology. The rest of the clientele were also able to sigh in relief when hearing that. At the very least the traveler wasn't all that bloodthirsty. He also had decided not to deal any serious injury to the drunkard, although many other Ronin in his place would have likely cut off a limb or 2 from the drunkard, merely as a show of power. At least the young man in front of them was not a violent individual. Ken then took off his mask. His head was forever facing his sake glass. Many patrons were rather curious about the swordman's hidden appearance. He was clearly powerful, so it only made sense for him to hide his features. Usually, talented people were also the most beautiful, so some of the female clients present were watching the short man take his mask off with quite a lot of expectation in their gaze. Ken didn't bother to hide his face, but not many managed to get a glimpse of it, as his head was angled downwards, seemingly staring at his sake cup. Ken downed the glass instantly, then placed his mask back on just as quickly as he had taken it down. He released a satisfied sigh, as the familiar taste of alcohol filled his mouth and somewhat numbed his molars. Drinking was something that Ken had wanted to do for quite a while now. He had always enjoyed a good drink in his past life. It was a habit that he had given up. But after losing his family, he felt the need for one familiar taste of his past, to remind him once more of what type of person could thrive in that world. By now, Ken obviously knew it as well. A family man and a caring person would only be wronged in that world without proper strength. Even if they had strength, they would still be taken advantage of, as that was the way of the world. No, the ones that truly thrived in that world were the ones that were just like he had once been. Senseless killers, hunters looking to sate a sadistic kind of hunger. Be it money, fame, or even pleasure, only those that were willing to kill for it would be rewarded. As that was the type of world Ken found himself in. Ken drank with thoughts of his enemy on his mind, as he reminded himself of something. From now on, the men I will be facing will all be just like I used to be. Those who murder must be in turn prepared to die, just like I was. Let's see if they have the same principles as I did. With that thought in mind, Ken got up and left, the familiar taste of alcohol still in his mouth as he hummed his way out of the tavern, leaving behind a rather mortified barmaid. The barmaid had been the only one to see Ken's face. Or what remained of it. It honestly looked like he had been mauled by a wild animal. She froze up when looking at that face for the few seconds that it had been in view. How can someone live like that? No, scratch that. How can someone become a powerful samurai like that? Her thoughts quickly started jumping from theory to theory, as she tried to rationalize what was in front of her. The man had no eyes to speak of, so how exactly was he accurate enough to not only shove his hilt into the drunkard's mouth? But how exactly was he navigating around so normally, as if nothing was different about him when compared to others? She was so shocked and entrapped in her own thoughts that she had even forgotten to ask Ken to pay for his drink. Chapter 14, Realization and Search. Ken had spent the last few days gathering information covertly within that village. He had managed to get some information in the village from listening to rumors while hidden on rooftops. Now, shinobi weren't exactly a subject matter for villagers of the Land of Iron. But this particular village happened to also be at the border with the Land of Lightning. So, the matters of shinobi did seem to concern them quite a bit. That was how Ken managed to find out more about the war that was happening outside of the Land of Iron, concerning all of the other elemental nations. It was titled the Second Great Ninja War. Apparently, shinobi were quite prone to starting wars with each other. The Land of Iron was a neutral land, so it was usually left out of the conflict. It was also a powerful nation, so no one tried to take advantage of it or start any war with it. But the villagers that lived at the borders of the Land of Iron were still in danger sometimes, as injured shinobi could sometimes flee to that neutral land out of desperation and bring trouble and conflict to the otherwise peaceful life of the villagers. Ken was very interested in hearing about the war. War caused chaos, and chaos was something he could easily use to his advantage. So he collected as much information as he could in the following days, scouting in the evenings and at night. Then he retreated to a random tree in the forest during the day to rest for a bit and think more about the information he gathered. Now was the time to reflect on the information he had gathered. From the start, Ken already knew that learning the techniques of the shinobi he heard so much about was going to be hard. But he only realized that it was going to be actually impossible as he sat there and thought more about the situation. The techniques of shinobi were mostly guarded by clans and hidden villages. They had a monopoly on them and only a few basic ones were out publicly. The ones that were out were the ones that Koji had bought him on his birthday. They weren't all that special, and all academy students ranging from 6 to 12 could perform them with varying levels of mastery. Ken heard more and more information about conflicts happening near the border, which made him hopeful about finding a few soon-to-be corpses and searching them for any scrolls with techniques. It wasn't uncommon for training shinobi to sometimes carry their training materials with them, so Ken was rather confident in finding something. That was where his biggest hurdle came in though. How exactly would he go about reading and learning them? The first thought that Ken had was to simply borrow a shinobi from the battlefield and lightly coerce him into reading out the scrolls for him. But the problem was that most shinobi were taught about interrogation techniques and how to act in such situations from the age of 6. So Ken knew that it would be hard to tell if they were lying to him. Unlike the usual gate guards that he had interrogated before, he now had to deal with trained child soldiers, so things were a bit more difficult. Ken also thought about paying one of the villagers to read the techniques out for him. But none of the villagers likely wanted to be implicated in anything related to shinobi, so it would be hard to find one willing to help. Rumors would also arise if he got refused too often, and his suspicious activity would get him reported to authorities and on the radar of the samurai and also the shinobi that infiltrated the Land of Iron. How do I find someone willing to help me? No, I'll think more about it after actually getting the scrolls that I need. Ken smiled underneath his mask as he started resting for the day. He would start traveling after resting for a bit. Ken didn't rest for long though, his sleep was also not deep, merely dozing off and resting his tensed-up muscles and tired bones. He started traveling as soon as the sun started setting, collecting his main weapon from its hiding place and starting to jump towards the Land of Lightning. Ken instantly noticed the change in vegetation and weather in between the lands. The Land of Lightning seemed to always be cloudy, the temperatures there were a bit less arctic, although not exactly hot by any stretch of the imagination. Ken could hear the thunder in the distance as he traveled covertly. The clouds cast shadows in his surroundings, as his speed turned him into nothing more than a black blur that moved across the leaves. Eventually, after an entire week of traveling and scouting out the lands of the shinobi, he was able to find out more about the Land of Lightning. The nights were especially stormy, but the days were rather warm, so he had a nice warm blanket of the sun while sleeping in a tree. After traveling further into the land, Ken eventually found the tracks of a group of shinobi. He tracked group after group, looking for his intended target for days on end. He didn't bother to even try and attack groups with only adults, as they weren't exactly guaranteed to have anything related to training on their person. 3 sets of lower-sized sandals and 1 with bigger sandals. 3 child soldiers and 1 adult, likely the team leader. Ken proceeded to follow the tracks around for a while. Shinobi weren't the easiest to track, all of them being adept at hiding their tracks and moving covertly. Hell, without his enhanced senses Ken wouldn't have been able to track them at all. Eventually, Ken found the group, camping in a small cave. 3 young boys and 1 masked adult. Ken stalked them for a few hours while trying to decide on a course of action. From their direction, he could tell that they were headed even further inland, most likely going back to the hidden village. At that point, they were unlikely to run into any enemies, unless they were ambushed in the middle of their own territory. That wasn't exactly a matter with high probability, so Ken decided to take them first and take everything he could find. When attacking such a well-structured group, one would always strike the strongest enemy first, deal as much damage while taking them by surprise. Ken was confident in his stealth and assassination skills, confident enough to kill just about anyone with enough preparation. But the current situation made his stealth skills quite useless. The group were holding out in a small cave, on the side of a cliff. It was a strategic position and one that allowed the group to hold out easily. Assassins are always annoying to deal with. Ken knew that from his past life, the adult was likely also a skilled assassin, at least as skilled as the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Against an experienced assassin, one couldn't exactly just rock up to their front door and hope to be able to take them by surprise. No, the Jonin, leading the team of what were most likely genin, was already expecting an attack. He was in a state of high awareness even while on allied territory. Ken could respect that. The mark of a truly skilled individual was exactly that, not having your guard down at any time, in any situation, not even in your own home. That was also the reason Ken had managed to kill all of the assassins after his life when he was ambushed by his partners. He wasn't expecting them to do it, but he was prepared for it. Alas, he had only been strong enough to kill them, unable to escape afterwards. He was limited by the strength that humans could achieve in that world. Now he was strong, but he wasn't about to fight head-on against people that had such strange techniques. It didn't seem like a smart option at all. After thinking for a bit more, Ken started analyzing his enemy a bit more. The cave was a great position. One that allowed one to perfectly defend against attackers. But was that really it? Sure, it was decent for a night, but it was a bit strange, not exactly what Ken would have chosen. No skilled assassin would ever leave himself this open. If an assault truly happened, then they'd just be stuck in that cave, defending. This wouldn't be a good option. So, Ken started stalking around the small cave, climbing the cliff and circling around the forest for a bit. Eventually, he found it. A small hole underneath the trunk of a great tree, hard to notice with the open eye, but Ken was able to sense it, as the tree had already died because of it. This was definitely dug up in preparation. The Land of Lightning should have plenty of such camps around their territory. Ken quickly took a mental note of that, before slipping into the hole and landing in a small tunnel. He was forced to take his long blade into his hand. He contemplated bringing it with him, but it was far too long to use comfortably in a closed environment, so he decided he'd rather keep his smaller katana for now. Ken walked silently further in. By now he could smell his targets. He didn't have anything against them, he didn't hate them, but they were unlucky enough to be the first such group that he had found. It's kill or be killed. All of them are the same. Ken had no choice in the matter. He could either get strong or die trying. The people he was attacking wouldn't hesitate if they were in his shoes, so he wasn't exactly racked with guilt. After all, everyone he was facing was the same as he once was. And so, Ken unsheathed his blade silently and continued walking down the dark tunnel, prepared to do what he knew best. Chapter 15: Assassination and Scrolls. Now, Ken knew he couldn't simply approach the shinobi from behind and expect it to work perfectly. Any skilled assassin would pay attention to both entrances to their hideouts, even if one of them were technically a secret escape route. A jonin would likely have traps prepared for both sides, and methods to escape from assaults on both entrances. Ken knew that, but he also had absolute confidence in his technique and lack of presence. The traps weren't enough to hold him back, he was easily able to feel them as he didn't need to rely on his eyes. The cavern he was in was completely dark, and an intruder would only be able to see using a source of light, which would likely alert the Jonin hiding in the cave. Thanks to those factors, he was able to get closer and closer to his target, crawling on the ceiling like a reptile. He was using an extremely small amount of chakra only on his fingertips and the tip of his shoes to stick to the rocky surface. It wasn't a difficult technique. Ken had mastered it during his training while looking for ways to better utilize chakra on his own. He was basically imitating a spider's movements, which was exactly what he had been attempting to do anyway. And, just like any spider, he was preparing to wrap his webs around his prey. Currently, the Jonin and 2 of the genin were resting. All of them sat down with closed eyes. The third boy had his eyes peeled open at the entrance, sometimes also turning his head slightly towards the hidden escape path, likely having been entrusted by the team leader to do so. Now, usually, this would mean that it was a free game for Ken to just kill them all in quick succession. But he could easily tell that the Jonin wasn't actually resting. He seemed to simply have his eyes closed and he was faking his breathing, making it shallower to imitate the one of a sleeping person. But Ken could distinguish it, as slight alterations still existed here and there. His enhanced senses were easily able to pick up any irregularity, no matter how small. The Jonin had likely decided to rest when getting back to their city and to safety. Ken stopped just a few meters off of their spot, just a few centimeters off where they would be able to spot him thanks to the campfire's light. Well, at least the Jonin would be able to spot him. The genin weren't anywhere near skilled enough to notice him as long as he stood close enough to the rocks. Ken decided to do what he knew best. Create a distraction and go in for the kill. A technique as old as time, but still one of the most effective. Ken formed a hand sign with one hand, creating an imperfect clone right underneath him. It didn't have a face, and its armor was of the wrong color, but it was enough. The clone dashed towards the sleeping Jonin, while Ken crawled further, passing through the light of the flame in the same instant, as the Jonin jumped up and stabbed towards the clone with a kunai. The Jonin was prepared for something to happen. His instincts had been telling him about something happening for a while. He felt watched. But he simply couldn't feel anyone or anything nearby. The second his eyes caught sight of that shadow coming from their built escape path, he instantly attacked it. He didn't stop to consider the possibility of it being a clone. It was impossible to discern with how little presence his pursuer had. Just as his kunai was about to pass through the clone, he saw it simply disappear as he felt a metallic string cutting into his neck. Instantly, the Jonin reeled back, substituting himself with a lighting clone which had its head swiftly cut off. The Jonin instantly started making more hand signs, preparing to spit out a large fireball in the direction of their escape paths. Just as his chest rose up, he felt the air leave his body. Ken was crouched up behind him, his blade already inside the Jonin's lung, missing his heart as the Jonin shifted his position slightly by reflex. The shinobi gasped, turning around quickly and spitting fire behind him. The genin by the campfire all quickly scrambled out of the way, most having just realized how dire the situation was. "Run!" the Jonin shouted, hoping that they'd at least escape and report the situation. Just as those words left his mouth, Ken stabbed a senbo toward his temple. The Jonin quickly ducked, avoiding it perfectly as he cursed the lack of lighting within the cave. His opponent was basically dancing circles around him. His previous fireball had only served to rise up smoke and take away even more of his vision. Ken jumped from wall to wall, throwing senbos and shuriken towards the Jonin in quick succession. The Jonin quickly made a few more hand signs, a wall of earth rising in front of him as he tapped the ground. Unknowingly, that move had already sealed his fate. The Jonin hadn't even managed to notice it due to the chaos, but he was already facing toward the entrance, and Ken had always been directing himself towards it. In raising that wall, Jonin had cut off what little light he had, and he had also managed to leave his students alone with Ken. The Jonin had no idea that had happened, still looking around warily as he waited for his ghastly opponent to show himself. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, the genin had barely managed to reach the cave entrance before Ken appeared in front of them. All of them quickly stalled, but they seemed to have plenty of training, as they all instantly started making hand signs. Ken could feel them, but they were much slower than the jonin. Ken's katana was still stuck in the jonin's chest, but he didn't need a sword to deal with genin. Before any of them could even finish their first jutsu, Ken was already in front of the closest one to him, his hand piercing through his chest cleanly. The one that had his chest pierced was too flabbergasted to do anything, his hands falling limply to his side, his body suspended in the air on Ken's arm. The sight of his quick and terrifying death managed to somewhat shake the still inexperienced genin. This led to one of them making a small mistake in his hand signs, as Ken threw the body toward them. The one that had also been flustered was hit head-on, while the one still making hand signs managed to jump to the side. His jutsu finally being finished as he brought his hands together one last time and shot a smaller ball of fire toward Ken from his mouth. Ken shot from his position, jumping from wall to wall like a frog and appearing behind the genin in less than a second. The genin had taken out a kunai, but didn't even get to turn around before Ken grabbed his head and crushed it into the nearby cave wall. Ken then simply threw a senbo through the head of the last genin, who was still getting up and pushing his teammate's body from atop him. The entire confrontation with the three genin had only taken 5 seconds. Ken was rather pleased with the time, he was also pleased with seeing so many jutsu from the shinobi. He had remembered very few being used in the show, so he would have a blast learning more of them. Just a few seconds after he finished the genin off, the wall in the middle of the cave was blasted apart, with the jonin jumping out, clutching his side, not even having removed the blade yet. Then he saw the scene in front of him, with all of his pupils dead and strewn across the floor near the cave entrance. Shit! The jonin finally lost his cool with that, failing to notice the figure clutching onto the roof of the cave right near the entrance. Just as he was looking around, Ken's hands reached down, before the jonin could even react, his gaze was forcibly moved behind him, forcing him to stare at the blown-out campfire he had just come from. Wwa. Those were the jonin's last words, as Ken landed soundlessly on the ground right in front of him. Ken then proceeded to start scavenging the corpses of the genin, as the squad leader simply fell on the floor, motionless. The blind assassin whistled happily as he found more and more supplies. Each of the shinobi had been carrying a pouch, each pouch had at least 20 shuriken and 3 kunais. Ken strapped all of them to his belt as he continued to search their pockets. Most of them were empty, only carrying some random pills that Ken had no clue about. The genin that seemed to have trained the most did seem to have 3 scrolls on him, which made Ken extremely excited. Ken also found a few scrolls on the jonin, and he basically took everything that he could carry with him. After that, he threw all of the bodies inside the cave, right over the fire. He sat down and warmed himself up for a bit, ignoring the smell of burning bodies as he went and retrieved his blades. With everything he owned back in his possession, Ken departed from that cave. Outside of it, he decided to cover his tracks a bit more, taking out his long blade with a smirk. His chakra flowed through the blade, flowing in as nature energy also started filling the blade, making it vibrate slightly with the wind. Ken didn't bother with much build-up this time, merely swinging his blade in a downward motion, sending a flying slash into the cave. The cave shook, as the rocks were cleaved and pushed aside. The flying slash kept cutting into the rock for at least 50 meters, as the cave simply collapsed. Ken then proceeded to just flee, not even leaving a footprint behind for evidence. Chapter 16, To Find One's Eyes. POV Ken _______________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Well, I can only hope that they are scrolls with techniques and not just mission details. There should be something here though. How many mission detail scrolls can they even have anyway? I'll be able to discern them as soon as I get someone to read them for me. The problem is finding someone willing enough to do so. Traveling back to that village on the border won't take me long if I just take a straight line and don't try to find any shinobi tracks. I think I had my eyes on someone that should be capable enough to read shinobi techniques. Out of everyone in the village, his chakra reserves were the greatest. Even comparable to some chunin, I think. Well, better get to it, I should be able to convince him to help me. If he's talented, then I might even recruit him. He's a bit older, but it should be fine. I should be able to train just about anyone into a professional killer. I wasn't exactly a spring chicken when starting my killing spree either. Age doesn't matter much in this job, only limits the ones without imagination. I was 21 when starting my worldwide killing spree in my past life. They only managed to catch me at 42. Well, I'll see if I can salvage a warrior out of him. Building a small organization would help me quite a bit in this world. I especially need information. I need the organization to act as my eyes in this world. The more I see, the stronger I am. It will take a while to build it up. But I should be able to do so. Now, let's see how he responds to my invitation. It wasn't a great month for Tasho Yodomo. Especially the last 2 weeks. Ever since the incident at the bar where he had harassed a stranger carrying a blade. Not only were a few teeth on his mouth loosened, but the other villagers also started to hate his guts after that incident. He was the common village drunk, he worked all odd jobs that he could find in order to fuel his alcohol addiction. But all of that was ruined due to one stupid mistake on his part. He couldn't even blame the swordsman that had briefly visited their village, as he hadn't escalated the situation either, merely pushing him away with the sheath of his sword. But that incident led to the disaster that was unfolding in his life currently. Due to being deemed a troublesome individual, no other citizens were willing to give him any jobs. No one was allowing him to help in any fields, no lawns to mow down with his scythe, and no fences that needed fixing. So, he was now stuck drinking away the last pennies he had. His pouch was getting lighter and lighter every evening. He wasn't even allowed in the bar anymore, so he had to buy his drinks and get drunk in the field, all by himself. And I was set up to have such a nice future. Tasho could still remember the time when he had gone to school. The Shinobi Academy. Tasho was initially born in Kumagakuer, the village hidden by clouds. He was young and hopeful when he finished his studies. He had been top of his class once. Only to be instantly thrown into a war the second he graduated. Still wet behind the ears and forced to kill people for his village. His luck hadn't been good though, running into a chunin in his first confrontation. He was heavily injured and forced to flee to the land of iron. By now, he had completely integrated into life there, long since forgetting most of his techniques. Very few he could still remember, only those that he could use in his daily life and for convenience. His country had never looked for him either. Why would they ever care about a mere genin missing during a war? He was likely just written off as dead and forgotten about. As an orphan, he didn't have anyone to return to, no one to miss him. I worked so hard back then. What the hell happened to me? He was now laying in a field, drunk and dizzy while staring at the starry sky with glazed over eyes. Once dubbed a talented child, now nothing more than a 31-year-old waste of life. And, just as he was mulling over those thoughts, a shadow seemed to cover his face. Tasho blinked a few times, confused. Then he noticed a small figure towering over his head, staring down at him as if he was nothing more than a bug. Tasho was instantly alerted, but he couldn't get up, his body refusing to respond to his commands. So, he was stuck there, eyes wide open, staring at the red dot on the mask of the figure in front of him. Shit! It's him! Tasho instantly recognized the person standing over him, but he was too dizzy to do anything. Is he here for revenge? I guess I was nearing my end anyway. And just like that, Tasho closed his eyes, waiting for his death to come swiftly. You seem tired. Instead of drawing his blade and slicing his head off, the figure spoke. A raspy voice seemed to scratch at Tasho's ears, as his eyes cracked open again. He could see the figure tilting its head slightly, its black locks flowing in the wind as its blood-red armor shined in the moonlight. "Hat! Didn't think you'd be chatty. If you don't want to kill me, then what do you want? Come to laugh at me?" Tasho scowled a bit. He wasn't really a fan of the situation. But he couldn't exactly move yet either. It was a miracle that he could even think straight with how drunk he was. So noisy. So helpless. So pathetic. Ken reached to his back, took out his long blade, still sheathed, and stabbed it into the ground right near Tasho's head. The former child soldier didn't even flinch, only narrowing his eyes once more as he started to regain feeling in his body, the fear sobering him up effectively. Tasho's words were interrupted by Ken's own voice. "Do you really want your end to be this pathetic?" Tasho's eyes widened in shock when hearing those words. It had been a while since he had heard someone express such disappointment towards him. "Is your silence a sign of you giving up? I guess you were nothing more than a drunk at the end of the day. The world won't miss you." Ken's raspy voice ground at Tasho's ears, and his eyes filled with rage when hearing Ken's tone and words. Ken then unsheathed the katana at his waist, bringing it over his head, preparing to decapitate the drunk Tasho. "Like hell. I won't give up this easily." Tasho's voice sounded out as his body seemed to tremble in rage. Ken's sword came down slower than his usual speed, as Tasho rolled out of the way in an almost practiced motion, making Ken smile under his mask. "I guess you weren't such a waste of time after all." That was the last thing Tasho heard, as Ken appeared in front of him and slammed the hilt of his katana into his chin, knocking him out instantly. Ken then grabbed his blade, pulling it out of the earth and placing it back on his back, and sheathed his katana once more. The blind swordsman then walked over to his unconscious new recruit and grabbed him by the collar, dragging him off into the night. "I will start by training him a bit. After he's more familiar with me, I'll be able to talk him into being my eyes from now on." Chapter 17, Harsh Training and Respect. The next thing that Tasho knew when he woke up was that he was in a cave. At least he assumed so, as he couldn't see anything at all. It was pitch black, not a single thing could be made out. He couldn't recognize where he was, nor remember how he had gotten there, but he knew what had happened before that. That masked man? No, it should be a child. That tone of voice is too strange. Tasho could clearly remember almost being beheaded by that masked child. The hairs on the back of his neck stood when he remembered the feeling of cold despair that had washed over him in those final moments. Through newfound willpower, he had managed to somehow roll away. Most likely thanks to his previous life as a child soldier. Still, the masked child showcased a much superior speed to his own and knocked him out almost instantly. Is he a shinobi? Or maybe a samurai? The Land of Iron doesn't involve its young in warfare like the elemental nations, so that shouldn't be the case. Tasho quickly started struggling against his bindings. The rope around him seemed to be wrapped loosely, which allowed him to move his arms to some extent. Slowly but surely, his bindings came off, and he shakily got up. He was thankfully not hurting anywhere. He ran his hands across his body to make sure, so he was well aware of his own condition. While touching the wall, he started walking forward blindly, hugging the wall for as long as he could until he eventually reached an entrance. It didn't lead outside, and there was no light in that room, but Tasho could tell it was bigger, the temperature in it dropping a bit and the echo of his steps becoming a bit more noticeable. Tasho continued walking to a side, sticking to the wall, knowing it was his best bet at finding an exit and avoiding any holes that he could fall into. That was when it happened. Dodge! A raspy and low voice followed by something more substantial. A loud thump and a burning sensation on Tasho's side, the sheath of a long blade hitting him in the side and sending him tumbling towards the middle of the large room. "Do as instructed," was the first thing Tasho heard when his ears cleared and he managed to catch his breath once more. He quickly got up, opening his eyes and trying to look around desperately, but the room was still pitch black, so he might as well have not opened his eyes at all. Dodge! He heard again, and before he could even react, another strike hit his leg, making him kneel once more. He expected a follow-up, so he put up his guard in a hurry, but nothing came. Tasho recognized that voice now. It was also the only person obviously looking to torment him in some way. "Why are you doing this?" Tasho asked with a frantic tone, still kneeling as he raised his arms around his head in a defensive manner. "Drunk, useless, weak, pathetic." The words echoed in that cave as Tasho clutched at his head in fear. "Do you want to go back to that? Or do you want to become strong?" Ken's voice sounded in the cave, emotionless, uncaring, absolutely chilling for the scared former child soldier. Tasho tried his best to locate Ken using that voice, but he had no chance thanks to the echo in the cave. He looked around frantically again, hoping for something to happen, and then Ken's words finally managed to sink in. This isn't some form of torture or prolonged execution. This is training." Tasho immediately realized what was happening after that. Ken wasn't his enemy, but rather the opposite. The masked child wanted him to grow stronger. Tasho had no clue why that was. How was he, a washed-up drunkard and former child soldier, supposed to be of use to someone like Ken? Ken was an exceedingly young, talented, and powerful swordsman/shinobi. And he? Well, he was already past his prime. No one would even give him the time of day. So why? The more he thought about Ken, his masked attacker, the more confused he was. But there was also a feeling of awe slithering in the depths his mind. Ken was even faster than Tasho's former Jonin teachers while being most likely younger than or just as young as academy graduates. Tasho took a few seconds to mull over his life till that point, all that he had gone through and the humiliation he had suffered. After that, he started getting up again. If someone like him shows interest in my talent, then I will at least try not to disappoint him. Dodge! Another auditory cue was given and another blunt strike hit him. This time, his guard was up, so his arm took the brunt of that hit. He rolled on the ground. The force of that strike made it clear that it wasn't meant to be blocked. The second Tasho got up again, he heard Ken's voice again. Dodge! A bit louder this time, and he was struck in the back. This continued for a while, as Tasho slowly remembered the jutsus he had learned in his youth, that stressful situation managing to force them out of his mind in order to find some way to defend himself. He tried to use a sensory technique, but he wasn't able to get even the faintest whiff of a chakra signature beside his own. Then he got struck down again. Then he tried to use a defensive jutsu, raising an earth wall. The wall was broken instantly, and he was sent flying further, injured by both the sheath and the broken rocks. Making clones also didn't work. Tasho wanted to use a few more visual illusions, but each time he tried something he was struck to the ground regardless. With each word spoken, a strike was sent Tasho's way, and more pain accumulated. With each strike, Tasho grew calmer. The more pain he felt, the more focused he became. Eventually, nearing the end of that grueling training, he managed to sense one single strike. He could feel it approaching, a moment of pure comprehension, as his eyesight seemed to be forgotten completely. Tasho had no clue whether it was thanks to the auditory cue or a sickening sense of premonition after hundreds of strikes, but he managed to roll away in time. Ken's sheath hit the ground loudly. And that was also where the training stopped, as Tasho collapsed to the ground, unable to get up anymore. He was injured, to the point where he couldn't even move anymore. Eubo.com. I can't. I'm too tired. Tasho felt his entire body burning with both fatigue and pain. There was not a part of his body that was uninjured. He was not passing out, holding on with sheer will. Then he started to hear a rock being moved, and a light shined into the cave room. Clearing up his surroundings as he closed his eyes, readjusting slowly to the sunlight seeping into the large cave. He was in a cave that seemed to have been formed naturally but was enlarged unnaturally. The room he had come from was also dug up. Then he saw a shadow coming closer and closer to him. Looking up, he saw that exact same mask that had looked over him in the past. The same wild and overgrown spiky hair, the same blood-red armor covered by a tattered black cloth. You did a lot better than anticipated. You lasted around 5 hours even. With this type of determination, you are bound to go far above ordinary. Ken's voice sounded out, this time his tone wasn't cold or uncaring, which shocked Tasho. Instead, it was warm, prideful even. Tasho smiled widely when feeling the odd warmth in Ken's words, before finally passing out in the warmth of the sun. Ken simply let out a sigh as he looked at his trainee. A lot better than I expected. He actually surpassed my expectations a lot. He was quite resourceful too. I guess my judgment was right this time around. Ken shook his head in the end, retracting that last thought as another one replaced it. Can't say his success has anything to do with me though. He was the one to motivate himself and break his limits. In that manner, Ken gained a newfound sense of respect for his trainee. I should probably get to bandaging him though, don't want him dying on me. Chapter 18, Trust, Organization and Techniques. 3 weeks. That was all it took for Tasho to completely respect his new master/teacher, who he now knew was named Ken. Tasho felt odd about addressing a child with such titles at first. But one thing became clear after a while. Ken certainly had the skill to be called those things. He also had the temperament and mentality of a teacher. If he didn't know any better, he would have thought Ken was actually a lot older than him. But he could tell Ken's age rather easily, especially after spending so much time with him. The biggest indicators came in when Ken was relaxed, which was only whenever he took a 3 to 4 hour nap. Tasho somehow could tell that Ken was still alert even then, but when his body was relaxed, he looked about as normal as a child could be. Well, without the red armor, mask, and swords. Ken's voice was still somewhat hoarse, but the hint of youthfulness in it was a lot more pronounced now that he had a bit more practice with social interactions. The masked child also didn't bother to change his tone or even hide it in any way. He simply couldn't care less. Tasho actually learned that Ken was actually using his age as a weapon against others. People will drop their guard more when they see their opponent as a child, even when child soldiers are common. Since everyone was once a child soldier, adults tend to have more confidence as they also tend to think they have more experience. Tasho sweated a bit when hearing that explanation. Well, they do have more experience. Normally, adult shinobi had a lot more practice and experience than any academy child. Tasho could somehow tell that this wasn't the case with Ken. Maybe it was a gut feeling? Maybe it was somehow related to the fact that Ken had decapitated a bear and sheathed his blade in the blink of an eye. Regardless, at that point, Tasho was well aware that sticking around with Ken was for his own benefit. In those 3 weeks, Ken had trained him daily. And at that point, he was a lot more proficient at dodging hits while in the dark. Although he still got hit often. Tasho was satisfied though, as he had made a lot of progress in an extremely short time. His reflexes also got sharpened quite a bit. He had lashed out to Ken at some point early into their training. As he found it particularly harsh and he couldn't quite see how it helped him at the time. Ken didn't even answer him, he simply swung his sheathed sword towards him, and out of reflex, Tasho actually blocked it, his eyes widening but as his body had almost reacted instinctively. Even if your mind has some catching up to do, your body has already learnt a lot. That moment had somewhat humbled Tasho once again. As he decided to stop questioning Ken altogether. Then he learnt about Ken's condition. He found out in a strange way, as Ken simply took off his mask to eat some meat. Usually, Ken would have just moved it slightly to the side, and eaten like that, but now he decided to take it off completely. This had most likely because he had gotten a bit more comfortable around Tasho, who was basically his student at that point. That was the first time Tasho had gotten a good look at his teacher's face. It was a bit stomach-churning. It certainly wasn't what he had been expecting. So a conversation started. Have you always been like that? Tasho asked while scratching the back of his head, unsure if Ken's condition was a taboo subject or not. Surprisingly for him, Ken didn't seem bothered by that question. Since I was born. I guess I was just unlucky in this aspect. Though, my luck manifested in different ways. Ken couldn't deny the fact that he was lucky. He was lucky to have been born with a special body, even if blind. He was lucky to have been rescued and raised by his real family, the samurai. He was only alive thanks to that luck of his. Otherwise, he would have died not long after his birth. I see. I mean I understand. Tasho seemed to be somewhat unsure of what words to use, which made Ken chuckle a bit. Don't bother mincing words with me, recruit. His voice sounded serious for one moment, sending a shiver up Tasho's spine as he muttered back. Why yes, sir. Sir. I'll be honest with you. Ken continued to speak, making Tasho stop his unneeded apologies. You are the first of many. You are to be a leading figure for the group that I plan to build in the future, a teacher and a mentor. Tasho's eyes widened when he heard that. He immediately felt flattered at being given that opportunity. He still considered himself a washed-up genin after all. Thank you. I will do my best to meet your expectations. He kneeled before Ken this time, showing his loyalty as well as his desire to grow stronger. No need for that. Needless posturing won't get you far. Ken's words caused Tasho to awkwardly get up, but he still appreciated that Ken didn't ask him to lower himself. The organization will be my eyes, my ears, my nose. And my sword if I so desire. Ken said as he leaned on the long blade he carried with him. I understand. Do you plan to compete with the hidden villages? Tasho still wanted to know more. Since he was meant to be a leading figure, he needed to at least know the forces they'd be facing in the future. I've no gripe with the villages. We will mainly collect bounties from the bingo book, which will be our main source of income. Tasho nodded when hearing that, somewhat glad that they weren't going to be gunning after the hidden villages. No organization made in a few years could take down a hidden village after all. They had too much power in the form of unique bloodlines and decades of experience. Tasho didn't even want to think about the number of soldiers the villages had. Thousands died constantly in their wars, yet they seemed to be able to throw more and more shinobi on the front lines as they competed with one another. The hidden villages were a frightful existence, and that was just what Tasho knew on the surface. Ken didn't bother explaining more than that, and the two of them continued to train. This time, Tasho also took his duty more seriously, and eventually, Ken finally felt that he could be trusted enough to help him with reading the techniques. Tasho was elated to be trusted with such an important duty. I am still in training, yet I am already tasked to be the eyes of this person. He's already helped me change my fate, I owe him at least this much. With Tasho's help, Ken was able to find out that 3 of the scrolls he had gathered were actually just mission details. One of them was a scroll on equipment storage seals, which Ken was immediately interested in. Tasho remembered them from his life as a shinobi. They are basically pockets of space created through basic finjutsu. This particular one only stores inorganic objects. Ken instantly decided to learn them after finding out that tapping them and applying chakra was all that was needed to take out the weapon. Finally, a way to hide my weapons while traveling. Shinobi arts are truly a wonder. The other jutsus written down on the scrolls were rather rudimentary. One was a fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. It was considered a rather powerful C rank jutsu that could go up to B rank if one was willing to spend enough chakra on it. Another was Earth Release, Earth-style Wall, which was actually a B-rank jutsu that the Jonin had used. And the last one, the most promising one besides the equipment storage seals, is Lightning Release, Lightning Clone Technique. It was a B-rank technique that the Jonin Ken had killed used. It required quite a bit of chakra, and it seemed to also require one to have really advanced control of their chakra, as well as to have the lightning attribute. Thankfully, Ken fit into both categories, so he decided that the clone technique was a must for him. Those were the only scrolls with any techniques, and Ken decided to actually learn all of them in the end. He had also given Tasho free rein on which he wanted to learn. From Ken's perspective, the more tricks they had up their sleeves, the better things were for them. And so, the training continued. This time Ken also practiced jutsu seriously for once. Chapter 19, 1 Year of Hardship. And so, Ken and Tasho trained earnestly, for the following year and a half. In and out of that cave, sometimes venturing out and finding more scrolls and equipment. Ken's luck was quite good, and his stealth skills were also impeccable. Regardless of how many times he entered enemy territory, he always left it unscathed and undetected. Most of his actions would be written off as attacks of enemy shinobi. The time of war made it easy for Ken to cover his tracks perfectly, and he knew to take advantage of that. He didn't just attack one place though, he traveled a bit more, sometimes being gone for weeks on end in order to acquire more diverse techniques. At some point, a few months into their training, Tasho became accustomed to it, and Ken was able to notice it as well. Instead of waiting to be hit, he now was able to anticipate attacks. Blocking, dodging, and even hitting back at times. It was clear that his instincts had improved greatly, showing that he wasn't exactly lacking talent before, just willpower. So, Ken took his training to the next level. No longer giving him an auditory clue, and just hitting him. It took Tasho a while to get used to that, but he was able to. During that time, he had also mastered some jutsu, and he started using them effectively even in training. Ken had no problems with that, as he allowed Tasho to use everything he had at his disposal to either dodge, block or make him retreat. The rules were that there were no rules. Well, with one exception. Fire jutsus were a bit of a no-go, as Ken usually hit him harder when using them, and once even ended the training early. Ken's explanation for that? Using fire style jutsu in an enclosed space is beyond stupid. Fire burns oxygen, which is the main component of the very air you breathe. Ken always sealed off the cave they trained in perfectly, to prevent even a speck of light from getting in. So running out of oxygen was a possibility inside there. The cave was large enough to sustain them for a few hours of regular training. The fire burned through that very quickly though. Ken made sure also to give him a thorough explanation of some basic scientific concepts after that incident. Tasho was like a sponge, he absorbed as much knowledge as he could, and he seemed to be eager to learn more at all times. And, after an entire year of struggling, Tasho was now able to cross blades with Ken in a spar. He wasn't as strong physically, and he wasn't as fast, but his reflexes were trained to an insane point, which allowed him to keep up in a short spar using only kenjutsu, sword fighting, and taijutsu, fisticuffs. Ken always managed to overwhelm him with only skill though, as he was always holding back physically during their spars unless it was to prove a point and show Tasho that he still had a long way to go. Tasho growing complacent and thinking he was too powerful was the last thing Ken needed, so he made sure to beat any thought even similar to that out of his head. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, was a quote that Ken remembered from somewhere, and that perfectly applied to his line of work. Being overconfident meant not taking things seriously, and not taking things seriously was just a way to die quickly. Now, Ken had grown a lot during that year, and he was slowly approaching his 10th birthday at that point. He was already tall for his age, standing at around 1.55 meters, 5.08 feet. And his muscles were also becoming more and more well-defined. No one was to mistake him for a child anymore, not that many had in the past. Tasho was also loyal to him at this point, seeing Ken as the only reason he now had a chance to live a better life. Now, Tasho no longer looked as he did before. No longer the same skinny waste of life he had been before. Now he was a lean and fit assassin, likely stronger than the vast majority of chunin, even possibly at the level of a jonin. At that point, in Ken's eyes, Tasho only lacked a few more advanced jutsu that one would need to be called a jonin, but his taijutsu was definitely on par. Tasho's progress mirrored his renewed passion, his power growing exponentially as he underwent Ken's hellish training. And, after reaching this point in his training, he was also given a uniform. A coat that covered his body completely, black and completely discreet and with plenty of pouches that contained throwables. He received a large straw hat, which covered his head completely, and had white strips of clothing going downwards and covering each side of his head. But, the most important part of the outfit had to be the mask. It was very similar to Ken's own mask. But instead of a dot in the middle, it only had one, somewhat thick, red line. Ken made it so that the ranking in the organization he was building would depend on the masks to some extent. Tasho was to be the only one with a single line. The first blade, after him would come 2 more blades, and after that would just be the numbered. Ken was looking forward to developing the organization, and it was about time he started doing so. Currently, Ken wanted to expand his influence, to become stronger before poking the proverbial wasp's nest that was the Mist Village. Ken found out more about the 7 swordsmen during the 1 year he had been training Tasho. They were basically the cornerstone for the Mist Village, their swords being akin to national treasures to them. And Ken had no plans to just hand them over to the Mist Village after killing the swordsmen wielding them. They were rightfully his spoils of war. So he needed to prepare to face the entire village if needed. Though he assumed he'd just be able to hide from them if needed. As long as I kill them covertly, I won't even have to worry about the mist. But killing the 7 of them without making any noise whatsoever will be impossible. So, Ken decided to start developing his organization. And to do that, he needed money, a lot of money. Resources, a proper base, it would all take time, which he had, but money, which he'd need to acquire. He and Tasho theorized a bit on where to get that money and who exactly they could recruit. They reached a rather straightforward conclusion. Tasho would handle recruitment and finding a proper base. And Ken would handle the gathering of money for the entire operation. Ken did make sure to put a rule in place for their recruitment. We are not allowed to force regular people to join us, and we must avoid getting them involved in any conflict we encounter at all costs. Ken truly didn't care about any shinobi or samurai, as soldiers were always prepared to die, but he didn't want the same fate to befall civilians. Tasho was quite fine with that, as he wasn't exactly planning to recruit civilians in the first place. He was to start building a few homes for new recruits. There were plenty of trees in the forest thankfully, so they didn't need to spend any money on that. But he would use the rest of their savings for tools and other building materials. Now, Ken was to earn money. And he had found the perfect tool to do so. The Bingo Book. The book contained all wanted shinobi and criminals with information on their bounties and where to collect them. The Bingo Book also gave some information regarding the abilities of these people, giving them ratings and being constantly updated. So, Ken left the cave with a stack of papers, handwritten by Tasho, and he was to hunt down all of them. And so Ken started making his way through the forest, dressed in his usual red armor and black coat similar to that of Tasho. He didn't bother wearing a hat though, as he didn't care about it too much. He also didn't have any backpack or blades on his body. Instead of bandages, his wrists now had leather guards with storage sigils on them, allowing for easy transportation for both his weapons and his supplies. It was about time I embarked on a long journey anyway. I've yet to feel a lot of this world. Who knows? Maybe I'll even visit the hidden villages. Chapter 20, Wandering Samurai. Ken wandered the land, jumping from tree to tree as he mapped out the areas he traveled in his mind. Many of his targets were Rouge Shinobi, and he only had a rough estimation of where they could be. Tasho had done his best to help him memorize some locations on the map, even going as far as to draw him a map of the continent with a pen. Ken was able to easily feel the location of certain landmarks and roads from the imprints of that drawing, but that didn't mean he was easily able to tell where exactly he was on it. That was his main issue. Even with his hyper-enhanced senses, he still had quite a bit of trouble navigating around. Even when he somehow, through a miracle, managed to pinpoint where exactly he was on the map, the second he moved he would somewhat lose that position after a while, which got him back to square one. The only good thing was that he was able to at least find a good direction to walk towards after a few stops. He started hunting down a random criminal. Renowned killer and rapist, someone going by the name of Seiza Toyonso. Ken only knew about him a bit, that he hanged around the Land of Lightning and that he was well known for kidnapping young Kunoichi for obvious reasons considering his reported crimes. His crimes weren't really the only noteworthy thing about him though. An S-rank missing shinobi was able to escape the encirclement of 3 different jonin at some point in the past. The full scope of his abilities, unknown. Ken figured he'd just be able to deal with him anyway. Which made him think back to reading about his crimes. I guess beasts like him are common in every world. Ken wasn't exactly outright impressed by what he was reading. He knew plenty of similar people from his past life. War zones were fought with soldiers taking advantage of locals, it was almost a tradition for war zones at that point. But he didn't think much of them besides the fact that their desires were a lot stranger than his. He thought that he was just as disgusting as they were, so he had no right to judge them at that time. Now he saw things in a different light. I may still kill, but I am a changed man when it comes to mentality at this point. I refuse to compare myself to these beasts any longer. He decided that he'd kill any beast he came by if the opportunity arose. But he otherwise still didn't feel the need to hunt down criminals specifically. He wasn't planning on becoming some righteous crusader, nor did he really have any right to. The first few days of wandering the Land of Lightning were quite uneventful. Ken even managed to set up camp and make a fire. I'm not here to attack any shinobi, so I couldn't care less if they find me. His intentions were different, and so were his actions. There was now no reason for him to really hide. He was actually aiding the Land of Lightning by hunting down a criminal for them. Ken didn't bother to rest for long, he was young and full of energy. The natural energy revolving around him almost didn't want him to rest. And so, the blind swordsman decided to take it a bit slower, scout out the terrains. I'm unlikely to just run into the criminal if I run around at high speeds everywhere. In truth, Ken also wanted to take a few moments to appreciate the fresh air around him. Appreciating nature is something I've only taken to during this lifetime. I guess I was too focused on other things to appreciate small things like this. Ken continued walking slowly through the forest for a few hours, not bothering himself with hiding his presence like he usually would. He only stopped himself when he noticed that he was encircled. He wasn't exactly worried though. He wasn't approaching the people of the Land of Lightning as an enemy, after all, he didn't have anything to hide. But he also had no reason to pretend that he couldn't feel them around him. The 4 of you can come out now. I can tell you've been tracking me for a while now. Ken's voice rang out clearly as he stood tall in that clearing. He noticed that 4 people were basically encircling him in the middle of that clearing. He could tell that they were a team of genin most likely, with the jonin leading them. Quite perceptive for a random traveler, the jonin was the first one to speak up. Ken could tell from the amount of chakra flowing inside her body. The team seemed to be led by a woman by what Ken's ears were picking up. He sniffed the air a bit, he could tell rather quickly that 2 boys and a girl were part of that team. I'm not exactly a regular traveler, miss. How should I call you exactly? Not exactly of importance. But I'll play along. My name is Mabi. Obviously a shinobi of Cloud Village, something you should be aware of, you are in our territory after all. The woman seemed to take out a kunao as she spoke, seemingly preparing in case Ken proved to be less than friendly. The genin around her did the same. Now. No need for hostilities. I am not involved with any of the hidden villages, your wars don't concern me much. Ken raised his palms in a defensive manner, not wanting to start up a fight with people that weren't even his target. Target? Hey! Ken took a closer look at the people around him. The female Jonin seemed to have a relatively attractive form. Ken could feel the wind bending around her figure. He smiled as he came to a realization. She seems like prime bait. Though our resident degenerate might rather aim for that genin girl. No, regardless of who he aims for, this entire group is good bait. But I should make sure they don't have any important mission. I don't want to get involved in conflicts between villages now. And we're supposed to take your words at face value? When you don't even show us your face. Haha, nice joke. One of the genin said. The boy then quickly looked away as his Jonin teacher/handled gave him a stare down. Although my pupil was rather rude. I would still have to ask you to take your mask off. I don't know how accustomed you are to shinobi ways, but those that wear masks always have something to hide. Mabi said as she narrowed her eyes at Ken. Although her tone was more polite, her accusation was about as obvious as her pupil's, maybe less pointed and gruff. Ken frowned a bit, but ended up slapping the back of his head in frustration. I guess wearing masks is associated more with the secret operations unit of villages, the NBU, was it? They may not be voicing that specifically, but they're certainly thinking about it. Tasho did tell me a bit about them, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I don't mind taking off my mask, but I must warn you. It is no pretty sight. Ken said as he slowly started taking off his mask, a small smile rising on his lips as he did so. He wasn't scared of showing his face to others at all. If it wasn't for the mask being a gift from his loved ones, he wouldn't even bother wearing one. He also somewhat liked the design, so he mostly wore it. There was no denying the fact that his appearance would stir some reactions in others as well, so there were really few reasons for him to take it off most of the time. Now however, it only seemed sensible. The four shinobi around him seemed to be preparing for something as Ken's mask was taken off. An ambush or anything. Anbu went by an extremely strict code, they were to never unmask themselves, not even to allies. So if Ken was to actually be an enemy, then he likely would throw a smoke screen and attack them before they even caught a glimpse of his face. Their doubts fell off when seeing Ken's face though. Eyeless, mangled beyond any recognition. It was absolutely impossible to accurately pinpoint his age, but Mabi could still tell that he was relatively young. Either late teenager or young adult if she went using her intuition. It was clear that Ken was either highly trained or malnutritioned, she could see no excess fat on his sunken cheeks at all. I would say he's trained. No one would keep their composure in such a situation otherwise. For a second, Mabi even thought that he was using some type of genjutsu to hide his face. But as a jonin, she wasn't able to feel anything. There was always the question of who exactly trained Ken, but at the very least he didn't seem aggressive. We're still on a mission, I would question him more under normal circumstances, but I guess this should suffice for now. Mabi nodded. Sorry about that, traveler. Some questions are still in order, but I can tell that you didn't come here to make enemies at least. If he planned to attack us, he wouldn't have shown his face, nor would he be so deep into our territory while doing so, our reinforcements would quite literally appear in seconds. Ken then put his mask back on, ignoring the reactions of the people around him as he sighed and continued to talk. No apologies needed. You're just doing your job. Now, I'll stop speaking in circles. My name is Ken, I am a Ronin, wandering samurai if you will, though you can likely tell from my armor. I am also a bounty hunter, it's how I make my bread. I am here tracking one Sezatoyansn. A missing nin last spotted around the land of lightning. Ken's voice rang out confidently in that clearing, confident and unshaken. Mabi ended up sighing, not exactly sure what to think of this bounty hunter. On one hand, it did make a lot of sense, as he did seem strong, and he didn't seem hostile at all. But now she actually felt a bit guilty about technically forcing him to take his mask off. So you're hunting down that animal? I should warn you, he's pretty strong. A squad of jonin from our side is already trying to track him though. Mabi said as she finally put down her weapon and crossed her arms. Her pupils followed her motion of putting down their weapons, making Ken sigh a bit at the almost mechanical way the child soldiers were moving. It is understandable that more would be after him. But I do happen to want his bounty. So I don't plan on giving up on it. Ken's confident tone didn't waver one bit though. Puh. So you're saying you're going to go against the Cloud Village and compete for his bounty? Mabi seemed quite amused at the notion, her pupils also seemed to raise an eyebrow at Ken's arrogance. Well, I have my ways. Anyway, I'll be seeing you people, maybe we'll even end up going after the same bounty one day. Ken then started walking off, waving at the group as he made his way through the forest. Mabi was about to say something, before she stopped in her tracks, realizing that the second she blinked, Ken was completely out of sight. Even as a sensory type, she couldn't sense him anywhere in the forests nearby. Maybe it's better that we avoided a fight with that one. Chapter 21, Lapse in Judgment, Precarious Situation and Bounty. Teacher. What was that guy's deal? The young girl Jenin asked as she jumped from tree to tree alongside her jonin handler Mabi. Mabi herself was still contemplating that strange meeting. It's strange that I've never heard of someone like him before. He's far too strong to not have a reputation. Unless he's just starting. Why yet? He looked really creepy. One of the other genin muttered as he looked ahead with a slightly scared gaze. It's unbecoming of a shinobi to be startled by the appearance of another. Especially out in the field, where each second counts and the lives of your teammates are on the line. Mabi said as she stopped in the middle of a clearing, signaling her disciples to stop as well. But I can't deny that his appearance is unusual. His strength was also rather hard to pinpoint, he's likely not an enemy the four of us could have faced. She continued while looking at her students with a sharp gaze. It was better for them to learn how to discern dangerous people like Ken when out in the world. All it took was showing disrespect to some bloodthirsty bounty hunter, and they'd likely end up dead if they were lucky. I don't know about that. He seemed pretty young, I don't think you'd have any issue facing him, teacher. One of the genin said with utmost confidence, making Mabi simply sigh. The other genin also nodded, seemingly agreeing with their teammates' assessment. I am disappointed in you. I thought you were told this in the academy already. You can't judge people merely based on appearance. Just from his chakra reserves, he had an advantage over me. And from the way he left, he also has an advantage when it comes to speed and stealth. It's hard to judge his sword skills, but I doubt they'd be any less. Mabi shook her head at her disciples. The genin were a bit shocked, not one of them had managed to truly notice just how big of a threat Ken was. What about his jutsu? It's unlikely he practices any. He said he was a samurai, not a stray shinobi or missing nin. While it's not good to take his words at face value, he had no real reason to lie to us. Especially since he likely could have killed us. The genin wanted to ask a few more questions. Boom! But all of them were interrupted by a huge explosion. The forest and trees around them shook in the wind as all of them covered their faces. A fight. Mabi was shocked. This was supposed to be just a small patrol mission, we aren't even that far off from the village. Who would dare get this close? Ganbu. Send a message to the village and follow us after. Hikari, Chibaru. Both of you come with me. The genin quickly nodded and followed orders. One of them quickly summoned a small bird and started writing a message, while the other two followed behind their teacher as they quickly went to check things out. Mabi and the other two genin advanced without any fear, though the jonin was feeling quite stressed at that moment. The feeling was only exacerbated when she caught glimpse of a corpse. Or what remained of it. A blackened and charred body. From the headband's location, she quickly guessed who that person was though. A former colleague of hers, and a jonin, just like her. This is bad. She quickly stopped in her tracks then, as she saw two other figures struggling against another man. She immediately went white when seeing who that man was. Says a Toyonso. Shit. So you're telling me 3 fully fledged jonin aren't enough? The two of you, quickly go back and regroup with Ganbu. Retreat to the village. This isn't a fight where you are able to help. Mabi whispered as she crouched down and prepared to approach the fight silently. The genin listened and turned around, fleeing the scene, only sometimes looking back in fear at their teacher's back. Now, Mabi needed to think of her next move carefully. A sneak attack's my only chance to turn things around. She was a sensory type, but she was still a jonin. She would be able to turn the tables if she managed to land a good attack. And she was going to use her strongest jutsu in order to do so. Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld. Mabi muttered under her breath, finishing her hand sings and tapping both of her palms on the ground with a grunt. The ground underneath Seza, their resident murderer, quickly turned into mud, his feet sinking into it as he was stopped in his tracks by its stickiness. Seza immediately turned his head towards the one responsible for that. Eyeing Mabi up for a second. A somewhat busted woman with darker skin and white hair, wearing a standard black jonin uniform. The murderer licked his lips when seeing that, making Mabi scowl at him. The jutsu allowed Mabi to somewhat seal off his mobility, as he sunk a bit deeper into the mud pit. The other two jonin immediately took advantage of that. One of them quickly took some distance and started forming some hand signs, while the other slashed at the missing nin with a lightning-covered sword. Seza looked at them with a smile for a second, before he immediately exploded into a large mass of lightning. Mabi covered her eyes with a grunt. A clone. When she looked at the situation again, she could clearly see that the closest jonin to that clone was shocked unconscious, while the other managed to completely dodge the attack. Shit. Mabi sensed a presence appear at her side. She only managed to slightly turn her head to the side before she got kicked into a tree. She could only spit out some blood as she looked at Seza with a hateful glare. The tall middle-aged shinobi only looked back at her with a cocky smile. Upon taking a closer look at him, Mabi could see a few scars littering his bald head. He was also wearing a jonin uniform, although his was bloody, presumably stolen off of some corpse. He purposefully didn't kill me. Shit. She was mad, but at least now she had another chance to take him down. The other jonin was also still alive, so she still had some hope left in her. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The jonin in question finished his hangings, shooting 6 smaller fire dragons towards Seza, who scoffed a bit. Jonin are always a pain in the ass. Seza's hands moved far faster than that of his enemy, becoming a blur as he finished his jutsu by pressing his hands on the ground. Earth Release, Earth-style wall. A gigantic wall of dirt rose from the ground in front of him, and the fire dragons blasted it apart quite quickly, but it still gave Seza more than enough time to do something. Hiding behind a piece of the wall, his hands turned into a blur once more. Lightning Release, Shadow Clone Technique. The shadow clone was a technique he had stolen off one of his jonin victims at some point. With his lightning release, it formed a clone made completely out of lighting. That technique was the whole reason why he was able to become as powerful as he had become. Although taxing, the technique was extremely powerful, and the murderer was already completely used to the drain it had on him, as well as the many uses it could have. Seza quickly ran out of hiding and started throwing kunao and paper bombs towards the jonin. Earth Release, Hiding like a mole technique. The clone silently dove into the ground as Seza distracted the jonin. Mabi took notice of that. Although injured, she wasn't about to let that type of thing go. She quickly started doing her hand signs. Earth Release, Tearing Earth Turning Palm. Just as she was about to tap her palm on the ground when she noticed that a paper bomb was already in front of her. Mabi only got to cover her face before she was blown away, and Seza scowled a bit. I don't like how many resources I am using in this fight. Better end it quickly. Fire release, fire dragon wall. The Jonin shouted as a ring of flames rose around him, capturing Seiza inside. Oh no! What am I to do? Seiza said smugly as he threw another kunao towards the Jonin, who simply scoffed and tilted his body to the side. That very second, the earth to the side he had dodged into shifted, a Tonto stabbing through his torso in that very instant, charged with lightning as it fried some of his organs. Shit! The Jonin forced his body to move, kicking the clone, which only caused it to explode and take him out of the fight for good. Ha! Good riddance! Seiza patted his shoulders as he started walking over to the only enemy he really cared about. Time to have some fun. He licked his lips once more when seeing the kunoichi getting up from the ground, her hands hanging limply by her sides, as she had just used them to block an explosion. Shit! This isn't good. I hope my students got to call reinforcements in time. If I can hold this monster here for long enough, maybe there is at least hope for him to pay for what he's done. She had mostly given up hope of winning the fight. She would normally simply kill herself, as she was trained to do in case of capture, but this time there was still hope for reinforcements to come. So she decided to try and hold him there for longer. Seiza Toyonso. You despicable scum. That didn't mean she'd have to pretend to like her situation though. Het. It'll be great to hear your squeals. The S-rank missing nin rubbed his hands together as he spoke, a creepy expression rising on his face. To think I'd end up like this. Mabi was ashamed, that was for sure. Not much could be done about it though. At least that was what she thought at first. Her eyes widened though when she saw a very familiar masked man creeping behind Seiza. A brooding figure covered in a black coat, only a small part of his chest was visible through it, showcasing a blood-red samurai armor. She couldn't see his hands, but his long hair flowed in the wind, and his mask was just as recognizable as before. It's him. Still, her reaction did give his position away, as Seiza turned instantly and jumped backwards, dodging a senbo which was aimed at his neck. The senbo landed right above Mabi, who simply sweated a bit as she realized her mistake. A critical one at that. To think I am lacking to this extent. There was also another thought in her mind. Will Ken even be able to win here? Seiza is a lot stronger than reported. I need to warn him at least. She opened her mouth to speak, but Ken's own words interrupted her. It would be nice if you could just die quietly. But Ken didn't seem bothered in the least. Not that one could tell by looking at him. His tone did give it away though. He sounded bored, almost disinterested. It was so disconnected from the situation that Mabi was flabbergasted for 1 second. As if. Seiza quickly jumped backwards once more and started making hand signs. His speed was impressive to Mabi. Shit. I spent too much time here. This guy is likely a big shot Anbu. I need to create some diversion and escape. At that point, he didn't bother himself with Mabi anymore, not about to lay his life down for a piece of ass. His plan was simple, use a large range jutsu, forcing the Anbu to try and rescue the injured Jonin nearby and allowing him to escape. He was extremely confident in his speed. To him, there was no Jonin faster than him when it came to hand signs. Many had tried to take him on, and just as many had died. At the end of the day, that was his greatest talent, his dexterity. But when he got to the third hand sign of his jutsu, he simply stopped, as his eyes widened. Mabi was confused for a split second, and then blood squirted out of Seiza's shoulder, and one of his hands fell off. Ken was right in front of him, his 2 fingers coming out of his large coat, exuding a large blade of chakra from them. You aren't really worth using a blade, Ken said as he pointed his fingers at his target. Seiza was completely white at that point, realizing that he had bitten far more than he could chew. Seiza opened his mouth once more, about to plead for his life most likely, but Ken simply swiped his hand, and his head flew off swiftly, not one more syllable coming out of his mouth. Mabi was simply petrified at that scene. A shinobi that she had seen 3 fully fledged jonin lose against was taken down in a split second. She could only gulp, as the speed he had showcased far surpassed anything she had seen before. Well, all but one person. Only Lord Raikage can surpass his speed. Ken simply took out a scroll and grabbed Seza's head, not even letting it fall on the ground as he stored it inside the scroll. First bounty acquired. Chapter 22, Bait, Twin, and Collection Plans. Mabi stood there for a while, contemplating the logistics of meeting and talking to an actual cage-level samurai, who also happened to be a bounty hunter. Now, saying that Ken was cage-level might have been a bit much, but Mabi really had no good frame of reference on anything in between jonin and a cage. The criminal that Ken had just decapitated was also in between a high jonin and a low cage level of strength, but he was far from being called an actual cage. Sure, most cage would have been able to kill the criminal with just as much ease. But there were plenty of others that might have been able to do the same. The title of cage was only reserved for the strongest in the village usually, but that didn't mean the title didn't have a number of contenders in each village. As a jonin, she should have had a bit more information regarding that, sure, but she was still relatively young, and she had yet to witness the change of a cage in her time as a shinobi. She was unaware of the power struggle that ensued when a village was to change leadership. That was the time when all the hidden powers made themselves known, vying for control. Most people would scoff at Mabi for comparing a vagabond samurai with the leaders of established clans of powerful shinobi, even if she did so unknowingly. But Mabi wasn't ignorant, and she was well aware of the fact that there were many stronger than her in the world. But she was also well aware that when it came to speed, there were few that could ever boast of being anywhere near as fast as what Ken had shown off. And currently, all of those people were masters of some movement technique, either secret technique or regular mastery over basics coupled with great talent. She had seen plenty of them, and their Raikage was considered to be the fastest at that time. In speed alone, without any established technique, Ken was already near the top. And that wasn't all of it. His techniques were something else entirely. She had no actual knowledge of them, but Mabi could surmise that they were a lot more complex than what she was accustomed to. Controlling everything from his breathing to his body temperature. Absolute control over one's body, being able to blend perfectly with one's surroundings. Whoever created this technique must have been either a genius or a madman. She had heard of people being capable of controlling their bodies to sickening degrees, but none were actually able to do so and hide their chakra signature as well. The blind samurai in front of her was able to do just that. Ken then proceeded to search the criminal's body for a while, finding a few scrolls and storing them on the same scroll as the head. That gave Mabi a bit more time to calm down and regain her bearings. She had thankfully met a cage or two before, so she knew how to carry herself. She was to treat him with respect befitting his strength, for as long as he didn't bare his fangs towards their village. Even without a village backing him, an individual with his strength can prove a worthy enemy for any hidden village. As she was further contemplating that, the cage-level bounty hunter simply turned around and started walking into the forest. Wait! Mabi said instinctually, wanting to at least thank Ken for saving her. But at the same time, it had dawned on her, how convenient the situation was. Ken just happened to start walking out of the woods as soon as the criminal was distracted by her. Wait! Was he using me as bait? He must have known the criminal's tendencies and likely location. I guess he's been tracking us ever since we met. Oh! Apologies for using you as bait. In truth, Ken didn't even bother to hide it either. Why would he? Anyone with a brain and some foresight would have been able to come to that conclusion, let alone people that were part of the shinobi world. I was going to thank you. But I guess we did use each other to some extent. Indeed, you owe me nothing. Nor do I owe you anything. That apology was mostly out of politeness. Ken said as he continued walking into the forest. Mabi at that point also got up, but she didn't pursue him in any way. Not like I could keep up with him. Though I'm sure Lord Rakage would have loved to meet him. Ken then stopped suddenly, turning his head in one direction and tilting slightly in a confused manner. Boom. An explosion could be heard in the distance, and Mabi's eyes widened as well when hearing where exactly it had come from. Shit! My students! She quickly got up and dashed in that direction, ignoring her tiredness as she passed by Ken, who was still standing there with a bit of confusion present in his mannerisms. The genin are in danger. The criminal is dead, that much I am quite sure about. Would enemy shinobi attack this close to a hidden village? Isn't this a bit too brazen for them? With a bit of curiosity, Ken decided to scout out the situation a bit more. He immediately became a blur, as his speed carried him through the wind, stepping from leaf to leaf and reaching the source of the explosion. He actually arrived there quite a bit sooner than Mabi, as his speed far exceeded hers. The scene he saw was about what he had expected. The genin were mostly unconscious, with the two boys suffering from burns on their bodies. The only one still conscious was the girl, and she was being held up by the neck, and Ken could only raise an eyebrow when sensing the person that was holding her up. Didn't I just kill him? Was that a clone? No, his aura is slightly different, not weaker, but different. Then it simply ticked for Ken. It was a rather easy conclusion to come to as well. A hidden twin brother, hey? That would explain how the criminal always managed to escape from every situation. Even if Seiza was a bit better than some jonin, he still shouldn't have been able to give an entire village that much trouble. Hikari! Mabi shouted as she finally arrived at the scene. She immediately looked at the genin being held up by the neck. Hey? Did you escape from Big Brother? I guess he does have a soft spot for hot women. The twin brother spoke out with a grin. My type's more like this one here. He then dropped the genin on the ground, allowing the little girl to finally get a breath of fresh air. But he didn't allow her to get much time to relax. He immediately grabbed her by the hair, and put a kunai to her throat. Well, you might as well look since you're here. Teacher. Help me. Mabi could only tremble for a few seconds, realizing that if she moved, then her student was likely going to die. But then she simply stood still, all of her worries disappearing in an instant. Of course, he'd still be nearby. Behind the criminal stood another figure, squatting slightly with a palm on his cheek as he seemingly waited for the twin to notice him. After the man started trying to undress the genin, Ken somewhat realized that the man had no intention of looking around himself. Therefore, he decided to simply end the man's miserable life. With a swipe of his hand, the twin's head was cut into 4 different pieces. Splattering blood on the grass in front of him as the pieces flew off a few meters away from the rest of the body. Hikari, the genin, quickly dashed away when she felt the hold on her loosen. Stumbling as she did so and doing a roll in order to regain her balance. Only when she turned around did she notice the black-haired samurai from earlier squatting over the headless body of her previous assailant. There's no wanted poster for this one. How peculiar. Ken said as he started searching the man's body for anything useful, well, anything that could remotely resemble a scroll. There was no report of this on our side either. They do look alike. Mabi spoke as she started tending to the injuries that the other genin had sustained. Hikari was still a bit too shocked to move. It would have been a traumatizing experience for most girls, but as a shinobi, she was trained for everything already. So she recovered quickly and went to assist her teachers, only muttering a few words of gratitude to the samurai that was still inspecting the criminal's body. Possibly twins, their bodies are also the exact same shape. Ken said as he ran his hands through all of the pockets he could sense. To think there was no record of this. It can't be helped, he wasn't worth anything either, he was also weaker. It's hard to tell which one was the one with a bounty on his head, but I doubt anyone will be able to tell the difference. Ken eventually found only one scroll on his body and proceeded to store it away. Thank you for your help. Mabi said, bowing a bit towards the wandering bounty hunter. Don't bother, I still get paid and I did use you all as bait. Though, I'd advise you to have more caution in the future. Something like this was bound to happen regardless of my actions. At least I was here to take care of things this time. Next time though. Ken then waved his hand and turned to leave. I'll keep that in mind. Mabby said as she sighed and continued to tend to her wounded students. This time, Ken didn't stop, nor did any explosion interrupt his departure. Instead, his back disappeared into the forests. Neither Mabby nor Hikari did anything to stop him, not like they could. I guess teacher was right. He really was a lot more dangerous than he let on. Hikari thought to herself as she continued to tend to her wounded teammates.
POV Ken
Such an odd turn of events. I can't really blame Tasho for this either, as it wasn't exactly his job to gather intel on my targets. We were basically just relying on the bingo book records. It's annoying, not being able to read normal books. I'll have to gather information in different ways. Now, to give Tasho the bounty. The process we surmised is rather simple. A summoning jutsu. The perfect way to instantly transfer both information and the bounties I collect. This is something that Tasho thankfully already knew. His former Jonin teacher had gotten to help him learn this trick, though it took a while for him to remember it. The contract was also rather simple. All I had to do to sign it was feed a random turtle on my travels. Odd condition, but I am not one to judge. All I have to do is make a few quick hand signs, bite my finger and tap the ground. I could sense my chakras spreading out, forming a summoning circle out of sigils. In an instant, it was almost as if a small smoke bomb went off, and a large turtle with a gigantic green shell appeared in front of the blind swordsman. It was easily twice the size of a regular adult in height. Its limbs were thicker than tree trunks. Overall, it was a sturdy summon. Ken. The turtle spoke slowly. It wasn't exactly the energetic type, nor was it a summon that could be used in combat against anything other than genin. Donatello. Ken's voice was also slow, his tone calm, not giving off any emotions. Stop calling me that. My name is Akira. The turtle's tone was still slow, it was also obviously feminine now that it spoke a bit more. And it was also clearly offended. Donatello, I need you to deliver this to Toshi. Ken held out the scroll storing all of the loot from his bounty hunt. Akira looked at Ken with lazy eyes, blinking slowly as she then took the scroll in her mouth. Please stop calling me and my family strange names, Akira spoke with a bit of desperation in her slow tone. Thanks. Talk to you later, Donatello. The turtle simply shook her head. Her eyes looked downcast, slightly disappointed as she then proceeded to disappear in a puff of smoke, undoing the transformation and taking the scroll with her. Tasho is to do a summoning at least once a week. So he'll get this scroll soon enough. Then, Ken simply continued jumping from tree to tree. On to the next bounty then. Chapter 23, The Red Dot and Grass Bounty. The third Reikage, smiled as he read through the reports on his desk. His sharp teeth munched on some sweets as he found out more and more about the bounty hunter he had been constantly hearing so much about. It had already been a few months since the Reikage had first heard of the Red Dot being in his territory. That was his actual first appearance for the shinobi world in general. Mabby, one of the jonin at the scene, did manage to give him quite a few extra details on the assassin, like his basic background and what she managed to observe from his character. In the shinobi world, he was known as an elusive figure, but also extremely dangerous, to his targets at least. When he appeared, it usually meant that someone in the area was going to die. And he had yet to fail even once in collecting the bounty that he was after. He was someone strong enough to decapitate a jonin from 100 meters away with nothing more than a small knife. The Reikage found that fact quite impressive. A reliable assassin that worked independently of the villages and hunted down criminals that could also prove to be annoyances for said villages. The red dot was also damn near untraceable, not leaving a single footprint behind as he walked. His gait was said to be swifter than that of a cat and even more silent. A tad uncharacteristic for one with a samurai's background, but A wasn't one to judge. Still, despite his skill, running into him was not exactly an uncommon thing. The bounty hunter really didn't bother to hide from non-targets, or even from actual targets. Sometimes even camping and grilling meat openly, confident that nothing could really hurt him. The Raikage remembered actually laughing out loud when first hearing about that. He could appreciate a man with such confidence. Of course, the Raikage only appreciated him because he had the strength to back his confidence. He was not a sheep, he was no innocent peddler or merchant, he was a carnivore, a true predator. One that had already consumed the lives of dozens high-profile criminals in the short span of a few months. He had no reason to hide, no one to hide from really. He could confidently stand out without any fear and without any worry. But when he truly hid, no one could sense him, no matter their rank. Sure, no cage had gone after him, but that didn't make it any less impressive. Those that did manage to run into him discovered that he was an extremely professional individual, extremely polite as well. He was basically anything that the shinobi world wasn't used to. A professional bounty hunter that wasn't a sleazy backpacker looking to score some easy money by fighting a few weak bandits. The Raikage also noticed that the assassin was smart enough to never go after any ninja related to any of the hidden villages, clearly keeping a neutral stance in their war and not caring much for it at all. It was a strategy that allowed him to freely travel around each territory, and in his profession, it was the smartest thing he could have done. Now, the Raikage actually knew the red dot by another name. Ken, a simple name, short, and quite descriptive. The kanji for blade. Extremely fitting for him. Now, the Raikage had already tried to recruit Ken once, but his Anbu were unable to make Ken meet with him. A was truly not offended, it was simply in line with Ken's modus operandi, MO. Always extremely careful not to take any sides or associate himself with any hidden village. And while frustrated, A couldn't quite blame the bounty hunter for his abstinence when it came to their bloody conflicts and power struggles. Still, if he is to bear his fangs at my village, I won't hesitate to fight him. Hell, it might actually be fun. Ken's epithet, or nickname, was now the red dot. He was not known by any other name publicly, and the nickname obviously came from the mask that he donned. The epithet had now earned a meaning of its own. At least going by the authors of the bingo book. Think of someone's life as a sentence. A sentence always naturally ends with a black dot at the end of it. The red dot is more akin to ending a sentence that could have still continued, or putting a stop to a sentence right in the middle of it. Now, the Raikage found the nickname and description to be a bit ridiculous. All shinobi killed, after all, not just Ken. Still, the Raikage didn't think it was wholly unfitting. Ken's way of killing was oftentimes a lot more terrifying than the methods they were used to. As most of the time, his victims would die before they even knew that they were being hunted in the first place. Sure, that was technically what all of them should have been able to do as shinobi. But actually pulling that type of thing off against high-rank jonin constantly was not something that even the cage could boast about. Besides, the description sure was somewhat poetic in a sense, not that A was a great admirer of the literary arts. The description was likely just the bingo book writers trying to find some type of meaning in Ken's appearance or actions. He was after all an S-rank Rouge Nin. The S-rank was usually reserved for extremely powerful shinobi. The major villages mostly gave that rank to cage-level shinobi. There were exceptions though, a few high-level jonin and anbu with especially heinous crimes sometimes made it to S rank, but they were mostly ranked up so they would be hunted down quicker. In Ken's case, all of the daimyo of the elemental nations saw it fit to give him that rank universally in all of their bingo books. Each village also had its very own version of the bingo book. They were usually made up of high-profile targets of the village. People that put the stability of the village at risk or that harmed its interests. The bingo book that Ken seemed to be using was the one issued by the Land of Iron. His bounties were seemingly being cashed in there as well. I wonder if I can convince him to hunt down some criminals that pose a threat to our village. Even if I can't get him to join me, I can at least hire his services. And the Reikage wasn't the only one thinking about things of that nature. Every nation took notice of the sudden appearance of a powerful third party, especially since they were in times of war. The red dot was brazen, confident, but most importantly, powerful and reliable. The assassin had already acted and killed enemies of just about every village. Many had already decided that they needed to either make him join or kill him. It was inevitable that some would think of assassinating him, to eliminate a potential threat in case he joined another village. But killing a cage-level fighter was easier said than done. A was much of the same thought. Though he decided not to outright hunt the bounty hunter down or make him a wanted criminal. Doing so seemed counterintuitive to the Reikage. For once, he felt like taking a methodical, calculated approach, and simply trying to hire Ken to post a few bounties and catch his attention. Still, at that point, it became a race against the clock. Who can make the red dot join them first? And, whilst that was happening, Ken wasn't exactly unaware or ignorant of the thoughts and intentions of the hidden villages. He was swiftly preparing for the future conflicts that awaited him. He was smart enough to understand that the villages would want him, and he was also smart enough to understand that some were bound to want to get rid of him. I could have collected bounties silently, sure. But disappearing criminals would have still caught everyone's attention at some point. Especially since I still need to cash in the bounties. Besides, I've already built up my reputation. When I eventually start my organization, people will already know of me and of its authenticity. Now that Ken was expecting invites from every village possible, he decided to tone down his public appearances and barbecue parties with random shinobi. He could easily reject them constantly, but that would eventually invite the ire of some of them, which would just hasten the inevitable of assassins being sent after him. Tasho has been able to find and recruit 10 people already. But they're nowhere near strong enough to actually take on any meaningful quests. 10 people recruited in the short span of a few months was a relatively good result. Especially considering the fact that Ken prohibited any and all unconventional recruitment methods, like kidnapping / what he did to Tasho. Tasho was basically stuck collecting children and beggars on the street. It was a slow process, as not everyone wanted to give up their lives and join a random organization. Still, a few were willing to join after learning more about the organization itself. A bounty hunting clan. Nameless still, but Tasho is already training the first batch of recruits. I really lucked out when finding him. Having him be the first blade in the organization certainly made things much easier for me. The blind swordsman sighed as he thought about the organization a bit more. I really need a proper name for this. Well, I could always just call it the Guild. I'll just think about this after the mission, I guess. Ken was currently somewhere in the Land of Earth, on the outskirts of its southern border with the Land of Grass. Where the village of Kusagakur, village hidden in the grass, resided. The blind assassin slowly finished his preparations. Extremely thin metal wires were strung around trees, almost invisible to the naked eye. He made a clear path for his target, slowly but surely stalking all the way to the target's campfire. Akira, S-rank criminal and former chunin. Managed to train himself into a jonin, pretty talented. But still a wanted man and murderer. His most recent crime is the noteworthy one though. And the one that placed him on the radar, giving him his rank. Killing the Kusakage, the leader of Kusagakur. The clans in that little place put up quite a great deal of money for someone to deal with him. They even contacted me specifically. They also added a special clause. But I'll think about it after I test a few things out a bit, to see if it's even possible to complete the mission properly. Ken mused in his thoughts as he silently stalked his victim. recounting as much information as he could before acting. Setting up traps was necessary, as he was dealing with someone capable of killing a cage. Granted, it was one of a weaker hidden village and not one of the great nations, but it was still a noteworthy achievement. Being careful always paid off in his profession. Oh, if only Ken had learnt that while he was still an assassin in his past life. Had he learnt it back then he would never have been caught and executed in the first place. Ken studied the criminal, who was merely wearing civilian clothing. By what Ken could feel, there was no armor he would commonly feel on regular shinobi. Akira only had a large backpack for accessories. It seemed that he wasn't much for fashion. The backpack itself was filled with what Ken assumed were pilfered items from other shinobi. Akira was entirely unaware of the reality that was his impending demise. To him, it was a day like any other: eat, sleep, and train. He was going about his business, cooking some meat from a small rabbit that he had hunted. For a cage killer, he sure is careless. Maybe I should wake him up a bit, remind him that he isn't exactly safe tonight. Out of nowhere, Akira seemed to gulp, dropping the meat in the fire in front of him as his hands shook. A sensation washed over him, making his spine tremble slightly. He recognized it. After years as a shinobi, there was no way he couldn't have. Yet it still caught him off guard. Such an open and concentrated killing intent. Akira's head snapped in the direction from which that sensation flooded into his small camp. Looking at the forest, he couldn't spot any glowing eyes in the night. His sensory ability didn't tell him of anyone being there. The traps and strings that he had placed around the camp were also completely untouched. But it was still there. That feeling of being watched. The killing intent was also still there. He could still feel it, almost as if small knives were constantly stabbing into his skin. Then, the clouds above shifted a bit, and moonlight hit the trees around him, reflecting slightly off of a few falling leaves. Now, Akira's eyes widened instantly as he spotted the source of his fears. And he was certainly right to be afraid. A slightly vivid red blood dot shone slightly in the moonlight right in front of him, not even bothering to hide. Instead, simply staring at him. Immediately, Akira turned and ran. Not stumbling one bit as he dashed off in the exact opposite direction. His instincts had been warning him to do so ever since that killing intent materialized. But only now did he decide to listen to said instincts. Why the fuck is the red dot after me? Was I too catchy when in the last village? Shit. I knew stealing from the cage was a bad idea. Ken was right behind him, walking at the perfect pace to keep up with the cage murderer. One thing was for sure though. This guy is certainly fast. Probably the fastest I've met yet. Ken mused to himself as they slowly approached the traps he had set up. Akira looked behind him once, hoping to have lost the red dot, but he almost collapsed in fear when he realized that the masked man was a few meters behind him. How fucking fast is this guy? I thought there was no one faster than me besides the Reikage. Due to that carelessness, he got too close to the trap, and he felt a metal string cutting at his torso. At the speed he was going, he knew that it was impossible to avoid getting injured. With a quick hand sign, Akira's chest seemed to puff out slightly. He ignored the feeling of that metal string cut through his chest as he shot an air bullet in front of him, killing off his momentum. He rolled backwards, and immediately his leg was snagged. A rope pulled him up and hung him upside down. Akira scoffed as he quickly prepared to break himself free, but then electrified wires entangled his body, paralyzing him instantly. He struggled a bit before passing out, wrapped in what looked like a cocoon of electrified wire. Capturing people alive will always be more of a bother than outright killing them. But the reward is double if I deliver him alive to them. Ah, might as well. Ken did happen to be in need of money, as his organization was still in its beginning stages. The more they had saved up the better. Besides, not like a quick trip to Kusagakure would hurt, right? Chapter 24, The Grass and Roots Conspiracy. Ken didn't waste much time in tying the man he had just knocked out. It had been easy, surprisingly so. Ken had admittedly expected to have quite a bit of trouble taking on a supposed cage killer. For such a highly valued target, he sure was a letdown. Though his speed took me by surprise, it wasn't that great compared to my own. Akira's speed was greater than anything Ken had actually seen before. But it was still nothing too shocking or impressive, especially since Akira didn't seem to have anything to back up that speed. How the hell did this guy kill a cage? I would understand it if he had impressive stealth and assassination skills, but he doesn't seem to be all that special in that regard. Ken had already judged Akira's skills from what had been displayed earlier. A skilled shinobi and a trained assassin would have been a lot harder to take by surprise. Even if Ken could sneak up on them, they would be alert at all times, making sneak attacks a bit tougher. Akira was not that alert, even though he had set up a camp right outside Kusagakure's territory. To Ken, that just made the situation sound a lot worse. Perhaps interrogating him before handing him over to the grass village would be a better move. Ken then dragged Akira's unconscious body and tied him to a tree. Now, while I wait for him to wake up, might as well see what other belongings he has on him. Ken searched Akira and managed to find a few scrolls. Ones he couldn't quite read. With a sigh, Ken made a few quick hand signs, bit his finger, and pressed his palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu. His bored voice came out as a small puff of smoke appeared near his hand. The smoke cleared quickly, revealing a small turtle, lazily looking up at Ken. "What?" the turtle asked in a small, somewhat low-pitched tone. Despite its size, its wrinkly skin showed that the small turtle was quite old. At least older than Donatello, Akira, who Ken had summoned before. "I need you to read some stuff for me," Ken said as he crossed his arms and tilted his head at the tiny creature in front of him. "You know we don't like reading things for you," the small turtle said as it slowly blinked a few times. Yes, you and your kind have the habit of not being particularly useful," Ken said as he waved his hand around, and the old small turtle only looked at him without any expression. "Just because not all of us are particularly literate doesn't mean you can make fun of us," the small turtle said as it hit Ken's shoe with its head. Though its actions expressed some anger or frustration, its tone and expression both remained completely blank. "The fact that most of you aren't literate isn't an issue. The fact that asking for your assistance requires a large supply of fish is annoying. We have to spend quite a good chunk of cash on your annoyingly expensive services. Why can't you guys settle for fruits and berries like regular turtles?" "Hat. We all have our tastes, Ken. I doubt you have any fish on you, but I'll assist you for now, since you are truly the only sage our species has ever been contracted to. I thought that was the exact reason why you don't want to do stuff for free. Like regular contracts would." Ken would have rolled his eyes if he had any. He didn't specifically know what a sage was, but it wasn't like the turtles were willing to answer. The turtles were the only animals that he could talk to, and almost all of the ones he had summoned had called him a sage. Upon asking them what that actually meant, most seemed to avoid answering, or outright change the subject. It all happened because of his first summon. When he had somehow managed to summon the oldest one among them. He had told him something rather interesting. "Though you are one with nature, you seem to ignore its will and disregard its rules. You are not a turtle sage, nor are you a toad sage. What type of sage you are, I can't even discern. Even you don't seem aware of what you are. All the signs indicate that you are a monster far greater than I had anticipated." It was at that point that Ken's contract with the turtles had somewhat strained. With the elder one not wanting to associate with Ken at all. Thankfully, Ken was able to sway them somehow. They reached the agreement that the turtles would only help him under the pretense that they were being paid. Donatello, Akira, was the one tasked with delivering bounties, and Tasho handled the payment when he got the bounties. To Ken, it was an annoying system and a waste of resources for something that should have otherwise been free. But it was undeniable that their contract was what made his bounty-gathering journey a possibility, and therefore the building of his organization. so Ken was somewhat forced to keep them on his payroll. He also didn't have any other summons he could rely on, so he managed with what he had. The small turtle that Ken didn't bother to learn the name of read out a few things from that scroll, albeit slowly and in a bored tone. And thanks to it, Ken gained a bit of perspective. The grass-style secret technique manual. The blind swordsman could somewhat guess that the scroll belonged to the Kyuzagokuer. Did he steal it? Is this related to why the hidden village wants him alive? Ken could only speculate on that point, but it seemed to make sense. Ken undid the summoning as he pondered on a few things. He proceeded to sit down on the grass and waited for his target to wake up. Any question that I have, this man can answer. Ken waited for around 20 minutes in that stance, sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. The tall grass around him made it hard for him to be spotted from a distance, but he stood directly in front of the target, somewhat giving away his position, though he doubted anyone would manage to sense him regardless. It was normal for Ken to think about ways that enemies would be able to approach him, even though he usually allowed others to come near him. After all, having his target tied to a tree right in front of him certainly made him a bit less welcoming to visitors. After all, it wasn't specified whether or not the cage killer had any allies or accomplices. And Ken surmised that he did after judging his strength, but all of his questions were to be answered soon. As he felt Akira's breath pattern change, his heartbeat returned to a more active state. Ken smiled as he patiently waited for his prisoner to open his eyes. He waited like that for another 2 minutes, before scowling a bit. Does he think he can pretend to be asleep around me? How exactly do you plan to check your surroundings without opening your eyes? You don't seem much like a sensory type to me, Ken said as he slowly stood up. The blind swordsman then tapped his wrist, a regular katana appearing in his hand with a puff of smoke. Within the time it took for a fly to flap its wings 5 times, the blade was embedded into the tree right beside Akira's head, slightly grazing his cheek with immaculate precision. It made the captive flinch and tilt his head slightly in the other direction. After that, the jig was obviously up. The cage killer opened his eyes, sweat filling his forehead as he stared at the masked man in front of him. It just had to be him. Akira grit his teeth at that thought. Out of everyone trying to collect his bounty, it just had to be the elusive red dot. One that had already reached legendary status in the eyes of many. His reputation, as well as his nickname, both managed to bring a question to Akira's mind though. But why hasn't he killed me yet? Ken's long and unruly hair flowed in the wind as he tilted his head slightly. I can somewhat guess what you're confused about. No one has really lived this long after facing me, with the exception of the 7 swordsmen, I guess, but their clock is ticking. What do you want from me? Akira said as he struggled a bit against the ropes that bound him. I am confused. Do you even know why you are being hunted? Ken asked, his head still tilted as he grabbed his katana and placed it back into the seal on his wrist, the blade disappearing in a puff of smoke. Obviously because of my bounty. Why else would someone like you seek me out? Akira had somewhat accepted the fact that he was going to die. He wasn't about to try and beg for his life, he didn't want his last moments to look pathetic. Ken could somewhat respect that. It was certainly more respectful than the grown men he had seen cry and beg to be spared with snot dribbling all over the place. Bounty is one thing. But your crime is what granted you that bounty. Crime? Obviously, because I stole that stupid fucking scroll. I was carrying it on me, so you should have it already. Akira said with a scowl. I see. He's either playing dumb and trying to stall for something, or he hasn't actually killed the Kyuzakage. Ken pondered on that for a second before he decided to judge Akira's reaction by giving him a bit more information. You stand accused of having killed the leader of Kyuzagokuer. What the hell are you talking about? Akira's voice sounded absolutely shocked, but Ken could feel something else. With his keen senses, Ken managed to notice the heightened heartbeat and the hair rising on the back of his neck. Akira was mostly feeling scared, hiding his fear behind a facade of bravery. This doesn't make any sense. I swear I didn't kill him. I only sneaked in and stole that scroll. An anonymous buyer was going to pay a premium for it. Akira's voice was shaking, his tone betraying his brave facade from earlier as the reality of the situation was starting to sink in. Being hunted down as a killer was a lot worse than being hunted down as a thief. It went from potentially losing his arm to simply losing his life. Though now it somewhat made sense why someone like the Red Dot was after him. I have no reason to make this up. I do not find pleasure in belittling my targets. From your reaction, I can guess that you've been set up. Ken rubbed his chin for a few seconds as he tried to think more about how to handle the situation. For one, lying to Ken was near impossible. Unless one could perfectly control their heartbeat and body functions, lies were easy to discern for Ken. Well, that was only the case for regular people. Ken's lie detector didn't work on complete psychopaths that could lie without blinking an eye. But something told the blind swordsman that Akira was far from a master manipulator. This matter has just become a lot more troublesome than I had anticipated. Though I can only blame myself, there were plenty of red flags with this situation. For a fraction of a second, the thought of simply killing Akira and collecting the bounty appeared in Ken's mind. But there was something irking him. Is this guy even a shinobi? Can I be sure of any information I had at this point? Are you a thief by profession? Ken asked as he still contemplated if getting involved in the situation further could benefit him in any way. Yap. I've been doing it since I was a kid. Picked up a few tricks along the way. Akira smiled with a hint of pride, somewhat forgetting his possible demise for a few seconds. You're telling me this guy is self-taught? He's faster than any jonin I've faced up until now. How old are you actually? Ken said as he stroked his chin once more. His intentions were rather plain. He seems quite talented. Recruiting him might actually be a worthwhile venture. I'm 19 this year. Why are you asking me all this? Akira said as he continued to try and move while held by his bindings. I would obviously want to know more about you. This situation is quite unusual after all. The reports I had called you a former chunin. Were you ever affiliated with any hidden village? Ken decided to continue his interrogation for the time being. Though it became rather clear that basically none of the information he was given seemed to reflect reality. Akira was a bit weirded out by the line of questioning. But he was honestly glad to answer as long as it meant he got to live a bit longer. I've never been a shinobi. Well, I did steal a few techniques from shinobi, but I was never actually taught by a hidden village. Akira's words came out as he shook his head once more. At that point, Ken was getting somewhat angry. To think they'd go as far as to trick me into hunting down a random thief and treating him like a murderer. I need to pay more attention to how I choose my targets in the future. Ken then sighed, and with a flick of the wrist, the rope binding Akira was immediately severed. Akira was scared at first when seeing the red dot's hand move, but he relaxed a bit when he felt the rope that bound him get cut. Unfortunately, that relaxation led to him face planting into the dirt in front of Ken. Thanks. Akira said as he immediately stood up, still in a kneeling position as he looked up at Ken with a dumb smile on his face. Thank me later, you are still in a huge mess. Ken shook his head as he turned his head and looked around the forest. More and more people are gathering. They are quite far from here, but they've certainly spotted Akira already. Well, I'm confident that I'll be able to run away. Akira said as he slowly got up, finally standing at full height, a bit taller than Ken himself. Doubtful. This place has already been surrounded. Ken said as he let his hands fall to the side, preparing to meet the newcomers that were still waiting to make their presence known. What? Akira said as he immediately became alert as well, gulping as he reached for his belt, to take out a kunai, only to not feel any weapons on him at all. Ken had obviously stripped him of sharp objects, as one would usually do to a prisoner. The blind swordsman didn't see any reason to treat Akira as a prisoner though, he instead gave the thief his pouch back, allowing him to arm himself, just in case. "How good are you at fighting?" Ken asked as he crossed his arms and continued to look around. "Well, I'd say I'm average enough." Ken could only shake his head at the not-so-confident response he had gotten. "Great. Let's see if these people are willing to talk things out. I'd rather avoid massacring them if possible." Chapter 25, Encirclement and Targeted Attention. Akira's hands trembled a bit as he prepared to defend himself. He figured the situation was quite dire if the red dot was claiming he wouldn't be able to escape. In his anxiety, he somewhat missed the part where Ken said he wanted to avoid massacring them, so he now thought that they were going to have a difficult fight on their hands. "Let's hope we can reason with them. Don't get your hopes up about diplomacy, Akira. When someone pursues you like this, it's likely they've made up their mind long before spotting you," Ken said in his usual calm and collected tone. How the hell is it so easy for him to stay calm? "I'm assuming strong shinobi were sent after me since my crime is so high profile, so even a jonin would likely be unable to escape in this situation. In their history, there was never any precedent for assassinating the leader of a hidden village and getting away with it. Even if Akira didn't assassinate the Kage, he was still accused of it, which meant that his chances of survival had decreased drastically. Well, at least they were in his mind. At the very least he didn't die to Ken, right? His talent was the one thing that actually saved his life completely though, as Ken had already decided to take him in and train him. Well. If it isn't the red dot." One person stepped forward, with dozens of eyes peering into the clearing from all sides, all looking down at Ken and Akira from the cover of the trees. Their cover didn't mean anything to Ken though. "The one speaking feels a bit strange, but around us, there are 10 Jonin-level shinobi, around 30 Chunin. The Chunin are here just for the numbers, glorified cannon fodder, all of them seem to be adults or in their late teens. Average at best. Still, their numbers meant that they weren't just random bounty hunters." That made Ken reconsider the situation for a bit, leading to a prolonged silence to set onto the clearing, as the shinobi seemed to be getting more and more anxious with each second that passed by. "Silent, eh? I guess we've caught you by surprise. Don't worry, we may spare you if you help us take care of that guy behind you." "Surprise? Sorry, but you are a few decades off from being able to take me by surprise." "Of course, only if your talent even allows you to grow that much," Ken said in a dead tone, not bothering to act friendly. He was willing to strike a deal if possible, but he didn't have a lot of money on him, nor was he actually willing to pay them off. "Arrogant, hey? I guess your reputation did go to your head. Regardless, our mission has nothing to do with you." The strange man jumped in front of Ken, his arms moving oddly as he did so. "You lot seem rather organized. Not some random bounty hunters, that's for sure. You also smell like grass, you know that," Ken said as he stood in front of the Jonin. "The Kyuzagakuer got involved after all. I guess it can't be helped, they were likely tracking Akira by themselves even before I started laying down my traps." Ken was rather quick to surmise that Kyuzagakuer had actually sent 10 teams led by Jonin after Akira. For a large village, such a move would have been rather small, but for a small village like the Kyuzagakuer, it was a rather good chunk of their trained forces. "Hey? You're certainly perceptive. Don't get involved further in this mess, it is none of your concern. We are just here to capture the one that killed our leader," the Jonin said as he extended a palm to Ken, obviously acting as if he was hoping to avoid a fight with the elusive red dot. It made sense, but something about the situation still felt off to Ken. If we take both of them on, we are certainly going to incur some losses. Why is neither of them even injured? The Jonin thought to himself as he signaled his troops to prepare for battle. Ken obviously noticed that some of them were taking their stances and preparing hand signs. He wasn't exactly pleased. "As you can see, he is already with me. I assure you that I'll bring him to your village, as per our agreement. That was our next destination actually. The blind swordsman said as he tapped the ground with the tip of his shoes. Ken didn't even flinch when lying, nor did his heartbeat change in any way. Even if it was unlikely that the shinobi had any ability similar to his lie detector, the blind swordsman preferred to be careful. Well, I can't notice any restraints on him. How come he even has his weapons? The Jonin said as the atmosphere around him started getting tense. I have no reason to be afraid of my prisoner just because he's armed. I assure you that he is no less harmless to me now than he would have been while tied to a tree. The Jonin scoffed a bit when hearing that, obviously not believing the red dot one bit. The rumors paint the red dot to be quite powerful. At least above the level of most Jonin. But he seems quite composed even in this situation. He can't truly be at the level of a cage. The grass village was currently going through quite a few changes, but none of the people present was kept up to speed on what was truly happening. Though a sizable force, they were all tools to the village's true leaders, the clans. To them, they were only tasked with a few things. Their mission was actually rather cut and dry. Kill the one that murdered the cage and bring his body back intact, and kill the red dot. They had managed to stalk Akira for a bit, staying a great distance away even when Ken had arrived. The plan was simple. Wait for the two of them to deal with the other. We'll pick off the straggler and complete our mission. Ken had already gained a bounty of his own in some circles after rejecting a few invitations. And he was specifically contacted for Akira's bounty so that this exact scenario would play out. Unfortunately, the situation shifted completely, as they had all severely underestimated Ken. The blind swordsman was still unaware that he was also a target, but from the reaction of the people around him, he was getting a rather large hint. You were never willing to let either one of us walk out of here alive, were you? Ken asked as he stepped forward, standing face to face with the special shinobi as he clenched his fists. Tisk! The shinobi quickly jumped back, taking out a large, football-sized, metallic ball tied to a chain from a scroll on his belt, which seemed to be his weapon of choice. Ken simply grit his teeth as he felt all of the other shinobi around start moving as well. So it's a massacre after all. I'd advise anyone that's weak to simply leave. I don't feel like killing too many of you today. Ken decided to stop trying to reason with them as well. Instead, he started releasing his killing intent, which managed to freeze most of the shinobi in their tracks. His chakra and nature energy both flared up, and combined with his murderous intent, it ended up creating a strange and baleful aura that spread out all around him. Most of the shinobi beside the Jonin all turned completely white. The tall grass around Ken was swaying, trembling in fear as Ken's aura seemed to push it away constantly, creating a wind of its own. Ken took out his blade, slowly unsheathing it as a deadly silence spread out all around them, with most of the shinobi frozen. The only sound heard was Ken's long blade coming out of its scabbard, as Ken threw the long sheath to the side with a swing. Come! That was all that Ken said. In the next instant, 4 Jonin were already onto him, with more coming behind them. They had already done quite a few hand signs while Ken was taking out his blade, and was already spitting fire towards Ken. A large wave of fire was formed, as 4 different Jonin used varying fire jutsu in an attempt to kill off Ken instantly. Useless! Was all that they could hear, as the blind swordsman's long blade cut through the wave of fire, blasting it back as the trees all around them swayed to match the raging firestorm that was coming right back at them. The Jonin managed to dodge away in time, either substituting away or entering the ground. The few Chenin that were behind them weren't quite as lucky, ending up being blown away by the wind and getting burnt by the flames. Ken was about to sigh, but he stopped himself from resting as he raised the hilt of his blade, covering the side of his face with it. A ball and chain broke through the black smoke, hitting the hilt of his blade almost instantly, bouncing away with a metallic clang as Ken felt his hand shift, being moved by the force behind that blow. He's certainly stronger than most. He is actually a bit stronger than me as well. Ken was not delusional to think there were none stronger than him. He was still only 10 at that point, so he had a lot of room for growth. He expected to meet quite a few people better than him in many aspects. But that didn't mean he was unable to fight back against them. Akira, duck! Ken didn't resist the movement of the ball and chain, using the momentum it gave him to swing his sword behind him, where a few shinobi were already trying to ambush him. They barely had the time to react, as Ken's blade immediately became covered in the aura and released a flying slash. Akira had thankfully gotten the message and was already face-planted into the ground. The entire forest around him was cut in half, all of the smoke being blown away, and every shinobi that Akira was trying to hold off either lost a limb or was forced to retreat. The cannon fodder was the first to be incapacitated, at least a good chunk of them, as Ken had yet to feel even one of the jonin die to him. Still, plenty of chunin were still hanging on, hiding among the trees and waiting for an opportunity. They were after all decently powerful shinobi. Akira, run away for now, Ken said as he turned his head towards the thief, who was still hugging the ground and looking at the trees falling around him. Why yes. For a second, Akira had contemplated remaining to try and aid the blind swordsman, but he wasn't stupid. He could tell that he was holding Ken back with his presence there. So, using his superior speed, he immediately dashed in a random direction behind him. The chunin had no chance of even getting close to him, as the trees around him didn't even get to fall properly before his back disappeared into the forest. Shit! The special jonin said as he turned and looked at a few of the jonin around him. They immediately nodded and started dashing after Akira. Ken turned to them, swinging his blade once more, sending a flying slash in their path. This time, it seemed that the shinobi had predicted his move. 2 other jonin and a dozen chunin stepped in front of the flying slash and rose 12 thick earth barriers between him and the people chasing after Akira. The walls shook as most of the people behind them were blown away, but the flying slash was still stopped effectively. Tisk! Ken couldn't help but scowl a bit at the almost perfect coordination of the shinobi. Individually, they didn't really match up to him, but together they were still annoying to deal with. They can try to run after Akira, not one of them is fast enough to catch up with him. With that, Ken was left with only around 21 chunin and 7 jonin to deal with, including the special one. I don't remember ever making an enemy out of Kyuzagakur, Ken said as he spun his blade with one hand at blinding speeds and deflected dozens of projectiles with ease. Such chatter is unneeded, bounty hunter. Don't think you can just act freely in the shinobi world. One of the jonin said as he sent another fireball Ken's way. This time, he was joined in by half of the chunin and a few more jonin. They formed yet another large wave of flames, much bigger than the last, spanning hundreds of meters and burning the forest and collapsed trees in front of them without any care. Combined jutsus are more annoying than I expected. Ken only had a few milliseconds to ponder on his next move. He immediately decided on taking the obvious route of avoiding the torrent of flames by jumping over it. He leapt far into the air, dozens of meters above the ground, as he flipped with his blade a few times, batting away all of the shurikens that came near him with terrifying momentum. He spun and spun, batting away more and more projectiles as he sent flying slashes all over the place, creating a small tornado above the raging flames. The flame torrent came and went, but the fire was still present, as the trees had already dried up and started burning with rage. Ken scowled as he realized that landing would be annoying. Thankfully he wasn't exactly afraid of getting a bit burnt. The blind swordsman's flying slashes had cut through the cover of many shinobi, both injuring and dismembering many, including one of the jonin, who lost an arm and a leg, forcing him out of the fight among many others. Ken's momentum was almost forced to a stop, as a large chain seemed to rush at him and twirl around his blade, attempting to pull him to a stop. The special jonin pulled with all of his might and dug his feet into the ground, but he could only be dragged forward by Ken's momentum. That was when a few others joined in and grabbed onto the chain, their combined force being enough to pull Ken from the air and slam him towards the ground. The masked swordsman only had enough time to let go of his sword and roll as soon as he hit the ground, dampening most of the damage and using the momentum to roll away from yet another torrent of fireballs. Eventually, he ended up hitting his back on a burning log. He had felt it there, but he didn't really have any other paths to retreat. He could feel pieces of his armor falling off, as the heat also slightly burned his skin. But they were all small injuries, the type that he knew he could heal instantly if he so wanted. 3 short blades popped out of the wood behind him, forcing him to roll away once more, right into a torrent of kunao and a few fireballs. Ken scowled as his hands moved like lightning, forming a few hand signs and striking the ground with his palm. Earth Style, Great Earth Wall Jutsu. A slightly modified version of a technique he had once stolen, a gigantic wall of earth rose in front of him instantly, blocking off the projectiles easily. Unfortunately, the techniques were harder to block. Ken could feel his wall breaking apart with each fire and earth dragon that hit it. Eventually, the combination of jutsus caused the wall to collapse entirely. The earth blew like shrapnel towards the blind swordsman, who managed to jump away in time. As he landed once more, a few earthen hands rose from the ground and grasped at his legs and torso, making him come to a halt immediately, as he also slowly started to sink into the ground. Hat. Even a cage would have lost to our encirclement. You fought well, but you're still no match for us. The special shinobi said as he grabbed Ken's sword and studied it with a smile. Your coordination is quite nice. I don't know about it being able to kill an actual cage, but I guess I can stop playing around now. In the first place, trying not to kill you all was a mistake on my part. Ken's voice sounded calm. Despite his situation, he didn't seem to even feel an emotion. This managed to unnerve the shinobi that had gathered around him. The special shinobi simply scowled, not affected by the atmosphere. Instead, he held onto Ken's blade and approached the currently captured blind swordsman. Going out with your own blade. A fitting end for a samurai, right? The special jonin smiled as he spoke, rising the blade above his head and preparing to decapitate Ken in one swing. The blind swordsman only sighed. The blade cut through his head with ease. Lightning spread around the sword and immediately paralyzed the special jonin, as his eyes widened slightly in shock. A lightning clone. Then, his eyes widened even more, as he noticed a backpack filled with paper bombs right in front of him. Release. A voice was heard from behind them all as the shinobi finally noticed Ken calmly sitting on a log, his hand making a simple sign. 2 jonin quickly went to assist their leader, trying to help raise a wall between him and the bombs, but they clearly weren't going to make it. The special jonin wanted to do something as well, to make a hand sign and substitute himself, but it was far too quick for his paralyzed muscles to react. Boom! A large explosion engulfed the entire clearing their fight had created, blowing away every shinobi nearby and killing both the special jonin, and the 2 that had tried to assist him. So much for not getting involved with villages, hey! Ken said as he felt his coat blow backwards in the wind. His armor was still missing pieces, but his body was intact. He was fully healed. Many shinobi were discouraged by that explosion, but that didn't mean they planned to stop chasing their target. 14 shinobi in total dashed at Ken all at once. The blind swordsman sighed, as time seemed to slow down for him. He flexed his muscles, his skin started turning a different color as scales started appearing on it. A long tail sprouting out of his back broke the hands holding him with ease, as his muscles continued to expand more and more. Veins appeared on his hands as his nails grew into shaped claws, his tails growing a large spike on the end of it at the same time. From here on out, none of you will survive. Alas, you knew what you were getting into, from the start. Chapter 26, Carelessness and Gruesome Battlefield. Akira dashed through the forest with great speed. He had been followed, but his pursuers were left in the dust, unable to keep up with him. The thief looked back a few times before he finally came to a stop and hid in a tree. What do I do now? Do I go back and try to help him out? I mean, I doubt I can do much there, it's why I ran away in the first place. But maybe I can be of more help from the sidelines. Akira was well aware that he had left Ken alone against what was essentially a small army of shinobi. Escaping 7 jonin and a few dozen chunin was not something any regular shinobi was able to do. Even if the red dot was supposedly stronger than most jonin. Akira was already too far away to observe the situation, so he had decided to try and make an inventory of what he still had on him. The red dot gave me all of my shuriken and kunao back, but he kept all of my paper bombs. The thief felt like crying at that moment, as paper bombs were a lot more expensive than kunao and shuriken, and he had amassed quite a few of them to use in dire situations. Another thing that Akira realized he was missing was the scroll he had pilfered from the Kyuzagakuer. At least I got away with my life. I'm sure the red dot can handle himself well enough. It was at that moment that Akira felt his spine tremble. He immediately jumped away from the tree, which was promptly crushed by 3 earth dragons. Shit, they were still following me. Akira quickly turned around a few times in the air, only to notice that the jonin had already anticipated his movements. One jonin had already completed his hand signs. He immediately started spitting flame bullets in Akira's trajectory. The thief tried to dodge, but his lack of mobility in midair made that impossible. 3 of the flame bullets hit him and exploded, sending him tumbling to the ground where another had already prepared another jutsu. Earth release, bottomless swamp. The jonin targeted the area where Akira was to land, using a weaker version of the swamp of the underworld. It was a similar jutsu, but it only caused the target to sink, it didn't stick them to it unlike the latter, so this was mostly just a diversion as the last one was preparing one last jutsu to finish their target off. Akira was well aware of that, he knew that he was caught in a bad position. I got careless. Maybe I can still salvage this though. He didn't have any hopes of being able to escape. He did manage to turn in the air though, landing on his feet and trying to dash away instantly. Unfortunately, the jonin were already expecting that, with one of them slashing him across the chest with a kunao. You're not getting away, assassin. The jonin said as he stood in front of Akira. The thief scowled, taking out a kunao and throwing it at the jonin. That action had little to no effect, as the jonin simply batted it away. Earth release, dust storm. Akira didn't even get the time to think about his next move, as the jonin from before was already done with his hand signs. The ground in front of the jonin broke and shifted, creating a torrent of mud and dirt that flowed towards Akira like a river. The thief now only had one option left. Without even blinking, he disappeared from his previous position, the torrent of dirt and mud demolishing a good chunk of the forest as Akira ran in the opposite direction he had been running in previously. The jonin smiled when seeing that, as the now injured target was forced to return towards the battlefield. They quickly gave chase though, managing to keep up with the injured Akira and tagging along right behind him. Then they all heard it, a large explosion rumbled the forest, the trees shook and the vines churned, even from a distance, they could see the smoke rising from the battlefield. Akira also gulped as he realized that he couldn't quite stop and change his course, nor could he avoid the battle in front of him. I just hope the red dot managed to take care of enough of them. The jonin had the exact opposite thoughts though, they instead hoped to see Ken dead by the time they got there. The leader should have already managed to do him in, right? What had happened on that battlefield was well beyond the expectations of either side though. As they arrived, they noticed just how destroyed the surroundings were, no tree was intact in the radius of a few hundred meters. Some parts were burnt to a crisp, other parts seemed inundated, and some had dried up and cracked earth. But that wasn't really shocking, such a scene wasn't exactly uncommon in times of war. The more shocking part was the person that stood in the middle of the battlefield. The red dot was the only one still standing. His mask was bloodied, but the crimson dot in the middle was still very much visible. His fingers sunken deep into the neck of one of the jonin that he had been fighting, corpses piled up at his feet as blood pooled on the ground, dyeing it a deep red. There was no one alive, the silence was just as deafening as the explosion they had heard earlier. Oh! You're all back. You sure took your time. Ken's voice was the one that broke the silence. It was calm, unnervingly composed for such a situation. His tone didn't shake one bit, he was speaking as if he had just finished frying some meat on the grill. The shinobi and thief all couldn't help but gulp a bit. There were many nut jobs in the shinobi world, but few were as powerful and demented as the red dot appeared to them at that moment. As they stared, they also caught a glimpse of the blind swordsman's body. As he dropped the mangled corpse of the shinobi he had been holding to the ground, adding one more to the pile. The usual red armor he had been wearing was no longer there, likely broken off during the battle. His body was only covered by a tattered cloak, loose pants, and black sandals. The scariest part about that scene? The one that had massacred everyone was completely uninjured. Not even a mark was visible on his skin. No injury or burn, despite the destruction that surrounded him. From the way things looked, it wouldn't be surprising to anyone to find out that none of the blood staining the ground belonged to Ken. It hadn't even been a full minute from that explosion when they all figured the fight was still going on, yet now everything was basically over. The three jonin immediately thought of turning their tail and running away at full speed, knowing full well that the fight was lost at that point. Still, before running, they could at least complete one of their objectives. So that they could say they hadn't wasted all of those lives pointlessly. They immediately tried to kill Akira. The closest one to him took out a tanto and sliced towards the thief's neck, aiming to chop his head clean off. Akira took notice of that, and rolled away, dodging the slash and dashing towards Ken's position. The jonin was about to give chase, but the others behind him urged him to retreat, as Ken's figure completely vanished from the middle of the battlefield. The jonin only blinked, and all he could see was a mask. A bloodied white mask with a large red dot in the middle was all that he could see. And it also ended up being the last thing he would see, as Ken's fingers dug into his chest and cleanly pulled out his heart. His hands moved swiftly then, twisting his head around and breaking it as the blind swordsman continued to dash towards the other two jonin. Akira stopped and looked back, almost terrified, as the jonin that had been trying to kill him a second ago had already had his neck twisted and his heart gouged out. The thief's spine trembled a bit when he saw just how quickly Ken had caught up to the other two. The jonin tried their best, using various jutsu to try and fend off the masked killer. From a flame wall to yet another bottomless swamp. But neither did anything to Ken, who simply stepped on the swamp without any issue and dashed through the fire without any regard for his own safety. Akira couldn't see what happened behind that wall of fire, but he could hear a few muffled yelps before the fire died down. Both jonin were lying on the ground, their heads twisted, and Ken was simply walking back towards him. Akira gulped, as he noticed the massive burns on Ken's abdominal region. He got a bit careless there at the end. He didn't even get to complete that thought, as he noticed Ken's flesh shifting unnaturally and mending itself at a quick rate as the masked murderer continued walking towards him. What the hell? Akira was simply speechless at that point. He had never heard of a shinobi being able to instantly heal all of their wounds in that manner. And, in truth, there really were none at that point. Tsunade, who was to become a Seinen, had yet to create her technique, which could lead to similar effects. Seems you were a bit injured. Unfortunately, I don't have much knowledge of medical ninjutsu, so some bandages and salve will have to do for now. Ken spoke calmly, his voice unbothered by the smell of blood and burnt bodies that surrounded them. Akira wasn't quite as unbothered. He had seen death in the past, but he wasn't quite used to such a gruesome scene. So he was a bit too shocked and scared to speak to Ken for a few minutes, leading to a rather long pause. Ken didn't just sit around and wait during that time, he went around and looked for anything useful on the shinobi that had fallen to him. The fight hadn't lasted long after he had started taking things seriously. More specifically, he moved too fast for any of them to react accordingly while in that transformed mode. Ken had also decided to give that transformation a name, as he didn't see why he wouldn't be able to consider it a fully fledged technique. Scaled Sage Mode was what he decided to call it, taking after what the turtles had called him. While in that state, the jutsu of the jonin and chunin were basically useless against him. The fire only served to warm him up a bit, the lighting jutsu seemed to bounce off his scales, and the earth bullets hitting him felt more like gentle taps. Genjutsu was a joke to Ken in the first place, so no one could really do anything to him from that point forward. Kunao and Shuriken couldn't even scratch his thick scales, so the shinobi were really just sitting ducks. It was a mode that granted him overwhelming power. Ken still felt that it wasn't enough, but he wasn't exactly stressing out about it. He still had a lot of room for growth after all. That special shinobi, the one leading them all, didn't turn out to be much. He died relatively quickly. Well, whatever. At least he gave me a bit of information. I should pay the Kusagakura a visit. I'll make it clear that what happened here today is not acceptable, set a precedent for the other hidden villages as well. After finding a few scrolls and manuals, he went back to Akira, who was sitting on a log and still looking quite shaken. Get your head out of the gutter, Akira, Ken said as he slapped the teenager across the head. Akira was immediately taken out of his trance. The thief was certainly not used to that type of scene, but it seemed a slap did help him compose himself. Sorry. Akira muttered as he took a better look at Ken's body. The blind swordsman was still very young, his musculature was already too pronounced for anyone to guess his age. Maybe Ken's body simply matured differently due to his mutation? Maybe it was just because of the excessive training he had been subjecting himself to from a young age. At that point, not even Ken himself had any way of knowing for sure. Still, Akira could see that muscles weren't the only aspects that were well defined on Ken's body. He was also filled with scars. It seemed the wounds that healed would still remain there for a while. Patches of skin still looked off from the burns he had received earlier, and some cuts were present here and there. You probably have a lot of questions, and you're definitely tired. But this doesn't seem like the type of place to stop and ponder things. The blind swordsman threw a few bandages on Akira's lap. The thief nodded, already treating Ken as an authoritative figure as he started treating his own wounds. Ken then went and collected his large sword, finding its sheath underneath a few fallen trees and allowing it to disappear in a puff of smoke as he tapped its hilt on his wrist. His arm guards were still intact, so his weapon scrolls were still safe as well. Let's go. We'll find you a cave to rest quietly. Then I'll head off to the grass village. You plan to go after them for this? You're certainly strong, but all hidden villages are prepared for invasions. I don't think this is a good idea. Akira instantly was against the idea of Ken going off to the grass village. Even if Ken somewhat scared him now, he had said those words almost instinctively. Why do you suddenly care? Ken simply tilted his head. His tone wasn't aggressive, nor was it pointed in any way. He simply seemed curious. The thief was rather flabbergasted by that question. He stopped and blinked a few times. Well, you did help me out. I wouldn't want the life of my savior to end so abruptly. Akira coughed a bit as he crossed his arms and looked down at the short masked man in front of him. Fair. But you don't have to worry about me, I can still escape even if I can't fight an entire village by myself. The confident tone that Ken used managed to somewhat sway Akira for a second. It certainly helped that Akira had already seen Ken do something he had thought impossible. Maybe he really can just waltz into a hidden village. Well, even I was able to sneak into this one, but something tells me that the red dot plans to do a bit more than that. Well, the fact that I was able to go in and out unnoticed is also a bit suspicious. After what I learned today, someone inside the village likely wanted me to escape successfully and unnoticed. Fine. We should really get moving though. I think you were right, hanging around here can't lead to anything good. The young thief got up and dusted himself, his torso already bandaged. He clutched at his abdomen a bit and sighed. He quickly straightened up and dashed further into the forest. Ken followed suit, keeping up with Akira without any issues. I can't wait to have a chat with the elders of that village. The blind swordsman thought to himself as he felt the wind bend around him with every step. Chapter 27, the village hidden in grass. Finding shelter did not take long. There were plenty of places one could use to hide near the border of Kyuzagakure's territory. Akira was the only one that needed rest, as Ken was neither injured nor tired from the previous fight. When it came to endurance, he was already unmatched. The thief didn't seem to have any issues with waiting for Ken in that cave. But it was made rather clear that he wouldn't be waiting for more than one day there. For one, it wasn't safe for him, a wanted criminal, to stay in one place for too long. Especially since they were still relatively close to Kyuzagakure. Now, Ken did make a good point in the fact that the hidden village was highly unlikely to send any more shinobi after Akira after 10 Jonin squads were entirely wiped out in one go. It was a relatively big blow to their overall forces. Moving that many people in the first place was likely some sort of power move. In a sense, Ken figured they were simply trying to not underestimate him and sent numerous people trained to fight together. Unfortunately, they had no way of knowing he was damn near impossible to kill as long as he had enough nature energy around him. Simply put, Ken was constantly drawing in his energy from the surroundings subconsciously. His reserves were rather difficult to deplete. It was a bold move on their part, going after me. The more that the blind swordsman thought about the situation, the more impressed he got. In the first place, Akira was likely nothing more than a tool they had used to draw him in. The entire conspiracy with the death of a cage was also weird, but Ken could always just chalk that up to village politics. The clans in the village likely wanted to elect one of their own, and they saw Akira's visit as an opportunity to assassinate the cage and blame it on someone else, subsequently also using Akira as bait to draw in the elusive red dot. Still, Ken was merely hypothesizing. He didn't have enough knowledge, nor did he know why Kyuzagakure wanted Akira alive. Time to check things out. And as he started making his way towards the hidden village, the elders had already received a report about the failed mission. It was explicitly delivered by their most trusted shinobi, their village's Anbyo captain, the strawman Saburo. He was standing on one knee, hand on his chest as he stared at the ground. His uncovered short black hair was silked backwards, the lower part of his face covered by a mask. His black eyes were completely visible, his white sclera had a strange yellowish tint to it. He was wearing dark Anbyo garb, regular issue, his belt strapped with a few scrolls, giving everyone the details of the situation after scouting out the battlefield. He had gone there a bit after Ken and Akira had left. He would have been able to track them, but decided against it when seeing the state of their men. POV Saburo There I stood, kneeling in front of the council and explaining to them the pathetic state of the team that was sent in our latest mission. All of them died, you say? The one at the head of the table spoke with disdain. His tone is annoying, but he is one of the more influential people here. The most influential elder actually, he is technically the village's new leader. The one to become Kyuzakage will most likely be his direct subordinate. Yes, Lord Yu. Uehara Yu, the one that spearheaded the assassination plot of our former village leader, and the one that decided it would be a good idea to try and hunt down the red dot. And even one of your straw clones was killed off. A Jonin one at that. One of the other elders decided to comment on my failure as well. It was my mistake to underestimate the enemy this time around. I was charged with this task, and I was the one to plan everything out essentially. I should have moved more of my clones to deal with the situation. It is shameful to have failed even after being given so many resources. Who would have thought that the red dot was that strong? I will recover it eventually. Your straw clones are recoverable, yet our trained shinobi are still just corpses scattered around the battlefield. These old fucks are really starting to get on my nerves. I get that I made a mistake, but most of these elders haven't done anything to help me either. It's their fault the most important scroll in our village got stolen in the first place. No, more specifically, it's all the fault of Lord Yu. Whatever he's planning, it's starting to look less and less like it will do any good for our village. Ha! Regrettable indeed, however, we should still be able to train more, newer generations are born each year. I can at least try to reassure the elders a bit, even if most of them don't seem too convinced. Tisk. If this keeps on, we will never enter the ranks of the 5 great hidden villages. Another clan leader spoke up, one of the minor clans in the area. His clan has only recently attained some wealth, and now he has the gall to come here and run his mouth. Someone like him has no clue just how much power the 5 great villages hold. Ignorant old fuck. Now gentlemen. Thankfully, Lord Yu is still here to hold everything together. It is true that we are facing a rather unexpected conundrum, but our village is not in any danger as of right now. Indeed, Lord Yu, while we have suffered some losses, we have also learnt more about our enemy. I believe the red dot was still injured quite a bit during that altercation, so I at least have some understanding of his strength. Though I was unable to see the rest of the fight after my straw clone was killed off. I remember the red dot was burnt quite severely during that fight while my clone was still there. And by the way, things looked when I visited the battlefield, he probably received quite a few injuries even after my clone died. I guess he isn't quite up there with the 5 Kage as some rumors portrayed him then. A great thing to point out, Lord Yu, not like our village could afford to face off or offend a Kage in its current state. The only Jonin that are capable enough to survive an attack from an actual Kage are mostly indisposed at the moment. Not like we have more than 4 anyway. The former Kusakage was decently powerful, about as powerful as I am with all of my clones. But he was nowhere close to matching up to people like the 3rd Hokage, or the 3rd Reikage. The 5 great villages are the places where the real monsters are born and thrive. They actually have several figures at the level of an actual Kage. Konoha currently has the White Fang, for example. And the Kumagakure has the sons of the current Reikage, who I heard are quite formidable, all of them learning the lightning release chakra mode. All of the large villages also have several Jinchuriki, which makes the power balance even more skewed. It's basically impossible for a village like ours to match up to them, yet the elders here are still dreaming about useless stuff like that. At least Lord Yu is more realistic and is only trying to profit for himself in these situations. After all, a small village like ours will get killed off if even one of these Kage-level figures was to be tasked with its destruction. And while I can fend off most attacks by myself with my clones, I am bound to lose a lot of them against an actual Kage. I'd likely just have to flee, the village would still be doomed. It's no use for us to try and compete with the 5 villages, it's much better to just suck up to them. This is why I can understand Lord Yu's attempt at assassinating the red dot. One of the 5 villages seemed to be rather keen to see him dead. If we were able to claim his bounty, things would have been looking up for us. Well, I'll now have to look into killing the red dot myself after this meeting. I'm sure I can still track him, and with all of my clones, it should be rather simple to kill him as he is still injured. All in all, this village is lucky that I am still on their side. Yet I still have to put up with the bullshit of these stupid elders. Alas, they are also the ones to provide me with enough people to perform my rituals on. They are the most accommodating and ask the least questions, so I can't complain now, can I? Well, I guess this gives our village some time to recuperate. Still, an assassin like him will certainly come after our heads once he does recover. Another elder just felt the need to add that. Couldn't have had a more positive atmosphere after all. I guess Lord Yu will always have his detractors. It can't be helped. Though I'm guessing they won't be alive for very long if they're willing to voice out dissatisfactions like this. I doubt we need to worry. Our barrier will tell us whenever anyone gets too close to the village, no matter how well they can hide their presence. We will be able to prepare ourselves accordingly. We still have the home field advantage after all. That is also true. This being our territory means we know it better than any outsider. The red dot isn't as big of a threat here, especially since he'll be detected when he gets too close anyway. The barrier surrounding our village is made with advanced Fuinjutas. The only reason such a thing is available to us is that we managed to befriend the Leaf Village during the reign of their second Hokage. No matter how good the Red Dot is, he won't be able to overcome something set up by Fuinjutsu masters back in the day. Right? There were plenty of people stationed inside the array room of the largest building in Kusagakuer. Jonin that were there to both protect the array/formation and to watch over it. A large glowing map stood in the middle of the room, a large transparent circle surrounded it, the layer that made up their formation. The core was in that very room, and the transparent circle would ripple every time someone with a certain level of chakra passed through. One would only be able to not trigger the alarm by carrying a specific seal while passing through it. That seal was usually hidden in their headbands, so all of their shinobi was safe to pass through. Each rank of shinobi was given a different seal, as the formation reacted differently to the amount of chakra a person could have. Their defenses were quite good, and their secrets were well kept, so they had nothing to worry about. They also didn't have to worry about not noticing something, as the ripples in the array were large even when an unrecognized genin passed through it. There was no way for any such action to go unnoticed. Ken stepped into their territory without making any noise, his legs touching the grass soundlessly and weightlessly. He stopped just short of a small line in the tall grass in front of him. 1 centimeter of earth where there was no blade of grass, a line that likely surrounded the entire village. It was impossible to notice with the naked eye, but someone like Ken could sense it regardless. He felt the formation in front of him. He had already expected something like that from a hidden village, so he wasn't exactly shocked. Ken's knowledge of seals and formations was not that great, but he was aware of what could be achieved using them thanks to some scrolls he found, including the weapon storage seals he was using. To him, seals were an extremely complex and amazing art. It was something he absolutely wished to master if given the chance. Thinking logically, he started theorizing about how the formation worked. If a regular shinobi's thought process is anything to go by, this formation is likely just an alarm system. If it triggered every time a regular person passed through, it would be very messy. So this is likely only here to detect actual threats. People with a certain level of chakra. How it goes around not constantly detecting their own shinobi is something I can only guess right now. This doesn't feel all that complex though. At least nowhere near as much as I expected. Ken simply tilted his head at that thought. After all, if that was truly the case, then the formation was truly quite flawed. Not the type of work he'd expect from trained master assassins. But he was not attacking any large village at the end of the day. This was just a small village, quite weak in the grand scheme of things. I guess I can try to go in undetected. With a deep breath, Ken's form started shifting once more, his skin visibly turning to scales as he pushed out all of the chakra in his body. I don't know if they can detect nature energy. I've yet to meet someone else using it, so I'll just hazard a guess that they can't detect it as easily. Ken used his tail to dig up a small hole, creating a small hill right near the barrier's edge. And so, Ken walked up in front of the barrier and sat down on that small dirt mound, sitting on his side with his tail wrapped around his body. I didn't think I'd be doing something like this to get into a hidden village undetected. Ken pushed out the small remainder of his chakra next, turning into a statue that next instantly becoming petrified and rolling off into the formation. Inside the array room, the Jonin in charge yawned as he kept his eyes fixed upon the translucent barrier around their large map. Not one ripple appeared as Ken's statue rolled through their barrier and into their territory. It was as if someone had just thrown a rock towards their village, which didn't trigger any response from their barrier. The blind swordsman stayed as a statue for a few minutes. Cracks started appearing on the surface as soon as he started regaining some chakra. Ken then proceeded to crawl further away from the array, his tail slithering behind him as he slowly stood up. I wonder if this formation helps them keep watch on who is inside it as well. Well, I've done whatever I could to come in undetected at this point. If they have further countermeasures, then I'll just have to deal with them as they come. Ken then turned back into his regular form, still controlling his body and suppressing his chakra to the maximum as he walked through the tall grass while not disturbing it in any meaningful way. Time to see what this village is truly made out of. I'll try to avoid harming any of the civilians here. I just hope the other shinobi have similar thoughts. Chapter 28, Stalking Shadow and Meeting Assault. Ken blended into the shadows, his black cloak covering his body, his white mask being the only thing that was standing out. But he was smart enough to keep away from anyone capable of spotting him. He crept into the shadows, flying past their village's small walls with a single leap. Since they've not intercepted me yet, I can safely assume they have no way of tracking me if I didn't trigger the alarm. With that, Ken became a lot more confident, knowing that he otherwise could hardly be noticed by sensor types. He glided through the night, dashing from wall to wall and getting closer and closer to the largest building in the village. The Cage Building. Before heading there, however, Ken scouted out the village a bit more, looking for other areas of interest and checking if anything valuable was there. Funds were always an issue, so finding money was not a bad thing. Ken managed to successfully borrow some money, jewelry, and scrolls from the clans in the village. It was surprisingly a lot more than he had managed to gather through his bounty hunting over the past few months. Damn! Making enemies out of a hidden village isn't nice, but they sure have money to spare. The security was surprisingly lax, at least for someone like Ken. But it seemed that wasn't the case for the entire village. More specifically, all of the shinobi seemed to be guarding the Cage Building, where Ken assumed a meeting with all of the important people in the village was taking place. The closer he got to the Cage Building, the tighter the security was around him, and the more questions appeared in his head. How the hell did Akira even get close to that building? It was obvious at that point, that Akira was likely just allowed to stroll in there. Even Ken was having issues sneaking around all of that security. Akira shouldn't even have been able to get close to the village without getting spotted. Now, the majority of patrolling shinobi were merely genin and chunin, but that didn't mean they didn't have eyes. The Cage Building had no blind spots from what Ken could feel. It somewhat made sense for a hidden village to be that well guarded, but that didn't mean Ken had to like it. I can't just sneak in there by the looks of it. Too many eyes on all entrances, even windows on the higher stories. It's impossible to not get spotted if I do try something. A meeting is certainly going on in there from what I can sense. Wait. Isn't that the leader of the team sent after me and Akira? Ken could sense his signature, Saburo's signature to be more exact. And Ken remembered quite clearly that there were just a few chunks of flesh left of him. If it was a clone, then there shouldn't have been anything left of it. It's pretty weird, a lot of people feel like him nearby. I should probably look into this. Ken then decided to look for some type of disguise to get inside quietly. He could always just attack it, but that was likely going to affect quite a few of the civilians inside the village. If I can get in there, I'll just force the entire fight to happen inside. I doubt they'll be willing to destroy that building anyway, so it should be fine. Ken went around a few buildings for the following minutes, keeping an ear on the pulse of the situation, keeping track of the people around him and trying to decide who would be the best disguise. In the end, he managed to spot a masked figure, wearing a cloak similar to his own, probably of the same color as shinobi didn't like standing out. The blind swordsman immediately assumed that the man was an Anbu. It wasn't exactly a difficult conclusion to come to. It seemed that he was the most obvious choice at the end of the day. Ken only needed to transform himself slightly to match the other person's hair. There was one issue though. What color is his hair color, I wonder? It wasn't like the wind beating in his ears was going to whisper the colors of things around him. He also couldn't just summon a turtle to help, as it was bound to give away his position. Alas, it doesn't have to be the perfect disguise. I just need to get in unbothered. I must only fool a few people, not the entire village. Ken stalked that masked man a bit. It seemed that he was also heading for the building that housed the Grass Council. He was able to successfully predict the Anbu's trajectory and rushed into an alley in front of him. The Anbu jumped from building to building without noticing anything awry. He had no clue that he was being tracked. And when he jumped over a certain alleyway, he felt something grab his leg, stopping him instantly. He looked down at his foot, only to notice a clawed hand covered in dark scales clutching his leg tightly. He was about to scream, but a tail immediately clutched his neck tightly and dragged him down. Ken dropped into the alleyway, his tail crushing the Anbu's neck as he landed. The blind swordsman wasted no time in taking off his mask and coat, putting them in the seal on his wrist. He then took the dead Anbu's mask and coat, putting them on quickly. He judged the other man's haircut for a moment and used the transformation jutsu to minimally alter the size of his hair. He didn't bother altering the color as there was no point in trying to guess it. They were also of similar size, so Ken didn't need to bother with altering his height or build in any way. It was a lot better like that. The less a transformation changed, the harder it was to spot at the end of the day. Ken then contemplated what to do with the body, before sighing and taking out a scroll from the seal on his wrist. I can't leave this here. It's one good way of raising the alarm and allowing things to go to shit. Thankfully it didn't take long to put the body in the scroll and store the scroll back into his wrist. Ken then continued the Anbu's journey, not bothering to hide his presence as much and allowing quite a bit of chakra to be felt from him. He tried his best to match the other man's chakra levels, which was a bit above most Chunin by the feel of it, but not quite close to being a Jonin. The blind swordsman continued on the Anbu's path. He could tell that he was spotted by quite a few people, but it seemed that his disguise had done its job. Ken managed to enter the building without anyone stopping him, which was a great success in his mind. Wait a moment. Ken froze in place, a few steps from the doorway when he heard a voice call out to him. Reindeer, are you already reporting? How was your patrol? Another Anbu stood there, looking at him through his mask. Ken pondered on how to answer for a few seconds. He didn't know what voice he could use, and he didn't know if reindeer was even his code name. Is he testing me? If that's the case, then I should prepare to kill him quickly. Ken waited for a few seconds, pondering whether or not to try and keep up his disguise using a rough voice. That was when the Anbu in front of him made a small mistake, showing a slight tint of hostility. Ken immediately picked up on that and noticed that the man was on high alert. Shit! My cover's been blown already. Immediately he stepped toward the Anbu, who only got to take a step back as Ken's hand was covered in scales and impaled his chest. The blind swordsman had aimed for the heart. Alas, thanks to his alert state of mind, the shinobi was able to slightly shift his body and avoid getting his heart gouged out. Ken then turned around, claws still digging into the man's lung, and kicked the Anbu's face with unrelenting force, his body bent at an odd angle as he did so. The Anbu's mask seemed to crack. As he vanished in a puff of smoke, Ken felt him fleeing, swapping places with a log, as Ken's clawed hand embedded itself into the log as well. The substitution was far from successful though, as the Anbu had still been severely injured. Ken then proceeded to throw the log outside using all of the speed he could muster, causing it to fly like a bullet right into a few shinobi right before it exploded. Explosive tags at the ready. He was preparing to attack me. Good thing I acted first. Ken then proceeded to return his body to normal, allowing his chakra to recover as he started rushing towards the meeting room. He ran through the hallways. A few Anbu tried stopping him. This time Ken took out a katana to deal with them, cutting through their limbs before they even got to finish performing any jutsu. They were left with missing limbs on the ground, as Ken didn't even stop to finish them off properly. Ken immediately hid his presence and threw off his Anbu mask. He could feel all of the shinobi in the village mobilizing, but he knew that they hadn't spotted him. He had the time to put his own mask back on and change back into his usual cloak. The people in the conference room were already aware of what was happening outside. It seemed that the commotion had already alerted them of an intruder. All of the people inside, bar the elders that represented the villagers, were already up from their seats, with their hand signs finished, prepared to unleash a flurry of jutsu at the door. Ken could feel that some of the people inside were above most jonin in strength, they were likely the heads of the few clans that resided in the grass village. The blind swordsman wasn't at all discouraged by the surplus of people inside, but he wasn't about to just walk in front of their jutsus. There were also plenty of other people inside, Anbu hiding in the room and protecting the elders. Coming through the door was not a good move in that situation, so Ken instead went to an adjacent room, that shared a wall with the meeting room, and took out his blade. He grasped his large blade with both of his hands, swinging it and severing the wall in front of him. A flying slash extended and killed most of the people near that wall. The others in the room seemed to have the time to duck, but Ken's surprise attack did manage to kill 3 elders. Through the dust of the destroyed wall, everyone in the room caught a glimpse of Ken's mask, making their spines shudder. A famed bounty hunter coming after their heads. It was a bit absurd for him to attack an entire village alone, but seeing as 3 elders were already dead. Sufficient to say, Ken certainly had the skill to kill them, even in that situation. Saburo was just as shocked to see the red dot. But he wasn't afraid, all of his clones were nearby after all. Now! The strawman gave a command instantly, and Anbu dropped from the ceiling, all unleashing a flurry of flame and water towards Ken. The remaining elders also did the same, with only one of them doing something other than a fireball, wind bullet, or water wave. Grass style, grasping rose bush. The elder tapped the floor with his hand, a loud thud resounding throughout the large room as Ken felt the floor underneath him creak. The blind swordsman moved instantly, dodging a few jutsu as he did, and tried to rush towards some of the other elders in the room, only for a few tendrils to rise from the floor in front of him and stop him in his tracks. Ken was about to cut through the rose thorns in front of him, but then his legs were also rooted in place, as the bush rose from the ground and entangled his feet. Spiked tendrils rose from the ground and dug into Ken's legs, forcing him in place as he turned to the attacks coming his way, preparing to at least block the jutsus coming his way. Grass style. I guess the founding clan of this village has that Kekii Genkai. What an annoying bunch. Ken spun his blade in front of him at great speeds, creating a whirlwind in front of him as he did his best to cancel out the attacks coming his way. It seemed to work. For the most part, the majority of flames that came in contact with the spinning blade seemed to get dispersed. The blind swordsman could however feel his arms getting more and more burnt as more fire came his way. Each wind bullet slowed him down slightly, and each water jet seemed to force him back a bit, as the thorns in his legs still ripped at his flesh. But Ken was able to hold on perfectly, the pain was nothing to him, and the injuries were still negligible. Eventually, 2 large dragons came his way, one made out of fire, and another made out of earth. Ken's blade wasn't able to turn and cut them in time, so the blind swordsman was hit head-on. The blind swordsman dug his feet into the ground and prepared to block the earth dragon with his blade, keeping it in front of him and bracing for impact. The earth dragon immediately crashed into him, causing him to skid backwards a few meters before coming to a stop. It managed to rip the thorns that had been keeping him in place and injured his legs even more. The fire dragon came in right after. Ken turned and managed to only get halfway through a swing as the dragon came in. The blind swordsman only got to shift his body to the side slightly, only losing his arm to the gigantic fire dragon. Ken wasn't at all panicked though, as he allowed his legs to heal already, and the thorns that had been stuck in him fell to the ground. It was impossible to tell if Ken's legs were healed because of the sheer amount of blood pooling at his feet. The blind swordsman also cut off the burnt-off parts of his now charcoal arm that still remained on his body, in order to properly heal it later. To be expected of a hidden village, hey? Decisive enough to destroy their own buildings to kill me. Interesting. I didn't think you would have the guts to come to us directly. You were already injured enough. Saburo walked forward, and the Anbu around him followed in an almost mechanical manner. You're the interesting one here. Say, have I killed you before? Ken asked as he stood straight without even a hint of fear. The Anbu caption found the red dot's endurance to be quite impressive, even shocking. But the result of the fight was still clear in his eyes. You did kill one of my clones. They are a bit special, as I'm sure you've realized. Not that any of this matters to you, you're still going to die here. Saburo shrugged a bit as he signaled to the Anbu behind him. It feels quite weird. Are all of these Anbu also your clones? Ken really struggled to understand the jutsu that Saburo was using for a moment, but he was still sharp enough to notice that the Anbu all seemed to have different chakra reserves. It was rather odd. Ken felt as if he was sensing different versions of the same person, instead of clones. You sure are chatty for a corpse. Saburo then raised his hand, and the clones behind him all prepared one last jutsu, to finish off the elusive red dot. I guess I wanted to test the waters a bit, my bad for underestimating you all. Ken's body then slowly shifted underneath his cloak, his muscles expanded as his body once again filled with scales. Saburo's eyes widened in horror as he watched Ken's previously missing hand reappear, veins bulging on his muscles as the arm just reappeared into existence. I hope you have a few aces hidden up your sleeve, otherwise you are all going to die here. Ken grasped his blade in one hand, wielding it effortlessly as his other hand grew a sharp set of claws. Chapter 29, Collapse, Formation and Capitulation. How can someone heal so quickly? Saburo and the elders that had witnessed that scene were all flabbergasted. But they weren't scared, at least not yet. All of the shinobi in the village were already gathering towards the cage building, so it didn't matter how fast Ken could heal, he'd still die at the end of the day. But those scales are unnerving. Something tells me that I should at least flee with my main body. Saburo's instincts were a bit better though, he could feel his spine shudder at the sight of Ken's transformation. He could also feel the aura in the room had become a lot more suffocating. That type of pressure would definitely make it harder for less experienced shinobi to concentrate. He could feel everything that his straw clones were feeling, so he felt Ken's aura a lot better than most would. He could also see Ken from every angle essentially, but that didn't make him any more ready for what was to come. The red dot started moving at speeds that simply couldn't be tracked by any regular shinobi. The strawman could only sweat as he watched 4 of his straw clones lose their heads instantly. Ken stopped and touched one of the heads of the dead clones, his claws dug a bit into it and he shook it after noticing something strange. A layer of straw seemed to fall apart and revealed the head of a completely different man. Possibly a former shinobi. Interesting. Some sort of possession and transformation technique. I can safely assume that not one of the people in front of me is the real one, as they all feel the same. Your technique seems a bit sadistic. The blind swordsman said, slowly turning his head towards the strawman's clones. It is a cutthroat world. No one has any right to judge me. You especially. One of Saburo's clones said as it looked at Ken's scaled body with visible fear. Oh, I wasn't judging you. Ken stepped on the floor heavily, fracturing it and causing a lot of it to fly from the sheer force of his step. The blind swordsman appeared in front of that clone, his clawed hand digging through its head with ease. It was just an observation. I would also call it quite impressive. Ken said as he looked at one of Saburo's clones that was trying to stab him with a tanto. The blade snapped completely when coming in contact with the blind swordsman's back. Saburo's eyes widened, and he gulped a bit as he responded. That is high praise coming from somebody like you. Fuck's sake. The only one I know of that may be able to fight this monster is the Reikage. Maybe some of the other 5 cages of the large villages could, but this small village is doomed. Saburo had already completely given up on the grass village. The other elders were still willing to fight though. Grass style, overgrown weeds. The floor underneath Ken seemed to shift and grass started growing out of it uncontrollably. The blind swordsman jumped and grabbed onto the ceiling, digging his tail into it to avoid the attack that tried to grab and entangle his entire body. The grass seemed to keep growing, expanding toward him regardless of his elevation, so Ken was forced to his tail to push himself into a different part of the meeting room. He spun in the air, and a few of Saburo's clones managed to get out of the way, allowing Ken's tail to cleave through one of the elders, the other one substituting with a wooden log in time. There were now only 3 elders left. Saburo's clones were still numerous, but Ken wasn't exactly afraid of them. Yu, the strongest and most influential elder, was still willing to fight with his life on the line. Despite the clear difference in skill, he won't be able to keep up that form for long. Whittle him down, keep him here until the others arrive. The elder shouted with authority in his voice, waking up the others around him and rallying them again. Yu then tried to perform another grass-style jutsu, hoping to at least distract the monstrous bounty hunter that was bent on slaughtering them all. Shit! I need to escape by myself at the very least. As long as I live, our village does as well. The influential elder looked around as he watched Ken cut through Saburo's clones with ease, dried up body parts flying throughout the room as the carnage continued. We can't fight him in an enclosed space. The other 2 elders looked at each other, quickly performing a few hand signs and finishing their jutsu and tapping on the ground. Doton, Rikujou Shouchkiha no Jutsu. Earth Release, Ground Shockwave Technique. Their combination made it feel as if an earthquake was breaking through the entire building. The floor made out of wood and dirt was deformed and everyone was forced to jump from one piece of rubble to another as the building fell apart right underneath them. Anyone that had been on the lower levels was doomed to be crushed by the debris, but the elders didn't seem to particularly care. All of the shinobi of their village were already gathered around the collapsed cage building, and the elders were the first ones to jump out of the rubble and stand amongst them. Good. Let's show this bounty hunter why you must never mess with a hidden village. Yu was a bit mad that the other elders had acted without consulting him and destroyed the building, but he was glad to be amongst the other shinobi of their village. The strawman also jumped out of the collapsed building in time, along with a few clones. He stared at the collapsed building with a scowl on his face. Well, on most of his faces. As if that's going to injure him. I already tried stabbing him with every weapon in this stupid village, my clones weren't even able to put a scratch on his scales. As Saburo had expected, the next person to come out of the rubble was Ken. All of the shinobi presents shuddered when they saw the rubble being blown apart in all directions. Ken walked out of it uninjured and uncaring, his masked face was simply facing everyone without even flinching. He let his long sword sink into the ground, tilting his head slightly as he seemingly glared at all of the shinobi through his mask. Not that Ken could glare at anyone per se, but they didn't have any way of knowing that, now did they? All of the shinobi presents were looking at him with sneers and cursing at him loudly. Asking how he had dared to attack a village by himself. The 3 elders still alive also helped rile everyone on, as they added to the fire by promising great rewards for the one to bring down the red dot. Saburo scowled when seeing that. He was the only one smart enough to know that there was really no winning in that situation. Even if we manage to beat him, many people are bound to die here today. The standing of this hidden village will fall exponentially, and it will likely just be swallowed by another one. The strawman ultimately couldn't care less about the village itself, but he would be forced to look for a new hideout. And right when my supply of clones is going down the shitter. Saburo couldn't help but curse under his breath. All of you are noisy. Would you mind shutting up a bit? The blind monster tilted his head as he spoke, the same baleful aura from earlier spread throughout the battlefield, unnerving all of the people present. It didn't get a large reaction out of trained shinobi, but it was at least enough to make them quiet. You were the ones that decided to make an enemy out of me in the first place. You can only blame yourselves for all that will happen today. Ken's voice reverberated throughout the clearing created by the collapsed cage building. Big words for someone that's surrounded. Do you think you have what it takes to escape from here? Elder Yu said with a cocky smile on his face, his eyes narrowing at Ken's appearance. He is a lot stronger than the reports say. No one said anything about scales either. It's good that everyone got here quickly, or I might have gotten killed earlier. Although cocky on the outside, he was quite worried inwardly. Their lack of understanding when it came to the Red Dot's abilities was the main cause of that worry. It couldn't be helped, after all, they had just watched Ken kill quite a few of Saburo's clones with ease, and most of the clan leaders in the village were also dead. Escaping isn't a problem. I'll leave when I feel I've done enough to send a message. Ken's tail swayed a bit, the spiked end trailing on the ground a bit and cutting through it with ease. Some of the shinobi presents couldn't help but flinch, but they were all prepared for a fight, and they decided to rush in at the same time. Ken also took off, the debris underneath him breaking instantly as Ken dashed in between the shinobi. Saburo sweated a bit when he saw that. Leaving his blade behind, he's not even using kenjutsu. This means he's not even taking this seriously. This village is well and truly doomed. Saburo sneakily sent some of his stronger clones away. No use losing more of my strength on this village. I'll just pretend to help them a bit then flee. Then, Saburo and the weaker clones that remained all dashed in as well, preparing for a harsh battle. Might as well say goodbye to the rest of my clones. I want to at least try and damage him slightly, repay this stupid village a bit for all of the test subjects they provided. Unfortunately, the taijutsu bout didn't go exactly as the grass shinobi had planned, as Ken's tail and claws cleaved through their weapons with ease. Ken swung his claws at a shinobi, cleaving him in two while 3 blades broke on his back, cutting into his cloak and shredding it further. The shinobi were simply flabbergasted, looking at their broken weapons with scared eyes, only for 2 of them to be decapitated by a tail swipe. The third one managed to crouch in time and avoid losing his head, but Ken's leg whipped out and kicked him square in the chest. The shinobi immediately felt his ribs shattering into fragments and shooting into his lungs. He was sent flying into the crowd, half dead. As that was happening, more and more people gathered around Ken, stabbing at him with spears and all types of weaponry, trying to score in more and more hits and whittle him down, as instructed by the elders. Ken turned and grabbed 2 of the spears. Using his superior strength, he yanked them out of the hands of their wielders. He then grabbed both of them with one hand, slightly crushing the wooden parts of both as he started swinging them around madly, cutting into the shinobi with extended reach. Many fell to his swings, while their weapons barely left a scratch on him. One lucky shinobi managed to attack him with a weapon covered in lightning chakra. It left a red line across the red dot's back. The shinobi wasn't lucky enough to escape though, his head was pierced through by Ken's tail at blinding speeds. And the wound he had created was nothing more than a scratch that healed up in seconds. At that point, many realized that getting close to Ken wasn't optimal, so they started bombarding him with kunao, shuriken, and senbo. They didn't seem to be that effective on the blind monster's scales, harmlessly bouncing off as more and more weapons pooled at his feet. Some tried to aim for his eyes, but Ken made sure to shield his mask, so in the end, they weren't able to do much. Ken smiled a bit as he felt the weapons pool at his feet. He immediately blasted his tail into the ground, causing hundreds of kunao and shuriken to slingshot back at the shinobi. More started falling, being pierced by weapons as fear spread throughout the battlefield. Some tried spitting fire at Ken, but the fire seemed to be ineffective. Wind bullets also didn't even seem to make him flinch. Useless fools. They're just like a bunch of cattle waiting to be slaughtered, can't adapt to their opponent at all. All of them would have been more useful as clones. Elder Yu scowled when he saw the way things were moving. He immediately started commanding everyone in a more direct manner, taking control of the situation and spouting orders loudly. He tried grasping Ken in grass, but the blind monster was able to just rip them out of the ground with ease and continue throwing back kunao and shuriken with his tail. Saburo also scorned them loudly, as he instructed all of his remaining clones to scatter and encircle Ken. He immediately started setting up paper bombs and throwing them towards Ken. Ken felt them coming, and immediately swung his tail and spun around in a circular motion, bouncing dozens of explosive kunao back towards the crowd just as they started glowing. Explosions rang all around Ken, and he scowled a bit at the way they overloaded his senses. The charred smell of burnt-up bodies and the ringing of the explosions managed to blind his senses momentarily. But he didn't panic at all. He could still easily feel the way that people moved around him, the way their auras manifested. From the way they were revolving, it seemed that they had created a larger clearing around him, clearly preparing for a large-scale combination jutsu of sorts. They're probably taking the opportunity of me being a bit stunted to prepare something big. I don't really have chakra to perform any jutsu to defend myself in this form, so I guess I'll just have to tank it. Ken then slapped his tail on the ground, creating a shockwave large enough that all of the smoke around him was blown away, revealing all of the blown-up body parts and burnt corpses that littered the scorched ground surrounding him. I can't go and heal from large wounds constantly, regrowing my arm was enough to tire me out. I'm still far from being able to recover from such wounds at no cost. It might be time to flee from this place soon. Alas, the damage was already done. In that short bout, the village had lost at least 100 able-bodied shinobi of different ranks. Meanwhile, Ken was just tired. He had his scales to thank for that, as he would have been dead had he tried to take on that many people in his base form. He was only able to ignore hits and fight recklessly because he knew that he was durable. If he needed to dodge around constantly, then the damage he could have dealt would have been far less. The shinobi around him seemed to have already prepared something nice for him. And Ken turned and smiled a bit under his cracked mask. Fire Release Cooperation Technique, Garuda. Dozens of shinobi finished their seals and started spitting out gouts of fire. The breaths of many combined into only a few gigantic flame dragons. Ken felt that he was surrounded on all sides, but he didn't panic. Instead, he punched at the ground with all of his force, causing the earth around him to crack and raise up, creating a makeshift shield around him just as the dragons were about to reach him. The combination jutsu blasted apart earth around Ken, but it wasn't like he was forced to take the hit. The blind swordsman used the few seconds that the earth shield had bought him to jump over the fire dragons, avoiding the raging explosions with ease. One of the dragons followed him in the air, but Ken managed to cut it apart with a swing of his tail, using the momentum of his jump and spinning around fast enough to cut through anything that came close to him. He could feel more of his cloak burn up, and some small bits of his mask falling apart as it broke further. It was only around his mouth though, and Ken wasn't worried much about it, as he could still fix it. Still, the high temperatures did boil the blood in his veins and heat up his organs, making him use more and more energy to heal up. He was constantly absorbing nature's energy, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to run out eventually. His consumption at that point was far greater than his absorption, so he had to be careful. But he was still relatively safe. He then landed on the ground with a loud thud, slapping it with his tail a few times and blasting away the fire that was around him. Ninja Art, 4 Flames Formation. Just as Ken landed, the shinobi acted once more. 4 Enbu tapped their hands on the ground simultaneously, and a violet slightly transparent barrier spread out all around them, entrapping Ken in a large formation. Oh! A prison of sorts. How thoughtful, giving me time to rest. Ken laughed a bit at their struggle. He was already planning on fleeing, as he felt he had already done more than enough damage, and he didn't feel like he could keep up much longer. The shinobi didn't seem to be in any mood to joke around anymore. Any mocking laughter or gaze was completely gone. They were all desperate, tired, and scared from what Ken could feel. So his attack had already met its intended purpose. Most of the fight was kept in the clearing of the collapsed cage building, so no civilians were affected at the very least. Kahihihi. More like giving us some time to rest. One other person was there in the formation with him. One of Saburo's clones, the one that acted as an Anbyo captain. Had. I guess you're still in the mood for jokes since you're not in any danger. Ken smiled widely under his cracked mask, somewhat amused at the little care Saburo was showing for the village he technically represented. Indeed. This village is spent. You've already killed around half of our forces in a few minutes. We obviously give up at this point. I'm not even sure this formation can hold you here honestly. Saburo raised his hands with a wry smile as he spoke about the hidden village essentially surrendering to a bounty hunter. The strawman really couldn't care less, at the very least he didn't lose that many of his clones. The only troubling part was they would likely have to find a new hideout. None of the 5 hidden villages was likely to accept him either, so things were bound to get a bit more difficult for him. So you guys want me to leave, huh? Ken tilted his head as he spoke, smiling a bit under his mask. Essentially, yes. The elders have reached the conclusion that they can't go on any longer. You've won is what we're saying. The village surrenders. Saburo waved his hand around a bit as he explained a few things to Ken. You on the side looked at Ken with absolute hate. He wanted to keep going, but since Ken was not showing any signs of slowing down or being tired, and there was no injury on him, continuing to fight simply felt irresponsible to him. We've already lost too much today. We need to get back on our feet, recuperate our strength, and get much stronger than before if we want to even approach this monster again. We'll have to survive against the other hidden villages first. Alright then, if you want me to leave you'll have to give me a few things. Ken immediately started negotiating, realizing that the village was basically begging him to leave them alone. Might as well take them for all they've got, right? Chapter 30, Negotiations, Departure, and Hate. The very concept of an entire hidden village surrendering to a bounty hunter was unheard of. And that was with good reason. Even the grass village, one of the weakest ones, had around 350 shinobi. Around 40 of them were just Saburo's clones. Even if the majority of them were genin, they made up a force large enough to make other villages wary of them. The grass village was by no means strong, but they were stable enough, especially since it once had the support of the leaf village. Village politics were still a difficult thing, and a hidden village would never stick its head out for another unless the situation was dire. So Elder Yu was well aware that the red dot would get away scot-free even after killing so many of their shinobi. There were only around 270 shinobi in the village when Ken attacked, the rest were either away on mission or dead. Now, only around 156 of them were alive and in fighting condition. And Ken didn't even seem fazed by the fight that had been happening up to that point. That was why the elders, with Yu at the helm, decided that it would be better to call the entire fight off. If I had known he was this powerful I wouldn't have gone after him in the first place. Yu was quite annoyed by the situation, but the fact was already consummated, their losses already materialized. They sent Saburo to speak to him, as the Anbu captain, he was the most powerful in their village. They hoped the formation would be able to hold Ken there, but even if he was held there they wouldn't be able to do much to him. The formation would fall apart when the shinobi forming it ran out of chakra anyway, so they couldn't hold him there forever. How much is your village willing to give exactly? You could hear Ken's voice from inside the formation, as the masked monster crossed his arms and tilted his head at Saburo. Well, at this point, I am sure you'd be able to talk the elders into giving you anything. Saburo's response was a bit grating for you to hear, but they'd surely get to speak about that later. Money. This village is willing to pay you a good sum if you agree to leave without taking any more lives. As a bounty hunter, you surely appreciate wealth. You interjected from the side, knowing that Saburo wasn't going to say anything to benefit their village. I am not interested in your wealth. More like, I've already stolen most of it. I want techniques, jutsu, as many as you can give me, including this formation. The red dot spoke out with a grin. A bounty hunter doesn't want money. Yu was completely flabbergasted by that fact alone. Ken requesting techniques off of them was even more insulting. Our jutsu and techniques are our bread and butter. We can't afford to give all of our secrets to a bounty hunter. We've not even managed to recover our secret techniques from that stupid thief. Yu was feeling livid at that point, but he couldn't snap at Ken either, as they truly didn't have any leverage over the bounty hunter. As much as Yu hated it, Saburo was completely right when saying the elders would give him anything to just leave them alone. Jutsu Hui. Sounds manageable, but you obviously won't get all of the ones in this village. Saburo smiled calmly, clearly not bothered by the situation at all. Let's make this simple, I want at least 2 S rank, at least 20 A rank, and of the rest, I want at least 30 to 40 each. Ken's words immediately served to give you a brain aneurysm. That's outrageous. A bounty hunter asking for this many techniques. Plenty of voices around seemed shocked and livid at Ken's request. Many were also confused, but in truth, no one really dared to refuse Ken's requests at that point. Saburo simply narrowed his eyes. So you're building an organization, hey? His voice was lower than before, only Ken managing to catch it. You'll find out soon. How does my request sound though? Ken's long hair danced in the wind along with his burnt and tattered cloak. Well, the village can provide you with copies for a few techniques. There aren't that many S-rank techniques in this village, so you won't be able to pick and choose. But I'm guessing you aren't requesting specific techniques. Saburo stroked his chin, trying to think more about Ken's words. I'll find out soon, hey. This does sound promising. Saburo was already looking to cut ties with the already collapsing grass village. Getting a ticket to join an organization headed by a person on the level or close to the level of the 5 cages sounded great to the strawman. It was certainly going to be easier than trying to convince another small hidden village to accept him in their ranks. Indeed, as long as they have practicality, I don't care what type of technique I get. The blind swordsman nodded as his body started transforming back into that of a human. Saburo raised an eyebrow when noticing that change, and smirked as he noticed that Ken was indeed not injured in any way. At least we managed to de-escalate the situation. Saburo was also quite glad that he didn't have to lose any more of his clones. The elders could also finally heave a sigh of relief when seeing him change back into a more human form. For one second, the thought of trying to kill Ken while his guard was down appeared in Yu's mind, but he wasn't willing to risk it and anger him again. Their losses were already substantial. Is that all, Red Dot? Saburo said as he smiled at the bounty hunter. For now. I will state any further requests after seeing this one fulfilled. Ken crossed his arms as he looked at the barrier surrounding him. Might as well take this down, since we're now on negotiating terms. Also, bring me my blade, I left it somewhere near the rubble. The blind swordsman tapped his leg on the ground a few times as he wondered how far he could push the village with his requests. It was clear that if he asked for too much they'd just try to kill him again. At that point, the shinobi were trying to get rid of him and cut their losses while they could still recover from them. They thankfully didn't know that he had already visited all of the clan bases and stolen all the money that he could find, otherwise, they would have fought to the death. Ken watched as the shinobi scrambled on the orders of the elders, some going to the library, while others looked for his blade. They were still unwilling to get close to him, but they did stop the formation. In the end, one shinboy came and brought Ken his blade. Yet another one of Saburo's clones. It only took around 10 minutes for the others to come back with a few dozen scrolls and manuals. It was clear that they were trying to just make Ken leave as quickly as possible. Saburo watched on as the grass village struggled to grant Ken's request. He could only sigh in disappointment at the pathetic state of the village he had been working with. He figured the village would try something, like placing a chakra tracking seal on some of the scrolls, but at the end of the day, it wouldn't help them in any way. Even if they track the red dot, he'd still just kill whoever they send after him. All in all, Saburo considered the situation quite shocking to witness. But he didn't show any of his emotions outwardly. After Ken placed all of the scrolls and manuals in a sealing scroll of his own and stored everything in the seal on his wrist, he looked back at Saburo, who just smiled. So he won't even look over them, hey. I guess he doesn't care what techniques he gets from us, a bit irresponsible, but he may have his reasons. So, is there anything else you need, or are you prepared to leave? Saburo said with that same smile on his face. Ken could almost hear the teeth of Elder Yu filing against each other. The elder was looking pointedly at Saburo, almost wanting to stab him with his gaze. Why the hell would you ask if he needs anything else? Just tell him to leave. Alas, it was already too late for him to interject, as Ken started speaking while he was still busy ripping out what little hair he had left. "One last request. I want you to either join me or give me your technique." Ken smiled widely as he spoke, making Saburo narrow his eyes once more. The strawman couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at how forward the bounty hunter was, though he didn't really mind. A leader should have at least this much confidence. "Unfortunately, my technique requires a specific bloodline limit to work. Only members of my already extinct clan would be able to use it." The strawman shrugged a bit, not bothering to lie to the bounty hunter. His technique was something specific to him, and he was neither willing nor able to share it. "This is not acceptable. Asking for our envoy captain to join you is overstepping your boundaries." Yu from the side immediately protested, not willing to part with the only failsafe their village had left in case they got attacked. Saburo was far too valuable for them to just part ways with easily. Unfortunately for them, Saburo was far from loyal to their village. "I am willing to follow you as long as you are able to provide me with the proper resources to continue my studies and rituals." Saburo surprisingly agreed with Ken's requests without much hesitation. "Of course, you will have plenty of resources, of that I assure you. Even more so than in this village." Ken simply nodded, quite pleased with the answer. The elders and nearby shinobi were flabbergasted to hear that. Their morale was already low, now it was just reaching rock bottom. "Saburo? What is the meaning of this?" Yu asked loudly as his throat turned red, his voice bubbling with rage and frustration. "A man must know when to cut his losses, Elder Yu. No reason for someone that isn't the captain or related to him to hang around a sinking ship." Saburo didn't seem to care about the morale of the village's shinobi at all anymore. Ken couldn't help but chuckle a bit when hearing how cruel he was. But that cruelty helped the blind swordsman assess the strawman's character a bit better. This will be a purely business relationship. This man has no loyalty to give. Alas, I don't need loyalty from him, I just need his services and expertise. The grass village refuses this offer. The elder stared hatefully at Ken and Saburo now, his eyes turning bloodshot from rage as his pulse pounded audibly. "At least for Ken. Well then, I guess I'll just cut ties with the grass village directly." Saburo simply shrugged, nonchalantly betraying the village and annoying the elder further. "Anbu captain. Please reconsider. After everything the village has done for you." Plenty of shinobi started doing their best to urge the strawman to remain. Former friends and acquaintances pleaded with him to remain, to not leave their village in such dire straits. But Saburo knew of no friendship, to him the grass village was just a means to an end. And now that mean was looking like it wouldn't be able to help him achieve his end anymore. Elder Yu was well aware of that. He wasn't stupid enough to think that someone like Saburo treated the friendship and camaraderie they instilled into their child soldiers seriously. "You aren't allowed to leave. All troops capture Saburo," and his ANBUSQUU was quick to try and give an order, but he was immediately surrounded by 4 different masked shinobi, all of them holding blades to his throat and arms, close enough to cut the skin. The close proximity prevented him from performing any jutsu, and it also made the other shinobi present unable to interfere, as they were milliseconds away from killing one of the few elders left in their village. "One wrong move and you die here." One of the shinobi spoke in a cold tone, pressing his blade close to the elder's neck without any hesitation. Yu simply gulped a bit as he cursed the carelessness of his troops. Alas, they had no way of knowing that Saburo's squad was just filled with clones. Only a small percentage of shinobi were privy to that knowledge, and most of them were either dead or injured at that point. Yes, all 4 of the shinobi were Saburo's clones. The rest of the clones rushed into the center of the shinobi encirclement and formed another smaller circle, shielding Saburo and Ken. To the others, it looked like Saburo's Anbu squad was also defecting with him. There seemed to be around 24 of them left, but Ken did notice Saburo sending a few of them away during the fight, so their number was likely a bit bigger than that. Confusion and outrage spread throughout the grass shinobi. Yu was sweating heavily, the veins on his forehead had already popped as the clones seemed to be intent on stopping him from acting. I will be taking my squad and leaving. I don't want to kill any of my former comrades, so don't follow me. Saburo narrowed his eyes as he looked at the surrounding shinobi. The strawman tugged at the heartstrings of the grass shinobi. Ken was a bit impressed by the level of bullshit that Saburo was spewing. Comrades. Bah. Didn't know this guy was also a comedian. Although Ken found it funny, that was just because he had already figured Saburo to be a shrewd and opportunistic sociopath. The other shinobi were still coming to terms with his departure, so they were seemingly hesitant. Saburo didn't look at any of them as he walked past. The grass shinobi seemed to just stand there and look at each other with despair in their eyes. In the end, they could only make way for Ken and Saburo's clones to leave the village. You are quite decent at manipulating others. Ken said in a low tone as he continued to walk, just making conversation with his new member. I'll take that as a compliment. Saburo simply nodded, a calm smile on his face as all of his clones followed suit. It was a compliment, Ken said as he and the clones stepped out of the front gate of the village. The 4 clones that were holding the elder hostage also tried to flee after Ken, and the rest of the clones managed to depart from the village. But the elder wasn't about to just let them leave. The enraged elder immediately trapped them all in overgrown grass and thorny vines, his teeth cracking in anger as he started barking orders again. Kill them! The elder shouted, taking out his rage on the clones that had almost taken his life. The shinobi around him seemed to look at each other for a few seconds, before listening to his orders and burning all of the clones alive using a few fireballs. The clones stood eerily still, not even bothering to protect themselves as they started burning alive. Such a scene managed to further unnerve the people present. The rest of Saburo's clones didn't even bother to turn around and look at them, as they had already left the village gates. In the end, was just left with 4 burnt corpses that had once been Saburo's clones, an extremely demoralized ragtag group of shinobi, and a few buildings to rebuild. The angry elder took a few deep breaths to calm down. He wasn't stupid enough to pursue Saburo outside of the village. Ken was also with him, so it was impossible for their village to attack the strawman. For now, announce to the world that Saburo is a missing nin, he is to be branded a criminal. You spoke in a much calmer voice. He was still confident that the village wouldn't fall, even if they were bound to have to suck up to a higher power. Yes, sir. The enemy must have brainwashed Sir Saburo. There's no way he'd do something like that. An injured Jonin to the side tried to plead for Saburo. It seemed that the poor shinobi was likely fooled by the strawman's act. There were plenty of people like him. Saburo had spent a good decade in that village, so plenty of people were able to get accustomed to him and befriend him. You was hearing none of it though. Don't kid yourself. Saburo is just a criminal now. I don't want to hear anything else. The elder didn't care to explain that they had all been fooled by a sociopath. He only gave them the orders and continued on with his work. At least we still have the funds to rebuild. We need to do a quick inventory of everything and recover everything from the collapsed cage building. Yu was quick to get to work. Unfortunately for him, their funds had just happened to disappear. Well, not all of them. A part of their finances was kept in the cage building, but the bulk of it was spread out throughout all of the clans in the village. Yu ordered everyone to do a quick check on their resources. He now controlled them since all of the clan heads were now dead, and he was to manage their finances until new leaders were appointed. He received the report that everything was gone rather quickly. Even the funds from his compound were gone, and he had amassed significant wealth there. The last hair on Yu's head fell out when he heard that report. He was left completely shell-shocked by it. But it didn't take long for him to realize where those funds may have disappeared to. Curse that bounty hunter! Not interested in our wealth, my ass! Yu looked at the wrecked state of their village with empty eyes, his mind wondering how exactly to avoid total destruction. But one thought surfaced in his mind. I won't forget this, Red Dot, Saburo. Both of you will pay for this. Chapter 31, New Recruits and Journey. Ken and Saburo's clones continued dashing from tree to tree, with the blind swordsman adjusting his speed and allowing the clones to keep up with him. They eventually stopped in the middle of a clearing, with Saburo looking at Ken with a curious gaze through many pairs of eyes. "So, now that we are away from that mess, what does your organization have to offer, Red Dot?" One of Saburo's clones stepped forward, who had been acting as an Anbyo captain previously. "First off, call me Ken. That moniker is not something I actually go by." Ken sighed as he sat down a bit, speaking in an even tone with Saburo. "Second of all, my organization is still quite new, and growing, it hasn't even made an appearance in the world as of now." Ken didn't bother lying or sugarcoating the state of his organization. "So we're talking about a fledgling group of nameless shinobi." Saburo's tone sounded a bit less impressed. "We aren't exclusively recruiting former shinobi. Plenty of our recruits are just former orphans that we deemed talented enough to learn." Ken wasn't exactly discouraged, he had already decided that Saburo was going to join him, so he wasn't exactly stressed out about impressing the strawman with the state of his organization. He can either prove to be a great asset or a liability. If he refuses to join, or his demands are too annoying, then I will kill him and all of his clones. If he joins, then all the better. His technique does seem extremely useful for reconnaissance. Former orphans? Well, I guess that's certainly a way to build up a loyal following. Say, how many people are there currently in this organization? Adjusting to development speed, and some information that my right hand provided, there should currently be around 16 people, 15 of which are in training. Ken remembered Tasho mentioning that he had found a dilapidated orphanage to recruit from, so the blind swordsman expected even more people to be recruited on his next time checking up with Tasho. That doesn't sound quite as promising as what I had in mind. Saburo seemed wholly disappointed now. The only reason I'm still even talking to this man is that he is truly powerful enough to build something great. In the future, he will certainly build something worth joining, but I also need support in the short term. The strawman scratched his chin a few times, weighing his options. I can see you aren't quite as satisfied with what you're hearing. Ken decided to just call out the strawman on his indecisiveness. I won't lie to you, Ken. I expected a lot more from someone like you, but you did say it's a new organization. I can understand a bit of hesitation. Maybe I can help convince you further. Currently, I am close to 11 years old, my current strength should speak for itself. Ken decided to attract Saburo with his talent instead, seeing as his organization wasn't proving to be enough. Saburo and all of his clones seemed to start choking instantly when hearing that. Any composure that the strawman might have had vanished completely. He studied Ken for a few seconds, and now he could see it. Ken was still short by adult standards, he was also skinny by adult standards, even if he was well defined. In retrospect, one could still guess Ken's age from his appearance. But his raspy voice, scars, and overall demeanor made it absolutely impossible for anyone to guess his age. To think that the one to bring a village to its knees would be a child. Saburo still remembered seeing Ken coldly ripping people apart, how his tail and claws cut through everyone who even got close to him. If he is already this strong, then he even has a chance to become the next god of shinobi, doesn't he? I would ask for further proof. But I doubt someone like you would have any identity documents relating to any nation. Saburo smiled with a glint in his eyes. Ken just nodded, not bothering to say anything more after confirming his age. Since he's so young, doesn't that mean I can take advantage of his lack of experience and end up leading this organization? No, I can think about that later. He doesn't seem especially inexperienced in the ways of the world either. I agree then. Just because I want to see how much you are able to grow in the future. If your organization grows large enough to rival other villages, then that's also good. Saburo extended his hand, and Ken shook it without any hesitation. The masked swordsman's grip was strong, much stronger than a child's grip had any right to be. Saburo could only sweat a bit at that. I'm guessing we'd want to go to your main body first, right? It's not even that far from here. Ken then turned his head in a random direction, and Saburo instantly paled, retracting his hand and jumping away in fear. How Saburo's voice was filled with fear. For a few seconds, he had forgotten how dangerous Ken was, letting his guard down and thinking of him as a child. Your clones, you are connected to every single one. I discovered this during the fight, but a thread of chakra exists between you and all of the clones. Ken didn't bother to tell the scared strawman that he needed to be in contact with the clones in order to feel that connection they had with the main body. He felt that there was no need to get into details. No reason to act scared now, you are already part of my organization. I don't see any need to harm you right now. Ken then started walking in that random direction, with Saburo slowly walking behind him alongside his many clones. Right now, hey? So I guess taking advantage of him isn't going to be easy. The strawman almost wanted to scowl, but he didn't wish to show any displeasure to the blind monster in front of him. Saburo simply decided to see where their partnership would go. It wasn't like he was planning on backstabbing Ken anytime soon, or ever, depending on how things went. By the way, I'm assuming I shouldn't expect too many funds right now, correct? Moving will necessitate quite a bit of equipment being left behind, as it isn't easy to carry, too big to fit in a ceiling scroll too. The strawman said as he followed a few steps behind the blind monster. Funding won't be an issue. I have made quite a bit during my bounty hunting career. Also, I stole all of the money I could find in the grass village, so we aren't exactly strapped for cash. Ken smiled a bit as he continued walking. Saburo only smiled when hearing that, chuckling a bit internally as he remembered Ken bragging about not being interested in their wealth. The way that the child in front of him could shamelessly lie right in front of the face of every shinobi present was actually astoundingly amusing to the strawman. I guess following his orders will be more entertaining than following a few crusty old men. And since it's a small organization with a lot of cash, I can receive much larger funding. Saburo almost couldn't help but smile at the thought of continuing his experiments unhindered. Ken and the clones continued strolling all the way to a large tree. Ken yawned a bit before tapping the trunk of the tree with the tip of his shoe in a specific spot. After noticing that nothing was happening, he raised his leg a bit more and was about to kick the tree away. Saburo stopped him though, sweating a bit as he did so. No need to destroy the entrance. This place could still be useful. The strawman's argument was actually extremely reasonable. So Ken ended up just nodding and allowing Saburo to open up the fake tree. The clone stepped forward and tapped the tree in a few specific locations a few times until a lock mechanism seemed to click, and a part of the trunk slid open like a tatami door. Nice hiding spot, Ken said as he felt the opening lead down, through the roots of the fake tree and into a large underground cave. It did take a few years on the run to come up with something like this. Saburo shrugged, quite pleased with the compliment, although he was still disappointed an almost 11-year-old child would be able to find his main body and hideout. Saburo's clones made way for Ken, who jumped down the open fake tree and landed in a rather well-lit corridor that led to a metallic door. The clones followed suit, and once again opened the door for him using a strange set of hand signs. There was some type of seal spread out on the door from what Ken could sense. This place really is rather well defended. I wonder how much it would take to build something similar for our organization. By the way, what name does this organization of ours have? Saburo asked as the steel doors slid open. The name is still a work in progress. Ken simply shrugged, sensing the inside of the laboratory with a calm smile. This place is a lot bigger than I expected. FWOVLOM. The laboratory was much bigger inside than even the cage building he had besieged previously, so Ken was a tad surprised by the amount of work put into that secret hideout. The organization has no name. Saburo sweated a bit when he heard that, looking around and wondering just how new the organization actually was. Well, we are still only a few months off from starting it. No reason to rush, we won't be announcing it to the world anytime soon either. Ken simply shrugged away the strawman's concern. Well, the name would also help provide the current members with a sense of belonging if we play things right. The name isn't just for outsiders. Saburo scratched the back of his head as he brought a rather good point to the table, something that Ken hadn't really thought about. I guess you're right. Ken started scratching his chin instantly, somewhat embarrassed, but not quite enough to react outwardly in any way. We'll have to come up with a name by the time we return, I guess. We will. Saburo was a bit confused when hearing that, his eyebrows scrunched up together as he looked at Ken through many pairs of eyes. You're officially one of the leaders of this organization and the one in charge of all research. I hereby give you the right to help me come up with a name. Ken crossed his arms and spoke in a resolute, confident tone. An outsider wouldn't even notice just how shamelessly the blind swordsman was pushing his work onto Saburo if they listened to his tone. His confidence made it look as if he was rewarding Saburo in some way. I guess he really is still a child. Well, I can still work with this. Saburo was too flabbergasted to speak for a while, and Ken continued inside. I guess I'll come up with a few possible names by the time we arrive at the location of our main base. The strawman could only relent, not willing to call out his new leader on his shamelessness. Is this place to your liking, Ken? Another version of Saburo walked up to the group from inside the room. Behind him were another 24 clones. Oh, finally speaking to the original, hey? This place is much nicer than I expected. Ken said as he turned his head towards the one that had stepped forward. From what the blind swordsman could feel, the original Saburo looked much the same as his clones did. He was however dressed in casual attire, and not wearing a headband of any kind. The original Saburo also seemed to be about as much chakra as a high-level jonin, though Ken had no way of knowing how good he really was when it came to technique. He could just assume that he was at least as good as his clones were. I am indeed the original, though I didn't think anyone would be able to catch on to my technique so easily. Saburo tilted his head and smiled warmly at his new leader. The strawman instantly decided to start sucking up to Ken. But it didn't seem to be having much of an effect. As well faked as his smile was, Ken still didn't react to it in any visible way. I am just special. I doubt anyone would be able to tell you apart from your clones under normal circumstances. Ken was quite sure that he was speaking the truth. He was also quite sure that the elders of the grass village actually thought that one of the Anbu clones was actually Saburo. From the number of people that had come to greet him at the door, Ken could also observe that Saburo had kept quite a few clones hidden from the village. Special, hey? I guess he truly is special in more ways than one. His talent is quite unheard of. Under normal circumstances, my technique would be flawless. Yet you also managed to find this place with relative ease. That's inevitable. My powers as a censor are a lot greater than any shinobi I've ever met. I would say that is actually my strongest point. Ken nodded his head, looking to reassure the strawman that his technique wasn't exactly faulty in any way. Understood. That is his strongest point. So that transformation, coupled with his skill in taijutsu and kenjutsu, are not even his main powers. Now, let us start heading out. Have you already grabbed everything you needed from this place? The blind swordsman asked as he tapped the tip of his shoe on the ground a few times. He could feel quite a lot of interesting things residing inside that laboratory, including a mound of corpses that Ken assumed were shinobi. The blind swordsman was still quite unwilling to harm innocent. Even if they were civilians, I won't be getting into a fight with Saburo over this. He's too useful, and they are already dead, so it can't be helped. I'll just make sure his victims are criminals and other shinobi in the future. I have already prepared everything that is needed. I don't wish to destroy this place, however. I hope that is okay with you. Saburo seemed happy to leave as soon as possible, but he still wanted to keep the laboratory intact. No reason to destroy it. Seems like it could be useful in the future as well. Ken seemed to be quite okay with it. He had already not destroyed the entrance, so it wasn't like he was going to have a change of heart. Let's get going. We still need to go and get Akira. The thief. Yep, he is also a recruit. And just like that, Ken and Saburo started heading off. Saburo's clones now were somewhere around 50 in total, so the organization's numbers were bolstered greatly just like that. The blind swordsman continued dashing from tree to tree, quite excited to make his way back home and introduce Tasho to the new recruits. Chapter 32, Meeting and Traveling News. Ken and Saburo started making their way towards the cave that Akira resided in without wasting more time. They had sealed the secret lair entrance to keep it hidden and intact, to make sure no one would just accidentally stumble upon it, though that was already unlikely. Ken realized that if a sensor as good as him ran by it, they could still spot it, but it was really impossible to plan for all possible situations. Still, the blind swordsman was quite pleased with the way things had developed. With Saburo, we've gained 45 able-bodied shinobi, all chunin or above. Well, 44 to be more exact. I doubt the original body will ever go in any missions. He shouldn't even be allowed to. Losing him would be a lot more annoying than losing a single highly trained assassin. With his help, I can finally jumpstart this organization for good, start hunting bounties on a broader scale. Ken was well and truly excited for Saburo to settle into his little organization. Getting the strawman's allegiance was the greatest reward for all of his trouble with the grass village. Their techniques and money were also good, but he wasn't even sure how much money was in the scrolls he had stolen, nor what techniques he had received. The most valuable thing is the friends we made along the way. Puh! Ken couldn't help but laugh internally at his own bad jokes, some small chuckles escaping outside as the blind swordsman was not as cautious as usual. The most amusing part was that Ken and Saburo were the furthest apart from friends. They were both well aware that as soon as their business relationship soured, they would be at each other's throats with no hesitation. Ken put no trust in Saburo. And the strawman was not oblivious to that. No, he even respected it. Such is the mentality one must have in this bleak world. That was what the strawman thought. Though he found it exceedingly odd that a child could adapt to their world so quickly and easily. Ken's occasional giggle and raspy chuckle along the way as he remembered some random joke was the only thing that could remind Saburo that the blind monster was still a child. The strawman always just looked at the masked child with a raised eyebrow, not bothering to ask what had amused him so much. The entire situation was amusing to him, to begin with, so he wasn't about to judge the perpetrator for laughing. An entire village begging the one they had attacked to please leave them alone was a funny prospect. Ken and Saburo reached Akira's cave after a few more minutes. Instantly, Akira became alert when seeing close to 50 shinobi descend on his hideout. He immediately tried to run away, but seeing Ken calmed him down greatly. The thought of Ken allying himself with the grass village and hunting him down again didn't even cross his mind. Well, it had slightly. Ken was traveling with plenty of shinobi visibly wearing a grass village headband, but Akira shoved the idea out quickly as it was a rather stupid conclusion to reach. After all, if that had been the case, Ken would have already knocked him out and or killed him. He also took notice of Ken's appearance. His long coat was now both tattered and bloody. It also revealed parts of his body, filled with scars and lithe muscles but no wounds whatsoever. I was about to think you wouldn't make it back, boss. Akira immediately started calling Ken his boss and rubbing his hands together like a shrewd businessman. Seeing him come back unscathed made Akira want to follow him immediately. After all, someone that could stand up to an entire village was usually someone worth following, and Akira was already a wanted man. He needed protection. If you keep doing that with your hands, I'll cut them off. Akira immediately stopped rubbing his hands together at Ken's threat though. What's with all of the shinobi though? Are you getting escorted out of their territory or something? Akira pointed at Saburo and his many clones. They will be joining me from now on. I am building an organization currently, and some extra hands are welcome. Yours will do just fine too. Ken decided to just be upfront with Akira, as he wanted to invite the thief to join them as well. "Thanks, boss. I'd be more than glad to join ye." Akira immediately kneeled in front of the bounty hunter, calling him boss once more. His shamelessness made Saburo sweat slightly, but the strawman could understand the thief's thought process well enough. The weak follow the strong for benefit. That much is just natural law at this point. Is it really wise to trust the former shinobi of the village you just raided? Akira was a bit skeptical about Saburo though. "I assure you that our relationship with the grass village was nothing more than transactional." Saburo decided to step out and speak for himself. Meanwhile his clones also just threw away their headbands, as they didn't need them anyway. Akira could only raise an eyebrow at that. Shinobi never threw away their headbands, they never threw away the marks of their original village, even if they cut a line in the middle of it. It was a sign of loyalty, a sign that something still tied them to the place they came from. Be it spite, hatred, longing, or regret, all rogue shinobi kept their headbands. In truth, most of them were just brainwashed to think highly of their respective hidden villages from a young age. All of their friends and families gathered in one place. It was a great way to foster loyal shinobi, and it was also extremely easy to indoctrinate them and convince them that dying for the village was acceptable and even heroic. The hidden villages had managed to draw a parallel in between families and the village. Some had even managed to convince shinobi to put the village above their families. The good of the village was, at the end of the day, much more important than personal happiness and the safety of your loved ones. Other times, the safety of the village was directly related to the happiness of your loved ones. It was a rather well thought out system. Few outsiders could see it for what it was, and Akira was one of them, as he had seen many shinobi and he had traveled a lot despite his young age. That was why the scene of shinobi just throwing away their headbands was so jarring. But it did its job of convincing Akira. The thief was still a bit skeptical, of course, but he didn't voice any displeasure anymore. Ken didn't bother to explain that Saburo was just one person, extremely sadistic and opportunistic at that. The blind swordsman also didn't bother to introduce Akira to anyone but the original strawman, calling him the de facto leader of the deserting shinobi. Akira was a bit weirded out by how silent every single one of the shinobi was, but he didn't voice out any more complaints. He was just glad that his savior/benefactor was back in one piece. The thief was rather shocked to hear a bit more about what had transpired in the village, but it was still within his expectations after seeing Ken decimate the group that had attacked them. It was already clear enough that numbers won't help you much against the red dot. This just helped solidify that, and this should also help the world realize that he isn't someone to mess around with. Still, none of the people present expected the news to come out of the village quickly. They expected the grass village to internally suppress it for a few weeks at the very least. They didn't know that a storm was already brewing throughout the world. In but a few hours, every important figure got wind of the fact that a single bounty hunter brought a hidden village to its knees. Bwahahaha! The third Reikage, couldn't help but burst out laughing when reading that. He slapped his desk with jubilation as he heartily laughed at how absurd Ken's achievements seemed to be for a single bounty hunter. Immediately, the Reikage became even more interested to have the masked assassin in his fold. Not only was the report thorough, it included everything, even the fact that the grass village was forced to surrender and that they weren't able to do any meaningful damage to the red dot. Overall, the reputation of the grass village was tarnished, and their power was extremely diminished, with even their Enbyo captain and a sizable number of Enbyo going and joining the bounty hunter instead. It was a pathetic loss for a hidden village to ever admit to. Even the Reikage was shocked to see how willing the grass village was to write on its own sorry condition. However, the Reikage couldn't really bring himself to laugh at them, as he could see exactly what the elders of the hidden village were trying to do. FWOVLOM. They seemed to have a rather clear goal in mind when announcing their failures so quickly. Asking for aid from one of its former allies, Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. Elder Yu was initially going to try to bide his time a bit, but discovering that he had absolutely nothing to work with inside the village, he knew that the faster he revealed everything and asked for help the better he was off. The hidden village immediately called Saburo and his shinobi criminals. They didn't denounce him for any of his unsavory experiments though, as they didn't wish to implicate themselves with that. Thankfully, the Second Shinobi War was already coming to an end, and most of the villages were somewhat spent. None were willing to attack the grass village when reading reports that Ken had already taken everything from them, and they also didn't have much land or resources to take either, as it was a rather small nation. By revealing the news in such a way, the shrewd elder had managed to momentarily take the target off his back and put it on the bounty hunter that was now technically one of the richest men alive. Such power and wealth are currently just roaming the world. Hey! Many bounty hunters were tempted to try their hand at the newly risen red dot. But not that many were actually willing to try. His reputation was already quite fearful before, but now it had already reached a whole new level. It was clear that no shinobi was going to stop by and sit down at any of his roadside grill parties. The fear had now truly set in, and it was clear that Ken didn't just go for targets. It was still unknown what exactly made Ken attack the village, so people would rather choose to not find out on their own skin. The limits of the red dot's patience, that is. The 5K were well aware of the full situation though, especially those that had wanted Ken dead. No one bothered to speak out on Ken's reasons, so they remained a mystery, and the blind swordsman was called a bloodthirsty monster and criminal. Ken and the rest had caught wind of that, about 1 week into their journey while passing through a small village. The people there were visibly fearful of Ken and his men. A squad of close to 50 shinobi rolling up on a village was rather intimidating after all. They also received other new and rather interesting pieces of information. The Second Shinobi War has officially ended. Hey! 1 week, in 1 week the villages had finally stopped their fights. The highlights? Konoha had managed to defeat Omokagure and Tsunagakure, or at least it did so on paper. Losses were great on all sides. Now, the Leaf Village was the strongest hidden village. It had proven itself by fighting on multiple fronts and having the most powerful shinobi. For one, the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the current god of shinobi, is said to have mastered all ninjutsu. There were also his disciples, all 3 of which had become renowned in the war and had gained the title of the Seinen, legendary 3 shinobi. They had gained their titles by facing off against Hanzo of the Rain, who had bestowed the titles upon them by himself during their battle. It was a rather heroic tale, as Hanzo was known for his strength, a man powerful enough to stand on the same stage as the 5K. Another prominent figure was Konoha's White Fang, who had also distinguished himself against the Tsunagakure. Overall, the village was simply brimming with talent and power. How could it not? Especially with the strong foundation that the first and second Hokage had left them. Still, the end of the war made no difference to Ken. It only meant that he would be able to go about his business while witnessing a bit less bloodshed on the way. The blind swordsman was already lucky enough to have stumbled upon 3 different sites where shinobi had killed each other en masse during his bounty hunting. It was a rather grim scene, and even nature seemed unwilling to grow there for a while, though that might have been because of the scorched ground and cracked earth. Ken and the rest continued their journey without bothering too much to dwell on the news. It wasn't like they didn't expect the grass village to paint Ken as some sort of maniac. That much was so obvious that it hadn't even deserved mention before. The point that the blind swordsman had wanted to make had still come across. That he was a bounty hunter whom one shouldn't be messing around with. That was the reputation that Ken had wanted to build when he had set out in the first place, so in a sense, he could thank the grass village for the help. Ken also remembered something quite crucial as soon as he entered the forest where his hideout was. I forgot to tell Tasho to prepare housing for all of us ahead of time. Chapter 33, The Dark Brotherhood and Compound. When naming an organization, it was important to get across the message of what the organization was about and for. In truth, Ken had no clue what to name it initially. He wanted the organization to be his eyes in that world, but he didn't want to give them a name hinting at his lack of vision. While he didn't care about that fact getting out, he didn't want to put an even bigger sign on his back claiming that he was special. After all, when Ken finally took his mask off and Akira and Saburo saw his face, both of them seemed petrified. Saburo especially, who had personally seen Ken in action. His blindness didn't affect his awareness of the world in any great manner, but knowing he used his senses to see allowed others to find ways to use that as a weakness against him. Just like the explosions had overloaded his senses for a few seconds back in the grass village. If Ken was fighting a powerful shinobi that was already privy to the fact that the blind monster was susceptible to such attacks, they would have used them to distract him constantly. There was a clear fix for that. Ken could always just use his nature energy to sense his surroundings constantly. There was nothing stopping him from sensing others using that, as no living life form could truly hide their natural energy. The problem was that Ken would have to shut off his other senses, making him well and truly blind to the world. He would feel the aura, he would feel attacks coming, but he would not be able to see them. It would be like a normal sensor, well, a sage, fighting with a blindfold on. In the end, Ken decided to keep that part of him a secret in order to avoid enemies taking advantage of it when the time came. So that left him without any ideas of how to name the group he was creating. That was when Saburo came with a few pieces of advice and ideas. Why not come up with something to strengthen the bond between recruits? Make them feel like they belong in something more than just a bounty-collecting business and information-gathering squad. The former shinobi came up with plenty of ideas that Ken liked when it came to strengthening the bond. All of them are greater than the last. He also wanted the name to represent their work. He wanted a name that people would hear once, and would understand what type of business they dealt in. But eventually, the name that Ken settled on was something that Akira came up with. How about the Dark Brotherhood? It's a brotherhood, so it will help with forging the bonds between recruits later. And we do plan to be assassins mainly, so something broody like that sounds fitting. It was a bit simplistic, maybe. But it somehow managed to both give their organization some identity and help with forging bonds between the recruits, which was exactly what they were brainstorming towards anyway. Having all recruits be brothers and seniors/teachers to be elder brothers and elders, in general, was a bit of a classic when it came to creating camaraderie and strengthening bonds. Still, there was really no reason to reinvent the wheel at the end of the day. Saburo also instantly liked the idea. And Ken had nothing to complain about it either. The blind swordsman was more than glad to be able to tell Tasho about their organization now finally had a name. There was still the problem of housing though. Tasho came out with a blade as soon as he felt around 50 shinobi descending on his location. He instantly calmed down when seeing Ken's masked face in front of them all. His situational awareness wasn't so bad that he would attack a group led by his leader. He immediately rushed to greet them. Or more specifically, Ken. Leader. Tasho shouted as he arrived in front of them with impressive speed, shocking Akira slightly. The masked retainer immediately took a knee and bowed his head, much like one would when greeting a king. Saburo and Akira also looked at the compound and the man kneeling before them with a curious gaze. A tall black-haired man dressed much like Ken, a red armor covered by a black coat and a straw hat. The only difference was that his mask had one red line in the middle of it, instead of a dot. Saburo instantly narrowed his eyes when seeing him. His speed, his lack of presence, all of them made the strawman quite wary. This man. Ken's second in command, hey? He feels a bit worse than regular Jonin when it comes to chakra. But he seems to be almost as difficult to detect as Ken himself, so he is certainly a master assassin. Saburo immediately judged Tasho as a dangerous individual. Even if his chakra reserves weren't anything special, Tasho was still the most skilled person in the Dark Brotherhood. With the exception of Saburo himself and Ken of course. Akira wasn't able to judge Tasho's skills that much, just muttering that he felt a bit sneaky, before finally looking around at their base. It was strangely big and rather homey. About a dozen somewhat large wooden homes and one large training area with targets, rocks, and wooden dummies. All buildings were designed beautifully and spaced out perfectly, the area having clearly been made with great passion. The entire small village was built right in front of a large cave entrance, which seemed to have a sealable entrance, using a wooden gate and an actual airtight seal that Tasho had managed to buy at some point. The sealed cave was the one that Ken had initially carved out for training, which was designated as the main training hall, the cave being expanded to house more interconnected rooms to accommodate more and more recruits. It had been grueling work for Tasho in the past few months, but he was able to recruit 20 people by the time Ken had gotten there. 10 people more than the last time he had reported to Ken. It was a rather great achievement for Tasho, and he was quite proud of himself as well. Ken also felt his surroundings and sighed with a satisfied smile on his masked face. "You've done a great job, Tasho. It seems you were preparing for a large recruitment drive with all of the homes." Ken finally addressed his retainer and trusted right hand. "Yes. I had first focused on creating the accommodations, only starting recruiting when I felt that the site was ready." Tasho finally raised his head, his masked face looking towards his leader. He immediately started reporting the situation and going into detail about the recruitment process and what orphanages he had approached and paid to do recruitment in. Orphanages were close to selling children as slaves in some regions, so gaining recruits was really not difficult when one had the budget. Tasho would have had a lot more of them if he wasn't handpicking only the ones willing to join and grow stronger. Saburo couldn't quite tell what emotions Tasho was displaying. But it was clear that the retainer held a lot of admiration and respect for Ken, a child that was likely not even half his age from the looks of things. It was a rather strange scene, but the strawman couldn't really blame Tasho for respecting and/or admiring Ken. Akira didn't really look into things in such a detailed manner. He just continued looking around, seeing the 24 children that were training in the compound. They didn't seem to have noticed the approaching shinobi, all focused on their training, throwing weapons, sparring and even doing regular physical training. Saburo also looked towards them with one of his many pairs of eyes. Judging them rather quickly as still fledglings, none even reaching the level of genin currently. It was to be expected of a new organization though. Not many people were as talented and/or as determined as Tasho, to improve at such an impressive pace. Not only that, even the earliest recruit had only been training for around 2 months, which wasn't much. From Tasho's reports, it seemed that their only real issue currently was the fact that they were nowhere near being self-sufficient when it came to food. They had no one to really handle cultivation, so Tasho always had to leave for food, leaving the oldest in charge for days at a time every month. It was not uncommon for him to return and there to be a recruit less than when he had left. It seemed that leaving orphans unattended on a deserted mountain range was not a good idea after all. Wow, who would have thought? Alas, the ones that remained at least learned not to wander randomly, so at least that was good. Still, the children seemed to be in quite high spirits from what Saburo was able to see. All of them were intermingling with each other, creating rivalries and friendships as they would have inside the academies of the hidden villages. It seemed that Tasho was prepared to recruit at least 3 times as many children, and he had already made accommodations for them. It seemed that Saburo's clones wouldn't have to sleep outside in the dirt after all. Alas, they didn't really need sleep anyway. Only Saburo's main body really needed it. But it did help keep up the facade that they were real people and not puppets. Also, when Saburo was actually asleep, all of the clones would enter a vegetative state as well, as there was no way for him to split his consciousness into so many different bodies while unconscious. It was good for there to be a place where they could hide while Saburo rested. In the end, it was also time for the children/recruits to learn who the leader was. They had always been calling Tasho their teacher and mentor. But they already knew that he wasn't the leader of the organization they had chosen to join. To them, Tasho had given them a chance for a better life. But the one to have made all of it possible was someone they hadn't ever met. In a way, it helped make Ken seem a lot more enigmatic. But actually seeing the blind swordsman in person made them all shudder. All of them stopped training when seeing him walk over. Ken was by no means a tall man, yet, but he had a great presence even to most shinobi, so one could only imagine what the children were feeling when he walked into their line of sight. It was a strange feeling for the children. They could all feel that Ken was not normal. It was as if the world itself was telling them that. That filled them all with both blind admiration and fear. Especially when seeing dozens of shinobi trailing behind him in rows, including Tasho. Ken scanned the children in front of him. He could feel their fear, their emotions hardly hidden, though some of them did try to keep their emotions in check. Children! They immediately flinched when hearing Ken's raspy voice. Saburo found it rather ironic, as Ken was likely not much older than the recruits. No reason to fear me. I am the last person that will hurt you in this life, all you have to do is not betray me. Ken's voice, despite being rough and raspy, still had a calming cadence to it, managing to relax some of the young boys and girls in front of him. Thank you. Thank you all for choosing to join us. From this moment on, you are officially part of the Dark Brotherhood. Those who have joined are now family, whether you like it or not. That was all that the leader said. Finally announcing the name of the organization to the children, who were rather excited when hearing it. Family. That was a rather powerful word for war-orphaned children. It was something that many of them were tragically denied in that life. But now it was offered to them. They had already started considering each other family, but they didn't know what the future had in store. Officially becoming a family had managed to finally seal the deal for the recruits. Tasho and the rest could see how their motivation became stronger. How the fire burned brighter in their eyes. Saburo simply smiled when seeing that, considering the indictment of the young orphans to be a rather successful endeavor. It does feel good to follow someone competent for a change. I wonder how far he will go. With his talent, I think I will get to climb to the peak in this lifetime. After that, the children continued their training. Their wills were strengthened by their finally seeing their leader and listening to his speech. Now, they could also finally start calling themselves brothers and sisters, something they had longed to do for a long time. As they trained, the rest of the adults, and Ken, also got to work. Saburo put his tireless clones to work instantly, building a few more houses to have spare storage space just in case. They also voted for Ken to get the largest house for himself, as he was the leader at the end of the day. The leader must get a house befitting his status. With our current budget, even making it out of the most expensive materials would be feasible. Saburo was surprisingly the one to come up with the idea. It was a clear tactic to garner even more respect for Ken, as his position of leader would give him his own housing. However, Ken argued that it could also garner some jealousy from the recruits. Though that was quite unlikely with how high their opinion of the blind swordsman had become. Still, Ken simply found the concept rather wasteful. In the end, only his closest retainers were to live with him, each having their own room. By closest retainers, Ken simply meant Tasho, Akira, and Saburo. The newer recruits were not really on the same hierarchical level as Tasho, at least Akira wasn't. But Ken still trusted them enough. Saburo especially became the head of the research department. And Ken promised to build him an underground laboratory in the village after they settled in properly. Then, Tasho, Akira and Saburo all received a task. Sorting through everything that Ken had stolen and categorizing their spoils properly. Saburo didn't think much of it at the time. But it seemed that Ken had gathered quite a good amount of resources in quite a few sealing scrolls. This might take a while. The strawman could only sweat when seeing the piles of books and scrolls that lined the table in front of them. Ken wasn't helping them, by the way. Akira tried to complain, but Ken simply waved his palm in front of his eyes and basically told him to fuck off. Chapter 34, Development, Structure, and Techniques. The compound of the Dark Brotherhood quickly grew in the next few months, and their budget also suddenly grew as they were able to finally count the amount of wealth Ken had actually stolen. Several Saburo did actually burst out laughing at the same time when he realized that Ken had somehow stolen the entirety of the grass village's funds that had been gathered for over a decade. To him, it was just funny, though he did also realize that the grass village was likely never going to forgive them in any way. The good part about that was that neither Ken nor anyone working for him really gave a shit about the grass village anymore. Ken being strong enough to take the entire village on really just spoke for itself at that point. And not even the orphans/recruits seemed to be scared at the prospect of their leader angering a hidden village. If anything, they were actually excited to hear about his exploits. Tasho was rather disappointed that the children were no longer admiring him as much, but he did understand that Ken was worthy of their admiration as well. Besides gaining a large budget and expanding with a few more buildings. This time, they even managed to invite an actual good construction crew to remodel and make adjustments to the current buildings as well. It wasn't that Tasho had done a bad job, but it wasn't as if he was an experienced builder. Every home, and especially the leader's abode, was remodeled to fit with their new expanded budget. Saburo did plan to kill them after they finished their jobs, to protect the location and knowledge of their base. But Ken made it clear that Saburo would follow them to the grave if anything happened to them, which took that idea out of the strawman's head. In the end, they decided to simply pay the men for their silence. It was likely only a temporary fix, but the blind swordsman was okay with it. Ken decided to spare no expense and give the recruits the best accommodation and food possible, the type that would make middle-class families blush. The blind swordsman only really cared about training being harsh after all. He didn't believe that his recruits also needed to sleep on the hard floor or eat weeds. Though he did incorporate sleeping on a stone floor as training, at least 1 week per month, he believed it would be good for the recruits to get used to sleeping in any environment. The Dark Brotherhood was advancing more and more, with more orphans gathering than before, now at the prospect of joining a brotherhood instead of a nameless organization of assassins. Suddenly, Tasho's orphanage scouring across the Land of Iron and nearby areas became a lot easier, with him managing to surpass his goal and increase the number of recruits to a whopping 86 in a mere few months. Although, that number was bound to stop growing for a time, as Tasho had already exhausted the avenues he was using for recruitment. They only hand-picked orphans under the age of 10, so they were all children easy to build rapport with and easy to gain the loyalty of. As long as they were treated well, of course, but that was never an issue, as Ken's organization presented the recruits with human rights that were very much above the usual standards that hidden villages provided. Some certainly complained about the difficulty of the training, but at the end of the day, they all were allowed to leave whenever they wanted. They were given the choice of becoming something more than just victims of a prolonged war. Their wills were strengthened by their losses and life experiences. Besides a surplus of recruits, the Dark Brotherhood also gained a stable source of income in the form of Saburo's clones hunting bounties of bandits. The strawman was more than glad to send some of his Jonin clones to hunt down notorious bandit groups. He was also more than capable enough to engage in several fights at the same time, so all was well as long as he didn't run into any annoying enemies. The fact that they were situated in the Land of Iron also helped a bit, as it was a neutral land and somewhat filled with bandits because of that. That meant that the daimyo was always putting up bounties for new bandit groups in the area, and the Dark Brotherhood was more than happy to collect them all. Tough Ken did provide a rule that they weren't going after groups of deserters unless they had more crimes on their record. Even then, Saburo's clones would have to stalk them for a bit to verify their guilt. It seemed that Ken had a soft spot for deserters. Saburo could somewhat understand it, they were after all just numbers to their leaders. Some would obviously reach the conclusion that dying for a worthless cause was foolish. Alas, there were plenty that also just wanted to profit off the war and the common folk. Those were actually the Dark Brotherhood's prime targets. Saburo was a bit annoyed by the extra steps he had to take in vetting groups, but he did need to respect orders. The Dark Brotherhood now also had a more concrete internal structure. With Ken as the leader, the head of the organization. Many of the orphans had also taken to calling him father. Ken didn't complain, and the name started to stick in the minds of the recruits. His costume remained unchanged, as he didn't see any need to change it. Tasho, Akira, and Saburo were part of the leadership, part of Ken's retainers. They were called the Blades. They all had similar costumes. Tasho's remained unchanged, while Saburo got a mask with 2 small red lines in the middle, and Akira got one with 3. Each of them was to lead departments of their own and grow as the strongest in the organization besides Ken himself. Then, after the Blades, there were the numbered. A ranking system based on strength inside the Brotherhood. Each department would have its own rankings, of course. Currently, the only numbered in the organization were Saburo's clones. Belonging to the research department, which also acted as a bounty hunting department, at least for now. They were wearing regular thin black clothing with long black coats that covered their bodies. All of their faces were covered by completely white masks, slightly obstructed by large straw hats. The recruits were still not part of the system, they were only given regular training garb and clothes. They were to become numbered upon graduating from their training, later to be delegated into different departments of their choice. There were still many things that Ken planned out for the Dark Brotherhood, but he'd first have to wait and train the current batch of recruits that the organization had. Now, Ken wasn't dumb, neither was Saburo or Tasho. Akira was arguably the least intelligent among them, but even he caught on rather quickly. All of their actions, all of their current exploits and rapid growth, basically gave away their exact position and announced to the world that they were there, in the Land of Iron. Ken, however, didn't care about their base location being found out. He knew that it was impossible to keep it a secret, especially since he had no way for the Dark Brotherhood to be self-sufficient when it came to food in the short term. Ken knew that he needed to establish clear trade routes, to arrange for and create a proper marketplace at some point. Farming would only become feasible down the line, so the Dark Brotherhood was going to only be able to gain its food through trade, which wouldn't be possible as their organization grew. He had planned to build a secret organization at first, but after finding out that it would be near impossible to keep it a secret, he decided that he would go all in and create an entire village. Not a village of commoners, mind you, a village inhabited only by the Dark Brotherhood's trained assassins. Every merchant that came and went would be from the Dark Brotherhood, every farmer would also work part-time as an assassin. All of them would be adopted and raised inside the Brotherhood, and all of them would learn and develop as assassins first. As their talents developed, they would get the chance to go into different fields. It was going to take a long time, but Ken was sure that it was possible. He slowly started putting a framework in place. His end goal? Well, that was a bit more complicated. Ken wanted at first to have eyes in the world, so it was going to act as an informational network. But there was also something else. Seeing the damage of the war on those orphans, Ken grew more and more disappointed in the world he found himself in. But he also knew that it wasn't possible to change it, to change humans in general. So, he would have to at least provide a safe haven for all of the children affected by the war. To all those willing to join him and grow stronger. Talented or not, they all had a right to a better life, and Ken was going to provide it for them. But that would take years, many years to develop and reach everyone throughout the world. For now, Ken needed to focus on the present as well. Akira was actually the first one to point out that the daimyo of the Land of Iron would certainly send his men to check out the place and probably even collect taxes. Even the construction company was only aware that they were helping build a village, so Ken expected the daimyo to treat them like a new community at first. Saburo seemed to also be a bit curious about how Ken would decide to interact with the daimyo, as it was definitely going to be crucial to the future of the Dark Brotherhood. If he does agree to pay taxes, then the Dark Brotherhood would essentially become the Land of Iron's hidden village. But if he doesn't, then even a war could become a possibility. Ken may be strong, but facing off against 10,000 trained samurai and retainers isn't feasible. At least not yet, maybe in a few years. The strawman had already judged Ken's power and did know where exactly on the scale to put him. He was simply on the level of an actual cage. Someone from the large villages. When it came to power and fighting strength, he seemed to be weaker than the Raikage in both speed and defense, but the two of them seemed to have similar styles. It's hard to tell how a fight between them would end though. A is still stronger than Ken, by a rather large margin as well. He is more durable and has more power in general. But Ken's potential for growth is much larger. At least, that was the conclusion the strawman had reached after the incident in the grass village. Ken sensed his retainers and could feel the worry seeping from Akira, as well as the curiosity emanating from Saburo. I don't plan to pay any taxes to the Land of Iron. This village is built in a deserted and rather inhospitable mountain range, and all of it was made using our own resources. The leader made his stance clear, and Saburo couldn't help but nod. Agreeing with the decision and the logic behind it, still, he hoped that Ken was prepared for the repercussions. Alas, Saburo was prepared to turn tail and run at any moment if the situation looked truly unwinnable, so he was okay with whatever choice Ken made, as long as he could continue getting support on his research. Though, his research was postponed for a bit as his laboratory was still under construction. Still. Doesn't that mean that they'll try to kill us all? Akira decided to simply voice out his worries once more, being the more honest of the ones present. Akira still felt like he owed Ken a lot. The blind swordsman was really the only reason he was even alive. He had already decided that he'd stick with him till the end. To him Ken's fate was his fate, so his worry was well justified. The daimyo will certainly try something, but I will first have a talk with him. I will set up a meeting when he eventually sends his men here. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. Ken, once again, didn't seem very concerned about the daimyo. He simply relaxed and stretched in his chair a bit, pointing at some reports on the table as Akira helped him read them. The situation with the daimyo was bound to end in a bad way regardless of what Ken chose. So the blind swordsman was going to have to do what he knew best and make sure that his village was well protected as it grew. After reading a few reports, Akira eventually reached the subject of techniques. The reserve that the Dark Brotherhood had was still rather pitiful when compared with a hidden village, but they did thankfully still have plenty of jutsu to teach to their younglings. They even had the secret techniques of the grass village. Though those also required a bloodline from what Ken was able to hear, so they turned out to be pretty useless for now. Saburo himself was also able to impart a few techniques to them, which certainly helped. But it wasn't for free, of course. Everything that Saburo did was a transaction, so in exchange, he was taught the technique that Ken used to hide his presence as well. Saburo was genuinely shocked after learning about it and the way it worked. It was well and truly demented, requiring an almost insane level of dedication and hard work to gain even a little bit of mastery over it. It involved gaining absolute control of one's bodily functions, of every sense and organ in the human body. The technique consisted of slowing down one's heartbeat to an unnatural extent, lowering the body's temperature down to dangerous levels. The training involved rapid and constant changes in the environment. Oftentimes jumping from heavy training inside saunas to training under a cold waterfall or inside a cold ice bath in the span of a few seconds. Such changes would oftentimes cause a high risk of cardiac arrest. It was bearable for already trained shinobi though. Alas, the recruits would only start training after gaining a proper base as regular assassins. Such harsh training would otherwise kill them at such a fragile age. It was a technique that Ken had come up with in his previous life, in his rather long career as the best assassin in the world. He could use that method to easily slip by most detection methods with ease. Including infrared and night vision, as long as he was dressed appropriately, he really could sneak in just about everywhere. The technique wasn't perfect, however. Ken was unable to pass through the highest levels of security undetected. The latest models and security systems in his old world would detect and snap at even the smallest blade of grass moving with the wind, so a human sneaking by would easily be noticed. Still, Ken was able to do every job thanks to his fighting skills as well, killing countless people and going through a lot of hardships to hone his skills. In his current life, Ken was able to further perfect that technique with the discovery of chakra and nature energy, making his technique essentially perfect, making him almost impossible to ever spot. Eventually, Ken even decided to give it a name. Simple and self-explanatory. Presence control, through mastery and constant training, allowed the user to have a near-perfect mastery over their presence. Thanks to nature energy, the blind swordsman was able to do a lot more than just hide his presence perfectly. He also managed to affect the surroundings with his aura. He used that before, mainly to spark fear into the hearts of his enemies before the battle. Alas, he couldn't teach others how to use nature energy, he himself didn't have the greatest understanding of what it was. So, at most, they would have a weaker version of presence control. That was what Tasho learnt was still training in and what Akira was currently struggling to learn. Saburo was excited to get to learn it as well. But he became disappointed that he likely would have difficulty using it with his clones as well. The technique involved exact control over one's own body, the amount of concentration it would take would be too much for it to be done on multiple bodies at once. The strawman was on his own there, as Ken was not all that familiar with the clone technique he was using. As Saburo stood and pondered on how to use presence control alongside his clones, the door to Ken's office swung open, and Tasho walked inside in a rather hasty manner. "Sorry for intruding, leader. But there are people outside insisting to speak with the leader of the village." Tasho sounded a bit annoyed, probably having gotten into a bit of an argument with said visitors. "The daimyo's delegation has already arrived. News sure travels fast." Chapter 35, Delegation and Invitation. The daimyo of the Land of Iron, Hirata Yuichi, didn't simply sleep on the news of a strange village popping up in the middle of a mountain range in his territory. Even if it was on the border, it still fell under his jurisdiction. He did learn that the ones that helped build it were paid handsomely. Upon interrogating one of the workers, he learned a bit more about the people occupying it. Shinobi, as well as children that seemed to be victims of the war. It was a concerning situation for the Land of Iron. The first thought that came to mind was that deserters from the Second Shinobi War had decided to create a new village in the Land of Iron, to provide a home for the ones that had their lives ruined by the war. Yuichi couldn't quite bring himself to respect deserters and shinobi, but he actually found the idea a bit heartwarming. However, he didn't want to get involved in a dispute with any of the hidden villages regarding the shinobi that had taken refuge in his country. That was why Yuichi had decided to send a delegation to the sprouting community. To see what exactly was their deal and understand what course of action he should take. As much as I like the idea of war orphans having a home, I don't want it to be done at my expense. I need to find out where this village gets its funding and whether or not it's a threat to national stability. If it isn't, and they've managed to help our country, then they should at least pay taxes like any other village. That was the thought process of the daimyo. At the end of the day, if the community was to contribute to the country, he didn't care if they were former shinobi. He would be willing to tell the hidden villages to fuck off if the need arose. There was however the possibility that they were actually spies sent by one of the hidden villages. But it seemed unlikely. None of the hidden villages had anything to gain from aiming for the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron was mostly a mountainous region, all of their castles and cities were easy to defend and all of their soldiers were used to the terrain and cold temperatures. Back in the warring era, many clans had tried to take the Land of Iron, only to be forced to back away by samurai determined to defend their homes. Many warriors had distinguished themselves at that time, their families now part of the nobility in the Land of Iron. They weren't afraid of any of the other lands surrounding them, even if they were smaller in size. After all, from reports, none of the shinobi were wearing any headbands. Meaning they had abandoned any loyalty they once had with their former villages. The delegation he sent was comprised of one Hokoshu, a noble appointed by the shogun, and two Hatamoto, banner carriers that were there to protect the noble messenger in his quest. They were there specifically to invite the leader of the community to meet with the daimyo. The noble was there to represent the Land of Iron's honest intentions. The delegation was greeted at the gate. It was newly constructed, and a small wooden fence surrounded the small village from what they could see. There were 2 masked men guarding the gate, standing eerily still and not moving even an inch as they waited on the orders of their leader. The Hokoshu had already been greeted by a person wearing a different mask, one with a red line down the middle. Their conversation hadn't gone quite well. "You want to summon our leader to your castle? Of course, it's only customary that a landowner greets the true ruler of the lands he occupies." "True ruler? Hey!" Tasho said mockingly as he shook his head a bit. The delegate scowled a bit when sensing the disdain in the masked man's voice. "Watch your mouth when speaking of the daime. You are currently in the land of iron, you shall treat its ruler with respect." The Hokosha spoke with a confident and accusatory tone. He didn't appreciate his superior's name being taken in vain, nor did he appreciate Tasho's disrespectful nature. Alas, Tasho, who had lived as a poor peasant for the better part of 2 decades, didn't have much respect for the rich ruling class. "Whatever. I'll inform our leader of your presence. You can speak to him yourself." Tasho simply waved his hand and turned around. The Hokosha wanted to admonish the masked retainer when hearing his dismissive tone. Tasho's back disappeared before he had the chance to. The Hokoshu and the Hatamoto wanted to enter the village then, but the 2 guards simply raised their palms. "We shall escort you to the leader's compound," one of the masked guards said as it gestured for the delegation to follow him. At that point, the Hokosha simply nodded respectfully. He was displeased with the fact that this leader hadn't come out to greet them, but he appreciated being escorted inside nonetheless. The inside of the village looked quite beautiful, even by the Hokosha standards. It was clear that it was built with quite a large budget. And in the distance, he and the Hatamoto were able to see dozens of children happily training and walking around, watched over by masked men that looked similar to the guards. The delegation immediately became tense, as they realized a rather chilling fact. They're training children to become shinobi. They knew that they needed to report the matter to the daime with haste. The community that they were visiting now was clearly not just a regular village, and every resident seemed to either be a masked shinobi, or a child still in training. "Building a hidden village in our territory. This spells trouble." The Hokosha gulped a bit as he looked at his surroundings. The guard leading them was just as quiet as before. In fact, none of the adults seemed to be talking or conversing in any way. It was as if they were just wardens. At least the children don't look to be mistreated. That was the one redeeming factor in all of that. The Hokosha noticed how they all seemed to be wearing new clothes, and all of them seemed to be well fed. Even better, to the side, he could see one of the masked guards cooking a large pot of warm stew. The Hokosha could clearly see that there was a lot of meat inside that stew. At the very least, these are people we may be able to talk to. Overall, it gave both the 2 Hatamoto and the Hokosha a decent impression of the village. That didn't change the fact that they all detested how the shinobi started training their young though. Eventually, the delegation reached a large building, which seemed to be more akin to a mansion, with a wooden structure and a tiled roof. There were 2 more guards stationed at the entrance, which greeted the delegation with a nod, before showing them inside. The halls inside reminded the Hokoshu of his own home. Large and spacious, spotless and clean, while also being well lit and decorated. It's clear that this leader knows how to live. It was rather impressive after all. The village was starting to look less like a village and more like a compound with a mansion housing a stray noble. The faces of the delegation changed as soon as they entered the room of the leader though. 2 more guards at the door opened it for them, allowing them to enter. The leader sat in a chair, his spiky long black hair flowing behind him as he sat down with his legs crossed. The man wore a black coat that covered most of his body, just like all of the other adults in the compound, but the delegation instantly noticed something different. His white mask had a large red dot in the center, one that sent shivers down their spines. Shit! Why is this man here? The short man was currently the most famous bounty hunter. The madman had attacked a hidden village unprovoked and brought it to its knees. He was both dangerous and unpredictable. In that instant, the delegation felt as if the situation was just going to take a turn for the worst. The Hatamoto by his side also immediately tensed up, their hands trembling as if they prepared to reach for their blades. The red dot wasn't even alone in the room. By his side stood two people. All dressed the same as him, but their masks all had a different number of lines on them, instead of a dot. "Greetings, representatives of the Land of Iron." The bounty hunter's voice broke out first, relieving some of the tension in the room, at least momentarily, with his polite tone. The Hokoshu even sighed in relief when hearing that. Unlike Tasho, Ken seemed to be respectful at the very least. "Greetings, I must apologize for the prolonged silence. I was a bit taken aback by your presence." The Hokoshu decided to simply calm down and carry out his mission. He was just a messenger at the end of the day. It was unlikely for him to be killed off for no reason. As long as he acted with respect, the Hokoshu believed he would be just fine. The Hatamoto at his side were also trained enough to know when acting was a bad choice. So they both chose to remain completely silent. "I can understand how my presence may be a bit off-putting, especially with the rumors that have been circling around lately. However, I assure you that you are in no danger currently. I do not wish to make an enemy out of the Land of Iron." At that point, the Hokoshu was completely relieved. Not only was the red dot nothing like the rumors, but he was also polite and well-spoken. A man that knew his way around diplomacy, at the very least. "I am glad to hear that. However, I am afraid that the daimyo wouldn't quite agree with you building a hidden village here." The noble decided to also address the elephant in the room after realizing that Ken was someone he could converse with. "Oh, I can assure you that we are not building a hidden village. This is merely the compound of my bounty hunting organization. It hasn't been established for long, but I was planning on getting in contact with the daimyo myself." Ken decided to not tell the whole truth in the end. He didn't feel that the Land of Iron needed to learn of his intentions and aspirations for now. A bounty hunting organization? That is quite unheard of. I guess you will have to speak to the daimyo directly regarding the rights to build such a thing in his territory." The delegation still didn't seem completely convinced by Ken's answer, but they weren't quite willing to challenge him directly. "I am sure we will be able to come to an agreement regarding that. Regardless, this organization is only funded and built through the money we make from hunting bounties and killing threats to the Land of Iron. I doubt the daimyo will be unable to see the benefits of keeping such an organization around." Ken's answer was just as polite as before. Constructed well, almost as if he had already been expecting them, and had thought of exactly what to say beforehand. "I am able to see the benefits of such a thing. I am sure the daimyo will also be curious to learn more. I am here to formally extend an invitation to you. The daimyo wishes to meet you in person in his castle. You may come at your own convenience, but please try to make haste. I am sure you understand that this is a rather delicate matter." The Hokoshu placed a small scroll on the table in front of Ken as he spoke, wanting to quickly complete his mission so that he could leave the compound/village. "Of course. I shall start making my way there this week. Thank you for delivering this message to us." The red dot simply nodded, not bothering to extend his hand and read the letter in front of the delegation. The Hokoshu felt that it was a bit disrespectful of him, but decided not to say anything, as Ken had been quite polite up to that point. "Of course, it's been a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance, red dot." The Hokoshu bowed slightly before preparing to take his leave. "A pleasure indeed." Ken nodded a bit, before turning his head to the side of one of his retainers. "Second blade. Please make sure to escort these men out of the compound." The delegation watched. The man that wore a mask with two lines simply nodded and walked to their side. There's no any. The delegation wanted to leave the village anyway, but they didn't exactly feel safe walking around with one of the red dot's retainers. "Think of it as me showing my sincerity. We shall speak again at the palace." Ken didn't bother to hear them out anymore, simply gesturing for them to leave. The Hokosha wanted to protest once more, but decided against it, and simply looked at his men and started leaving. As soon as they left the room, Ken sighed. "Rather annoying, hey?" Tasho said as he looked at his leader with a side glance. "Maybe, but it is something we would have had to deal with eventually." The blind leader shrugged a bit. "This doesn't feel quite right. I think you should take us with you when you visit the castle," Akira said as he scratched his chin a bit. "There is no need to overcomplicate things. I can always escape if I find out they're planning something. Besides, this doesn't feel much like a trap, at least not a physical one." The leader simply shook his head, placing his mask on the table, raising his head high and taking a deep breath. "They will certainly try something if you don't agree to submit to them. But your reputation might make them reconsider taking action." Tasho was also a bit unsure when speaking. He wasn't quite used to politics either, so he was mostly going by what his gut was telling him. "Regardless of what they attempt, I'll at the very least hear them out." Ken smiled a bit, revealing his sharp teeth and canines to his two retainers. "We are still preparing for that mission though, so this isn't exactly ideal timing," Tasho said as he turned his head and looked at a billboard on the wall. It was filled with different pictures, currently obscured by a screen to their visitors, only visible from the leader's chair. On the billboard were the pictures of 7 people, all impaled with knives on that wall. "Indeed, but there is no hurry, we'll get to it after training our current set of recruits, which might take another 2 years." Ken simply shrugged. "Indeed, I guess you'll really have to reach an understanding with the Land of Iron then." Saburo also walked back in at this time, already knowing what the discussion was about from the clones that stood at the door. "I doubt it'll be that difficult. This compound is sure to have left a rather good impression on the delegation. It was a good choice for you to give the children a break from training and to start cooking with the windows open when they arrived. Of course, thank you for noticing my efforts." Though some of the children still continued training, hard-working seedlings, the lot of them. Saburo simply bowed slightly, smiling a bit under his mask. "I guess you can't really hide anything from this child's eyes, hey? As a reward for your carefully planned presentation of our organization, I'll make sure to put a bit more funding into the laboratory. At the very least hurry its completion so that you may be able to restart your research." Ken didn't seem to pay any mind to Saburo's thanks. He instead decided to just give the man a tangible reward. A carrot on a stick for him to continue performing. That was the only strategy that would truly ever work with someone like the strawman. Saburo was aware of the way Ken thought about him, and he was pleased that he didn't need to bother hiding his intentions around the blind child. The strawman simply smiled and nodded when hearing that he would be able to restart his research sooner. After all, he had placed everything on hold in order to help Ken with the Dark Brotherhood. Of course. They then continued going over a few papers, including the invitation from the Land of Iron's leader. Tasho also went to train the children. There were a lot of them now, so Saburo's clones were assisting him with the training as well. The next few days flew by quickly, and Ken eventually left his office with a smile on his face. Time for diplomacy, hey! Chapter 36, State of Affairs and Surprise Guest. The Land of Iron was structured in a rather strange way. Unlike the other territories, it wasn't outright ruled just by the daime and the cage of its respective hidden village. However, just like any of the other nations, in the Land of Iron, the daime acted as the political leader of the country. As a strict and honor-ruled society, the Land of Iron saw shinobi with disdain and considered their assassination techniques and jutsu to be nothing more than petty tricks. The samurai in the Land of Iron relied only on kenjutsu, or sword techniques and fighting styles that coupled well with their chakra blades. A big part of why they could maintain their neutrality was their military strength. Each samurai was also much stronger than regular shinobi, which gave them an advantage on the world stage. But the leader of the armies was also a figure that could protect their country if push came to shove. The general and samurai warrior, Mifune. He had even been told to have fought Hands of the Salamander and survived. He had actually won Hanzo's respect, only losing because his blade had broken during the battle. Their fight was nothing more than a simple skirmish while the general was away on a mission near Megakure or the village hidden in the rain. Even if he lost in the end, that fight had cemented Mifune as a powerful samurai, and had proved to everyone once again that the Land of Iron was not to be trifled with. This was all the more reason why the daimyo, Hirata Yoichi, was having trouble understanding why shinobi had decided to set up camp in their territory. After all, besides Mifune, there were also plenty of Hatamoto more than capable of fighting and killing even Jonin. Only after his delegation returned with a report that he had grasped the situation a bit more. The red dot. He was basically the only person in the world that could pull something like that off. Yoichi was a bit relieved when hearing that the red dot was only building an organization and not a full-on hidden village. But that didn't mean he was all that happy about not being consulted at all regarding the mountain range said the organization now occupied. Alas, the red dot did have the strength to just take whatever territory he desired, at least unless any of the 5 great kage decided to speak up against him. In a sense, any of the 5 kage would also be able to take up whatever territory they wanted if they were to be rogue shinobi. But they were all affiliated with their respective hidden villages and directly under the political jurisdiction of their land's daimyo. The red dot was a powerful figure not affiliated with any of the daimyo, and not under the jurisdiction of any power. That was what made him dangerous. That was also why plenty of the daimyo and kage wanted him to disappear. He had gained a lot of fame and notoriety too quickly, which took the world by surprise but only ended up putting a target on his back in the end. At least that was what Yoichi had figured out when reading reports about him. But now his movements were starting to make more and more sense, the bounty hunter's intentions becoming clearer and more transparent. From reports, he could have easily never been seen during his missions. This means that he was specifically always looking to increase his reputation. I didn't really know why before, but it seems that it might be related to that organization of his. Not only that Yoichi started connecting the dots of all of the bounties that were being collected as of late. Many of the bandits with bounties died before the people he employed to deal with them even got close to finding their hideouts. Yoichi had received reports of masked men turning in those bounties, and now he realized that they were all affiliated with the organization that the red dot was building. It was quick and decisive, and it cleaned up a lot of the danger on the roads, which allowed merchants and villagers to feel a lot safer. A village of bounty hunters, hey? Training other children to follow the same profession. I am unsure how to feel about this still. In the end, the daimyo decided that he would just wait to meet with the red dot, as he had promised to visit rather quickly. It was a bit concerning considering the red dot's reputation, but the delegation did also vouch for his character, as he had been nothing but polite to them. Yoichi still summoned all his strongest guards at the castle while expecting the bounty hunter. Mifune was also there to assist in case something happened and represent the Land of Iron's military power. All of the leaders of the noble families were informed of the situation and they all sent their strongest warriors to the castle to defend their lord, just in case. Some of the leaders even showed up themselves, as they were renowned samurai in their own right. Everyone was gathered in the throne room, where a large table had been set up. Each noble was sat down, refreshments in front of them, and their personal guards behind them and lined up in the hall. The daimyo stood at the head of the table, dressed in expensive white royal attire garb, his face obscured by a golden veil connected to his large hat. Everyone had already been present at the castle for a few days, and some of the people present were getting a bit bored with waiting, Sake could only entertain them for so long at the end of the day. My lord, when exactly do you think this red dot is going to appear? Mifune was the one to speak up first, his long grey hair and pointy beard flowed in the wind, as the windows inside the throne room were all open. He was wearing a black garb underneath his grey samurai armor, and at his waist was a regular katana. The samurai and nobles in the room all refrained from speaking about their displeasure. But Mifune didn't seem to have the same reservations. Today is the last day, he had promised to arrive shortly. If he does not arrive, then I will have to send people after him and his organization." Yuichi spoke from behind the golden veil, his voice resounding throughout the hall, which caused many of the nobles present to nod in acceptance. Having a decisive leader was a good thing in their opinion, and they, as a nation, didn't see the red dot as a large danger to them. Mifyun's point of view was, however, different. "I appreciate your resolve, my lord. But please understand that going after the red dot might not be as simple as that. It would be a commitment that will require many lives, lives we cannot afford to spare. I urge you to reconsider." As the general, Mifyun wanted to avoid losing the lives of too many of his men. "And what do you propose? That our great country bends backwards to attend to the will of some vagrant?" One of the nobles present spoke out in a haughty tone, spreading out her fan and asking a rhetorical question with a scowl on her face. She was dressed in a flower-themed red yukata, with her black hair flowing back all the way to her waist. Her face was fair, and her skin was as white as snow, mostly thanks to makeup. Her eyes were also dark to match her hair. It all gave her the appearance of a noble beauty. She was mainly there because she wanted to deepen her relations with the other nobles, and also hopefully get to meet the elusive red dot, as he seemed like a useful ally to have. However, Ken had yet to show up, and she decided to voice out her displeasure without much hesitation. She was Yuako Chinitsu, the head of the Chinitsu merchant clan and one of the youngest leaders present, being only 26 years old. The elders in the room would have usually ignored her presence, or tried to dispute her words. Being a woman in their field was rather difficult after all, but now they all seemed to unanimously agree with her. That vagrant can likely assassinate everyone in this room before the end of the week. We can't afford to underestimate him in any way. He's already proven himself in his skirmish with the grass village at the end of the Second Shinobi War. Mifyun simply narrowed his eyes at the people in the room. His determined tone remained unflinching even when all of the nobles eyed him with scrutiny. He truly felt disdain for the nobles present, as he and his men would be the ones to suffer from their choices if a war was to break out within their territory. Mifyun also felt bad for the civilians, who were already suffering enough because of the Shinobi War. Their country relied on exports as well, so the constant fighting in nearby territories directly hampered the lives of the regular honest living folk. If the red dot truly decided to wage war against them, Mifyun was confident he could win. He knew of the forces that he commanded, and he knew that there were few in the world that could match them. But he was also sure the damage done to their land would leave them open for the other nearby nations, which was a much larger disaster than just some bounty hunter starting an organization in their territory. He truly is not a figure I would wish to face off against under normal circumstances, especially since he specializes in assassinations from initial reports. Alas, we can't afford to not take action, lest we become the laughing stock of other nations for harboring a band of supposed war criminals right under our noses. Yoichi was the one to respond to Mifyun's concerns, though his response did little to help the general. "Who cares about you losing face? The lives of my men and the future of our country are at stake here." Alas, Mifyun didn't continue speaking, knowing that lashing out like that at the daimyo was not a good idea. To the side, Yuako also smiled a bit, covering it with her fan in the process. "Just saying some stupid shit like this is enough to buy me some brownie points with these old fools." Alas, winning over the general might not be all that easy. Yuako couldn't care less about waiting for the red dot to show up. She simply wanted to build up relationships with as many of the noble families as possible. She could easily read the mood in the room and tell that everyone was displeased for having to wait around for a bounty hunter, so she voiced out their displeasure without any hesitation. To her this was all a game she planned to win. She may not have been dealt the best hand, but that didn't mean she was unable to make the best of it. The dealings of a royal court are never going to get boring, hey. The people at the table couldn't help but blink a few times, as they wondered who the voice belonged to. At first, they thought it was one of the samurai to the side, but their samurai knew better than to interrupt the nobles. Then, they looked to the side, sitting at the same table as them was an unfamiliar figure, eating grapes and drinking wine alongside them. Suddenly, all of the nobles jumped away from the table in shock, all of their spines shuddering when catching a glimpse of the man they couldn't quite recognize. Guards! Yuako said as she gestured for the shocked samurai to draw their blades, as she herself unfolded a sharpened metallic fan. In an instant, all of the samurai presents drew their swords and pointed them at that chair, where one short man stood, still drinking wine with a smile on his eyeless face. The man was only wearing a black coat, and his long spiky hair was just as long as Yuako's, who was still staring at his figure with an unnerved expression. "Who are you? State your business right away." Mifune had also drawn his sword already, walking over to the disfigured man with careful steps. He was less flustered than the others but also shocked that he hadn't even realized when the man had entered the room. "Oh? Wait, I forgot that no one has seen me like this before." The disfigured man then took a mask which had been hanging on his belt and put it on his face. Instantly, everyone in the room was staring at a man wearing a white mask with a red dot in the middle, and they all instantly understood who they were staring at. "Red Dot. It's a pleasure to finally see you in person." The daimyo was the first one to recover, as the nobles were still processing what had just happened. "Fawebolo." The lord immediately glared at the samurai and clapped his hands, gesturing for them to sheath their blades. "The pleasure is mine, Lord Daimyo. One rarely receives such an invitation after all. Also, please call me Ken, feels a lot more natural to me." The blind bounty hunter spoke out with confidence, not even bothered by the fact that dozens of samurai were aiming to kill him seconds before. The daimyo laughed heartily when hearing the blind man's request. "Haha, very well, Ken it is then. You may also call me Yuichi, no reason to mince words at this stage." The daimyo would have normally not accepted someone disrespecting him in any way. But Ken had technically just shown him that he could have killed them all at any second, so he decided to throw away honorifics for once, be it from shock or fear. "Red Dot." Mifune also muttered as he sheathed his katana, his eyes narrowing as he studied the infamous bounty hunter's figure. Mifune could clearly see him sitting at the table, yet he couldn't feel him there at all. It was bizarre, to say the least. "How did you manage to sneak in here undetected?" Mifune immediately questioned him, the security of the castle being his number one concern at that stage. "The windows are open. Most shinobi are also able to just crawl on the ceiling, these chairs are pretty tall. So from there, it was just a matter of dropping down when everyone's gaze was not focused on the table." Ken pointed at the large windows off to the side. He didn't see any issue in explaining how he had gotten in. It wasn't like he was there for an assassination, though his entrance definitely served as a demonstration of what he was capable of. "I see. Interesting method indeed, a master in stealth, to say the least. How did the men on the other side of the table not notice you?" Mifune was appreciative that the red dot answered honestly. But that didn't mean he was satisfied with the answer completely. Such a mishap was not something that could be overlooked. Now, we didn't invite him here for an interrogation. I'm assuming the samurai present were just not staring at the table, in fear of provoking any of the nobles present. Yuako was the one to calm him down in the end, folding her fan and being the first noble to sit back down at the table. Seeing her do so made the other men also sit down, and Ken sighed as he finally sat up and walked a bit closer to Yuichi. Mifune made sure to stand in between them though, just for protection. In the end, Ken sat back down a bit closer to the lord, right in between Mifune and Yuako. The noblewoman's gaze was curious, sometimes shifting towards the bounty hunter that stood beside her. He would make a useful ally indeed. Yuako's thoughts immediately started running wild, as she imagined employing an assassin like him under her. Yuichi looked at the bounty hunter with a bit of sweat on his brow, before taking a deep breath and calming himself down completely. In the end, he smiled underneath his golden veil before he started speaking again. "Now, I think it's time for us to get down to business." Chapter 37, Dealings and Manipulation. To say that Ken's entrance left an impression on the people present would have been a severe understatement. None of them had managed to sense him until he made himself known. The nobles especially hadn't even looked at his side of the table. And the samurai lined up near the table had also done precisely as Yuako had said, averting their gazes from the table where the most influential nobles ate. It was a great mishap on their part, but it wasn't completely their fault either. At the end of the day not even Mifune, their strongest samurai in general, managed to sense Ken. At least that occurrence gave them a bit of perspective on how grim the state of affairs would be if they were to actually start going after Ken. Mifune's prediction about the red dot being able to assassinate all of them by the end of the week seemed a lot more plausible now. It didn't help that they didn't have any seals or formations in place to detect intruders. Mifune was at least now aware of a major flaw in their defense. After all, if Ken was able to sneak in, then others would be able to do so as well. The last thing the Land of Iron needed was for their leader to be assassinated. Ken now sat at their table masked, but all of the nobles present still remembered how his face looked. Or rather, lack of face. Mifune and the rest didn't really take it seriously though, they just took it as genjutsu or transformation. After all, Ken was well known for only his mask, they doubted he would reveal his real face to them. Yuako also became very curious, especially when seeing the abnormal appearance he had chosen to transform into. She now wanted to see his real face even more. I'm sure I'll have the opportunity if I do end up allying myself with him or his organization. Yuako smiled mischievously underneath her spread-out fan. With precise and careful movements, she inched a bit closer to the bounty hunter at her side. No one besides Mifune noticed her actions. The general simply scoffed at the fox-like noble lady. Scheming types are always the most annoying to have in a court. Ken proceeded to ignore her presence completely. Now, Lord Yuichi, I'm glad you wish to get straight to the point. The bounty hunter nodded and crossed his legs, interlocking his fingers above the table as he turned his head towards the daimyo. Of course, I'm sure you are a busy man after all. Yuichi smiled underneath his golden veil, now finally calm. He was still planning on punishing all of the samurai in the room for letting a renowned assassin just sit at the same table as them unnoticed, but that would come later. I heard plenty of reports from my delegation, as I'm sure you were expecting. Yuichi brought up a small scroll, opened it up and started looking through it right in front of Ken. Of course, I assumed the daimyo would be interested in what happens in his own territory. The assassin simply nodded, his stature remaining the same. Indeed. Especially a land such as ours. I was not expecting to find out that you are building an entire organization right at the borders. Yuichi didn't bother mincing any words, he also wasn't putting on any airs of superiority while sitting at the same table as Ken. He was simply lining the facts, listing everything that he had found and that had been reported to him. Alas, I was never trying to hide it anyway. Rumors spread quickly even when silence is bought. Indeed, silence can only be bought from trustworthy people anyway. The construction workers you had hired weren't all quiet about what they had helped build. Figures. Alas, I want my associates to have the best possible arrangements and living conditions. Ken smiled a bit under his mask as he spoke of that. It wasn't even a lie. He knew that the morale and determination of his recruits were directly tied to their living conditions and food. The construction workers he had hired were only paid a bit for their silence, their real purpose was to spread word of the Dark Brotherhood while making it look like he wasn't actually trying to catch anyone's attention. And they had accomplished their mission perfectly, exactly as Ken had wanted them to. Mifune looked to the side with a raised eyebrow, studying the assassin with a careful gaze. Most of your associates are still children in training. The general scowled as he spoke, addressing the issue of Ken training up child soldiers instantly. Indeed, all of the children were given a choice when recruited. To either remain with their old orphanages and live their lives normally, hoping that no other wars break out and they survive, or join our brotherhood and train as assassins. Ken recounted their recruiting process without withholding anything. He had given Tasho specific requirements for the recruitment, and it was likely the most humane/morally sound way to go about things. Ken was against involving civilians in conflicts, but he wasn't planning on stopping them from joining if they wanted to. Which was why he decided on using that choice as a recruitment strategy. Tisk, and we're supposed to just believe you? Mifune was a bit skeptical, the same as the vast majority of nobles present. Yuuko didn't seem to particularly care about the recruitment process, but she still decided to speak out. Now, I understand skepticism. I myself wouldn't be inclined to believe everything that our guest says at face value. However, if I remember correctly, the delegation was able to attest to the treatment of the orphans. Her melodious voice was calm. She spoke in a clear tone, defining her position and using the evidence they had to further her points, at the same time gaining a few points with the red dot. At least in her mind, Ken didn't see her any differently because she spoke out in his favor. He was still just as indifferent to her. She appeared impartial in her words, but it was clear to anyone with the brain that she was planning something. Even if your recruitment methods are humane, the fact that you are going to use child soldiers is still not in line with the customs of our land. Mifune was still unconvinced and was quite willing to bring up any subject. Even if he wanted to avoid a war, that didn't mean he was okay with what Ken was attempting to do in their territory. He just hoped they'd be able to convince the bounty hunter to move base elsewhere. Do not worry. I am also vehemently against using children assassins. I don't plan on sending any of them on the field before I feel they are truly prepared. And one of the factors necessary would be for them to mature properly. Ken didn't mind having to explain parts of his plans to the people present. His organization already had people working as assassins and bringing in revenue in the form of Saburo's clones. Their organization was still sitting on a lot of wealth stolen from the grass village, but that was not going to last them for the entirety of the recruits' childhoods. The clones were genuinely the only reason they were able to recruit so many people at once. So Ken considered Saburo a very important ally, so he needed to treat him with care. I understand. If that is truly the case, then ethically speaking your organization is indeed not unaligned with our policies. The daimyo nodded as he spoke, rather pleased with what he was hearing. However, these claims do still need to be verified. Yuichi looked toward Mifune as he spoke. The general seemed to get the message. I would like to propose for one of my men to stay within the compound and report the status of the recruits to us on a regular basis. Mifune looked at Ken with a serious gaze, his eyes narrowed. Unacceptable. The Dark Brotherhood is a personal business, it has nothing to do with the Land of Iron itself. Ken didn't even take a second to think about it. He turned his head towards the general with a scowl underneath his mask. This Dark Brotherhood of yours is still within our territory. You can either move camp or accept our demands. Mifune was quick to hint at the possibility of Ken moving his base, but the swordsman was having none of it. Yuichi gave his general a strange look. A rather risky strategy to employ. But I can salvage this. Ken was about to tell Mifune off, but the daimyo interrupted their argument. Now, I believe we can come to a middle ground when it comes to this. The Dark Brotherhood will remain a private business, of course. However, I propose that we should be allowed to send a person to check it out at least once a month. Yuichi gestured for his general to calm down as he spoke, and he addressed Ken with a respectful tone. I can agree to that. We may discuss more details when the time for that comes. The masked swordsman nodded, and Mifune also seemed to agree with the compromise, though he still seemed a bit uneasy. I'm glad we can come to an agreement with that. However, there is also the issue of taxation. All revenue made within the territory is taxed by the ruling part of the said territory. Of course, the most important part. The daimyo would obviously also reach the subject of money and taxation. That is the case under normal circumstances, yes. However, our main and currently the only form of income is bounties. Those are not usually taxed under any jurisdiction. Ken had already made sure to study the law of the Land of Iron, and Saburo did help him a lot with his knowledge. Although the strawman was more inclined towards knowledge of human experimentation, he was still able to help Ken learn about the laws. Most of Ken's time after the delegation had visited them was actually spent listening to either Tasho or Saburo read books about the laws and customs of the Land of Iron and the lands surrounding it. Indeed, taxation for bounties isn't an issue. It would actually be unethical for us to tax bounties. However, your organization itself stands on our land, so tax for the land does need to be paid. Bear in mind that this will be the case in any land you got to unless you are to become affiliated with the government in question. Yuichi was surprisingly lenient, at least all of the nobles present were thinking that he was lenient. But no one raised their voice or complained. They didn't exactly want to enter the sights of the assassin that had just snuck up on them. So at the very least Ken's entrance did its part in helping him gain an edge in the negotiation. I was expecting this type of tax to come into question. I don't think I have a way of outright avoiding it, but the Dark Brotherhood can't currently afford to pay taxes on land, lest we go broke much faster than expected. I understand that some type of remuneration must be given for the land we are occupying, although I am not pleased with it. We have occupied an unused mountain range and started developing with money out of our own pockets. Yuichi nodded a bit when hearing Ken's words, and he instantly started thinking up a way to come to a compromise regarding that tax. They couldn't just avoid taxing the Dark Brotherhood, as it would make it look as if the Land of Iron was afraid of Ken. Well, maybe you should have reached out to ask for authorization before you started doing things on your own. Mifune was also of a similar mind, but he was still doing his best to antagonize Ken, and hopefully convince him to leave the Land of Iron altogether. Someone like him is bound to bring along a lot of trouble. I don't want his presence to burden my people. This time, Ken seemed to ignore Mifune's jab, only scratching his chin a bit as he started speaking again. Well, I understand your stance on this. I believe we can come to an agreement regarding taxation as well. For instance, my Dark Brotherhood can make sure that the streets are clean wherever we can. That in itself should boost your income as more and more merchants will start frequenting the safer areas. The daimyo nodded when hearing Ken's explanation, but it seemed that he wasn't fully satisfied with it. That is true. However, that is merely an after effect of your main business, which is collecting bounties. Yuichi didn't hold back at all, immediately pointing out the thing that was displeasing him. Of course, that can also be argued. However, you cannot deny that such a thing wouldn't happen without the presence of my organization. A lot of the members of bandit groups don't even have bounties, and we are taking care of them as well. Outlaws like that are bound to become less and less eager to set up their business in the Land of Iron due to our spreading influence. Overall, I think you have a lot more to gain from keeping us around than driving us away. The nobles in the room seemed to nod when hearing Ken's explanation, they all seemed rather pleased with it. Even Mifune seemed to be contemplating it seriously. Yuako at Ken's side once again hid her smile behind her fan. His answers are too careful, he definitely prepared everything beforehand. Either that or he is a really good speaker. Not only that, but instead of following up on his arrival and threatening us with our lives, he is genuinely debating the daimyo, proving he wishes for a partnership, and that he isn't hostile in any way. Either way, a business venture with him is starting to look more and more like a necessity for my clan to become more prosperous. The noblewoman's eyes narrowed as she started seeing Ken as a capable man. One worth keeping around at the very least. You do make a great point. It does seem that the benefits of keeping you around are far greater. Yuichi smiled underneath his golden veil, his thoughts were somewhat similar to Yuako's, but he was looking at ways from a very different perspective. This man. He is indeed formidable. I need to do my best to gain at least partial ownership of that organization. I think I have a plan for that already. But it will have to wait. Good points indeed. Now it was time for Mifune to speak out again. But, there is still the risk factor involved. At that point, all of the nobles looked at Mifune, glad that someone was addressing that as well. It is no denying that you are a controversial figure, Red Dot, the shinobi you keep with you are also unknown, though we were unable to find anything on them, so it should be fine in that regard. Controversial indeed, however, none of the nations would ever be waging a war with a mere organization. Ken nodded at the general's concerns, understanding his concerns perfectly, and doing his best to dispel them. I don't want our nation dragged into the struggles of the shinobi. This is my main concern. Please don't drag my people into a bloody war. The general's voice sounded tired by the end, and this time Ken turned his head towards him again. I understand, I assure you that I don't want your people, or my organization, to ever get involved in the wars that shinobi are constantly fighting. In the first place, sending children that were mostly orphaned by war into a war would be exceedingly cruel. After that, the throne room was silent for a few seconds, as the nobles took a few seconds to process the words of the assassin leader. The masked swordsman pursed his lips, as he stretched his legs a bit underneath the table. Well, I for one am glad that we managed to reach an understanding. Ken nodded and slowly stood up, surprising the nobles present. You are departing already? A feast would be in order since this is the start of a rather fruitful partnership. The daimyo asked as he immediately waved to his servants and signaled them to bring more food to the table. Lord Yuichi, I appreciate the offer, however, I am needed elsewhere. It has been a pleasure, we shall meet again, of course. Ken then bowed slightly as the daimyo and the nobles were present, his black hair swaying slightly as he then started walking towards an open window. Some of the samurai eyed him carefully as he passed them by, some even reached for their blades, almost instinctually. Ken didn't react to that in any meaningful way, after all, it was rather normal for trained warriors to react in that way when a beast stared them down. No one stopped him as he leapt out the window either. And just like that, the meeting was over. Chapter 38, Impressions, Plan, and Sounds. As soon as Ken left the room, Yuichi sighed and looked at everyone else at the table. So that was the Red Dot, hey? One of the elders said as he tapped the table with his finger. Or Ken, which might be either his real name or an alias, Yuako said as she smiled a bit. It might just be his real name. Not that it tells us anything. It's highly unlikely that someone like him is recorded anywhere. Yuichi said as he crossed his fingers and looked at everyone at the table through that golden veil of his. Indeed, from his demeanor, we can at least assume that he wishes to have a fruitful relationship with our land of iron. Mifune sighed as he rubbed his long beard. Still, having an organization that big acting independently from us in our own territory. It's certainly not a good look. One of the nobles said as he finally regained his bearings. It really can't be helped. The Red Dot has already proven that he's able to waltz in here at any time. At this point, we're lucky he didn't make any outrageous demands. Yuichi could only sigh once again when thinking about it. The daimyo was a smart man, he understood that they had little to no leverage over Ken, especially since he had decided to show himself in such a way. It was obvious that the daimyo would now be forced to tighten the security around his castle. Maybe even look into hiring a few shinobi guards to keep by his side. Mifune was also already thinking about hiring the Uzumaki clan to create a few seals around the castle. It was certainly going to be needed at the end of the day. He won't be able to waltz in here like that again. We'll make sure of it, Mifune said as he pondered on his idea more and more. The land of iron was certainly a rich country, so they could afford to hire the shinobi. The only issue was whether or not the shinobi were willing to help them in such a way. There was also the issue with the fact that the Uzumaki clan was being targeted by everyone currently, and it was only a matter of time before the forces that feared them banded together to destroy it. Mifune was only aware of it because he had connections with the shinobi world, but there was really nothing that he could do about it. He'll find a way. Even if we do detect him, are you confident in stopping him, General Mifune? Yuichi had clearly lost all trust in the capabilities of his guards to defend him, and Mifune couldn't really blame him. Well. If more of my men were here, then we would certainly be able to stop him, or at least root him. Mifune was still rather confident in his answer, though he had stumbled a bit at the start when finding his words. It is not normal for a daimyo to have an army raised in his palace at all times. Yuichi simply shook his head. He understood that just a group of samurai wouldn't be enough to stop the red dot from taking his head. Well, we don't need to have the army in the castle at all times, but it will be a necessity if we do decide to antagonize him eventually. Mifune was well aware of the logistics of housing an army inside their castles. The resources needed would also cause a bit of a drain on the capital, so it would likely remain as a last resort when or if they decided to wage war against the Dark Brotherhood. You're really thinking about antagonizing him after this stunt? Yuako asked as she once again unfolded her fan and started slowly fanning her face. We need to prepare for every possible outcome. Mifune nodded as he crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes at the fox-like woman in front of him. There might be no need to antagonize them though. The daimyo spoke, reaching underneath the golden veil with one of his hands and scratching his chin. Mifune looked at the daimyo with quite a bit of confusion. Oh, you have something planned already? Yuako smiled as she spoke, immediately perking up. Indeed. You see, the Red Dots organization only has one source of income currently. And that completely relies on our bounties, correct? Yuichi couldn't help but feel a smile creeping on his lips as he spoke as well. Wait. You don't mean? Mifune immediately became uneasy. No. We are not going to obstruct his business. However, he will eventually run out of bandits to hunt in his proximity, which will eventually lead to him running out of money. The daimyo's smile became more and more pronounced as he spoke. So you're playing a game of attrition then? Yuako narrowed her eyes as she continued smiling under her fan. Indeed. When he eventually runs out of money or is close to doing so, I will be there to provide his organization financial support. In exchange for a small part of the organization, of course. Yuichi felt a bit scummy saying it out loud, but it was really the only feasible way he could think of when it came to gaining control of Ken's business. Yuako simply nodded. That might just work, dear lord. But you're just assuming that the Red Dots organization won't expand at all in the meantime. That is a large mistake on your part. The noblewoman was not about to let such a thing happen. She already deemed Ken to be a highly capable diplomat and assassin. His sense of business was not something she was privy to, but she already decided to look for ways to ally herself with him. That alliance was bound to bring more funds to the Dark Brotherhood, and Yuako was well aware of that. But she didn't tell Yuichi or anyone else at the table. It's an interesting idea. But we might also have to put fewer bounties on bandits. We just need to not make it noticeable. One of the nobles at the table felt the need to add that, and most of the other nobles seemed to agree. I don't think that's a good idea. We're already playing with fire, trying to stick our hand in it doesn't seem like a good idea. Mifune was firmly against it. He didn't care if Yuichi attempted his scheme to buy out the Dark Brotherhood, as it wasn't something that directly harmed them and could antagonize the Red Dot. But actually hampering their one source of income would 100% cause the Dark Brotherhood to come for their heads. Mifune wasn't scared, sure, but he hated even thinking about the chaos that would ensue afterwards. Many civilians would have to suffer if all of the nobles were to die. They were, after all, the one thing that upheld the law in their own cities and neighboring villages. If they were killed systematically and quickly enough, then crime was bound to run amok in every village. Well, we are already taking a risk with this entire situation. I say we wait for now, wait for them to naturally run out of resources and then our delegation can offer our help. Yuichi also seemed to be against the idea of lowering Ken's revenue manually, as he also wanted to avoid a conflict. The nobles seemed to be discouraged, but they couldn't argue with the daimyo, so they just stopped speaking. One person was not scared to argue with the daimyo though. The plan is indeed good, Lord Daimyo. Yuako's melodious voice rang throughout the throne room, causing everyone to look at her with confusion. However, what are we going to do if the Dark Brotherhood aims for bounties of other countries as well? Yuuko was the head of a merchant clan. She decided to at least let her experience be known when it came to her area of expertise, which was making money. That is indeed a possibility. However, bandits in general will stop posting up anywhere near their organization. And news will spread about the Dark Brotherhood soon. Yuichi didn't mind having his ideas challenged or questioned. He responded in kind, with the patience befitting of a lord. The more bandits avoid their area, the more the Dark Brotherhood will have to spread out their forces, and the slower their income will come in, which will eventually lead to the same results. Yuichi had already thought about that aspect as well, rather, he expected it to happen. He expected the Dark Brotherhood to hunt bounties around the elemental nations after all. Just like the Red Dot himself had hunted down bounties wherever he could, chasing rumors and listening in on whispers. Yuichi was still confident that the Dark Brotherhood would eventually still reach the point where they would no longer be self-sufficient. To him it was just a matter of when. Understood, my lord. It seems you have thought of everything already. Yuuko smiled and bowed slightly towards the daimyo. A few nobles could be heard muttering about the noblewoman, saying that she once again spoke out of line. Alas, being a young woman among a group of old men was rather difficult. Yuuko somewhat struggled to have everyone treat her like an equal. I thank you all for gathering here. I shall start making arrangements for the inspectors that will visit the Dark Brotherhood monthly from this day onward. The rest of you can continue business as usual. I shall summon you all if something requires your attention. The daimyo waved his hand and all of the nobles and samurai present bowed and left. Mifune remained, as the two of them would still need to discuss the security of the castle. And while all that was happening, the person that was the cause for all of that stir was simply strolling around the city without any stress. Ken lazily walked around in the capital of the Land of Iron, having just left the meeting. It had gone much better than he had expected, but he had also prepared for it. It was clear that his entrance had a lot more impact on the nobles present than he had expected. Ken was a bit reluctant to do it at first. But at the end of the day, it was a subtle threat of sorts, a form of manipulation that he needed to use in order to tilt the scales in his favor. Petty tricks like those were his bread and butter at the end of the day. Though he had never been too used to diplomacy, especially the state of affairs in what he considered a medieval/backwards society. Even then, the Land of Iron was a lot more modern than the surrounding lands. As they absolutely abhorred using child labor or child soldiers. Their techniques and powers were also impressive. From what Ken had felt in that throne room, just the few dozen samurai lining the hall would have been enough to burn the grass village to the ground. Ken only gathered that from the way they had carried themselves when he had made his presence known. Most of them had already placed their hands on their blades, there was no hesitation and no wasted movement. All of them were prepared to fight Ken to the death at the flip of a coin. It was rather commendable. Mifune himself was also powerful. The general of the Land of Iron had an aura of his own, but Ken was still confident if he were to face them. I might need to train a bit more. Everyone in that room could have likely injured me even in my scaled sage mode. Trained samurai were always able to coat their blades in chakra. And their cutting power usually differed on ranking, but every samurai there gave Ken the feeling that they would be annoying to fight. Normal ninjutsu and genjustice are quite ineffective against me. Fighting an army of samurai might actually be more difficult than 3 grass villages at the same time. That small meeting helped give Ken some perspective, so now he simply strolled the streets, listening in on some interesting news and just casually studying the defenses of the capital. The capital itself was a rather large town, with the castle being built in the center of it. It was built in a rather scenic spot, being right in the mouth of one of the Wolf Mountains. The 3 large mountains that formed the 3 wolves. The city itself was covered by snow thanks to the strange shape of the mountain, which almost acted like a roof against the rain and snow above. The mountain itself was massive and stable, so there was no danger of it falling either. Everyone walked on the streets with smiles on their faces. No one even recognized the red dot, as he was really only well known in the shinobi world. This is rather peaceful. Ken took a deep breath, moving his mask slightly to the side to uncover his mouth as he exhaled a small cloud of fog and smiled a bit. The sound of children playing in the distance. The sound of merchants doing business. The sound of drunkards singing, it was all so pleasing to the ear. But there was one sound that didn't sound like the others. The sound of blades clashing. Ken immediately turned his head in that direction. Tilting his head slightly, before instantly disappearing from his location. Shocking a few of the people nearby that had been looking towards him. Might as well check it out. Chapter 39, Clash, Favors and Awakened Desires. Now, Ken wouldn't have been shocked if he had heard blades clashing in the land of iron of all places. But the fact that it was coming from a random alleyway instead of a training ground was a bit interesting. There was also the fact that the smell of blood permeated the area, though it was faint. Who would be so bold as to start killing in the middle of the capital? Ken honestly had no clue, but he was about to find out. When reaching that alleyway, he was faced with a rather intriguing scene. 3 people dressed as ninjas and 2 dressed as samurai cornering a single samurai who was doing his best to protect what Ken assumed was a young noblewoman. She seemed to be dressed in rather expensive clothes, but Ken couldn't really tell much else about her features. She was wearing a rather strange veil, which covered most of her face. Near them, were the corpses of 2 other samurai, looking like they had been backstabbed. Ah, the usual tomfoolery between murderers. Infiltration and backstabbing, true classics in our line of work. Ken could somewhat appreciate decent work when it was in front of him. But they had made a major mistake. The samurai they're cornering. He looks a lot stronger than them, but he's likely stuck protecting that girl, so he is unable to go all out. The 5 assassins should have aimed to finish this as soon as possible. Alas, it already attracted unwanted attention after all. The assassins and the stronger samurai, who Ken assumed was a Hatamoto, seemed to be stuck in a stalemate for a few seconds. The assassins knew that getting close to the Hatamoto would definitely lead to one of them being killed. Ken had ample time to intervene. The true question was if it was even worth his time. Nobles being assassinated is not exactly uncommon, though I don't see how a young girl like her deserves such treatment. The blind swordsman stood there for a second, crouched down on a rooftop and studying the situation a bit more. Surprisingly, the assassins then started speaking. Tisk. Hatamoto. Stop resisting already, you know it's futile. The 5 of us can easily kill you. Hand Lady Harada over and we may even share the ransom with you. Ken raised an eyebrow when hearing that. So, not assassins, kidnappers. Still, they made a rather elaborate plan to catch whoever this Lady Harada is. The Hatamoto simply stared at the 5 men with hate in his eyes. The young girl behind him trembled a bit in fear. Hat. We'll even let you play with her as well. One of the other kidnappers also tried to entice the Hatamoto, but he only received an angry shout. You dirty animals! She is but a teenager. The Hatamoto scowled deeply, grasping his blade tighter in his hands. Okay, they may have planned this out well, but not all of them are smart. Ken shook his head a bit when hearing the exchange. I guess I could kill them, it would be as easy as breathing. But I could also track them down for a while, wait for the lady's father to pay the bounty, and steal the money from them afterwards. Ken was seriously contemplating that, before a realization hit him. Wait a moment. Wasn't the daimyo's family name Harada? Ken smiled deviously under his mask. Yes. Yes, it is. I guess getting involved in this suddenly became worthwhile. The blind swordsman stepped along the rooftops without making any sound. He smiled as he walked with carefree steps. It was extremely worthwhile to get the daimyo to owe him a favor. A favor like that was worth a lot more than any amount of money. Ken didn't interfere immediately though. A good farmer always knew to wait for the fruit to be ripe enough for picking. Instead, Ken watched the righteous Hatamoto fight with honor. The 5 kidnappers quickly closed in on the Hatamoto when noticing they couldn't bribe him. The second they stepped forwards, the Hatamoto's blade was already gunning for one of the men's necks. Even injured, he was more than capable of defending himself. The Hatamoto decapitated one of the kidnappers instantly, while the rest of them all dodged his slash with room to spare. One of the kidnappers threw a kunao at the noble lady, forcing the Hatamoto to block it with his blade, while another approached him and stabbed at his gut. Shit! The Hatamoto scowled when seeing their dirty moves, but he still managed to kick the blade away, causing it to only graze his side instead of gut him alive. Unfortunately, he left himself open, as one of the other kidnappers stepped to the side and kicked his other leg, breaking his balance and causing him to fall to the ground. Shit! Shit! The Hatamoto knew very well that the situation was not good for him at all. Die! The kidnapper quickly stabbed down at the fallen samurai. The Hatamoto managed to roll away in time, slashing one of the kidnappers in two before his blade was blocked by another one of the kidnappers. Both swordsmen were covering their weapons in sharp chakra. But the tired Hatamoto was, unfortunately, the one to give way first, as his blade broke and the stronger kidnappers slashed him across the chest. I am sorry, my lord. That was all the Hatamoto could think as he fell to the ground. Tisk, troublesome samurai. Had to kill 2 of my grunts before croaking hui. The strong kidnapper/ring leader said as he then pointed his blade at the fallen samurai, prepared to finish him off. He looked at the noble lady with a sadistic grin as his sword glinted. His eyes shined with pleasure when seeing her fear. Lady Harada seemed to turn completely white when seeing her guard on the ground. She knew what fate awaited her. She simply closed her eyes, not wanting to see the man that had fought to protect her die in such a cruel way. One thing was for sure. She regretted not convincing Mifune to teach her how to wield a sword. Just as her hopes were dying down, a voice she didn't recognize spoke out. The strange thing? It seemed to be very close to her. Now. This is a rather strange scene to come across in such a beautiful city. The ringleader immediately stopped his actions when hearing that voice, his blade also froze in place. But not because he wanted it, no. The ringleader looked down, to see a short masked man with spiky long hair crouching down beside the Hatamoto. It was none other than Ken. And he was just holding the kidnapper's katana in place with his bare hand. Gripping it by its dull part without shaking even slightly, regardless of how much strength the kidnapper tried to apply. Children shouldn't play with weapons. The masked man stood as still as a statue, seemingly glaring at the strong kidnapper through his mask. The blind swordsman then gripped the blade tightly, causing cracks to appear everywhere on the blade. Before it crumbled completely, Ken infused it with his own chakra, causing lighting to cover the entire blade including the hilt, which ended up shocking the kidnapper and forcing him to let go of it and jump back towards his comrades. What the hell do you want? Is he some sort of hidden guard or something? Would the daimyo of the Land of Iron really hire people this sneaky? The kidnapper was confused, but he didn't panic yet. Well, I was bored a bit earlier. Seeing how your blood spills might make my day a bit brighter. Ken nodded before standing up. He smiled a bit underneath his mask as he turned his head toward what he presumed was the daimyo's daughter behind him. She still seemed petrified in fear, but that was likely because she didn't know him either. At first, the blind swordsman wanted to wait for the Hatamoto to die, then swoop in when things looked the worst. But seeing the man fight with his life on the line like that did manage to make Ken respect him. Besides, it also felt like an appropriate enough moment to intervene, the fruit was ripe enough. Now, there's no need to go that far. I bet you're just some random mercenary, right? We can all split the ransom. 2 of my men died here already, so you can get a decent share. The kidnapper was quick to try and entice Ken. After all, he was quite sure Ken wasn't associated with the daimyo, so he wanted to at least test his luck. Only 2 of your men died today. Ken simply tilted his head, not answering the question, instead asking a question of his own. "Are you sure about that?" The masked swordman's voice sent a shiver down the kidnapper's spine. He immediately turned around to look at his underlings. The two of them were standing still, with their arms raised. It was as if they were petrified, with their heads twisted so much that they were almost broken off. Someone had twisted their necks with such ferocity that it went beyond a 360-degree angle. It was almost as if someone had tried to unscrew their heads from their bodies. The ringleader's back was filled with cold sweat when he noticed that their bodies were being held up by metal wire, strung up for display. When the kidnapper was instantly filled with dread, and the noble girl's attention was also finally brought to the other kidnappers, and she also almost covered her mouth and almost vomited in disgust. People these days really need to learn to pay more attention to their surroundings. Ken simply shook his head, acting disappointed while crossing his arms. "I'll give you whatever you want. Please spare me." The kidnapper was instantly on his knees, knowing that there was no way he was killing or escaping from the man in front of him. "Ooh! Spare!" Ken immediately turned into a blur and appeared right behind the kneeling kidnapper. The kidnapper was knocked out cold before he even had the means to react, receiving an axe kick to the head, the street underneath him cracking heavily. "Don't worry, you won't die. I'm sure the daimyo will appreciate having someone to torture and interrogate for this matter." Ken wasn't even thinking of killing the man in the first place. If he had wanted him dead, then he would have been dead before any words were exchanged, much like his comrades behind him. "Fawbolom. Who are you? Are you hired by my father?" The noble girl finally mustered the courage to stand up, looking at Ken with wary eyes. "Lady Harada, right?" "I am not under your father's employ. But I am an associate of his." Ken walked towards her slowly, approaching her carefully in order to not scare her in any way. It seemed to work, as the noble girl composed herself and calmed down a lot more now that she knew the man in front of her was related to her father. I see. Thank you for your help, sir." "Ken. You can call me Ken." The blind swordsman then turned his head up and threw a small piece of paper in the air. The paper proceeded to explode. It was a small explosion, but it was enough to echo throughout the entire city. "Why, you can call me you. Thank you for alerting the guards." Yu was a bit spooked by the sudden explosion. But she thankfully figured out what it was for rather quickly. "No problem. I could walk you over to the castle myself, but I just left from there, and I don't want to make things awkward." Ken nodded at the young girl in front of him. Yu's smile trembled a bit when she heard that. "You're worried about awkwardness in this situation? Well, from how the other kidnappers look, I guess this isn't all that special for him." Yu sighed a bit internally as she remembered the sight of the two kidnappers standing with their heads twisted. It was still a chilling scene for her, one that was sure to follow her into her nightmares. Although, the fact that the person that was capable of doing such a thing saved her was certainly going to help her sleep at night. "I'll gladly invite you back to the castle. I'm sure my father would love to reward you handsomely for your service." Yu bowed slightly in gratitude when speaking. "I appreciate the thought, young lady, but I'll be fine. Just tell your father that he owes me a solid." Ken just waved his hand dismissively, smiling a bit under his mask as he started walking away. But you might want to reward the samurai that protected you before I came here. Were it not for him, you would have been long gone before I even arrived at the scene." Ken was apparently not bothered by interrupting what was essentially the princess of the Land of Iron. Yu was a bit taken aback by that. She was used to people treating her with respect, but seeing the masked assassin's back getting further and further away gave her a strange feeling. "I guess some people can go about in the world without any fear." Yu's eyes shined, and now she looked at the strung-up corpses of her to-be kidnappers in a different light. It now looked more like a morbid work of art, rather than the barbaric scene she had seen beforehand. "I want to be like that someday." The young girl clenched her fists and smiled underneath her veil, looking once again in the direction that Ken had left in, wanting to go after him, only to notice that he was already nowhere to be seen. I'm sure I'll meet him again. I want him to teach me as well. I need to become stronger. Chapter 40, Reactions, Concerns, and Target. It didn't take long for Yuichi to get word of what had happened. Mifune could feel the rage radiating off of him. It was clear that someone was going to get executed. Yu was after all only a 12-year-old girl. She had not even gotten any training when it came to fighting, as Yuichi had wanted her to stay away from that world as much as possible. It seemed that had been a mistake on his part though. In truth, there wouldn't have been much for a 12-year-old girl to do against 5 grown men, but at the very least she could have tried to escape on her own and call the guards. Mifune was quite mad that the kidnappers had also somehow infiltrated their forces. Such a thing was unacceptable. He immediately launched an internal investigation, and all of the corpses were recovered and were to be identified. The guards were perturbed when coming across the bodies, more specifically the 2 that had been strung up for display in the alleyway. Yuichi was immediately worried about his daughter's mental state when hearing about the state of the bodies. It was certainly the work of a bloodthirsty maniac, but it seemed that the bloodthirsty maniac was the one to save his daughter's life. Yuichi wanted to seek out the man and recruit him at first, but then his daughter told him his name, as well as the fact that they were apparently associates. The red dot. It wasn't surprising that Ken would be capable of such brutality. He had already gone on record ruthlessly hunting down bandits and even attacking a hidden village. The more important thing was the fact that now Yuichi owed him a favor. I think my plans to acquire the Dark Brotherhood will have to be postponed for now. He was still going to take the opportunity if it arose, but now Yuichi needed to look into different ways to integrate the organization into their systems. Mifune was off to inspect the bodies and to personally question the one survivor whose head had been embedded into the ground. While all of that was happening, Yu was having a rather tiring time, as she was now stuck in her room for a while. She had done her best to tell everyone what had happened and went into detail to describe how the samurai that had protected her fought valiantly, deserving of his title. Yuichi was dissatisfied that the man had failed, but the odds were stacked against him, so he decided to reward him for his efforts anyway, as his daughter was safe thanks to him. However, she also described Ken in a concerningly positive light. She seemed excited to explain how he had easily dispatched the 3 remaining kidnappers before she could even react. Yuichi was a bit concerned by her enthusiasm. Yu herself, for some reason, was a lot less bothered by the mutilated corpses than the patrolling guards that had found the scene. She was actually found staring at them from reports. Though they did claim that she seemed petrified. Out of boredom, she started playing with some kitchen knives, throwing them at the wall with a smile on her face. In her mind, she imagined metallic wires connected to all knives, as she continued playing around. The little princess had found a new passion. It was debatable whether it was cute or morbid though. She had somewhat steeled herself. I'll ask Dad to let Ken teach me. He said they were associates, and Dad did seem to know him. Needless to say, Yuichi was going to have quite the headache to handle in the future. Ken wasn't thinking about any of that though. He didn't bother to consider how his actions would affect the young impressionable mind of the princess, nor did he care. He instead started making his way home after dodging the patrolling guards. He left the city easily despite the lockdown, blending into the surroundings and even transforming himself into a spider and crawling on the city walls and above them. The transformation jutsu became a whole lot more useful to him after Tasho taught him a few tricks, like the fact that he could transform into inanimate objects and animals. That part was something that hadn't been covered in the small booklet that one of his dads had gotten for him. Ken hadn't gotten around to using it often. It did have one rather obvious downside. To use the transformation he'd have to continuously channel his chakra, which would make him easier to detect to sensory-type shinobi. Fortunately, it seemed that the Land of Iron didn't have many sensors at the part of the wall that Ken picked. Not that it would have mattered. It wasn't like Ken was at war with the Land of Iron, he was just testing their defenses and preparing for the future. I can expect them to be a lot more on guard if they do start fighting me in the future. Especially Yuichi, he'll likely start using body doubles as long as I'm around. It wasn't uncommon for lords to use body doubles. Ken was aware of it as well. In his mind, he already had made a plan to kill everyone he had met in that room. Whether or not he would need to make use of his plans, well, that was entirely up to them. To him, it was just something he was used to. Have a plan to kill everyone you meet. Although it sounded a bit silly, it was a core rule for an assassin. Be it ally or foe, you must be prepared to kill them under any circumstance. That was also how Ken had managed to kill all of the allies that had betrayed him before being caught by the police, because he was alert at all times, prepared to kill them at any moment. He always made sure to study the weaknesses of each and every person that he worked with or against. And he would always fight and form his plans around said weaknesses. Alas, he was still a human back then. He may have outskilled them, but he was still outnumbered and injured badly. Thankfully, he was no longer just any human. Now he was something more akin to a freak of nature, someone that far surpassed the strength, speed, and dexterity of regular humans. Now, he could carry out his plans much easier. The 7 swordsmen of the mist. Ken had already pinpointed their whereabouts. He could exact his revenge at any point he wanted if he aimed to simply kill them. But simply killing them was not going to be enjoyable enough. Maybe at first, he would have been satisfied with spilling their guts on the ground with his bare hands, but now he had other plans for them. Alas, said plans required the wave of recruits to be trained for at the very least 2 more years. They were to play a part in his plan after all. The swordsmen would just have to wait for their turn to die. Ken also had a few plans for revenge on the lord of the land that put bounties on the heads of his family members. But he decided not to kill him at all. His family members were criminals, and that much was undeniable. Deserters were treated harshly in the Land of Iron, so Ken couldn't fully blame only the daimyo. He would decide what to do with them after taking care of the swordsmen of the mist. After all, revenge was a dish best served cold. Ken had always been a patient man. He felt no need for momentary satisfaction. The blind swordsman dashed through the woods with a smile underneath his mask. He wondered for a second, whether to return to his base or go on a bit of a hike and hunt down a few bounties on his own. After a little bit of deliberation, Ken decided that he would first go home, get Tasho to prepare a few bounties for him to hunt down, and then leave on a mission. There was no need for him to stay at his base at all times after all. Tasho and Saburo were both more than capable of training the young recruits and Akira. In a twisted sort of way, Saburo had already become the Jonin teacher that Akira had never had. As the strawman had a wealth of experience, and Akira was somewhat akin to a blank book. The situation was only somewhat twisted because Saburo had initially tried to kill Akira relentlessly. But the former thief-turned-assassin didn't hold it against him, so all was fine. Saburo had already managed to befriend Akira, but Tasho didn't seem to trust him one bit. Having more experience in life, he could tell that Saburo was as fake as a person could get. A man that would say anything and everything to make you feel better about yourself and to raise your opinion of them. Saburo clearly followed some hidden agenda, which was why Tasho simply couldn't allow himself to be comfortable around him. Ken was also well aware of that. But he knew that Saburo wasn't stupid enough to betray him. As long as their interests aligned, then everything would be fine. And if there happened to come the day when Saburo would act out, then Ken was confident he'd be able to put him in his place. It didn't matter how much he tried to hide his original body, the blind swordsman would always be able to find it. Ken didn't take more than 2 days to arrive back at his home. He stepped into the village with a smile on his face. Saburo's clones that guarded the entrance to the village simply nodded at him. Upon entering, Ken noticed that half of the recruits were busy being trained in the caves, while the others were in the field still training their bodies. Tasho really did pick children with potential. I guess he just got lucky, not like he was selective. He accepted anyone that wanted to join, even children that were missing a limb. Among the recruits, Ken was able to sense 2 children that were missing an arm, one of them seemed to be blind in one eye. And another was surprisingly missing a leg. War orphans weren't always left unharmed by the war after all. Now, the child without the leg was a special case. Ken was going to make sure he received rigorous training, but he didn't plan on sending that particular child on any missions unless he managed to prove himself despite his disability. Ken didn't want the orphans he took in to end up dying in his care. It simply felt weird for him to just treat them all like resources whenever they always stopped their training to greet him. Many of them called him father. Ken had never had children of his own, well, none that he knew of. But in general, he was a loner for all of his first life, and his only family were his father's in his second life. Still, his time with them had shaped him into the person that he became, which was also why he wanted to avenge them even more. One step at a time. No need to rush into things, let all the pieces fall into place. Ken sat down in his office, taking off his mask and placing it to the side. His bangs now covered the part of his face where his eyes should have been. They weren't close enough to cover the 2 noseless nostrils that were standing a bit above his mouth. I think I'm due for a haircut. Saburo. Tell Tasho to come here for a bit. Ken spoke out as he shook his head and crossed his legs. Saburo wasn't in the room, but his clones at the door could hear him. He could feel one of the clones nod, but neither of them moved. Tasho arrived a bit later, with a bit of dust on his clothes, having just come out of the caves from training the children. Master, I'm glad you're back so soon, I hope everything went well. Tasho took a knee immediately upon entering the room and closing the door, his masked face staring at Ken's expressionless face. Everything went smoothly, a lot better than expected even. We are now allies, of sorts, with the Land of Iron. Ken nodded as he spoke. I find it difficult to believe that the Land of Iron would become allies with a stray organization. Another voice joined in on the conversation, and Saburo entered the room with a curious look in his eyes. You can find it difficult to believe, but it did happen. Be it through intimidation or charisma, it seems that at the very least the nobles think we are worth keeping around more than otherwise. Ken wasn't bothered by Saburo's presence, he had expected him to show up as well. Akira was likely still training in the caves though. I see. I'd love to hear more about what happened in detail. Saburo nodded a bit. Tasho didn't say anything, but Ken could feel that he was also curious. I will go into detail at a later date. For now, I am feeling like taking a stroll. Collecting a bounty or 2 in the process. Tasho nodded as he finally stood up, dusting himself off and walking to his leader's side. I will select a few interesting targets for you, sir. I actually had my eyes on one myself. Ken turned his head towards Tasho, smiling a bit as his curiosity rose a bit. You found something interesting among the bounty posters. Saburo also seemed a bit curious about what his associate had found. Not among the bounty posters. But I did find a personal request directed at us. Asking us to investigate something called, the Cult of Jashin. Tasho took out a small unsealed letter and placed it on the table. Cult of Jashin. Chapter 41, Interest, Departure, and Manic Cult. Cult of Jashin. Ken asked as he supported his head on his palm, turning his head over to Tasho. Yep. I don't know much about it yet, besides what the letter said. Tasho nodded as he brought Ken's attention back to the fact that it was a request rather than a bounty. Personal request from an anonymous sender. Saburo muttered as he rubbed his chin with a raised eyebrow. The Dark Brotherhood had not yet grown to the point where it should have received requests from others. It was rather surprising that they did, but Ken couldn't exactly complain about it. Though it did bring up the possibility of it being a trap set up by an enraged noble. Not quite anonymous actually. It wasn't difficult to find out that it came from a few of the nearby villages. Our operations do at least give us some renown in the area. Tasho clapped his hands with a smile on his face. Plenty of people have reported losing relatives and friends, odd disappearances all over the place, all linked to sightings of weird masked people. With the local nobles not bothering to do anything about them, the villagers figured it would be worth it to pool together some money and hire our organization to look into this. Tasho had already done his research on the situation. He was glad to share his findings with his now interested teacher/master. RWVEL.O. So we're talking about an unknown group of people kidnapping others? How did they get their name? Ken rubbed his chin and tapped on his mask, which still lay on the table in front of him. Some of the villagers heard hushed whispers, talking about some religious group looking to convert more people to their belief. They believe they are the ones tied to the kidnappings. The blind swordsman nodded when hearing that, his head tilting slightly as he pondered on whether or not to personally go after the strange religious group, and investigate more about it at the very least. What do their beliefs consist of? Ken's curiosity stirred, as he figured a cult in such a pragmatic and sadistic world would make religious extremists back in his world blush. Well, they weren't able to find out much, just that it had something to do with immortality. That was unfortunately where Tasho's information seemed to fall apart. Them and just about every other cult and religion in existence. It's always immortality, be it in this life or the next. Ken wasn't very impressed, but he didn't let his disappointment show in whatever features he had. It just meant that he would have to find out more on his own. But the little Tasho confirmed did manage to stir the curiosity of someone else in the room. Immortality? That's quite interesting. What else are you able to tell us about this cult of Jashin? Saburo spoke out with a diplomatic smile, clearly interested in learning more himself. Alas, Tasho didn't have any good news for him. I don't have much more information than that. I've not been able to find much besides the fact that their headquarters are somewhere at the border region between the land of hot water and the land of frost. The First Blade had not managed to learn a lot about the cult, he hadn't been able to go out and investigate himself. So all he had to rely on was what the villagers that had commissioned them could tell. Is the location of the headquarters from a believable source? The villagers can't possibly know that. Ken still wanted to make sure of a few things before proceeding with an investigation. He needed to know exactly what he had to work with. It was from a few traveling merchants. They claimed that people wearing similar masks to the one described by the villagers are spotted more often in those regions. Tasho shrugged, having already vetted out his sources. It's a rather wide area to look into. Saburo said as he turned and looked at Ken, trying his best to read the child leader's thoughts. Wide, but not too difficult for someone like me. Ken's senses and abilities as a sensor were likely good enough for him to spot the hideout if he was within a certain range. It wasn't difficult for his ears to pick up on human settlements, as nature was otherwise quiet most of the time. I can help with a few clones. But I can't let them get too far from me, the range of my technique isn't endless. The strawman was not unwilling to share some of his weaknesses at that point. At the very least he was willing to share things that he thought Ken had already figured out on his own. Ken also noticed that Saburo had become awfully interested in that cult after immortality was mentioned. He made a mental note of that before shaking his head and responding. There's no need. I feel like going for a relaxing walk anyway. Ken slowly stood up, taking his mask and placing it on his face, covering his calm smile. What if you need to read their texts or books in order to find information? Saburo raised an eyebrow, somewhat confused at his leader's approach to the situation. At the very least he acted confused, inside he was simply displeased that he wouldn't be looking into the matter personally. Unfortunately for him, there was no changing his leader's decision at that point. I'll manage, I've always managed. Ken shrugged and stretched his arms a bit. Saburo looked at his leader, before sighing and shrugging. Suit yourself. He was smarter than to go and annoy Ken for too long. He would simply have to learn more after Ken eventually came back. I'll be leaving in a day. I'll leave tomorrow at dawn. I'll need Tasho's help to write up a report about what happened during my visit to the capital. The blind swordsman waved his hand and dismissed Tasho and Saburo, both of them going back to their previous jobs. The former was to return later in the evening to help Ken write up a report about their deal with Yuichi. Saburo himself was also busy, as his laboratory was already close to completion, so now he could resume his previous research, at least parts of it. He hadn't given Ken many details, but he did say that he was looking into the human psyche, the ways genjutsu affected the mind and the permanent effects that trauma suffered during genjutsu could have on a human. It was a rather grim experiment, and it obviously required test subjects, which Saburo was thankfully able to source from some of the bandit camps that he had raided. Ken had to build a small underground jail in him to hold his prisoners. It was connected directly to Saburo's lab, which made things much easier for the strawman. Saburo was actually quite glad to now be working with Ken, as he could now pursue his experiments openly, not needing to hide them from the village he worked for. Ken himself was not exactly a morally righteous individual. He seemed to not really care about the bandits that were being used as test subjects. He only made Saburo promise to give them all painless deaths after the experiments were over. The strawman readily accepted as he didn't really care either way. It's extremely nice, having an employer that sees the benefit in your research. That was also one of the big reasons why Saburo didn't wish to argue with Ken over the matter with the cult of Jashin. Even if he was now interested in finding out more about them, it wasn't in any way worth losing favor with Ken over it. The very next morning, Ken departed from the small village they had built with a smile on his face. Passing by and waving at the children that were still training in the courtyard was something he seemingly enjoyed doing. It did derail the training for a bit, as all of the children seemed very excited whenever they saw him. But it also did help them build some sort of affection with the recruits, as all of them appreciated the attention they received from their father. Saburo wasn't really fond of that particular tactic, however. He wanted Ken's presence to retain a bit of mysticism to the children that called him father. That mysticism would inevitably lead to the children looking up to and revering Ken more over time. Alas, Saburo didn't really have a say in the way the recruits were being trained, so he didn't ever speak out of turn regarding the matter. He merely watched through his clones as Ken waved at the children as he passed through the village gates. As soon as he stepped out of the village, Ken's hand fell to his side, and he immediately disappeared, taking off into the forests, not leaving even a full afterimage behind. Ken's departure was quick. He headed down beyond the border and into the land of hot water, hiding his presence as he didn't want to bother encountering any shinobi along the way. He leapt from tree to tree, his steps not shaking the branches he walked on as his speed made him more akin to a blur. The blind swordsman stalked the border between the land of hot water and the land of frost for the following days, keeping his ears peeled the entire time as he silently advanced with his search. Rest was not really an issue for the natural-born sage. He could keep up his stride for what felt like an eternity. After all, one that could casually regrow limbs wouldn't have much of an issue with sprinting. Eventually, Ken could hear it, the sound of a crackling campfire. He had run into a few before, merely travelers and peddlers. But this one felt different, it felt bigger. It also brought with it an odd smell of burning flesh and smoldering bone marrow. Though, it might have been just an animal being cooked up. Ken didn't want to just jump to conclusions too quickly. Instead, he got closer and closer, until he could clearly feel the situation. There it is. Ken crawled on top of a tree, settling his attention on what felt like a large gathering in the middle of the woods. Dozens upon dozens of what felt like masked men were gathered around a campfire, kneeling with their foreheads on the ground as the large campfire. On the bonfire was nailed a woman. Her guts seemed to be spilling down on the fire, as she was already burnt beyond any recognition. Ken couldn't see her state, sure, but he could easily tell from the smell after getting close enough. He was quite familiar with it at the end of the day. I guess they really are a mad cult, huh? If that woman was one of the people they forcefully converted to their religion, then I can't really expect any one of them to be alive still. The blind swordsman was left pondering on what to do next. Should I try to observe them a bit more? Should I just kill them all and interrogate whoever survives? They all seemed to be huddled around the campfire, but behind them was a cave that Ken couldn't really feel into. Likely some sort of seal. Ken could still feel a few humans inside that cave thanks to his nature energy, but he was completely unable to tell what level of chakra they had. There were bound to be some shinobi among them though. The odd part was that the people down below didn't feel like fighters or shinobi to Ken. They didn't have any chakra, signaling that all of them were civilians. Well, at least most of them were. However, one thing was for sure, every single masked person had an aura that Ken was very familiar with. Bloodlust fueled by a sense of crazed determination. They're all bloodthirsty maniacs. I should have expected this. The bloodlust he could feel from them reminded him of some of the maniacs he had fought in his past life, killers for hire. It was a playground for the mentally diseased. A playground that Ken ruled for the better part of 2 decades. I guess I'll watch them a bit longer. See if anyone more concerning appears out of that cave. Ken simply crossed his arms and sat down, on the tree that was at least 5 kilometers away from the large bonfire that the cult had created. Whatever this cult is, I'll make sure to burn them to the ground since I'm already here. Chapter 42, A Strange Cult and Assassination Attempt. Underscore 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 POV Jashinist underscore 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 underscore. And as we knelt and prayed, we watched the woman's body before as it burned. I believe she was one of pure heart and body as well. A great offering to our Lord and one of our most important rituals. Offering a heretic to our Lord in hopes that we will finally be noticed like our leader was. Thankfully, there's no shortage of offerings. We are able to easily lure in more and more people to provide as offerings to their Lord. Some were kidnapped from faraway villages, some were coerced into coming there on their own, and then drugged into submission. Most of our offerings are comprised of women and children. However, children sometimes get the opportunity to join us as well. The children were akin to a blank slate, still pure enough to be converted to our beliefs. Our church is ever growing, unbeknownst to anyone else. Some of us had tried to spread the word of Lord Jashin to some villages, but they never did manage to receive many recruits from that. Blasphemous pagans that lived without any purpose. Just thinking about their filthy existence makes me mad. I can barely wait for the day when we would finally be able to grow strong enough. Strong enough to spread chaos and death to this dirty world and its residents. Thankfully, we receive strength directly from their Lord, should he notice our efforts. Varying degrees and ranks within our religion receive different gifts from Lord Jashin. It is said that our leader has even achieved a state of semi-immortality. Lord Jashin only grants that gift to one person each generation. He truly is fit to be our respected leader. Ah, how wonderful it is to see our efforts be rewarded in such a way. Alas, we recruits have yet to receive our Lord's blessing. More blood must be spilt, patience is something we must have, but not something we must ask of our Lord. We must shower him in offerings as is customary. Oh, there he is. Our esteemed leader. Master Kyomuro, the shepherd to our damaged souls. Wearing nothing more than a black coat, showing off his tattoos and the symbols that adorn his body. He even painted his hair white, to match the depictions of our Lord Jashin. He has even appeared in the dreams of former leaders. A great man that has truly earned the right to wear the symbol of Lord Jashin on all of his limbs, and even on his tongue. Oh! Devout followers of Lord Jashin! Tonight, he has spoken to me. Master Kyomuro spoke out to us, calling us devout, such high praise for us unworthy followers. Hail Lord Jashin! Hail Master Kyomuro! Our voices resounded throughout the praying ground. Our master nodded his head with a warm smile on his face. However, his smile soon turned upside down. A frown. Have we, unworthy followers, done something to displease our Lord? Our Lord has spoken. Master Kyomuro repeated himself as all of us quieted down, waiting for his words. Today's sacrifice was nothing more than a pathetic contribution. He has grown bored of such boring ways. Oh, a pathetic contribution? Lord, we apologize for all of the displeasure we've caused. We must atone for our sins. We must atone for our sins. All of us moved in a trained manner, already knowing our customs. We unsheathed our knives, placing a palm on the ground, we all stabbed into that palm, impaling it on the ground. The ground started turning red, as all of my brothers bled for our collective sins. It is necessary to pay in earnest when displeasing our Lord, for He has given us so much, yet we can only provide Him with so little. Such a way of praying for forgiveness. My devout followers, I commend you for your readiness and praise you for your unwavering faith. Master Kyomuro's words rang like a song to our ears, as we bore through the pain. However, Master's next words immediately dampened our spirits. Lord Jashin will not be pleased with just this tonight. We have received his direct orders. To repent, we must slaughter a village of blasphemous pagans in his name. Master Kyomuro spread out his hands, opening up his palms and smiling warmly at all of us. Yes. Lord Jashin is giving us a way out. A way to repent for our sins. It shall be done. It shall be done. Our shouts echoed throughout the forest, as we all got up and started bandaging our bleeding palms. Tonight we shall lead many wayward souls to our Lord Jashin. Praise be. Underscore 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 POV Ken underscore 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 underscore. Crazed cultists, the lot of them. Seeing them burn up a woman was crazy enough. Seeing them all plunge a blade into their own hands is something else entirely. People are always much more open to causing pain to others than to themselves. These people are too far gone. And that man leading them. Master Kyomuro. I don't know what his deal is, but it almost feels like he is dead. For some strange reason. It's almost as if nature energy just doesn't stick to him for some reason. All living organisms must have nature energy inside of them, but for him, it seems to be constantly spilling out. One thing's for sure, he feels dangerous. He gives me a strange feeling of uncertainty. I'm not sure if I can fight him on my own even. Maybe I should have brought Saburo with me. Too late for regrets. But do I even need to fight this weirdo? The commission was not worth much money, to begin with. At least nowhere near enough for all of this trouble. I do have a choice to make though. Letting these crazed cultists roam the world freely will definitely lead to a lot of innocent lives being taken. I wouldn't really give a shit if they only targeted shinobi, but civilians didn't sign up for their lives being put in danger. Well, I guess I can deal with this branch at least. I'm assuming they have more, but I'm not going to search the world for cultists. I'm not that big of a busybody, though things might change if I get paid enough. Anyway, since I'm here, might as well give these cultists a bit of a lesson on brutality. In the first place, I don't have to fight this weirdo in any way. I just have to kill him. Kill him in such a fashion that I strike fear into the hearts of all of the other dregs that are near him. With his death, they are bound to scatter like rats. After that it'll just be a game of hunting down as many rats as I can. In my past life, there were plenty of people stronger than me, but they all still died to me. This situation isn't all that different. I can see that they're starting to head in one direction. Probably going for that village they want to sacrifice to their Lord Jashin or whatever. Better get some traps ready, just in case. And so, the blind assassin got to work, easily tracking the large group of fanatics and realizing the route they were taking. They were headed for the third closest village to their base, one that was obstructed by trees. A great spot for a slaughter. Unfortunately for the cultists, the ground would only be painted red with their blood. Ken quickly got to work, setting up as many traps as humanly possible halfway to the village. He didn't have the time to warn the villagers and evacuate them. But he didn't need to, at the end of the day he only needed to kill the cultists, and that would be the end of it. Once the leader is dead, they're unlikely to continue with their march towards the village anyway. Ken used all of the metallic wire inside his bag, setting up trap after trap, throwables and nets, even resorting to pitfalls filled with sharp sticks. The holes were dug up in a hurry using his tail, but they were going to hold up. After all, the rest of the cultists were mostly regular humans, not even shinobi. Only 2 or 3 people besides the leader of the cult even had any chakra above genin levels, so Ken wasn't really concerned about them. The leader himself seemed to be wielding a weapon, a large 2-bladed red scythe that was tied to his wrist by a long chain that was wrapped around his arm. The blind assassin stalked the group for a while. He had also managed to count them finally. There were a total of 87 people. Ken knew that he needed to kill them all. Leaving even one of them alive would just lead to the cult rebuilding itself. Eventually, the time came for Ken to kill their leader, as they were reaching the place where he had placed traps. Ken stalked the trees until he was directly above the madman. With a flick of the wrist, a puff of smoke appeared and a large windmill shuriken unfolded itself in his hand. A nice toy he had managed to buy at some point in his bounty hunting journey from a wayward shinobi. He even had a few of them custom-made since he found them particularly useful. Ken's chakra immediately flared up, and the windmill shuriken buzzed with life, spinning in his hand as it radiated lighting. With another flick of the wrist, the shuriken flew towards the leader's head, aiming to decapitate him outright. Just as the shuriken was about to cut into him, Kyamuro raised his hand and turned his scythe at an angle, blocking the projectile with relative ease. The shuriken slid off to the side, causing sparks as it came in contact with the mad leader's weapons. It then embedded itself deep into the ground, creating a rather sizable hole as it only stopped spinning after a few seconds. "Oh my! It seems we've got a rat!" Kyamuro shouted as the Jashinists behind him all took out their weapons, consisting mostly of tontos. Kyamuro looked up, only to raise an eyebrow as he didn't see anyone there. He turned around a few times, scowling as he prepared to disembowel whoever got too close to him. Above, on the branches, Ken had already moved his position. He moved his mask to the side of his head and quickly made a few hand signs. His speed was decent, but it was not all that great when compared to Jonin. Thankfully, he wasn't in any hurry. As he finished his hand sings, his chest flared up, and he brought his head back, before opening his mouth and spitting forward a gigantic fireball. Fire release, Great Blaze Ball. One of the techniques he had gained recently, it was extremely flashy and just as deadly. The fire immediately caught Kyamuro's attention, who raised his head and looked at it with a scowl. "You worms! Quickly form a wall around me!" He quickly ordered his men, who followed suit, protecting their leader with their bodies. The fireball hit the ground in front of them, and the ensuing explosion shook the entire forest, as the trees around them fell to the side. Ken landed on the ground and wiped his mouth a bit, before placing his mask back on and tapping his wrist once more, taking out his long blade in a quick motion, already unsheathed. Was that enough, I wonder? Ken walked forward carefully. The smoke was hindering his sense of smell, and the crackling of the fire was somewhat annoying his ears, but he could still feel that a lot of people had been burnt to a crisp thanks to that jutsu of his. Just as he prepared to blow the smoke away with a swing of his blade, a scythe rushed towards him from behind the smoke screen. The blind swordsman wasn't taken by surprise at all. He simply leaned to the side and batted the weapon away using his blade. As expected, cockroaches don't die that easily. Ken then swung his blade in front of him with a lot of force, causing a large gale that blew Kyamuro away and revealed the area to everyone that was still to the side. There were dozens of burnt corpses, cultists turned to charcoal. Still, just as many had survived, not being close enough to the explosion. Kyamuro already had his scythe back, having used it to slow himself down. Now he was standing right where he had been when the attack had started. Tisk! You dare kill my devout followers! Lord Jashin will not forgive such transgression! Kyamuro shouted in anger, as the cultists that should have been cowering in fear, were only emboldened, all rushing towards Ken with their weapons out. As expected. You can't scare away madmen. Ken thought to himself as he parried a few knives, before swinging his blade and cutting into their wielders with ease, bisecting them as he dodged a red scythe from the side. The scythe lodged itself into the heads of one of the cultists, but no one seemed to care, they all continued rushing Ken with crazed expressions. "Stop moving around, you pest!" Kyamuro shouted as he tried to pull back his weapon from the head of the cultists. Ken just scowled underneath his mask, before he turned and made a quick hand sign. The ground underneath Kyamuro shifted as the cult leader had just managed to pull back his weapon, grasping the handle in his hand. Alas, he only had time to look down before a clone of Ken impaled him through the chest with a chakra blade, pushing his heart out of his body and onto the dirt in front of him. The clone then exploded into a burst of lighting, further frying the cult leader as he was dying. The windmill shuriken that Ken had thrown earlier had just been a lightning clone, the fireball had been nothing more than a distraction, to take Kyamuro's thoughts away from the shuriken. And it seemed to have worked. I guess he wasn't much after all. The blind assassin thought to himself as he jumped up and dodged a few slashes from the fanatical cultists. The 40 or so cultists that were left didn't even notice that their leader had his heart gouged out. They simply continued attacking Ken with fervor, waiting for him to land. Ken, while in midair, started spinning more and more. As soon as he landed, the cultists tried attacking him, but it was too late. He had already gathered enough momentum, and a violent tornado quickly formed around him as he continued spinning. Dragon Twister. The tornado grew in size, as it lifted all of the cultists off their feet and threw them into the sky. Ken continued spinning more and more, some of the collapsed trees also being pulled into the tornado and thrown into the sky. From a distance, it just looked like a small natural disaster. Then, Ken stopped spinning abruptly. He stood still in the eye of the tornado for a bit before slashing down his blade, breaking the wind stream apart and the tornado at the same time. All of the cultists that had been thrown into the sky forcefully hit the ground, dying on impact as Ken dodged a few of their bodies and trees. And just like that, the cult of Jashin was exterminated. Ken proceeded to walk over to the leader's body, sensing it from up close as he tried to figure out just what about him had managed to creep him out. Even after his heart was gouged out, it still feels the same. Though he is certainly dead, there's no trace of his wounds healing in any way. Ken reached his hand down, wanting to feel the wound himself. Just as he did, the body moved, the red scythe slashing towards him at insane speeds. Ken managed to block it, raising his blade just in time, but Kyamuro's other hand also moved, pulling a steel rod from his sleeve and thrusting it towards his chest. The blind swordsman managed to slightly bend his body, but the steel rod still stabbed into his shoulder. Ken rolled away as he narrowly avoided getting cut by the red scythe on his way out. What the hell? How can he survive something like that? Even I'm not sure if I could. Ha ha ha. Curse technique, death controlling possessed blood. Kyamuro burst out laughing as he licked Ken's blood from the steel rod in his hand. The blood from his chest seemed to fall and form into a strange symbol on the ground. Just like that, Ken sensed a strange energy creating a connection between the two of them. Ken scowled at that, he prepared to dash forward, but the madman seemed to be just as fast as he was. Lord Jashin, I offer this heathen's blood to you. May it satiate your hunger. Kyamuro raised his scythe, and plunged it into his own stomach, smiling sadistically as he did so. Ken was shocked when he sensed that. But what shocked him more was the fact that he was forced to stop his advance, clutching at his stomach with a scowl on his face. He was so shocked in fact, that he fell to one knee. What? Ha 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 ha. You fool! To think you would try to face Lord Jashin's brilliance on your own. Foolish! The man then looked at the ground, at his feet was his heart. He smiled sadistically as he kneeled and looked Ken in the eye, before stabbing into it with his steel rod. Sleep tight. the mad cult leader said as he watched Ken's body go limp. Chapter 43, Death, Act, and Capture. Underscore 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 POV Ken underscore 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 underscore. It's strange. Not feeling your heartbeat in your body, feeling your hands grow colder and colder as the supply of blood to your brain made your vision foggy. It's been quite some time since I've tasted my own blood like this. So much is coming out that I can't even keep it all in my mouth. However, despite the obvious blood loss and pain, it seems that my regeneration can keep up with this. Just barely. If this had been a year or two back, then I surely would have died from this, but as I am now, I can still hang on. If he stabs his heart again and does more harm to himself, then I might actually die. Apparently, healing a missing/burnt-off arm is easier than healing critical damage done to your heart. This might be because the heart seems to also store chakra, which seems to somewhat conflict with nature's energy. You'd think that you'd be able to move away chakra in your own body freely. But something in my heart seems to want to keep some chakra in there constantly. I need to do some more research on this. I don't understand how his technique works still. I've never seen anything like it either. Is it some sort of sacrificial technique? Something that takes the life of the opponent away? Wait, is he moving still? Is this man truly immortal? It's almost as if he doesn't need anything to survive. He did defend himself from fire using his followers as meat shields. Would a surprise attack with flames actually be able to kill him? But what do I do when my opponent both can't die, and whatever I do to him, happens to me as well? There must be a way out of this. Even now, I sense a string of unidentifiable energy connecting the two of us. It feels like chakra, but also not at the same time. It's broodier than usual. There's no use in fighting him while this energy is connecting us, it would only be a waste of time on my end. An exercise in futility. Oh, right. His blood formed some sort of circle, didn't it? Will our connection be severed if he leaves it? If not, then I'll have to play dead for a bit longer. Let's just hope everything goes well. Kyomuro panted a bit as he looked at his opponent's dead body. Yet another offering to Lord Jashin. But at what cost? The cult leader looked around, to see all of his disciples had already been killed. Maybe he could have saved them had he acted sooner, but he was unsure that he would have been able to take the masked assassin on without that surprise attack. And I thought we'd be safe if we stayed away from the 5 great shinobi villages. Every other worshipper of our Lord that was under me is dead. All because of that trash. Kyomuro was frustrated and angry. His pious and determined spirit trembled in rage when seeing the mangled corpses of his devout believers. Alas, he managed to calm himself down. I'll surely get scolded for this. I need to quickly rebuild as much as I can. Kyomuro slowly walked away from the circle of blood, scowling as he did so. The symbol of Jashin that had been formed from his blood was a powerful technique. Jujutsu. A special type of jutsu that relied on curse-like effects which normally stuck to others. It was a rather esoteric and poorly researched art, but that was just because finding someone capable of jujutsu was extremely rare. So rare in fact, that you would be able to count the people capable of performing cursed techniques on one hand. Now, the cult of Jashin and its high-ranking cultists were the exception to that. As they at least had a few dozen capable of performing jujutsu with the help of their god, Lord Jashin. Kyomuro was leading nothing more than a small branch of the cult. They were a very widespread religion which had managed to stay hidden for a very long time. It was only due to Kyomuro's bad leadership that people managed to track them down. It was a great failure on his part, which even he acknowledged. At least Lord Jashin will forgive me, for I have already spilt the blood of the one responsible for this. Normally, his cursed technique would have transformed the user's body slightly, turning their skin dark and creating white bone-like markings on it. However, Kyomuro already had those tattoos imprinted on his body, so it had no visible effect or difference. The branch leader slowly walked closer to the corpse of the assassin that had assaulted them, finally getting a better look at his figure. This runt. Kyomuro got closer and closer, before raising his scythe and bringing it down towards Ken's back with bloodthirsty and ferocity. Hitting a corpse was not beneath the cult branch leader after all. Unfortunately for him, the corpse he was trying to stab fought back. As soon as he raised his scythe, Kyomuro felt a bit of pain, then blood spilt on his face. Looking down, Ken had his blade raised and was already crouching instead of laying down. Before the arm with the scythe even fell to the ground, Ken went for the other arm, swinging his blade again. This time Kyomuro reacted and dodged out of the way, rolling backwards as his arm finally hit the ground. What? Are you also a follower of Lord Jashin? Kyomuro shouted as he held onto his bleeding stump, his tattooed face whitening slightly as the foe he had thought dead was seemingly just fine. Shit. This guy's instincts are a lot better than I thought. Ken scowled a bit underneath his mask. Yes indeed. This was merely a small test. Ken stuck his long blade into the ground and cracked his neck. The blind swordsman hoped to try and buy some time, to think up a strategy against the immortal cultist. His immortality may be better than mine, but he can't actually heal himself, or at least he can't accelerate healing. In the end, the most obvious strategy was also the simplest one. Dismemberment and capture. If Ken could make him drop his guard by pretending to be a follower of Jashin, then things would certainly go much better. T-test. You call this a test? After murdering all of my followers? Kyomuro didn't seem too pleased with the idea. Those that aren't strong enough aren't worthy of Lord Jashin's love. Ken immediately entered his bullshitting mode. Trying to use whatever information he had gathered from listening in on them to try and appear as one of them. Which branch are you from? The mad cultist unfortunately seemed to be asking some hard-hitting questions. Ken couldn't just give him a random number or area where his branch was. Instead, he chose the safest option. If there are several branches, there must also be. I am from the main base, an emissary for Lord Jashin. I am to make sure that all of the lower branches have adequate members and that their efforts are enough to please our Lord. I am also tasked to test the faith and power of each branch leader. I must say, I am quite pleased with your show of faith. You placed your trust into our Lord till the very end of our fight. Ken crossed his arms as he spoke, looking at the long blade that was still embedded in the ground in front of him. Main base? I was not aware of missionaries being sent to test us in our faiths. Kyomuro still sounded confused, he rubbed his chin a bit. He also seemed quite flattered at Ken's praise. The blind swordsman was sure to pick up on that. It seems that having his faith praised is most effective on this man. As expected. It wouldn't have been much of a test if the branch leaders were made aware of it. This was meant to be a surprise. We were also told to kill all of the unfit members in the name of Lord Jashin. Ken turned his head slightly and pretended to look around the battlefield. I see. It's my bad for recruiting such unworthy disciples. Kyomuro nodded, closing his eyes and gritting his teeth. It is fine. Your devotion to Lord Jashin could be seen in the sheer number of recruits. My report will certainly be a positive one. Ken smiled underneath his mask as he continued to bullshit the man. But what will happen now? Should I start rebuilding right away? Kyomuro asked, his tone a bit confused, as he went and collected his heart. You will start rebuilding, but not in this area. Rumors say that you've been a bit too high profile. Ken's voice gained an accusatory undertone, as he pretended to stare at the cult branch leader with his arms crossed. Apologies. Kyomuro seemed to hang his head in shame, seemingly already aware of his own mistakes. You will apologize directly to our superiors and Lord Jashin. All branch leaders were called to the main base. I am to also act as an escort, to make sure you reach the main branch safely. Ken continued on with the charade, wondering how to try and squeeze some more information out of Kyomuro. I'll extend this for as long as I can, gather as much information as I can while he's still willing to talk. Even if I don't plan to go after them, having more information on them will be beneficial. A general gathering after the test? I guess it does make sense. The worst of us will likely be judged. Will the blessings of Lord Jashin be inverted as well? Kyomuro rubbed his chin after he placed his heart in his back pocket. Immediately, he gave a rather interesting piece of information. So this blessing can be retracted, hey? I'm guessing he's referring to his immortality. I was not made privy to those details. Depending on the results, it is possible, it is all Lord Jashin's choice, however. I will put in a good word for you. Ken shook his head and continued building rapport with the madman. I see. Thank you. Kyomuro smiled and nodded. His tone was honest, losing some of its previous insanity. Are we heading for Mt. Shimatama right away? The cult leader asked as he started walking towards his arm, trying to collect it. Mt. Shimatama, hey. Worth looking into. Yes, Lord Jashin waits for no one, and you know it, Ken spoke out in a resolute tone, making Kyomuro smile even wider and nod. By the way, you never introduced yourself. Since you have a blessing, I'm guessing I already know you, right? We are after all the chosen few. Shit. I can't really bullshit my way out of answering that question. Well, I could if I really tried, but he's giving me a great opportunity now. Don't think I'll get much more information out of him like this anyway. In the end, Ken chose to follow his instincts. To take the opportunity that was presented to him so graciously. Just as Kyomuro crouched down and went to pick up his arm, Ken kicked the blade that was in front of him. The sword came out of the dirt instantly, cutting through it with ease as it spun in the air and cut into the madman's legs, its exceedingly sharp edge making his legs fly off instantly. Kyomuro didn't even get the chance to react, he only felt himself slipping forward as he lost his balance before he was attacked again. The blind assassin caught his spinning sword in one hand and slashed away the remaining arm of the immortal cult leader. Well now, this was surprisingly easy. I guess there really was no need to fight you. Ken shrugged as he shoved the tip of his sword into the madman's mouth. The cult leader seemed to go mad at that point, trying to trash around, his limbs flailing by themselves as Ken started tying him up in metal chains. The blind swordsman also gagged him, wrapping the chains around and into his mouth with a deft hand. Ah! Peace and quiet. Ken sighed as he slowly started packing the cult leader's pieces and tying them to his torso. It formed a rather strange and morbid backpack for Ken to carry around easily. On one hand, Ken could have tried to extend the information gathering a bit more. But there was no guarantee that he would have gotten any chance as good as that one to dispatch the mad cultist. Kyomuro's speed and reflexes did seem to match his own, so it would have been a rather annoying waiting game to play. There was also the fact that the longer that charade kept going, the more the possibility of getting an answer wrong grew. And that would have certainly made the mad cultist put his guard back up. No use thinking about it anymore. Our resident cult leaders already turned into a rather fine backpack. Ken strapped the Kyomuro backpack to his back before he started fleeing from the scene. It's only a matter of time before the shinobi of this land show up, I don't want them to get involved with them. At least not while carrying such an important research subject. Oh yes! Saburo is going to be extremely pleased with this. Chapter 44, Travel, Report, and Plan. POV Ken Before leaving the scene, I collected my traps and burned all the bodies in a large pile to make things harder to track whoever might be looking for these cultists. The traps ended up going unused, but that can't be helped. I didn't think the madmen would completely forget about their initial objective and focus on me. Regardless, after burning the bodies till they were not distinguishable from firewood, I started my journey. It's already been an entire day. The best thing about traveling alone is the peace and quiet you get. The wind buzzing in your ears as you jump from tree to tree, speeding alongside breathtaking masterpieces of nature has become one of my favorite pastimes. Sometimes I wish I could see them as well, but at this point, I've gotten used to my lack of sight. It actually makes my life a bit more enjoyable. Enjoyable as in, I can feel everything else a lot more vividly thanks to my lack of vision. I feel more alive? I guess that would be the word. Unfortunately, having enhanced hearing can turn into a downside at times. Oi! Put me down, you heathen! Sometimes, the chain I used to cover the mouth of my backpack slipped off. My backpack must be a new model, it's quite intelligent and extremely loud, kind of like an alarm clock. I tried knocking this guy out a few dozen times at this point, but it seems he just won't stay unconscious. My guess is that being unconscious for him is basically like dying since his body doesn't function like that of a normal human. So whatever is making him immortal is inadvertently making him impossible to knock out. Why do you always have to be so loud? My quiet voice sounds more like a frustrated teacher at this point. This ingrate that I am carrying on my back must be in the top 5 most annoying life forms alive. Well, alive is a strong word for him. Lord Jashin will never forgive such transgression against his disciples. You shall get divine retribution for this madness. His speech is always so grating on the ears. As if being loud wasn't enough, he must also be annoying. I don't see Lord Jashin coming to your rescue now. Not that I would be able to see him at all. Humph. It's just a matter of time before the main branch investigates this. Undoubtedly, they will find you and your associates. You shall make perfect offerings to appease Lord Jashin's rage. In all honesty, I think this idiot does make a decent point. Even after burning the bodies, they will still logically conclude that they belong to their cultists. His superiors will 100% trace him down after they realize something is wrong. And I doubt the villagers that made the initial request will keep quiet when questioned and tortured by madmen. This whole operation turned out to be a bit more trouble than it's worth by the looks of it. I might have to pay a visit to their headquarters myself. I wouldn't have any problems with them coming after me, but my recruits aren't quite ready to fight against some immortal lunatics. Saburo and Tasho would fend for themselves quite well, but if an army of cultists descends upon us, then protecting the children would be quite hard. What was that old saying? To remove weeds you need to pluck out the roots as well? Something along those lines. I didn't bother talking to my backpack anymore though, I just stuck a piece of cloth in his mouth and tied a chain tightly around his face again. So much better. Dealing with the cult of Jashin will certainly be dangerous, especially if they have more people like Kyumuro here. Well, I now know the gist of how their abilities work, I just need to prepare properly. As for any other abilities that may appear, I'll deal with them as I go. The fact that I almost died does make me a bit wary of going directly to them. But I have plenty of time to make a decision. I should continue going to base first. I'll have to talk a bit with Saburo, and maybe send him on a bit of a scouting mission to this MT Shimatama. We'll need to first look into it and see where exactly it's located. So much work. An undying man. Akira immediately perked up, walking over to Ken as soon as he reported the situation a bit. Yes, also really loud and annoying. Ken nodded, and Kyumuro looked at everyone in the room with absolute resentment. They were currently in Ken's office. The blind assassin had placed the branch leader on the table as if he was a display piece. Around them were 3 masked people, each having a number of lines on the middle of their masks. His mouth was still stuffed, as Ken had had his fill of the immortal man's voice throughout the trip. He does look to be immortal. Tasho muttered as he took the man's heart and inspected it with a curious gaze. Saburo looked down on the immortal branch cult leader. Both metaphorically and physically. Immortal, yet still ended up on our leader's table. I guess that's to be expected. The researcher had already started with his projects regarding genjutsu. But now another opportunity presented itself if Ken granted him the right to experiment on their new prisoner. Research into both the source of that immortality and the techniques he was using was something that Saburo wanted to look into dearly. Before he could even open his mouth to ask for permission, Ken turned his head towards him. I know what you must be thinking. And you don't just have my permission. I ask you to place this task on the highest priority, and get started as soon as possible. Saburo smiled immediately underneath his mask, nodding his head as his mood skyrocketed. The blind swordsman slowly turned around and placed his mask on the table, right beside the raving cultist. Kyomuro's eyes widened immediately, both while trying to understand what the people around him were talking about, and when finally seeing Ken's true face. But he didn't have much time to process it, as the second he saw it, two masked men entered the room, placed a black sack over his head and dragged him, and his body parts, away to the laboratory that was hidden underground. Then, another masked man entered the room and walked up to Tasho, who just nodded and handed over the cultist's heart. Thank you, leader. I'll look into him and come back to you as shortly as I can. Saburo immediately bowed as he spoke. Of course. It should be mentioned that the other branches of his cult might start looking for us after noticing he's gone. So the sooner you find out more about him the better. Ken also smiled, showing his canines to the three blades in front of him. Wait a moment, leader. We aren't prepared to fight such an organization in our current state. Tasho interjected immediately, sounding rather concerned underneath his mask. Akira also nodded his head, seemingly agreeing with his fellow blade. We are not going to wait for the cult to attack us directly. Their investigation might take a while anyway, so we have time to strategize. Ken rubbed his chin, his deformed face morphing into a thoughtful expression, though it was hard to tell. Do we have any information on their location? Saburo asked as he ran a hand through his black hair, swiping it backwards. They are located at Mt. Shimatama, that's what I managed to gather from the immortal I brought in before capturing him. Ken nodded as he spoke, proceeding to sit on his chair and raise his legs on the wooden table. Mt. Shimatama, Saburo immediately started brainstorming. The elemental nations were a rather large continent, and they had a somewhat complex geography. Thankfully, Saburo couldn't be called anything but well-studied. That is part of the Land of Lightning. If I remember correctly, somewhere off nearer to the sea than the mainland. The Land of Lightning was situated more as a peninsula, right near the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Frost. Ken had been there before, but he didn't have absolute knowledge of the land's geography. That's a problem. I was going to ask you to send a clone or two to scout it out. Ken instantly sighed when hearing where it was located. Yes. I wouldn't be able to stay here and research, I can't stretch out my clones that far. Saburo also sighed, knowing that he would have likely been their best bet when it came to resisting the strange curse technique the cult of Jashin were using. After all, his clones didn't bleed, they weren't truly alive. And as long as they didn't touch his main body, his clones would be able to fight the cultists endlessly. Finding out more about their immortality and cursed techniques should be a priority. Ken shook his head, instantly prioritizing the research process first. I can go and scout it out. The one to speak was the youngest among the blades, the third blade, Akira. It's an extremely dangerous cult. I'm afraid they are beyond your capabilities. Tasho was immediately against the idea, finding that Akira was the only other agreeable member of the blades. He didn't want to lose him, in short. Ken turned his head and stared at Akira, weighing his options for a few moments. He could feel the third blade's determination. Fine. You are to observe them from a safe distance. Ken ended up accepting, judging that Akira had already advanced enough in his technique to stay out of sight. At the very least, he's able to hide his presence for a few minutes. It should be good enough to help him escape if things sour. Thank you for trusting me, leader. I will go right away. Akira didn't wait any longer. Saburo simply handed him a map of the Land of Lighting on his way out. Be careful. Saburo said, causing Akira to nod with a smile under his mask. It felt nice, having people care about him. It was rather novel for him, as he had once been an orphan himself. Unfortunately, Saburo's true thoughts were far from caring. We can't afford to lose such talented pawns in our current state. But if he can't handle this much, then he's not even a pawn worth keeping. As soon as Akira stepped out of the room, he turned into an afterimage and immediately left the compound, showcasing his speed, which was only rivaled/surpassed by Ken in the organization. The strawman observed the third blade leave through the eyes of his clones. Accounting for rest time, he should reach the mountain in 2 weeks' time if he keeps up this speed. Saburo immediately calculated the time it would take for him to arrive. Good. Let us continue with our work until then. Ken clapped his hands, and Tasho simply nodded and went back to training the children outside. Saburo also bowed slightly and left the room, surely eager to finally start experimenting on an immortal subject. Ken sighed after seeing them leave. He immediately started strategizing on a game plan. We can't face them head-on. You also can't quite assassinate an immortal opponent. Ken rubbed his chin for a few moments before remembering a rather crucial detail. Fire. Fire was something that even the immortal man he had captured seemed to be afraid of. Otherwise, why would he have asked his disciples to block his fire style just with their bodies? And it did make sense as well. After all, they seemed immortal, but they had merely achieved some sort of semi-immortality. They couldn't regenerate. So if we turn them to ashes, then the fight is done. Even if they could still live as ashes, somehow, they would just be dust in the wind. But there was also the problem of information. Not knowing how many immortals there were was concerning. And Ken was sure he couldn't fight all of them if they were as strong as Kyomuro. It was clear that assassinating them wouldn't be easy, especially since fire was relatively easy to notice. I need allies. Someone to call upon for aid. The first person that came to mind was the Land of Iron. The daimyo did owe him a favor for saving the little princess that one time. But the Land of Iron would never agree to send its samurai to a foreign land. It would be akin to a declaration of war to the Land of Lightning. Simply not something I can ask for. That was the one glaring issue with the situation. No matter how much the daimyo owed him, it would simply be unfair to ask so much of him. It would break any amicable relationship that they might have had. There's always that. Well, I'll have to make a trip personally, it seems. Ken sighed as he tapped his fingers on his mask. Better get to it quickly. I might even catch up to Akira along the way. Chapter 45, Catching Up, Test and Separate Missions. Unlike before, Ken didn't bother announcing his departure this time. He dashed from the window in his office straight into the forest, becoming a blur as the wind bent around him. Saburo's clones still noticed his departure, as Ken realized it was important for them to at least know when he was away and act accordingly. Ken's speed was great, but his real best asset was his stamina. The nature energy constantly revolving inside his body made it hard for him to ever run out of stamina as long as he was just traveling. The masked assassin didn't need more than 10 minutes to catch up to the third blade, who was also jumping from tree to tree at a rather impressive pace. Ken felt a bit bored, so he decided to prank him. Using his superior speed and stealth, he quickly passed by his subordinate and went further in front of him, far enough to start setting some traps. He immediately hooked some barely visible wires to some trees and prepared traps similar to the ones he had used to catch Akira initially, only slightly modified to fit an enemy fleeing from tree to tree instead of on the ground. Let's see how much he's progressed. A good leader needed to be aware of the state of his recruits after all. And Akira was considered the weakest of the blades, so Ken needed to make sure he was at the very least growing as much as his potential allowed him to. The blind swordsman was quick in setting up the traps, leaving himself enough time to sneak up behind his subordinate once more, managing to reach an appropriate position right before Akira ran into any traps. Ken then took out a regular katana from the seal on his wrist, transformed himself into a grass shinobi, and threw said katana right at Akira's back. By some stroke of luck, Akira seemed to notice the sound of wind being cut as the katana barreled towards him. With almost inhuman reflexes, Akira spun in the air and kicked the katana upwards using his momentum, immediately landing on a sturdy tree branch. Akira then quickly took out his weapon of choice, a small tanto, only as long as his forearm. Assassins! Are people already targeting us? The third blade immediately panicked. A flurry of shuriken and kunai then started flying his way, forcing him to backflip onto another tree and bat away some of them with his blade. He's pretty skilled. But I can sense where he is. Akira then quickly made a few hand signs. Immediately, more and more throwables seemed to be headed his way, further giving away the position of his assailant. But Akira's hands moved fast, turning into blurs as he finished his jutsu almost immediately. He quickly moved his mask slightly to the side, revealing his mouth. Wind release, great breakthrough. Akira's chest immediately inflated, and he spit out a great torrent of wind, which immediately shotgunned the projectiles right back towards his assassin. The trees even up to 10 meters in front of him seemed to break almost instantly. Ken smiled a bit under his mask and transformation as he turned and used a tree as cover against the strong gust of wind and projectiles. The tree stood tall for a few seconds before Ken felt it snap completely, and he felt himself falling backwards. Without any panic, he rolled off to the side, using the tree as a stepping stone and started running towards Akira, who had already run out of air. Akira's eyes widened underneath his mask as he looked at his assassin approaching him, jumping from tree to tree. He also immediately recognized the figure. A grass anbu. Akira's face morphed a bit underneath his mask, becoming rather angry at the mere sight of a shinobi belonging to the village that had almost killed him. But he didn't act rashly. Instead, he took a deep breath and calmed down in that same second. The grass shinobi moved fast, almost as fast as Akira, and the third blade immediately made the split-second decision of turning around and fleeing. I need to get rid of him and return to base, warn the others. Akira proceeded to cut some of the trees and branches around him using a wind chakra blade that extended from his tanto, aiming to slow down his pursuer as he jumped from tree to tree. Just as he was about to advance further and further into the forest, something glinted in his eye. A metallic string. But Akira's speed was already too fast to stop quickly. Instead, he jumped a bit higher, flipping right above the wire and landing on a branch. Unfortunately for him, that was about the end of his journey, as the sturdy branch he landed on immediately broke, Ken having loosened it beforehand. The third blade was left free, falling right into a concealed metallic wire net, which immediately enclosed him as soon as he touched it. Shit! I can't believe I got caught. Akira tried to struggle for a second, but the shinobi that had been pursuing him had already reached the metallic wire, touching it with his palm. Akira immediately reacted, trying to throw his tanto at the shinobi's head with a flick of his wrist. The wire then immediately electrified, paralyzing Akira slightly, as he finally felt that the situation was a bit familiar. The shock wasn't strong actually, and it stopped instantly, leaving the third blade a bit flabbergasted, as he then felt the wire holding the net get cut. Akira turned around a few times before landing on the ground in a crouched position. Clap clap! Turning his head up, Akira noticed the figure of the grass shinobi that had been hunting him down morph completely, turning into a much more familiar short figure of his leader. Impressive progress! You actually fought back splendidly. Though you fell for a rather similar trap as before. Ken then jumped down, and Akira just sighed in relief at the voice of his leader. So it was just a test. Well, it's better than getting killed, I guess. I hope you were able to learn something from this, Akira. Ken then unentangled Akira and helped him up. Akira was still speechless as he stood up, only nodding his head after a few seconds. Thank you for the lesson, leader. I'll take it to heart. However, the leader's presence rose quite a few other questions for the third blade. Is he also joining me on this scouting mission? Does he not trust me enough? I'm sure you're wondering why I'm here, and no, I am not joining you. But we are headed in the same direction. Ken nodded as he started collecting his wires from the net. I see. Thank you for entrusting me with this. Akira immediately straightened his back, his tone gaining back quite a bit of confidence as his worries were answered instantly by his perceptive leader. No need for thanks, you are carrying out your duty as the third blade. If I am unable to trust you, then I am unable to trust anyone. Ken shook his head as he jumped back up and collected the last few wires from his other traps. Right. But what other mission are you going on? Is it related to the cult? Akira jumped after him, collecting his tanto as Ken had embedded it into a tree right near the trap he was collecting. In some ways it is. We will need allies to take down an organization of this size, they are also bound to have powerful shinobi. Ken nodded as he finally finished collecting the last trap. Ken then turned around and started continuing their journey, adjusting his pace so that Akira could keep up, at least for now. Are we allying ourselves with some other bounty hunters from the Land of Lightning? Akira asked as he followed after his leader. I had thought about that. But no amount of nameless bounty hunters will cut it for this one. We need something reliable. Something that would also be interested in getting rid of a pest that resides within their territory. Ken shook his head slightly as he continued jumping from tree to tree. Wait, so we are allying ourselves with the village hidden in the clouds. Akira's eyes widened underneath his mask as he quickly came to that conclusion. There really weren't any other powers in that region that could be interested in the destruction of the cult. But would the village hidden in the clouds even want to ally themselves with us? Well, they might be up for it since the cult is a problem for their territory as well. Akira wasn't exactly the most adept when it came to politics, but even he realized that the cult of Jashin was something akin to a parasite in the Land of Lightning. Still, allying ourselves with a hidden village might break the image of neutrality that we have. Wouldn't that also affect our relations with the Land of Iron? Even if he wasn't a diplomatic genius, he had still listened to all the reports and he knew the internal situation of their organization very well. Well, I had thought of that before as well. Ken smiled a bit under his mask, as he could somewhat guess the thoughts running through Akira's head. But we aren't exactly allying ourselves with the Cloud Village, nor are we asking them for help. Ken's confident words seemed to confuse Akira, who could barely pay attention to his steps at that point, almost slipping and falling from the trees. Thankfully, Ken grabbed him by the collar and stabilized him. You may be confused, but it's rather straightforward. I am simply going to the Cloud Village to assist them with some information regarding the cult, and to provide them with our services. For the right price, of course. Ken's smile turned a bit devious underneath his mask as he brought Akira up to speed on his plans. The third blade immediately gained quite a bit of clarity, he immediately turned his head and looked at his leader with quite a bit of reverence. That reverence managed to once again blind him to the branch that he managed to run into directly. Ken just sighed as he stopped and turned his head back to his subordinate. He's still got a long way to go. The two of them continued traveling together for the following week, Akira continuing his training directly under Ken despite it being a mission. Ken didn't train him in anything physical, as the two of them only ever stopped whenever Akira was already tired from running. Instead, the blind swordsman showed him a few more techniques and usages of chakra that relied on coding. Akira was already decent at it, but he was far from sending a flying slash, despite the fact that his chakra nature was wind. Akira in fact had two chakra natures, one being wind and the other fire. Ken made sure to teach him how to constantly adjust the size of his chakra blade, in order to catch an enemy off guard. It was difficult and required a lot of concentration, but the blind swordsman believed that Akira was talented enough to get it eventually. The two of them eventually reached the Land of Lightning, where it was time for them to finally part ways. Ken had to go straight for the Cloud Village, while Akira still had quite a bit left to MT Shimatama. The blind leader left the third blade with a few parting words. If I find myself having to collect your body, I will find some way to revive you just to kill you myself, are we clear? Akira gulped a bit and simply nodded, before continuing on his way. The second they parted ways, Ken picked up the pace, turning into a blur once more as he started making his way to the Cloud Village, doing his best to judge his direction using a small compass and a few villages as landmarks. It only took him a few days in total. He managed to avoid all shinobi as he traveled, making sure to stay undetected in general. But he wasn't going to attempt to sneak into the village. In the first place, sneaking into the village was simply impossible. All of the 5 great hidden villages had seals placed around them to prevent people from sneaking in. And the seals were not some cheap variants like the one that the grass village had. Some still managed to overcome the detection using specific ways of hiding their presence from said seals. But that required some specific knowledge in Fuinjutsu, knowledge that Ken lacked. So, Ken only bothered to stay hidden before he started approaching the hidden village, after which he simply started walking towards the village gates. At some point, he passed through the formations, and he could tell that he had created a ripple as he passed through. He didn't bother walking faster though, he just continued on his way normally. Before he even reached the gates, Anbu had already surrounded him, all of them having their blades drawn and looking at him warily. Ken wasn't able to tell much about their appearances, but he knew they were Anbu just from their masks. All special operatives in villages seemed to wear masks in order to hide their identities. The Cloud Village was no different. The Anbu also seemed to immediately recognize the famous bounty hunter. "State your business, Red Dot." The Anbu leading the squad said as he carefully approached the reportedly violent bounty hunter that was already close to their gates. "I've come here with some interesting information for the Raikage. I don't wish to make enemies with your village, so you can put your blades down." Ken simply raised his arms as a criminal would when encountering the police, appearing as harmless as he possibly could, his fingers far apart from one another to not alert them into thinking he was trying any jutsu. The Anbu didn't seem to want to put their weapons away though. It seemed that Ken's reputation had well and truly changed after the incident with the grass village. "Information? What information could you have that interests us?" the squad leader asked as he tilted his head slightly. The squad leader then signaled to the rest of his team to put their weapons away. He was already aware that the Raikage had tried to contact the Red Dot in the past, so he wasn't outright hostile regardless of the man's reputation. The Anbu around him listened reluctantly, and Ken finally sighed and put his hands down. "It's regarding some strange cult that has made its headquarters on your territory." Ken nodded as he told the squad captain the gist of the situation without any hesitation. After all of the Anbu would likely be made aware of the situation, and they were likely going to partake in the operation as well. The shinobi were immediately alerted by that, all of them looking at each other in confusion. Ken could hear some murmurs from some of the members. He managed to catch something about the situation being related to some disappearances that had been reported. The shinobi took a few seconds to talk amongst themselves before the squad captain nodded and looked at Ken once more. "Lord Raikage will want to speak to you personally." The squad captain then gestured for Ken to follow him. Ken simply nodded and followed, the other Anbu tagging by all sides, as if to make sure he wouldn't try anything while in their village. But that was never Ken's intention in the first place, so he just quietly followed the Anbu. That's the easy part done. Now, let's hope the Raikage takes the bait. Chapter 46, Meeting the Raikage and Deal. From the moment Ken started following the Anbu at a slower pace, one of the members ran ahead and informed the Raikage of the situation directly. The Raikage was a rather tall man, standing at 2,05 meters, or 6.73 feet. A dark-skinned man with an extremely muscular and well-defined build, with only one large scar visible on his chest. He had long white hair that flowed down his back, coupled with a trimmed white beard. He wore a pair of black sandals, dark blue sweatpants, along with a single-strap white shinobi jacket with no other clothing underneath and a black forehead protector that he wore like a bandana. He didn't really bother diversifying his wardrobe. Didn't quite know what to expect when hearing that he was receiving a surprise guest with more information regarding the ongoing issue they were facing with disappearing villagers. The identity of the guest was actually the interesting part for him. The red dot. A had tried to contact him plenty of times, only to be ignored or refused by Ken time and time again. The Reikage thankfully didn't have anything else important to do, but even if he had, he would have scrapped all plans. Recruiting Ken was far more important to the Reikage than anything else. A was even willing to make him, an outsider, the Anbu captain, even give him a position in the council as long as he was willing to join the Cloud Village. The Reikage really couldn't care less if others in the council were against that choice. He knew better than anyone how much a powerful shinobi could benefit their village. Even if he's here on different matters, I'll try to steer the subject in that direction eventually. Just as the Reikage was having these thoughts, the door to his office opened up, and the masked assassin walked in alone, the Anbu that had guided him remaining outside. Lord Reikage. A pleasure to finally meet someone of your stature. Ken spoke as he tilted his head and raised a hand, aiming to shake the cage's own. A simply smiled when seeing that gesture. He hadn't expected Ken to be that polite towards him, at least not after recent reports regarding his actions, but it was a welcomed surprise. I should be saying that, Red Dot. I've been trying to reach you for quite some time now. The Reikage accepted the handshake, his large fingers wrapping around Ken's entire hand. Ken couldn't help but be a bit impressed when feeling the strength of the Reikage's grip. He rarely met people physically stronger than him after all. Apologies for being a bit harder to get in contact with. You must understand that I normally refrain from interacting much with any of the hidden villages. Ken smiled a bit under his mask as he spoke, retracting his hand in the process. I did notice that. But what changed now? A narrowed his eyes a bit as he asked the most important question of their meeting. What made the Red Dot, a notoriously neutral figure, get in touch with me? Well, now I have already started an independent organization in the Land of Iron, so I don't just act for myself, but I represent an entity. Ken simply shrugged as he used his organization as a sort of shield. The Reikage was immediately surprised to hear that Ken had gone a different route. He, and all of the other Kage, had been just waiting for the Red Dot to join a village or a land by himself at that point. But it seemed his ambitions were a bit larger than they had all expected. A could respect that. But it wasn't like the organization could be ignored as something insignificant either. Ken already proved to be able to wipe out a smaller hidden village just by himself. Any organization that he joined, let alone created, would be put on the map as a significant threat to the authority of the other 5 hidden villages. An organization, hey? That raises quite a few more questions. What are your intentions? Will they clash with the already existing forces in the elemental nations? Even though A could respect a man's ambition, that didn't mean he wouldn't care more about the interests of his village. The appearance of a 6th power to contend with the 5 great villages was not good news, no matter the angle one looked at it. After all, they only had so many resources to fight over. My group will be mainly a brotherhood of assassins and bounty hunters. We don't plan to get involved with the hidden villages needlessly, and we especially don't want to join your wars. Ken was quick to lessen A's worries, assuring him that the organization would be acting much like the blind assassin when it came to involvement with the shinobi world. I'll take your word on it for now. Don't make me regret this. A said as he crossed his arms and gave Ken a rather hostile look. Don't worry. Today's matters are a bit more concerning, however. Ken was quick to change the subject, slowly walking over to the Reikage's desk and leaning on it. Concerning? I guess you can call it that. I did learn quite a bit from this small interaction already. The Reikage slowly walked over and sat down on his chair. What we talked about till now will feel trivial real soon, I assure you of that. Ken smiled deviously under his mask as he then quickly started retelling the tale of the cult of Jashin, at least what he was able to find. A cult of madmen worshipping some strange god that they claimed granted them powers. They seemed to be masterful users of jujutsu, and their experiments had gone so far as to grant a few of them immortality. He made sure to keep the fact that the Dark Brotherhood was contracted by villagers to hunt them down out of the picture, making it look like it was less of a priority for Ken and his organization to get rid of the cult. The blind assassin talked about encountering and killing an entire branch of that cult somewhere in the land of hot water while out on a journey. He told him how they had been kidnapping others and using them as sacrifices. I killed all of them and burnt their bodies, only keeping their immortal leader alive for interrogation. Ken smiled as he finally finished recounting a part of his tale. Well, if he's truly immortal as you claim, then it doesn't sound like you had many choices but to bring him in alive. The Raikage scowled a bit, as he tried to take in the information Ken was providing him. I did find out that their immortality is rather weak against fire, so I should have still been able to kill him. Ken shrugged as he continued speaking. A seemed to appreciate the extra information. Slowly things were starting to tie together in his mind as well. A cult that kidnaps and uses others as sacrifices. I understand why the Anbu wanted me to meet this man. He really does bring an answer to our disappearing civilians problem. A had already guessed that a branch of that ghoulish cult was likely hiding within their territory, a bit shameful but it couldn't be helped. The leader confirmed that the main base of this cult is situated in Mt. Shimatama. Ken's words did make A quite a bit more frustrated though. The main base? Hiding in my territory. Is this information trustworthy? Mt. Shimatama is barren, and even patrolled regularly, like all other areas in the Land of Lightning. A was quick to ask for clarification. It did after all feel like a rather concerning crack in their defenses if an entire worldwide organization had made their main base in his territory. I gathered this information while masquerading as a member of the cult, got the branch leader that I captured to mention the location of the base. A couldn't help but curse a bit under his breath when hearing that. Information gathered while in disguise was oftentimes more trustworthy than information gained from torture, so he now needed to really look into the matter. I've already sent one of my men to scout it out. But if your people have also patrolled it before, then it's likely not going to have a noticeable entrance. Hidden in plain sight. Or using seals of some sort. Ken rubbed his chin a bit and sighed in disappointment as he realized that he might have to scout out the place himself in the end. Shit. The Raikage punched his desk, his fist slightly crackling as some lighting started coming out of his skin and his hair rose up slightly. His outburst ended up slightly startling the Anbu that were hiding in the room. Akage's office was never truly empty after all. The Raikage still had a multitude of shinobi hiding in the room, in every shadow that they could fit, even sticking to the ceiling. It was a common practice among Kage, especially when entertaining guests. Ken obviously knew about them, so he wasn't exactly surprised when he felt them stir in fear. Even his own men are afraid of his power. As expected of the Kage of one of the 5 great hidden villages. No need to lose your cool over this, and it's no reason to be ashamed. This cult likely has some sort of branch or offshoot in the territory of the other great hidden villages as well. Ken tapped the tall man on the shoulder, stretching up a bit to do so. Still, it is quite shameful that an outsider had to bring this to my attention. The Cloud Village certainly owes you a favor for this information. The Raikage was quick to calm down as well. He was also fast in offering Ken his thanks, in the form of a favor, which was worth a lot more than a few words of gratitude. After all, Ken didn't just tell them information regarding the location of the cult, he also gave them a rather glaring weakness in their techniques, like how their curses all likely relied on blood or how their immortality was susceptible to fire. It was all vital information that the Cloud Village needed in order to prepare for their upcoming battle. After all, there was no way the Land of Lightning would let such a cult thrive on their territory much longer. I appreciate the gratitude, Lord Raikage. Ken slightly bowed, smiling widely underneath his mask as the first part of his plan was done rather well. He had managed to completely remove himself and his organization from the situation, while also gaining favor from the Cloud Village. Oh please, just call me A. You're not a subordinate of mine. A smiled a bit, being quite pleased with Ken's demeanor. Well, in that case, You may also call me by my name, Ken. Though you may already know it. The blind swordsman didn't have any qualms about building a relationship with the Raikage. Having friends in high places could prove worthwhile after all. It would also make the next part of their conversation much easier when it came to negotiation. I did know it, fine. I'll just call you Ken, makes things feel less impersonal and cold. The Raikage's warm smile made it clear that he truly did have a good impression of Ken, that he did appreciate Ken's efforts in gathering and bringing him so much information on the cult of Jashin. Indeed. Now, I'm guessing you'll be taking care of the cult soon, right? Ken ran a hand through his long hair, raising the black strands of hair and stopping them from covering his mask further. Yes, we will be taking care of it shortly. The second shinobi war just finished, and another one will be starting soon, so we need to do it as soon as possible. The Raikage didn't seem to be against giving Ken a bit of information regarding the state of the operation, assuming that the blind bounty hunter was curious about how the cult would end up. Do shinobi already have plans for another war? Will the people of the elemental nations ever know what peace looks like? Ken simply sighed in disappointment when hearing that. Even though he had already known that another war was going to happen, he was still disheartened to hear of it happening so soon after the last one. Peace isn't in our nature, I'm sure you'd understand given your profession. And this war has already been planned out before the last one even finished. It's just the nature of these things, unfortunately. A shook his head and gave Ken a bit of a grim smile as he spoke. I see. Ken also ended up shaking his head and going back on track. I was asking about the cult. As I'd like to offer the services of my organization to the Land of Lightning. Even though we are still a small organization, we still have around 40 capable men that you can hire. All are Chunin level and above. A immediately raised an eyebrow when hearing that. It wasn't often that a new organization started off with that many powerful shinobi after all. Normally you'd have to go through the daime if you wanted to get hired by the Land of Lightning. A hidden village normally doesn't hire the services of other organizations for such matters. The Raikage didn't seem to be all that willing at first, which was what Ken had expected anyway. EOV.C. That I understand, your village is full of capable and able-bodied shinobi, you normally wouldn't need to hire outsiders for such a job. However, the situation is a bit different, we know how to fight this cult the best, so hiring us might lead to fewer casualties on your end as well. The blind swordsman was quick to start attempting to convince A that hiring the Dark Brotherhood was truly his best option. Unfortunately, the Raikage wasn't looking all that impressed. You did already give us plenty of useful information in combating this cult, I doubt our casualties will be that major. A rubbed his chin a bit, looking thoughtful for a second before suddenly smiling as if he had just gotten an idea. Say, our village would certainly be willing to hire you. Just you. A's smile seemed to become wider and wider by the second, as excitement gripped at his mind. This is a good chance. Get him to see what cooperating with us feels like. Asking him to join us later will come much easier. Even if Ken was now the leader of his own organization, that didn't mean he wasn't recruitable anymore in A's eyes. After all, the organization Ken had created was still new, so it could just as easily be disbanded or swallowed up by the Cloud Village. My direct services don't come cheap. Even if we're on friendly terms. Ken crossed his arms and pretended to sigh in disappointment. Such a shame. It seems that my organization will have to not spend any resources to get rid of the cult after all. The blind swordsman had been aiming to receive such a proposal since the beginning. After all, he was well aware that the Raikage would never hire his organization, especially since it had plenty of unknown shinobi. A simply couldn't trust them, as the Dark Brotherhood didn't have much renown tied to its name. But Ken felt that simply providing his personal assistance directly was a bit inelegant. It also made it harder to negotiate a good price. Hence, the blind assassin steered the conversation in such a way. Maybe a better diplomat would have seen through Ken's scheme if they had enough knowledge of his character. But A was neither the greatest of diplomats nor did he truly know Ken. Ha! I'd be willing to spare no expenses if it means hiring the best in the business. With the two of us there's really no need for any other shinobi anyway. The Reikage had taken the bait in his mouth instantly, chewing and swallowing without any hesitation. Well, if that's the case then I'll go easy on you. 500 million RY, and we'll see this through to the end, together. A's smile seemed to become a bit strained when hearing that. 500 million RY. It wasn't a small sum, not by any means. The regular bounty for an S-rank shinobi was in the 20 to 50 million range, depending on their strength and the severity of their crimes. Ken's entire bounty hunting trip had barely made him around 200 million RY, and he had only stolen around 600 million from the grass village, which was rather poor in comparison to the land of lightning. But 500 million is not a small sum, even for the land of lightning. He'll likely talk me down a lot from this position, so it's good that I started high. However, the world, and the Reikage himself, had different plans. Fine. 500 million it is. To Ken's immense shock, A agreed almost instantly after a bit of consideration. The Reikage even smiled as he extended his hand, hoping to shake Ken's hand and close the deal verbally first. His logic for this rather sudden decision? Well, I wouldn't sell my services for anything less than 500 million. Ken was technically a person at the level of a cage, now A actually had the opportunity to judge his skills personally. There was also the fact that A wanted to get in Ken's good graces and get him to join the Cloud Village. Entering a heated debate and negotiating prices with him like a shrewd merchant wasn't going to help him reach that goal. That's... Well then. I'm glad we could come to an agreement. Ken instantly shook the Reikage's hand, not wasting any time, fearing that the man would reconsider his decision. And so the two of them shook hands and sealed the deal, with Ken managing to double the reserves of his organization in a single move. Chapter 47, Waiting, Introductions and Spar. Ken didn't leave the Cloud Village after completing his deal with the Reikage, choosing to stay there and wait for a report from both Saburo and Akira regarding their findings. He made sure to send a message through their summons to Tosa, informing him of his stay at the Reikage's residence and asking him to send over the reports of the other two blades as fast as possible. The Reikage seemed to be okay with waiting a bit for Ken's information gathering to conclude before attacking the cult's main base of operations. While waiting, Ken was allowed to live inside one of the free rooms inside the cage's mansion. The elders and some of the shinobi in the village were vehemently against his presence, but A didn't seem to care. Many were also obviously against the Reikage's choice to hire the Red Dot for such a large cost, or in general. But A was able to convince them that it was better for their village in the end. They were dealing with an exceedingly dangerous organization, one which A was confident would be able to cause plenty of casualties among his shinobi. So, instead of throwing men and women at the cult until it fell, he would personally take care of it alongside Ken, a person powerful enough to watch his back if need be. After all, the blind assassin's power was not something being debated. It was already believed that he was capable enough to wipe out a hidden village by himself. So the council of the Cloud Village only really wanted to complain about the price. And the fact that they couldn't quite trust an outsider with such a job. The Reikage was still confident in his choice, and he later signed the written contract, officially confirming the payment, and even giving Ken half of it before the operation. To him, the Red Dot could be trusted. He had a rather good track record when it came to tasks, he almost never showed any aggression towards people that weren't his targets. The situation with the Grass Village was a bit more complex, but at that point, it was already known by the more important people of the world that the Grass Village was the one to act first against the bounty hunter. Ken spent a few days uneventfully in that place, mainly just meditating. It was only when he decided to practice his swordsmanship in the courtyard that something unusual occurred. The blind swordsman was simply sitting under a tree in a meditative position, with a regular katana by his side. From time to time, he would tap the tree heavily with his elbow, causing leaves to fall off the tree. He would then unsheath his blade and slice all of the leaves in half before even one of them touched the ground. His blade was nothing more than a blur, as he remained in the same seated position throughout the exercise. It wasn't something overly difficult for him now. It was something he had been doing ever since childhood, so now it was just something he did for fun. Hearing the leaves falling around him, the wind trying to carry them away, the exercise helped him calm his mind as well. At least he would have been calm, if not for a random stranger pestering him. "What are you doing here, Bakr?" A strange man that appeared to be at least in his 20s from his size and voice kept trying to talk to him while making gang signs of some sort that Ken couldn't quite understand. The man seemed to be overly muscular, carrying with him quite a few blades and wearing clothes quite similar to those of the raikage. He also had short hair, swept backwards, and a goatee. "Please leave me alone," the blind swordsman said as he sheathed his katana and hoped for the best. You came through my door, uninvited and unsure. But now you're chillin' in my space, makin' yourself at home." Ken could feel exasperation rise inside his soul as the person in front of him continued to rap in a melodic tune. "Feelin' comfortable? Like you've known me all your life. But let me remind you, this is my house, I call the shots tonight. So now, you better tell me, what you doing here?" The rapper continued throwing gang signs as he crouched down in front of Ken. Before stopping, muttering something about some good bars and taking out a notebook to write them down. The blind swordsman wasn't even sure what to do at that point. Despite sounding a bit forceful, the rapper was mostly confused going by what Ken could feel. At least there was absolutely no hostility coming off of him. Which was a very good thing as the man's mere presence sent shivers down Ken's spine. No. It's not from him directly. Rather, it's something inside of him that makes me uneasy. Such a great amalgamation of chakra, it's beyond anything I've ever felt. My name is Ken. Others know me as the Red Dot. I was contracted by the raikage for a mission, currently resting here while waiting for some more information from my subordinates. Ken decided to just give the man a rundown of the situation, wanting to avoid any conflict with him almost instinctively. "I'm in no way prepared to fight whatever beast is inside this man. Oh. My name is B, Killer B. You may call me Lord Jinkraki. Convoyar." B quickly introduced himself as he clapped and did a few more gang signs. "I think A mentioned something about you. Said you were staying over, what do you plan to do?" The man continued speaking in that same tone, with the same intonation, rapping his words out like lyrics constantly. Ken smiled a bit under his mask as he slowly stood up. "Of all things, I wasn't expecting to hear rap music in this world. I was just training, wasting some time. It's nice to meet you, B." The blind swordsman extended his hand towards Killer B, smiling as he did so. The Jinchuriki answered in kind, smiling widely as he shook the Red Dot's hand rhythmically. He was about to open his mouth to start rapping again, but a flash of lightning appeared by their side and punched him into the ground with a loud roar. "B. You absolute moron! Lord Raikage told you not to bother our guest." The man that spoke this time around had a much rougher voice, sounding a tad older. Ken's smile trembled a bit as he had sensed the man's approach, but he also felt something rather obvious. This guy is even faster than I am. Ken felt as if he could have still reacted to that attack, but it was clear that the man was much faster than him. The technique he was using was also strange. But the blind swordsman didn't have much time to study it before the man turned it off. "Sorry about that, Red Dot. My sworn brother here has a slight problem with personal space and common sense. My name is A." A also shook hands with Ken, his smile feeling a bit more political or forced than that of his brother. "A? Wasn't the raikage also named A?" Ken sweated a bit as he felt a bit awkward at their naming sense. His hairstyle was much the same as his brother, and his clothes were also similar, just the collar from his inner sleeveless shirt was a bit higher, going all the way up to his cheeks and covering the sides of his neck completely. "Pleasure to meet you, I am assuming you are the Reikage's son?" Ken asked as he tilted his head slightly. "You are assuming right. Father already informed me of your presence, we were away on a mission until now, hence our absence." A spoke in a polite tone, clearly not wanting to disrespect Ken in any way, despite the fact that he didn't seem outright okay with his presence in the village. "That is quite fine, I am glad to finally meet the Reikage's son and pupil, I have heard quite a bit about you. Your strength seems to live up to your reputation, that's for sure." Ken turned his head towards Killer Bee, who was still twitching on the ground beside them. "Ha! That's high praise coming from you. I'll be honest now since I'm sure you can see through this quite easily." A's gaze instantly turned a bit colder as he dropped all pretenses and looked at Ken's mask directly. "I am not sure why Father decided to take you on this mission, it actually feels like wasted money. I and my brother will be coming as well, of course. Which is why I don't see how someone like you would be helpful." A's gaze seemed almost judgmental at that point. Ken suppressed an exasperated sigh, as he realized that A in front of him was likely a more shrewd version of the Reikage. "I understand that the three of you together should be strong enough to handle anything. But we are dealing with powers we barely understand here. Your father was wise to hire additional help, as other shinobi besides us could have just as easily slowed the three of you down. At the very least I'll be able to keep up with you all." Thankfully, Ken himself was nothing to scoff at when it came to convincing others. His words seemed to make a thoughtful, as it was undeniable that they barely had any understanding of jujutsu, cursed techniques, and the techniques the cult of Jashin would be using. "I still find it difficult to justify your asking price. So I'll have to test you myself." A then cracked his knuckles and gave Ken a cocky smile. The blind swordsman simply sighed. "Is there any way we can avoid this? Wasting energy like this before a mission isn't exactly professional. Don't try to weasel your way out of this. Your tongue sure is trained, but I'll personally have to make sure whether or not you can keep up with us." A didn't seem to budge though, cracking his neck and walking a bit further away on the training grounds. Ken also slowly followed behind A. Killer Bee to the side had finally regained consciousness, only to see that his sworn brother was off to spar with Ken. He was visibly confused, before just scratching the back of his head and deciding to observe the fight silently. "I won't be going easy on you, Red Dot," A said as lighting nature chakra covered his body like a cloak, his entire body buzzed with energy, his hair rising upwards as Ken took out his long blade and braced himself. "You better not." The blind assassin only got to say that before A already appeared in front of him. Ken only managed to bend his body away slightly, causing A's fist to miss by a few inches, but cracking his mask nonetheless. Such speed and power! He didn't even need to touch me to cause damage. Ken immediately rolled away, swinging his blade forwards as A followed after him swiftly. The blind swordsman could clearly trace A's movements. He immediately imbued his long blade with lighting nature chakra and sliced the air in front of him and causing the shinobi to stop in his tracks. Ken then quickly took off his mask, not wanting it to be damaged further, and threw it on the ground. Ken could immediately feel a faltering at the sight of his face, and the blind swordsman took that opportunity in stride. His blade whizzed forward, taking the shinobi by surprise. But A was still faster. He was able to take a step backwards and dodge the blade with a sneer on his face. That sneer didn't last long though, as he was immediately hit by a flying slash that came out from the edge of Ken's blade. Shit! A couldn't help but curse himself for his carelessness, as he felt himself being sent barreling backwards, dozens of meters away, his back breaking through a few trees. Ken turned to his blade with a bit of frustration. "ENL.M. I wasn't able to cut him." He had felt the flying slash connect, but he had been unable to feel if he had managed to even put a scratch on A's body. That was a head-on collision. So not only is he annoyingly agile, he is also extremely durable. Ken scowled a bit as he made a few hand signs and created 2 lighting clones. If taking him on alone is annoying, then I'll just do it like this. A's next attack was just as fast as before. He seemed to almost instantly appear in front of Ken, his fist already cocked back. However, this time around he was assaulted from 3 directions, energized blades trying to cut at his body viciously. However, Ken could feel the blades of his clones almost bounce off the man's skin. A's punch ended up being deflected into the ground, as Ken pushed the hilt of his blade into the bridge of his nose, making his head move backwards but otherwise doing no visible damage. No matter how durable he is, he must have some weak spot. Ken's scowl deepened as he and his clones continued to keep A in place. The shinobi would sometimes try to land a hit, only to be deflected. The blind swordsman had already gotten used to his speed, showcasing his talent in the process. By now, he was already reacting before A moved, which caused a lot of frustration in the future Reikage. To the side, Killer B almost couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. His sworn brother was incredibly powerful, the only one capable of standing up to the Reikage and one day succeeding in that position. It was just surprising to see a bounty hunter keep up with him. After all, the lightning release chakra mode was an incredibly powerful technique which granted the Reikage and his pupil speeds far exceeding all other ninjas. Anyone even able to keep up with them was simply at the top of the world. Even the other 4 great Kage had trouble facing the Reikage by themselves thanks to that technique. But Ken had no way of knowing that. To him, he was simply facing off against one of the most annoying opponents he had ever fought. No way to advance forward, retreating was also not an option, as his opponent was much faster and could catch up instantly. Instead, he was stuck in a battle of attrition against A. But Ken's frustration simply couldn't compare to that of A. Why won't any of my punches just land? It was as if his opponent had some sort of sickeningly accurate sixth sense. Either that or a shocking amount of fighting experience, allowing him to accurately guess A's next moves at all times. It was jarring, seeing Ken tilt his head or twist his body perfectly and avoid his hits every time. Then, Ken decided to try and put his all into a swing. As soon as he deflected one last hit from A, he dispelled his clones and directed all of his chakra into his blade, causing it to glow brightly and causing lightning to arc off in all directions. A saw that and smiled. Finally meeting me head on. He immediately recovered and prepared to use Hell Stab with his 4 fingers extended. Ken felt the chakra gathering around A's arm and forming a spear. He simply clenched his teeth and prepared for impact. I'll deplete all of my chakra in this move, to try and finish the fight in one fell swoop. If it fails, then I'll enter the scaled sage mode and go from there. Ken didn't just stop at his chakra though, he also allowed his nature energy to flow freely and rapidly, causing a dangerous mix within the blade. My strongest slash. I've never tested this against an opponent before, let's see how it holds up. Just as the blade and the spear were about to meet each other, both Ken and A seemed to be forced to stop abruptly, their momentum dying off in an instant. What the hell are you doing, A? A loud voice was heard as a figure appeared in between them, stopping Ken's blade by grasping the hilt with one hand while grasping A's wrist with the other. The blind swordsman immediately tried to pull back his blade when he felt the Reikage appear between him and A, causing the slash to die out and allowing the Reikage to catch it with ease. Ken's mind stirred, as he felt a different type of lighting around the Reikage as he stopped both of their attacks masterfully. Only A managed to recognize it at that moment. Black lighting release chakra mode. His father, the third Reikage, was well known for his master over black lighting. But few had ever seen the black lighting release chakra mode. It was an advanced version that combined the Reikage's mastery over black lighting with the regular chakra mode, which caused the end result to be the most powerful technique in the history of the Land of Lightning. Ken immediately stopped, not wanting to face off against the Reikage as well, who somehow felt even faster than his pupil. The Reikage let go of his hilt as soon as he felt no more resistance, allowing Ken to take a step backwards and put his blade back into the seal on his wrist. However, A was still struggling with something. He had seen a hint of fear in his father's eyes. I am still not strong enough to cause him to enter the black lighting release chakra mode. So that must mean. It was only then that it clicked for him. If he had clashed with Ken just now, I would have died. Chapter 48, Diplomatic Ending, Report and Departure. The Reikage had been observing his son sparring with Ken since the beginning. To be exact, the Anbu he had trailing Ken had informed him of Killer B bothering him, and he decided to observe the situation personally ever since. He knew Killer B to be a rather arrogant young man, cocky and confident in his own abilities thanks to his status as a Jinkraki. He hoped that he wouldn't try and antagonize Ken in any way. Thankfully, it seemed that B was in a very good mood, as he seemed quite friendly with Ken, not showcasing much of his usual arrogance. Unfortunately, the Reikage's son, A, didn't seem to be in that same mood as he acted exactly as the Reikage had feared. It was rather ironic since he had gone as far as to admonish Killer B while he himself was doing a rather large mistake. The Reikage was thinking of stepping in and stopping the duel from happening before it even began, but a part of him hesitated. He wanted to see just how strong Ken was. After all, taking on a weak village didn't mean much to someone like the Reikage, who had fought and suppressed the Eight Tails numerous times. It was only in that spar that the Reikage was able to appreciate Ken's speed in person. He was able to keep up with A, who was enhanced by the lighting release chakra mode. To the Reikage's knowledge, there were no other shinobi capable of doing so in the world. Even if Ken was outmatched in speed, he seemed to somehow dwarf A when it came to skill, fighting experience, and talent. Within a few short moves, he was able to understand, dissect, and counter A's fighting style, which turned the fight into a complete stalemate, as he locked A in place with well-placed attacks. That was how the Reikage had figured the fight would end. As a stalemate. After all, Ken seemed to not have any way of damaging A. At least until the last strike was about to happen. Just from looking at Ken's blade, the Reikage had gotten a foreboding feeling, instantly entering his chakra mode and preparing for the worst. Only when seeing the lighting radiate off of the blade and scorch the earth around Ken and A did the Reikage realize that the regular lighting release chakra mode wouldn't be able to block something like that. After all, the lighting release chakra mode consisted of coating your body in lighting chakra as one would a weapon. And the technique granted almost absolute defense. Unless one used a similar technique, or one strong enough to pierce the defenses. Immediately, a fatherly instinct overtook the Reikage, and he rushed in to save his son and pupil. The Reikage immediately used his trump card, the blue lightning around him turning completely black as he passed his son in a split second, who seemingly had no idea of his impending doom. He deflected both attacks using his superior speed. Thankfully Ken had also sensed him and stopped himself properly. A immediately turned off his chakra mode and looked at the scorched ground around them with fear in his eyes. I didn't even notice how much power there was behind that blade. I was so engrossed and frustrated with our exchange that I tunnel visioned on the red dot. He was immediately admonishing himself inwardly. Killer B came to his side, concerned. Meanwhile the Reikage faced Ken, who had already put his weapon away. Lord Reikage. Ken took a slight bow as the Reikage also turned off his chakra mode, looking at his previously nice garden with a frustrated gaze. Feebom. Ken. I understand that this matter wasn't your fault. But please refrain from such spars in the future. On one hand, the Reikage wanted to try and punish Ken in some way, but on the other, he knew that it was completely the fault of his son. After all, A had also used Hell Stab, which, at least in the Reikage's opinion, was no doubt going to kill Ken had it landed. I shall do so for as long as I remain in this cloud village. I apologize for using a lethal technique in what was supposed to be a friendly spar. Ken nodded as he slowly took out his mask and put it back on. No need to apologize. We can just agree that the fault lies on both sides. After all, some of it certainly lies with my son and me. He somewhat forced you into this duel, and I hadn't stopped it in time, allowing it to escalate to this point. The Raikage decided to end the matter diplomatically in the end. After all, he still wanted to eventually recruit Ken into their cloud village. Keeping a grudge on what could have happened wasn't something he could afford as the Raikage. I understand. In that case, I believe we can just bury the hatchet regarding this matter. Ken nodded as raised his hand and felt some of the cracks on his mask, before sighing and realizing that he'd have to repair it once again. Meanwhile, the Raikage had already resolved himself. I need to ensure that this man joins us in the future. He could prove essential in paving a path of greatness for my son and the Cloud Village. Even if he wishes to remain neutral, at the very least we can forge some sort of amicable relationship through business. The Raikage's mind had already done the calculations, and seeing some of Ken's powers and abilities only made him realize that recruiting Ken was both a lot more important than he had thought, and a lot harder. A person capable of defeating the future Raikage was not someone that would easily submit to others. Alas, the strong had all the right to have their pride in the Raikage size. I'll go back to meditating. Calm my mind before the mission. My men should report by the end of the week. Ken nodded as he turned around and walked back to one of the trees in the garden, before sitting down at its roots and leaning on it. Just like that, the situation was over, and A was off to the Raikage's office, where he was to receive a private scolding from his father alongside B. B was less at fault for what had happened, only being scorned a bit for also not trying to stop the battle from happening, which was a bit of hypocrisy on the Raikage's part. But A was in heaps of trouble, from disrespecting his father's orders to not antagonize Ken to even going as far as to fight him and create an awkward situation by almost dying as a result of that spar. In the end, after a verbal lashing, A was grounded, in the most basic way possible. Not allowed to leave his room for the rest of the week, only allowed to come out when they were to head out and take down the cult of Jashin. As promised, Saburo delivered the reports in a timely manner through their turtle summoning. Along with that was a bit of information, claiming they would meet up with Akira near the base, where he would relay the information he had gathered. The part with Akira was delivered verbally by the turtle, while the written reports were a tad longer and more complex. Ken didn't read them personally, not that he could. He instead walked up to the Raikage's office and placed them on his table directly. The Raikage wasted no time in picking them up and starting to read through them with an interested look in his eyes. He read the reports out loud so that Ken could also listen along and interject with any additional information or confirmation. In the end, the reports turned out to be interesting. They were both concise and extremely informative, providing both the notes and thoughts of the researcher. All of the documents were signed with the second blade, which the Raikage assumed was a higher-ranking member of Ken's organization. The Raikage was genuinely impressed to find out that such a great mind was already in Ken's employ. From the second blade's reports, they were able to find out more about the actual method that the cult of Jashin had used to gain their immortality. By the researcher's description. From what I've studied, this seemed to be an odd amalgamation of curses and cursed techniques of all kinds mashed into a person. The one that did this likely tested on the cultists for extensive periods of time in order to reach such a result, and it's unlikely to be compatible with all people, as some curses have different effects on different people. Ken nodded when reading that. Saburo was able to give a rather satisfying breakdown of the cult of Jashin's immortality. The blind swordsman also noticed that Saburo had called the immortality a rather large disappointment in various paragraphs, showcasing his disdain at the barbaric and wishy-washy handiwork of who they assumed was the supreme leader of the cult of Jashin. The Raikage himself was smirking when writing what was essentially a hit piece on said supreme leader, as the second blade broke down all of the weaknesses of their immortality. One of them was the fact that the cursed ones weren't actually immortal, they just couldn't die from injuries. The second blade was able to find out that said immortals would still continue to grow older, and they still needed nutrition, namely food and water, in order to survive, even when their heads were separated from their bodies. In dissecting the branch leader that they had captured, the second blade was also able to find out that the multitude of curses had already killed off a lot of the bodily functions of the immortals. It ended up making them unable to urinate or defecate, which actually led to them having to cut open their guts regularly in order to not implode after eating too much. The second blade was also able to confirm the weakness to fire, but he also confirmed that they were relatively weak to seals in general, as a few seals could end up undoing some of the jujutsu that was still keeping them alive. Then came the things that could change, differing from immortal to immortal. Some would have a reluctant resistance to fire at the cost of their skin being eroded. Some could have all of their reasoning wiped out completely, turning into mindless puppets. And some could be completely missing parts of their bodies and organs. Either that or slowly rotting away inside due to some of the curses. There were some other variables as well, but Saburo was unable to calculate all of them from one single test subject. Just the amount of information he was able to extract was already impressive. It was clear that Saburo had worked tirelessly and without sleeping alongside several clones ever since Ken had left for the Cloud Village. Overall, Saburo was able to conclude that the immortality was nothing more than a fluke that enabled them to use some of their more powerful jujutsu techniques like the one that Ken had been struck with. This does help give us some assurance. The Raikage put the papers down as he stroked his beard with a smile on his face. So it would seem. Let's just hope we're able to use all of this to our advantage. Ken tapped his chin with a smile underneath his mask, as he turned his head to the Raikage. From this report, we can safely assume that some of the other immortals we'll face won't be as strong as the one you faced. Most of them are likely to be crippled in some way or another. The Raikage narrowed his eyes as he turned his head to look out the window for a bit. The seals mentioned could be useful. But I'm assuming the Cloud Village doesn't have any techniques similar to the ones described, right? Ken crossed his arms and slowly paced around the room as he started thinking of a few viable strategies. Saburo had only mentioned that some seals could affect the curses present on the bodies of the immortals. He didn't give exact examples of said seals, but he described the effects that those seals would need to have in order to disrupt the curses. Unfortunately, our village is quite lacking when it comes to Fuinjutsu. But I believe we should be fine as we are. The two of us, as well as A and B, should be more than enough to deal with anything that comes our way. Fair enough. I guess we'll just have to be careful. Jujutsu does appear to be particularly difficult to deal with. Ken nodded as he continued slowly pacing around the room. Just don't bleed and we'll be fine. As long as we fight carefully, it should all go smoothly. The Raikage then slowly stood up, dusting off his coat as he slowly walked over to the door. What, we're heading there now? Ken tilted his head in confusion as he spoke. Yep. No reason to waste time here. I'll go grab A and B. Meet you at the gate in a few minutes. The Raikage said his piece and disappeared in a flash of lightning, earning an exasperated sigh from Ken, who ended up just shaking his head and disappearing, leaving only an afterimage for the Anbu to look at. I guess we'll have to go meet up with Akira now. I hope he was at least able to find out a few things about the cult before we jump headfirst into their territory. Chapter 49, Old Acquaintances and Tailed Beasts Perception. Ken decided to take his time as he walked through the village unsupervised for the first time. He was still headed for the gate, he just decided to make the others wait a bit for him, as the Raikage did start the mission suddenly. The blind swordsman took a few moments to admire the brickwork in that village. It was built on a mountain range, reaching all the way up to the clouds. It was actually a rather impressive structure overall, one that Ken hadn't gotten to admire much when arriving, as he had been too bothered with his thoughts. Now he could enjoy it all, the wind, the clouds, the strangely cheery atmosphere which reminded him that the hidden villages were filled with a lot more people than just shinobi. It was rather strange for him to see children playing around in the streets. Especially since he knew that most children would end up as child soldiers in the future, forced to fight in a war they had no understanding of. Alas, Ken wasn't the arbiter of justice in the world, he couldn't stop wars from happening, and he was far from having the influence to stop child soldiers from being a thing. Maybe one day he would have the influence to do so, but many had tried and failed in the past, including the god of shinobi Hashirama, who Ken had only heard about in a few books. Alas, even the village that said God of Shinobi founded was using child soldiers from what Ken remembered, so completely abolishing the practice would likely be almost impossible so long as the wars continued. I'll see what I can do about it, but there's no reason to stress over it. Can't control all warmongering lords. As long as there's money to be made from it, war will never truly end. At least I'll build my own little slice of heaven. The blind child continued walking around for a bit, enjoying the scenery as best he could while steadily getting closer to the gate, where he assumed the Raikage and the others were already expecting him. The cluster of the city helped dampen his senses, thankfully he could still feel the signatures of everyone around him. Surprisingly, he also ran into a more familiar face. A woman whose aura Ken could still recognize. Ken. Even her voice was familiar, coated in the same confusion and wariness that had appeared the first time they had met. It wasn't exactly something he could forget at the end of the day. The moment he hunted his first bounty, he had technically used the woman as bait. Mabi. Fancy meeting you here. The blind assassin nodded towards the fledgling Jonin as he enjoyed her confusion for a few moments. Ken didn't know what to think about the woman. The only thing he knew about her was that she was a bit sloppy when it came to actual shinobi work. She's likely more suited for a logistic position. Though I'm guessing all Jonin need to lead a team of genin at some point. What are you doing here? She asked as she turned and looked around them, likely searching for any Anbu that were trailing Ken. But there were none in sight, meaning he wasn't being escorted personally. Which could have meant one of two things. 1. In the short 2 weeks she had been missing, Ken had already forged amicable relationships with the Cloud and / or joined them. 2. He had infiltrated the village and had somehow gone undetected till now. At least those were the two options that came to her mind. I guess you were away on a mission till now. I've been contracted for a special assignment by the Raikage. Ken smiled underneath his mask as he turned his head to the woman and focused on her a bit more. She seemed to be wearing Jonin garb, donning a long-sleeved shirt this time around, not showcasing any cleavage. Not that Ken would have had any eyes to admire it anyway. A contract? With an outsider? Ken could feel Mabi's eyes widening as she exclaimed out loud, attracting the attention of plenty of people around them. People were already instinctively keeping a certain distance from Ken since plenty of civilians knew of him already. His reputation was still not exactly good, as the Grass Village had done a great job of making him look like a madman. Needless to say, catching their attention in that way certainly didn't help ease any of their nerves. Yep, nothing too major, though I am getting paid a pretty penny for it. Ken nodded twice as he walked a bit closer to the woman and tapped her on the shoulder. She was either startled, or too scared to react, but Ken had to cut their conversation short, unfortunately, as he assumed that the Raikage and the others growing impatient. You'll have to talk to the Raikage directly for more details, but you'll have to do it later. We'll be heading off now, good luck with your students. Ken then waved at her a bit and disappeared, leaving only an afterimage behind as he rushed forward to the entrance of the village. Mabi only got to have a glimpse at his disappearing back. She had many questions on her mind. She was also quite confused and wanted to know more about his side of the Grass Village situation. But the first thought that surfaced in her mind after she blinked a few times was completely unrelated to any of her curiosities. Did he get taller? POV Ken _______________________________________________________ It's always nice running into someone you know in a crowd of strangers, even if said someone is nothing more than a brief acquaintance that you once used as bait to fish out a bloodthirsty criminal. Now that I think about it, that criminal might have been just thirsty in general, but that's not really important anymore. There's plenty of water in the afterlife. Ken. What took you so long? The Raikage is already in my face from the moment I appeared in front of them. I just felt like strolling through the village for a bit, nothing major. Too bad I didn't get to try out any of your traditional foods. Maybe some other cage would have been a bit warier of me strolling around their village, but the Reikage seems quite unbothered. He's either really confident that I am an ally and has no plans of antagonizing me, or he's so sure of his strength that he's not bothered by me. Well, try to do that some other time. It ain't my fault that you decided to spend all of your free time till now sitting on your ass and meditating. He still seems a bit critical of how I spend my free time. To the Reikage's words, I just nodded, can't really refute them after all. What can I say? I really enjoy peace and quiet. Maybe because of my enhanced hearing? It does make it annoying to be near some people. People like Killer B and even A, who both seemed to be quite loud during our first meetings, but now seem to be rather quiet. I guess that little spar left a strong impression on them, though I don't get why B is also affected by it. Still, I feel dissatisfied at not getting to test out that final slash. It's not even a named attack, but I'm quite sure it's my strongest. Though some attacks in my scaled sage mode might be able to match it. No reason to cry over it though. I'm sure I'll get the opportunity to test it out in this little mission. The four shinobi dashed through the barren wastes that comprised the Land of Lighting. It wasn't exactly a land filled with lush forests. The forests were actually few and far between, so it was mostly open terrain and caves. Ken was fine with it. Though it did feel a lot quieter than he was used to. He had gotten so used to nature all around him that he hadn't even realized just how much noise it actually made. It was only then that Ken realized he mostly enjoyed the ambience of nature more so than actual quiet. But he wasn't the only one caught up in his own thoughts. Everyone else was also the exact same. The Reikage was pondering on their mission, as well as trying to imagine what other curses they might end up encountering while facing the cult of Jashin. Meanwhile, both A and B sometimes glanced at Ken, who was easily keeping up with them. Neither of them was truly focused on the mission, as they both seemed to focus more on Ken. A for one was still a bit annoyed at having been grounded in his room as a 30-year-old, but he didn't voice out that frustration, nor did he plan to ever try and take it out on Ken. Instead, he looked at Ken with a more respectful gaze now, hoping to be able to use the blind swordsman as motivation and strive to become stronger. Meanwhile, B was having an entirely different internal debate. I still don't get it. Why exactly are you this wary around this bounty hunter? Killer B's thoughts lacked the usual rhyme that his voice would have had. The voice that responded was a lot different, sounding more monstrous, and inhuman. I'm telling you. Never try to antagonize this thing. This bounty hunter of yours is not even human, he feels more like a tailed beast. But it's not chakra that he's made out of. The voice that responded was the 8 tails that was still sealed within Killer B. Also named Jiki. The large monster was a mix of octopus and bull. It was one of the 9-tailed beasts, arguably the second strongest right behind the 9-tailed fox. Like all tailed beasts, Jiki was a being made out of chakra, normally impossible to kill, but also too powerful to be left to its own devices. That was the main reason why the villages sealed the tailed beasts. That and personal power. After all, the Jinkraki, the tailed beast carriers, were all valuable assets to villages. As a Jinkraki, Killer B still had a bit to go before completely mastering the use of the tailed beast's chakra, but Jiki did speak to him quite often, and the two of them were somehow managing to get along. The second that the tailed beast had sensed Ken though. That was when things went awry. It was just something off about his presence. The tailed beast couldn't quite put its large finger on it at first, but the more Ken stayed at the Reikage's mansion the more the tailed beast was able to figure a few things out. At first, Jiki thought that Ken seemed to be a bit similar to the father of tailed beasts, Hago Romo. But after taking a better look, that clearly wasn't the case. Ken didn't seem to have any special bloodline limit or any actual connection to the Sage of Six Paths. At least no connection that the tailed beast was able to detect. So, it ended up realizing that instead of being similar to Hago Romo, Ken was a lot more similar to Jiki himself. The tailed beast was able to notice an overwhelming amount of nature energy inside Ken's body. On the surface, it didn't look any different from a regular human's body, but it couldn't be more different. His state was something that the Jiki would describe as a tailed beast, but it seems he is made out of nature energy more so than chakra. That was about the extent of what Jiki could tell from observing Ken, but it was already a lot more than Ken himself knew. In the end, Jiki did also care for Killer Bee, despite his sometimes odd mannerisms. And that care was what prompted the tailed beast to advise him against getting involved too deeply with Ken. The silence stretched out for the entirety of the journey, which only took around 2 days, as the four moved at rather impressive speeds. After a while, the Reikage did inform Ken that they were approaching the mountain. He could even feel it in the distance, a rocky and jagged mountain that felt more like a giant earth spike than anything. So, they were getting closer and closer to their objective, eventually even reaching the base of the mountain, stealthily. There was a problem, however. Where is Akira? Chapter 50, Signs and Entry. Wasn't your scout supposed to be around these parts, Ken? The Reikage asked as he looked around the barren base of the mountain range. Indeed. He said he'd be waiting nearby. Ken took a deep breath and allowed his senses to stretch out all around him, focusing on every movement he could feel. Every bird, every critter, and every animal nearby. He could feel them, he could feel the vibrations within the earth, yet he could feel no trace of his subordinate. Well now, this is rather concerning. Do you think he was captured? Killer Bee asked as he looked around as well. The Reikage Na looked at him with a bit of scorn, not appreciating his input much. It couldn't be helped though, he was currently perceived as the youngest in the team, and the most inexperienced. He was not even 18 after all, and he was still just a chunin. Alas, they had no way of knowing that Ken was technically not even a teenager yet. It's a possibility. But I can't feel any signs of struggle, not burnt ground or kunao fragments around, no traces of jutsu being used. Ken took off his mask and took a deep breath, scowling as he did so. There is the faint scent of blood. But it doesn't smell like my subordinate, though it is hard to tell. Ken then dashed forward, and the 3 cloud shinobi just looked at each other and followed suit. Ken then abruptly stopped, sniffing the air a few times before dragging his feet on the ground, pushing away some thick dust to reveal a rather large patch of dried-up blood. The Reikage seemed shocked when seeing that. His nose is better than a summoned beast's. His senses really are scary. Killer Bee thought absent-mindedly as he stared at the baffling scene in front of him. It's to be expected. I already told you he's a monster, don't compare yourself to him even if you're a Jinkraki. You can think of him as a bloodhound if it makes you feel better. The tailed beast within B was less impressed, it had already expected that much out of what was essentially a nature-born tailed beast. Ken then crouched down and touched the dirty ground, the tips of his fingers dragging across it and rubbing against the blood splatter. It's already a few days old. It seems that someone with proper skill hid most of the traces of a fight. They also likely created a dust storm or something similar to cover the blood, since cleaning it would have taken too long. Ken then slowly stood up and licked the tips of his fingers, his nose scrunching up slightly as he confirmed his suspicion. Yep. It's not the third blade's blood. Likely some cultist. Ken then tapped his wrist and took out the long sheath of his blade, just the sheath. The Reikage and A both seemed to understand what Ken was planning, they both moved back and A also dragged B along with them. The blind swordsman then swung the sheath with unnatural strength, creating a gust of wind strong enough to blow away all of the dust nearby, sending it flying further away into the mountain range alongside some rocks. The ground around them somewhat cleared, and now it became relatively clear that something had happened. There were dried up splatters of blood everywhere in the vicinity. It was a large fight, FAWBOLOM. It's also possible that this is related to some of their rituals, right? The Reikage wasn't about to try and dash Ken's hopes of finding his subordinate alive though. The blind swordsman wasn't exactly irrational enough to buy it. If your patrols haven't spotted the cultists before, then it's unlikely that they carry out their rituals out in the open. Ken shook his head, his long spiky black hair swaying from side to side. Killer B grimaced a bit, as A scowled and looked to the side, clearly not all that invested in the life of Ken's subordinate. He was however still quite annoyed that they now had lost one of their information sources. My subordinate got a bit too close, he only has himself to blame, but I'll make sure to punish him properly when we find him. The bounty hunter shook his head slightly as he reached to his belt and put his mask back on. But what if he's already dead? B gulped a bit as he swallowed his words as the Raikage gave him a sideways glare. It's likely he died already. But they also might have captured him for one of their rituals, which means there's a chance he still lives. The Raikage nodded when hearing that, before looking around the empty mountain range. So, do we just scout the surroundings now? We don't exactly know where to find the entrance. Without your scout we might spend some time just running around the mountain. A looked at his father before looking at Ken. This is a rather large blunder. I believe you would understand us if we plan to reconsider the amount for your payment in this mission, as it was largely dependent on the information you provided. A scowled as he spoke, not bothering to be respectful anymore, possibly emboldened by being in the presence of his father. The Raikage looked at his son with a frustrated gaze, shaking his head slightly in disappointment. I thought I trained him better. At the very least well enough to recognize the usefulness of having someone like Ken around. He was about to open his mouth and disregard his son's words personally, as he was a man of his word at the end of the day, but Ken beat him to it. The contract we signed only consisted of hiring me personally, not the Dark Brotherhood, my organization. The Third Blade's report was not essential to the contract in any way. Besides that, I can deal with finding the entrance to their hideout. A just scoffed, looking at the large mountain range. How long will it take you exactly? This is the second largest mountain in our land. The blind swordsman just turned his head toward A small smile spreading on his lips. Ken then tapped the hilt of his blade heavily on the ground, causing it to slightly cave in as cracks spread out all around him. The blind child listened to the vibrations, he felt them as he crouched down once more to touch the ground. After a few seconds, he stood back up and turned to the three confused cloud shinobi. We are above a network of caves, it lays deep within the ground. I can find an entrance to it if we walk around the mountain range for a few minutes. A was instantly silenced by that sentence, as the Raikage smiled confidently. As expected of you, Red Dot, you do deserve your reputation at the end of the day. I'm sure we'll find your subordinate, better start looking quickly, the sooner the better. Don't worry about the contract, by the way, it remains as initially established. The Raikage was quick to praise and reassure the assassin as he patted him on the shoulder. Ken's entire body shook at the strength of the tanned man's arms, but he didn't complain. A looked a bit bitter, but he stopped complaining when seeing how his father treated Ken. I guess that's why you don't question professionals. B also chuckled a bit internally, already expecting something like that to happen. Well, he did just manage to smell a few days-old dried-up blood splatter from a few hundred meters away. I'm guessing he is the best censor in the world, though I could be wrong. He's certainly better than me. The 8 tails within B also commented on the scene. The tailed beasts were also able to act as censors, and quite good ones at that. But Jiki was quite sure that none among his brothers and sisters could match Ken when it came to their sensorial powers. Such is the way nature energy works. Though I still fail to understand how the body of this Ken actually functions. Jiki pondered for a few moments as Ken started moving. The Raikage and the rest followed suit, dashing through the cloud of dust that Ken had raised with confidence in their eyes before they were filled with dust. Ken didn't have any issues, as he wore a mask, it wasn't like he had any eyes that dust could affect though. The Raikage and A just used their lighting style chakra mode. Killer B was a bit less fortunate, having to cover his eyes with an arm as he ran forwards. In the end, It didn't take Ken more than a few moments to find the entrance to the hideout. More specifically, he found a less underground part of the cave system, a place where they could create an entry. A's eyebrow trembled a bit when Ken had managed to find a potential entrance so quickly, but that did also raise another question in his mind. If you're able to find an entrance so easily, then why did you send someone ahead of time? It was a rather decent point, but it also assumed that Ken had sent the third blade to look for an entrance. My man was only here to keep an eye for any movements. He was never meant to get close enough to discover any entrances. Ken slowly walked around a bit before finding the perfect point to create a cave entrance. Enough with the interrogation, A. We'll have a talk about your behavior again when we get back home. The Reikage had also gotten fed up with his son's willfulness. He hadn't expected that much arrogance out of the one he had prepared to become the next Reikage. It was shocking to see that Killer B was more behaved than him. A just looked to the side and mumbled something, while B just sighed and scratched the back of his head. So, are the three of you ready? We're going to be fighting quite a few people. The numbers of this organization are actually rather staggering, certainly greater than the ones of the grass village from what I can sense. The blind swordsman said as he turned his head to the ground below them. To think such a force was hiding in our midst. The Reikage spat out with a scowl on his face and frustration in his gaze. No need to fuss over it. We'll handle everything now. Ken spoke out as he tapped his wrist and took out his long blade, brandishing it with one hand without any difficulty. He also placed the sheath of the blade back into the seal, as he wasn't planning on using it. I'll make the entrance, Ken said as he signaled for the three of them to stand back. He then grabbed his long sword with both hands, covering it in chakra as it sparkled with lighting, looking as if it had just gained life. The masked assassin then jumped to the sky, twisting around a few times and building momentum with ease. The wind around him twisted and turned, as he swung his blade down to the ground below, sending a sizable flying slash towards the ground. The entire ground shook and caved in, as the flying slash fragmented the earth all around them, with the Reikage and the rest having to jump up in order to not lose their balance. The dust that rose up to engulf all of their surroundings disappeared just as quickly as it had appeared, as Ken swung the blunt side of his blade and blew it all away. B was almost blown away alongside it, but he managed to hold on by forcefully landing and sticking to the ground. Now they all had a clear view. Below them was a rather large drop, leading to a gigantic hall, one that had been carved out from stone. Hundreds of cultists were already looking up at the crack in their ceiling, and many people within the cave system were alerted to the tremor as soon as it happened. Further inside, one man with two pairs of eyes slowly opened them. Tattooed all across his body were the signs of Jashin, not one part of his skin was left uncovered, and the signs also seemed to be tattooed on his eyes. So we have more visitors. Hey! The man then slowly gestured to some of the people that stood kneeling inside the room, as a confident smile rose to his face. Devout followers of Jashin. Those who have gained his blessing and those that have proved their adoration. Go out there and make sure that our Lord's most sacred grounds are not tarnished by these dirty heathens. The man spoke out with authority, and a dozen men and women of different shapes and sizes all got up slowly, each wearing long robes and carrying different red weapons. We shall paint the halls with their blood. The 10 devout followers chanted as they then took off, each faster than the last.